Chapter 1097. In the team surrounding Mount Lu, the hunting dogs led the way in front, while the people followed behind with guns equipped with scopes. In addition to the hot air balloons driven by skilled pilots, there were also Shui Yun's family of 13 eagles. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan coaxed Pan, her and her sister to sleep, then brought Xiao Bei and the other slightly older kids to join the search. Just as Shui Yun wanted to raise her children, they also wanted to raise their younger siblings. Xiao Bei and the others were already old enough, so other than swimming, they should participate in more physical training programs. Zhang Xiaobao even wanted to do wilderness survival training for his younger siblings like he did in the past. The children in Thailand could already practice Taijiquan at this age. The speed of their punches was not slower than an ordinary adult's, and their resistance to attacks was stronger than that of a middle school student. If they were older, in a small country that had never stopped fighting, they would be able to use guns to kill people. It was normal for an 11 or 12-year-old child to carry a rocket launcher. Xiao Bei's 9 children were also sensible. After the elder brother and elder sister talked about physical strength and endurance, each of them carried their own military backpacks, controlled their breathing, adjusted their pace, and remained silent. They followed behind their elder brother and elder sister without saying a word. They had seen the training of their family's guards, especially the guards that were specially trained for them. Those who did not follow the instructions at the beginning would not be able to last until the end. Only a small number of people were truly physically strong. From the beginning to the end of the training, they maintained a relaxed appearance and even had the mood to joke. This group of people would be singled out to undergo more rigorous training programs. Never relax until the critical moment of life and death. Never waste your physical strength. That is disrespectful to life. Even if it's not for yourself, you have to do it for the people who care about you. Zhang Xiaobao coordinated with his younger sibling's speed, appearing very leisurely as he talked to his younger siblings while walking. Wang Wan also taught, don't be too nervous. That will increase the consumption of your physical strength. It's not good to deliberately relax. You still don't know how to maintain your mental state. When your body is constantly being hinted at to relax, your mental state will also follow suit. When you need to be nervous, you will realize that you can no longer be nervous. Don't treat the backpack as a burden. When you walk, learn to feel the weight of the backpack and adapt to the rhythm. When you see a small pit in front of you, you are not allowed to jump. Take 2 more steps to go around it. The action of jumping up will consume several times your physical strength. The 9 children listened but did not ask. They had strongly requested to come along. Before they came, they had agreed that it was not time to rest. Other than the sound of their breathing, they were not allowed to say a single word. Otherwise, they would not play with them next time. Of course, they didn't carry guns, bullets, or grenades in their backpacks. Instead, they carried their clothes and all kinds of food. The other tools were carried by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The 2 of them did not carry too many things. Each of them only carried a gun, 50 rounds of bullets, and the best single-edged sawtooth knife made by Tang Dynasty's technology. These were the only weapons they had. The rest were a tent that could be assembled, a few pots and pans, as well as spices and rice. The 2 of them did not intend to let their younger brother and sister live like orphans who were abandoned in the wild. It was not that they could not train to eat raw food, but it could not be done in Mount Lu. Who could guarantee that there were no parasites or powerful bacteria in the food they randomly found? The 2 of them usually cooked raw food for their younger siblings to eat, such as sashimi, raw beef, raw venison, oysters, grasshoppers, maggots that had been specially bred after several generations, as well as green worms that had not yet turned into cocoons. Zhang Xiaobao would ask the people in the medical school to help take a look. With the current technology, when there were no problems, they would feed their younger siblings with various supplementary seasonings. Wang Wan also cooperated with Zhang Xiaobao and set an example for their younger siblings. The two of them fed their younger siblings while telling them stories. After all, children were children. They could not be too cruel. When Wang Wan was undergoing training, no one told her any stories. She ate for the sake of strength. Needless to say, Zhang Xiaobao also had no one to tell him a story. He ate for the sake of living. Just like that, from dawn until noon, Xiaobei and the others did not have time to rest at all. They walked for 4 hours. If it were an ordinary adult, they would have been tired by now. However, the 9 children still had strength. This was also why Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan worked hard to train themselves when they were young. Children's bodies recovered very quickly. Even if they slowed down for a while, a child's recovery speed was several times faster than an adult's. Rest here. Zhang Xiaobao was afraid that his younger siblings would get dehydrated. Seeing that there was no fog above them and the sun was shining directly from above, he said to his younger siblings. The 9 children stopped and looked at their brother and sister. No one sat down, and no one complained. Instead, they were very excited. They followed their brother and sister to a place where a small river flowed. They found a big tree and put down their backpacks. When they stood there and looked around curiously, Xiaobei said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Brother, can you teach me how to catch snakes?" She saw that along the way, whenever her brother found a snake, he would catch one at a time. Up until now, he had caught a total of 6 snakes. The longest one was 1.5 meters. It looked very scary. Many snakes were also sent flying by her brother's spear. This was the first time she saw her brother catch snakes personally. Although she had already determined that there was nothing that her brother and sister could not do, she still felt that it was strange. "Okay, when we go back, I'll find some snakes for you to catch." Zhang Xiaobao agreed very quickly. He took out the folding multi-purpose bucket and stretched it to the river to get water. What if it gets bitten? Wang Wan took the snake and began to clean it up. She could not stand Zhang Xiaobao's pampering. Zhang Xiaobao did not think much of it and put the bucket in the water. Wei Wei moved and filled half the bucket with water. He said, "We're not asking them to catch pythons. They're just ordinary grass snakes. Just pull out the teeth and catch them casually. There's no need to be afraid of poison or bitten. It's fishy and sticky. We're forcing them to learn this." Wang Wan was still dissatisfied. "What's wrong with learning this? It's not against reason and there's no danger. Have you seen children catch scorpions in Hebei province? In the countryside of Hebei province, children of 5 or 6 years old can catch scorpions and small geckos with their hands. They put the scorpions in a cloth bag and give it to the older children to sell in the pharmacy. The money they earn in a day is enough to buy a set of clothes from the street stall. This is the harvest after being exploited several times." Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan. He had seen children catch scorpions very dexterously. It was not that the children did not have food and clothes. It was a tradition that had been passed down for many years. After the children came back from kindergarten, they would go out to play after eating. When they saw other older children catching scorpions, they would follow suit. The adults did not care. Sometimes they would be accidentally stung, but it was not fatal at all. It was not much different from being stung by a bee. It was just a big swelling. They would cry and go home. They would be slapped and scolded. The next time they could not help but catch them again. Wang Wan seemed to know this kind of thing. When she thought about it, she could not help but smile. She threw the cleaned snake to Zhang Xiaobao and asked, "How do you eat it?" "You catch the snake and you cook it." "Who eats the snake gall?" "Me." The 9 children shouted together. Even Xiao Hai was the same. Although he usually did not like to talk, it depended on who he was with. When he was with his brothers and sisters, he immediately became like other children. There was no silence and depth at all. It was because he always compared others with his brothers and sisters that he usually looked down on others. Zhang Xiaobao saw that there were only 6 snakes and 6 gallbladders. He didn't see any of them with 2 gallbladders. He quickly said, all of them, all of them. I'll make snake gallbladder wine for you. Each of you will have a small cup and divide it into 11 portions, okay? Okay. The 9 children replied in a dragged voice. Brother, is the snake meat roasted? Xiao Bei licked her lips and asked. She usually did not lack food, but now the environment in the wild was different. I don't feel at ease if it is stewed or roasted. There are bacteria in it. When we go back, I will give you injections. I will shoot a rabbit for you. Watch carefully. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he put down the other things, picked up the gun, and moved quickly horizontally. Suddenly, he stopped and aimed at the side of a tree on the mountain. With a bang, he fired a bullet. Ah! A scream gave a response to the gunshot. The 9 children were preparing to see something strange. When they heard the movement, they were stunned and almost shouted at the same time. Then, they hugged their heads and lay on the ground. At this time, Wang Wan also picked up the gun. She squatted on the ground and did not move. Oh, I missed again. Brother, come out. Tell me, are you a rabbit? Don't think that I can't hit you behind the tree. I will count to 3. If you don't say it, I will throw a grenade. Zhang Xiaobao did not deliberately aim at the place where he just shot. He said in a relaxed tone, 1, 2, I am a rabbit. Don't shoot. I am a rabbit. A voice came from the place where he was shot. Following the voice, a person raised one hand and covered his leg with the other. He grinned and showed himself. Wang Wan was amused. Xiao Bao, you are such a bully. How can you let someone pretend to be a rabbit? Hey, rabbit, let me ask you. Where are you hiding? There are still a few people in your nest. Don't think blindly. You think that the 2 of us and a group of children can't take care of you. Where are the other 2 rabbits? Come out. Don't make me shoot. With 2 bangs, Zhang Xiaobao fired again. After he was done, he said to Wang Wan, this time, I really missed. One of them is probably going to die. The other one is okay. His shoulder is injured, so he can't shoot the crossbow. If he dares to try to shoot with one hand, I will blow his head off. Hearing the 2 of them and hearing the gunshots, the first person who turned into a rabbit turned his head and looked 20 meters away. He sighed helplessly and shouted in that direction, come out. They are Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Don't expect to escape. Yo! We met a smart person. When did you confirm it? When Wang Wan said, you guys, she had already expressed clearly that they were not alone. When you guys were talking and shooting, I didn't think about the identities of 2 people who are not even 20 years old and brought a group of children. When you guys were talking, I was already suspicious. When I fired, everything was clear. I am a rabbit. This person was considered a man. He was the kind that was very straightforward. Even though he was caught, he still maintained a relatively calm state. When he spoke, his voice did not tremble. His psychological quality was good. As soon as he finished speaking, a person appeared at the spot where Zhang Xiaobao had just finished off 2 shots. One of his arms was hanging down, and one of his hands was grabbing a person by the collar. He dragged the person who had already lost his life out of the crowd. With resentment and fear in his eyes, he looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Then, he shifted his gaze to the 9 children lying on the ground. Don't have any ideas about the children. Otherwise, I will kill you right now. Raise your hands and bite the clothes of the dead person with your teeth. Come here. When Zhang Xiaobao saw that the other person was looking at his younger siblings, his tone was indifferent. That person suddenly trembled. He immediately did as Zhang Xiaobao said. He raised one hand and the other arm as high as he could. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not raise it to the right position. He bit the clothes of the dead person with his teeth and slowly walked over while wading through the grass. Of the 3 people, 1 was dead and 2 were injured. They did not have any conspicuous weapons on them. When they came to a place about 10 meters away from Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, they did not dare to make any unnecessary movements. After the sudden incident just now, the 9 children waited for a while. When they knew that they were safe, they got up one after another and patted the dust off their bodies. One by one, they took out small pistols from their arms and pointed them at the 2 people who were still alive. Let me tell you 2 rabbits, don't think that just because we are small, you can have any ideas about us. If I shoot a few more times, I will still kill you. Tell me, what kind of rabbits are you? Where are you hiding? Xiao Bei held her small pistol with both hands and pointed at one of the people opposite her. The other 8 also pointed their guns at each other, looking as if they could pull the trigger at any time. They had this confidence. Although their guns had little recoil and could not kill people if they did not hit a fatal position, they were still not worried. They were very confident in their accuracy. It was just shooting. Without talent or experience. No matter how stupid a person was, after practicing with a few thousand bullets, their accuracy would be improved, not to mention a pistol with little recoil. They were confident that if the 2 people did not use other long-range weapons, they would be able to kill each other when they rushed in front of them. Don't shoot. The first person was scared. He could calmly face Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, but he could not face the 9 children with the same calmness. This was because Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan basically would not kill him immediately. However, the children were not necessarily so. What if they were happy and opened fire? I am a gray rabbit, he is a white rabbit. The one who died is a mixed rabbit. Our nest is in the mountains. The man helplessly and sadly answered Xiao Bei's question. Chapter 1098. The man who called himself Grey Rabbit was tearing at his clothes as he spoke. His leg was still bleeding, and the other person who had been hit in the shoulder was also in the same situation. Due to the inconvenience of his hand, he needed to help bandage the wound with his clothes. As for the person who had been hit in the head due to Zhang Xiaobao's poor marksmanship, there was no need to treat him. In fact, Zhang Xiaobao could not be blamed for killing the person. He could not see the specific location of the other party through the pile of grass. He only knew that there were 2 people there because the straw hats on their heads were too obvious. There was a large clump of grass with small red fruits. The 2 of them insisted on using branches and withered grass to make the hats. They were so well made and round that at first glance, they looked like 2 birds' nests. It would be strange if Zhang Xiaobao did not hit them. The first person who was injured did not disguise himself, but he made a sound. Zhang Xiaobao heard it very clearly. It seemed that something was about to touch him, so he made a sound to scare the thing away. Seeing that 2 people were injured and 1 was dead, Zhang Xiaobao took 2 steps back. Wang Wan took 10 steps in a diagonal direction, forming a crossfire with Zhang Xiaobao. At the same time, her eyes looked around vigilantly, searching for other people. How many people in total? What do they do? Zhang Xiaobao gave his brother and sister a look, telling them to take a few steps back to avoid danger. Then he asked the person who was bandaging his leg. The person who was asked paused. He grimaced and said with a pained expression, "We're tourists." Bang! What answered him was the sound of a gunshot, which tore off a section of the cloth he had just torn off. "Where are you tourists?" Zhang Xiaobao raised his gun and pretended to aim as he asked. "It's not for tourism." The man reacted quickly and didn't answer Zhang Xiaobao's question. His face was still bitter as he replied, "We are the people you want to capture. I came out to check the situation." I thought that there was no danger behind after we avoided a few groups of people. When I saw you two with a group of children, I thought that I could capture them as hostages, so I came over. I didn't expect to meet you guys. We were forced into this. We didn't want to help them. They have something on us. We are insignificant people. Don't beat us to death. We still have family. Another person with an injured shoulder quickly followed up, sounding like he was really wronged. Zhang Xiaobao was unmoved, and Wang Wan also looked at him coldly. Xiaobei rolled his eyes and looked like he believed the other party. He asked, "Really? If you didn't commit a serious crime, I can forgive you. I'll talk to Uncle Emperor and won't sentence you to death. If you can tell more about your people, you can make up for your mistakes. At least you haven't killed anyone for the other party. The rest is just a small matter. The more useful your report is to us, the greater your contribution will be. If you don't keep an eye on us, we can give you extra benefits. We won't even catch you." Xiao Yuan also echoed, yes, we hate you to death, especially the people behind you. If the information you tell is useful to us, I will give you a lot of money. Even if you are locked up for 8 to 10 years, each of you will still have tens of thousands of strings of money. You can also live a comfortable life in prison. Your family will also be taken care of. When you get out of prison, you will still have a lot of money left. In the blink of an eye, you will become the richest people in your country. You still don't believe what we said. We are a man of our word. We won't change it. Hurry up and say it. Otherwise, you won't have this opportunity again. Opportunities are given to those who dare to fight. Xiao Yuan and Xiao Bei cooperated, singing the same tune as they tried to seduce the two people who were caught. The person who helped bandage his leg had already bandaged it. The speed of the bleeding slowed down. His pants were already soaked with his own blood. As the wind blew, Xiao Bei and the others could smell the rusty bloody smell. This person didn't care about the smell and helped the other person bandage his shoulder. This person's shoulder didn't bleed much, and it wasn't a penetrating wound. It gave people the feeling that the bullet was stuck in the bone. This kind of wound didn't bleed much, but even if it was treated in the future, it would still leave a big problem. His wound couldn't be tied with cloth strips. He could only tear off a large piece of his clothes and block the wound layer by layer. Then, he was fixed with cloth strips. He wouldn't die for the time being. The two people treated their wounds under the threat of the gun muzzle while listening to the threats and temptations of the two little guys. For a moment, they couldn't tell what they were feeling. The two people knew very well that if they were caught, what awaited them would definitely be torture and interrogation. The words of Xiao Bei and the other children might not be useful. They might not admit to it. Anyway, there was no one around to prove it. While marveling at the intelligence of the children, the two people looked at each other and saw a trace of hesitation in each other's eyes. They understood what each other was worried about. Are you going to say it or not? My mouth is dry from talking. If you don't say it, I'll use the small gun to torture you. I'll let you know the most painful torture. Don't think that I can't bear to do it. Xiao Bei shook the exquisite and beautiful small gun in her hand and threatened. Gray Rabbit, you speak first. If you're too slow, all the blood in your body will flow out. You'll die a painful death bit by bit. It's very sad. I've seen people bleed to death. Xiao Bei called out. Gray Rabbit swallowed 2 mouthfuls of saliva and looked at Xiao Bei and the others. He didn't understand why they were so ruthless. Normal children of their age would have been scared to tears when they saw blood in battle, but they didn't seem to care at all. He didn't know if Xiao Bei had ever seen someone bleed to death bit by bit, but he absolutely believed that Xiao Bei would shoot him. That small pistol was really beautiful, and the bullets were probably specially made. However, its beautiful appearance couldn't hide its nature as a weapon. Just as the gray rabbit was considering, the white rabbit beside it spoke, "Speak, or else you'll be captured by the people behind them. When they interrogate you, even if what you say is true, they'll torture you again and again to see if you're lying. If I speak now, they won't torture us." Gray Rabbit asked. "At least they won't torture you. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan won't cut off our flesh piece by piece in front of our younger siblings." White Rabbit had thought it through. Gray Rabbit weighed the pros and cons and finally spoke, telling Zhang Xiaobao and the others about their situation. "Okay, I'll speak. I'll tell you everything. I'll tell you what I know. If you don't believe me, just give me a quick death." They were indeed members of the organization that was causing trouble for the Great Tang, and they weren't important people. They had fireworks on them, and their families were under the control of the organization. Yesterday, many hot air balloons appeared in the sky. The people in the organization thought that their hiding place had been exposed, so they hid in a cave. There was food and water in the cave, as well as some medicine and weapons. They also sent out a group of people with fireworks to stand guard. If they saw people coming in to search, they would light the fireworks. The three of them were arranged to stay in this place. They made their own straw hats, and after hiding from a few groups of people, they saw Zhang Xiaobao and the others. However, they didn't light the fireworks. It wasn't that they didn't bring anything to light the fireworks, but that they knew that they would be caught the moment they lit the fireworks. After a brief discussion, the three of them decided to wait for this group of people to pass by. They would see if they could follow behind them and steal the two children when the other party was unprepared. This would make the other party anxious, and they would return to the hiding place provided by their own organization to meet up with the others. As for why they didn't light the fireworks, they also thought of a solution. They would just say that they didn't know where the things to light the fireworks were. When they were hiding, Gray Rabbit discovered that there was a snake on a tree branch above his head. It was swallowing its tongue and slowly creeping toward him. He wanted to scare the snake away, so he made a sound. However, after making two sounds, he was stopped there by a gun, and the snake was scared away. After he was discovered, the other two people also didn't escape. If he didn't make a sound, perhaps no one would care about why there were two bird nests in a clump of small fruits. Gray Rabbit said, while White Rabbit added from time to time. After about 15 minutes, they had already told everything they knew. In the end, Gray Rabbit said dejectedly, "It's all because we were too stupid. We didn't recognize your identity. We thought that two people who haven't reached the age of 20 would not be a threat with a group of children. If we had known that it was you, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were playing with your younger siblings, we wouldn't have dared to come here even if we had 100 guts. We would have run far away." When he spoke, he had a flattering expression on his face. He wanted to use his slightly aggrieved words to move Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Of course. No matter who it is, as long as they do something bad, they are most afraid of hearing my brother and sister's name. The people they are most afraid of seeing are the two of them. Anyone who is targeted by them can't escape, Xiao Bei said as he raised his head. Yes, yes. Impressive. We have already experienced it. And you, Xiao Bei, are equally impressive, Gray Rabbit quickly echoed. Xiao Bei twirled the small pistol on his finger twice, pursed his lips, and said with a smile, "It's useless even if you praise us. We won't let you go, and we won't give you the medicine on us. Let's wait for the people behind to catch up. Let's see if your lives are tough enough." Xiao Bei's stubborn attitude in the blink of an eye made the two people who were caught stunned again. They had indeed planned to be treated first. They didn't believe that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't have all kinds of medicine on them when they brought their younger siblings out. Bullets were very painful in the flesh. Not to mention such a big lump of metal, even if a needle was stuck in the flesh, it would still hurt if it wasn't taken out. It wasn't acupuncture either. As expected, Zhang Xiaobao didn't have any intention of helping them remove the bullets. He did have tools and medicine on him to prevent the people around him from getting hurt. But with the other party's situation, it wouldn't be a problem for them to hold on for 1 or 2 hours. After a while, the other people who were sent to search behind them would come over. Once they handed the people over, they would no longer have anything to do with him. How did you guys avoid the hounds and eagles? Zhang Xiaobao raised his head and looked at the sky. There were no thick clouds above the place where they were, and the sun shone down directly. Eagles. Gray Rabbit also looked up at the sky and didn't see any eagles. He said, "We didn't see any eagles. As for the dogs, we thought of a way. That is to grind things that make you uncomfortable into powder. If the dogs smell it, their noses won't work. They won't be able to see where there's water. We even smeared the sap of grass and trees on our bodies. The dogs won't be able to smell it at all. We're not stupid animals. We leave enough scent to guide the dogs. We're humans. We're smart." "You're smart, but you got caught by us," Xiao Bei interrupted. Yes. We're not as smart as you. Shouldn't we go to where they're hiding? We can lead the way in front." Gray Rabbit didn't forget to flatter. The main reason was that he wanted to be treated. If he could lead the way in front, then he had to be treated. Otherwise, how could they walk? "You want to lead us into an encirclement, right? Then you guys will die heroically, and will be unlucky as well, right?" Xiao Bei brought in the plot of the story she had heard. "We wouldn't dare. They're stupid. They don't know how to ambush. We can successfully capture them." Gray Rabbit had already positioned himself as one of Zhang Xiaobao's gang. He kept talking about them and us. Xiao Bei still didn't believe him. She snorted and said, "We're not going. We're here to play. It's already noon, and we're hungry. We haven't eaten yet. If we follow you on an empty stomach, you'll be abusing children. Bro, ignore them. Cook something to eat first. I want to eat snake meat." "Yes, cook." Zhang Xiaobao also felt that other things weren't as important as filling the stomachs of his siblings. He took out a rope from his backpack and looked at the 2 rabbits. Gray Rabbit and White Rabbit cooperatively walked over one by one. They were tied together by Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao also looked at the 2 people's wounds and helped Gray Rabbit tie it up again. He tied it very tightly, so it probably wouldn't bleed to death in a short period of time. As for the people behind them, whether that leg could be saved or not, it had nothing to do with him. Since the other party had chosen to betray the Tang Empire, they shouldn't have the slightest bit of mercy for them. A woman's benevolence would get people killed. If that was really the case, Zhang Xiaobao would have died long ago. Wang Wan was in charge of guarding with a gun. Zhang Xiaobao began to cook for his siblings. Not only did he cook the meat of the snake he caught, he also dug up wild vegetables, blanched them in hot water, and dipped them in sauce. It was a combination of meat and vegetables, which was good for the body's absorption of nutrients. When the aroma of the food floated up, a group of people came from the road behind them. In fact, there wasn't much of a road. Because Mount Lu was a tourist attraction, and also a place for animal and plant research, the growth of the grass was not good with so many people walking on it. It looked like a road that had been walked by before. Of course, the people who herded the sheep were not allowed to drive the sheep into the mountain to eat, but there were people who came to cut the grass. Otherwise, when the sheep ate, not only would they gnaw on the bark, but they would also gnaw on the bark of the trees where they could eat, causing the trees to die. When they ate the grass, they would also dig up the roots of the grass, which was too damaging to the plants. There was a group of people behind them, roughly around 50 people. They were leading hunting dogs and carrying guns. When they walked over, they looked tired. It was probably because they had been searching all along the way, which was very tiring. They were looking for cigarettes. Other people were not allowed to start a fire on the mountain, but Zhang Xiaobao did not care. He had to give his siblings something hot to eat. As for whether they would be discovered by the enemy, he felt that it was unlikely. The fog of Mount Lu did not lack his cigarettes. Besides, they had not gone too deep into the mountain. Of course, the other people he was searching for did not know how to start a fire. Firstly, they did not have the time, and they were not here for sightseeing. Secondly, there were too many people, and the smoke was too thick. It would be easy for them to be discovered. Zhang Xiaobao also believed that the other party would not dare to eat hot food. They were hiding from people, so how could they dare to start a fire? Unless they were stupid. When the group of people who came later saw someone starting a fire to eat, they wanted to warn them. However, when they got closer, they saw that the person who started the fire was Zhang Xiaobao. They immediately stopped talking and were very surprised. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan still had the mood to bring their siblings here for sightseeing. Were they not concerned about the capture of the people? When they turned their gazes and saw two people tied to a tree, everyone became speechless again. They did not need to ask to know who had been tied up. The bandages on their bodies told them that they had been attacked and injured. There was a 90% chance that it was a gunshot wound. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan definitely would not engage in close combat. Although the two of them were very powerful, they still had their siblings to take care of. Young Master Xiaobao, these two are. The leader of the group pointed at the two people tied to the tree and asked Zhang Xiaobao. Before Zhang Xiaobao could answer, one of the tied people spoke first. Rabbit. The three of us are rabbits. I'm a gray rabbit, he's a white rabbit, and there's a mixed fur rabbit that's already dead. You, three rabbits? The leader asked in puzzlement. Yes, rabbits. The gray rabbit signaled with his eyes and told the other party where the mixed fur rabbit was. The leader's gaze followed and found that there was indeed a person in the grass whose head was cut open, revealing red and white matter. He couldn't be more dead. Codename? He asked again. No, we don't have a codename. We're rabbits. Zhang Xiaobao said we're rabbits, so we're rabbits. The gray rabbit's mental state had already begun to become abnormal. While the leader continued to be puzzled, Xiaobei, who was waiting by the pot and waiting for food, helped to explain. Big Brother said that he would hunt rabbits for us, so we hit them and said that they were rabbits. In order not to continue being beaten, they admitted it. The one who spoke just now was the gray rabbit, the one whose shoulder was injured was the white rabbit, and the one who died was the mixed fur rabbit. Now that you're here, we'll leave the rabbits to you. After we finish eating, we'll continue to play. The way you're searching now is wrong. If you want to catch rabbits, you have to learn from us and wait for rabbits. We didn't deliberately look for rabbits. Just as we were preparing to cook, the rabbits bumped into the muzzle of the gun. They really couldn't think straight. Unfortunately, they're not real rabbits. There's no bone marrow to eat. They're just white and slightly yellow things that are very delicious. As Xiaobei spoke, she pointed at the person whose head was blown open, implying that white was like that. The leader didn't know what to say anymore. Look at Zhang Xiaobao. He brought his family here for a vacation, but he could still casually catch people. His team, who specialized in searching, didn't even find a single hair. This was the difference. He couldn't help but be convinced. It had nothing to do with luck. It definitely had nothing to do with it. Otherwise, why could they find the other party's important people everywhere they went? Why couldn't they do the same? Many people in the team listened to Xiaobei's words. They looked at the things cooked in the pot and the dead person that Xiaobei was pointing at. They felt a chill in their hearts. A person with a dog grinned and came over. He tried to make his voice as gentle as possible and asked Xiao Bei, you look at a dead person. Can you still eat? Don't you feel disgusted? Disgusted? I'd be disgusted if they were alive. They should have died long ago. They dared to betray the great Tang. In my eyes, they're not humans, but beasts. A son doesn't despise his mother for being ugly, and a dog doesn't dislike being poor. They can't even be compared to a dog. When we went to Hongnong County, we saw many dead people floating on the water. If they don't eat, they'll starve to death. Get used to it, get used to it. They can die by themselves, and we can eat by ourselves. If there's really nothing to eat, I think I can eat his meat too. If they succeed, then more people will come to the Great Tang and cause trouble for the people of the Great Tang. That's the most unbearable thing. It's written in the books that in the past, when people were hungry, they would trade their children for food. When people are forced to that point, they can do anything. In order to prevent the people of the Great Tang from trading their children for food, what's the point of eating next to a dead person? Am I right? Xiao Bei knew quite a bit, and his little mouth kept talking. He had a self-confident look on his face, and he didn't forget to smell the fragrance coming from the pot. The person who asked the question and the others heard Xiao Bei's words and were filled with respect. Not only for Xiao Bei's group of children, but also for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. For a child to be raised like this and say such words, other than the fact that the child was smart, read a lot of books, liked to think about things, and had a lot of experience, it also showed that her family had been raising her like this. They didn't know if others could represent everyone in the Great Tang, but the Zhang family and Wang family were definitely qualified. Young master, what should we do with them? The leader asked Zhang Xiaobao, who was preparing the tools to eat. Zhang Xiaobao stopped and said, I'll leave it to you. Let them take you to catch the people. I think you can catch some of them. Take out the fireworks they have and see what they look like. Have people buy the same fireworks and send them here. After they found their hiding place, it would be difficult to find them elsewhere. Then, they would let people set off fireworks in different places to scare the other party. Then, they would shout that they would only catch the leader. As long as there was someone who cooperated, they would not be held accountable for their crimes and would even reward them. If they're not with the main figure, then they can also be rewarded by capturing or killing the people around them. Their crimes will also be reduced. The more people they kill, the more crimes they'll be reduced. If they kill more than 3 people, not only will they be innocent, they'll also be rewarded. Yes. The leader understood. After seeing the fireworks, the other party would definitely not believe that they were the ones who sent them. After all, there couldn't be so many fireworks. The only explanation was that their people had been caught, and the other party had tortured them for useful information, so they set off the same fireworks. It would make the people in the other party's hiding place uneasy. The leader of the other party would not trust his subordinates, and the people around him would be suspicious of each other. As long as they made a noise, they could find them. As for whether it would be considered a merit if someone really killed the people around him, it was not something he needed to consider. He believed that the young master definitely had a perfect way to deal with it. Young master, we'll go first. The leader ordered his subordinates to release the 2 tied people and give them treatment to take out the bullets. Then, the one with the shoulder injury walked by himself, and the one with the leg injury was carried to their hiding place. Xiao Bei stirred the pot with a spoon and said to them, You guys eat something. There's a lot of soup in the pot. It's enough for one person to drink a mouthful. I'll eat less. Brother made it himself. Thank you, Xiao Bei. We've just eaten, and we really can't eat anymore. You eat, and we'll leave immediately. The leader swallowed his saliva and said against his will. They hadn't eaten yet. They were planning to find a relatively spacious place like the one Zhang Xiaobao found. They wanted to rest and eat something at the same time. When they smelled the fragrance, they were even hungrier. Moreover, it was hot soup. However, they couldn't snatch the food of a child. They left. Zhang Xiaobao began to eat and spread out the oilcloth. After a while, he would let his younger brother and sister lie on it to bask in the sun. He and Wang Wan were naturally in charge of guarding. Chapter 1099. Let's go out and take a look. The man who seemed to be the leader ordered a man in his 20s who had stopped eating. The man immediately put down the things in his hands and found a bundle of rope in the cave. There was not only one rope, but many. Each rope had an iron ring on its head and tail. He tied a long rope around his waist and held the other rope in his hand. He walked a few steps to the entrance of the cave and hung an iron loop of the rope on an extra iron hook on a rock. He then pressed on the iron hook and used a special tool to seal the extra gap on the iron hook. He pulled it twice with all his strength. There was no problem. The man turned his body upside down with his back facing the outside. He raised his head and his body flew out. In just a few moves, he had fallen more than 10 meters. The length of the rope on the man's body was just right behind him. He pulled his hand and stopped his falling posture. He took out another rope from his arms and wanted to hang it on the side. There was also an iron hook there for him to hang the iron ring on the rope. Releasing the original rope in his hand, the man switched to another rope and swung gently. He held the rope with one hand and the other with the iron ring on it. When his body was parallel to the ground, he reached out with his hand and hung the iron ring on a protruding iron rod. The iron rod was only bent a little upward by Weiwei. It was too different from the shape of the hook. It seemed that if he was not careful, the iron ring would fall off. After doing this several times, the man swung out of the waterfall by sticking to the rock wall behind the waterfall. When the last rope was used, there was a concave pit in front of him. The man dug in with one hand, and like a monkey, he nimbly dug one small hole after another diagonally down to the bottom. After dozens of times, when his feet landed on the ground, he let out a long breath, and then gasped for breath a few times. Obviously, the movement just now had consumed a lot of his physical strength. If someone stood below and looked up, they would not be able to see the concave area on the road he used his hands and feet to get down. They would only think that the mountain wall should be like that. Moreover, most of the concave areas were chiseled out from below. Looking up from below, they would only see a flat rock wall. The man below looked up at the sky. The sound of the fireworks exploding was louder than in the cave because the sound of the waterfall crashing into the pool below was closer. Fireworks were still blooming in the sky, not only in the sky where they saw it from the cave entrance, but also in the sky above other places. The color of the fireworks was very monotonous. It was only red, and the pattern was also monotonous. They were all circles. If they came to see it at night, it would be many times better than now. The man who came out of the cave behind the waterfall looked at the fireworks in the sky with a trace of sadness in his eyes. He raised his head and opened his mouth to catch some water droplets that were blown by the wind. He swallowed them twice, took a deep breath, and climbed up the same way he came down. When he reached the place where there was a rope, he grabbed the rope with his hand and swung it. He swung it just under the other rope. The hand that was holding the rope earlier exerted force outwards, and the iron ring hanging on the iron rod was swung off. After doing this several times, he returned to the cave, took off the iron ring, and shook his two arms to relax. When his breathing was even, he said to the person who ordered him to go out, "Sect Master, the sky outside is full of fireworks. It's the same as the signal we sent. Sect Master, please make a decision." A few coughs sounded. After a while, the sect master that the man addressed as Sect Master spat out a mouthful of phlegm and said, "We're in trouble. Our people have been caught without sending out a signal. The people from the Zhang and Wang clans are here. They're the only ones who are familiar with all kinds of fireworks. They'll fill them with all kinds of metal powder and arrange them. Sect Master, do you want to leave early? To avoid being blocked in the cave by them? Another person asked worriedly. The Sect Master shook his head and gasped for breath twice. His voice was like a bellows as he said hoarsely, "Leave. If you leave, you will be caught immediately. The people hiding below don't know where we are hiding. As long as you don't go out, how will others know that there is a cave behind the waterfall? From the inside of the cave, you can occasionally see the blurry scenery outside. That is because there is light outside. Looking at the waterfall from the outside, you can't see anything. Take advantage of the fact that they haven't found a place to hide. Immediately go and steam the rice. Steam the rice and put it in the ventilation holes. Let the wind blow it dry. From today onwards, the food we eat will be halved. No one is allowed to go out. We will waste time with them. We will leave 2 years. I don't believe that they will always send people to keep an eye on us. Staying in the cave is uncomfortable, but it is better than dying. Only by living can we have a future." With the Sect Master's words, the other 6 people seemed to have found their backbone. They calmed down and finished the rice as quickly as possible. Then, they began to cook the rice. The rice with the outer skin removed could not be preserved for too long in the current environment. They could only cook it and then take it to the ventilation area behind the cave to blow it dry. Only by blowing it dry would it not spoil. When it was time to eat, they could just soak it in water. The taste was not good, but it could keep people alive. Only by being alive could there be hope. While they were busy, the man who went down before said to the Sect Master, "Sect Master Ning should have made a move in Hangzhou. Also, Sect Master Qi of Dukang. As long as he puts something in the water, it will kill both the fish and the people. At worst, they will get sick. Let's see how they treat it." When the Sect Master heard the man's words, there was no trace of happiness in his eyes. He said, "Don't count on it. As expected, they have been caught. Since the people of the Zhang family and Wang family can find Mount Lu, they must have found all the people outside. Judging from the momentum, the team they sent is not small. Don't be afraid and don't underestimate the enemy. Guarding the cave is not only to protect your lives, but also to protect the rest of us from understanding the Tang Empire. Once you die, all the information we have collected over the years will be gone. We will remember a lot of it in our hearts. Sect Master Qi is very cautious. How could he be caught? How about this? I will go out first before they find us and bring the information to our people. My skills can still be used in the mountains." The man who had climbed down earlier had a doubtful look on his face, but there was also a trace of determination. "Ha!" The Sect Master sneered and coughed twice. "You have great skills in the mountains? Do you think the protection team of the Zhang family and Wang family is worse than yours? Once you go out, you will definitely be caught. Can you be sure that you won't reveal the cave we are hiding in? Just stay here obediently. For the hope of our people, enduring for 1.5 years is nothing." As his voice fell, the 6 people in the cave fell silent. Obviously, they did not want to stay in the cave for too long. The cave was dark and damp, and the sound of the waterfall was constantly ringing in their ears. They still did not believe that Sect Master Qi would be caught, but they did not dare to object. This was because the person in front of them had never been wrong. It's a pity that there are a few small holes in the cave that lead to unknown places. Moreover, the holes are too small for people to pass through. Otherwise, we can think of a way to the closest place to the outside and listen to the sounds. Why don't we have nothing to do and dig inside? Maybe we can find a new way out. If you want to dig, then dig. Don't make too much noise in case someone discovers the hole outside and is also puzzled. Be careful. There is no harm in being careful. The Sect Master did not continue to stop them. It was good to find something for others to do. Brother, are we going to fish for prawns in the middle of the night? Compared to the people in the cave who were nervous, Xiao Bei and the others were much more relaxed. After eating dinner made from real rabbit meat, Xiao Bei ignored the fatigue from the day and lay in the tent, thinking about what to do in the middle of the night. They saw a pool by the side of the road. To be precise, it was a small river flowing through here. Affected by the terrain, it gathered into a bubble, but it was just flowing water. When Zhang Xiaobao was cooking at night, Xiao Bei fished out 3 transparent prawns. Each prawn was 2 centimeters long. According to Xiao Bei's understanding, the water was shallow, so the prawns were small. Then, in the middle of the pool, the prawns could grow. Catching prawns was more difficult than catching fish. Xiao Bei estimated that with the swimming ability of the 9 of them, if they jumped into the pool to catch prawns for an entire night, it would be a very good result. Therefore, she dismissed the idea of using her hands to catch prawns. She wanted her brother to help her catch them, or use a net to catch them. However, the net that her brother carried with him was not used to catch prawns. It could be used to catch fish, but it could also be used to catch birds. However, if it was fish, there was no need for her brother to do it. Xiao Bei could catch enough fish to fill everyone's stomachs in a very short period of time. It was not challenging, so she did not want fish. Zhang Xiaobao was troubled. His sister said that she wanted to fish for prawns, so he should help her. However, how could there be any prawns in that small pool? When the hook was put down, it was thicker than a prawn. Unless the prawn was really blind and learned from a python, it would definitely not bite the hook. How about this? I'll go down and see if there are river snails. If there are, I'll let you guys drink some wine tonight. I'll make spicy fried river snails for you guys. Didn't you bring chili in your bag? Let your sister tell you a story. After listening to the story, I'll bring the river snails back. Zhang Xiaobao really did not have the ability to catch prawns and exchange them for a dish for his sister. Xiao Bei was still considered sensible and did not make a fuss like other children. After thinking for a while, she said, "River snails. Alright, I won't listen to the story. I'll go and fish too." Fishing for river snails requires touching the bottom. I'm good at swimming. The weather is hot, so the water is not too cold. Alright, let's go together. Zhang Xiaobao agreed very readily. He brought his siblings to the pool. The sky was not completely dark, but the setting sun could not be seen because of the mountain. The sky was still bright. Accompanied by the thin mist that had just risen, it was like a dream. The 9 children changed into swimsuits. They had deliberately brought them along. There was a lot of water in Mount Lu, especially where there was a waterfall. Xiao Bei wanted to fight with the waterfall. As for whether her brother would let her go after they saw the waterfall, it would depend on the size of the waterfall and the flow of the water. When they were about to go down, Xiao Bei did not let her brother follow. She said that there was no need to kill a chicken with a butcher's knife. The 9 of them were enough. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan stood guard beside the pool. They found some dry grass and branches that could be lit. They planned to light it all night to illuminate the area. Wang Wan looked at her siblings playing in the pool and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Look at how you spoil them. I reckon you can even pluck the stars." Zhang Xiaobao revealed a smile. "Stars won't do. They are too big, even bigger than the sun. They can't be plucked. If they want monkeys, I can catch them. If I have the ability to let them live happily, why must I control them? It's not like they don't know the hardships of the common people. It's good to let them suffer so that they can treat the common people as humans in the future. Since they know that the common people have a hard time, I won't reject their requests." You still don't want to admit it. I'm not referring to them not caring about the feelings and lives of the common people when they grow up. It's that if you agree to anything, they will keep asking for things. In the past, I saw my colleagues' children asking him for all kinds of cars and other toys every time I saw them. When I went to his house, the entire house would be filled with toys, but the children would still ask him for them. This is called insatiable greed. It's called asking for a yard when given an inch. It's a bad habit. Wang Wan recounted what she had seen and shared it with Zhang Xiaobao as her experience. Zhang Xiaobao did not think much of it after hearing it. He asked, "Does your colleague not play with his children? If the children want something, he has the money to buy it. After buying it, he will throw it to the children. Usually, he will leave the children to the nanny in school. If it's a young child, he will leave it to the kindergarten." "How do you know?" Wang Wan was taken aback. "How can I not know? I specialize in this kind of thing. In fact, what the child wants is not a car. The purpose of him wanting a small car is to show off to his friends so that he can have more people to play with. So, he always asks the adults to buy it to ensure that he can exchange material and spiritual conditions with others. In fact, children's requirements were very low. If you bought them a few toys and some snacks every day, they would be satisfied. They mainly wanted to play with adults because the people they trusted the most were their relatives, and they were also the ones they were most attached to. If you don't believe me, you can find a rich family now and see whose children often can't be with the adults. You can order the adults to ask their children when their children want things. They have two choices. One is to buy something for them, and the other is to play with them for half a day. See how many children choose to play with the adults." Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan. With their identity, no matter how they ordered a family, that family would not dare to have the slightest objection. "Nonsense. I don't believe it. How can I have time to find others to test it? You don't have children yourself, and you still have the nerve to say that you understand." Wang Wan retorted. "Whether I have children or not is not my business alone. I'm not bisexual. All the children in the world are my children. If anyone doesn't want them, give them to me and I'll keep them all. Alright, now I'll do an experiment that you can see the results of immediately. Tell Xiao Bei and the rest to let them play by themselves. The two of us will go and rest. After they have played enough, they will also go and rest. Let's make spicy river snails tomorrow morning. See if they can still be as happy as they are now." Zhang Xiaobao suggested an idea. Wang Wan thought about it and was really tempted. She looked at her younger siblings who were swimming in the pool and tossing river snails over from time to time. Seeing that they were having fun, she shouted to them, "Xiao Bei, Xiao Yuan, you guys play by yourselves first. Your older brother and I will go and rest. We will wait until tomorrow morning to make delicious food. Go and play." Just as she finished speaking, the 9 children who were playing in the water all stopped. They stepped on the water and looked to the shore. "Sleep. Oh, then I'll go to sleep too. We'll fish again tomorrow morning." Xiao Bei's voice sounding very regretful. The other children did not make a sound, but they also swam towards the shore. "See? They actually don't want to play in the water themselves. They want us to accompany them. Even if it's just watching them play, it's fine too. You were the one who shouted, so you can settle it." Zhang Xiaobao gloated at Wang Wan. Wang Wan glared at Zhang Xiaobao and said, "You were the one who suggested it. You settle it. I don't care. Let's see what you have to do. You can't possibly go back on your words, right? Me? It's no big deal. Watch." Zhang Xiaobao said. He said to his younger siblings who were swimming towards the shore, "Your older sister is afraid that you guys will catch a cold. The water is cold, but are you guys cold? If you're not, continue catching. Actually, we're waiting to eat. Not cold." The 9 children shouted almost at the same time. With a cheer, they turned their heads and returned to the place where they were just now to continue fishing for river snails. You even tricked children. Wang Wan admired them in her heart, but her mouth belittled Zhang Xiaobao. I wanted to tell them the truth. If they heard it, what do you think they'll think? Just wait. In a while, I still have to apply mosquito repellent on them. I don't want them to get stung. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he looked at his younger siblings who continued to play happily. The corner of his mouth revealed a satisfied smile. While the two of them were playing with their younger siblings, four figures appeared on the way they came. When they saw the tent, they immediately sped up and ran over. Little master, little miss, the person surnamed Qi has already relented. He found the things they wanted to get into the lake and river. One of the four people said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Zhang Xiaobao did not immediately speak to the person who came. Instead, he shouted into the water, for more people are coming. Catch more and invite them to eat together. If they're tired, come up and rest. After that, the other side replied affirmatively. Zhang Xiaobao then asked the person who came, what is it? Little master, it's some leftovers from refining copper, silver, gold, iron, aluminum, and other metals. Some are from Japan, and some are from several small countries in the southwest. They have been exchanging good things with us at very low prices. As a result, the waste they refined did not get into the water or sea. They accumulated all of it, dried it, put it in barrels, and secretly transported it to the Tang Empire. It started 2 years ago. They are planning to pour those things into the lake and river. We have already found them. There are actually more than 10,000 barrels. The people of the Gong tribe are rushing over. After taking a look, we can estimate how much damage it will cause if it is poured into the water. The person who came replied. After hearing his words, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's eyes widened. After looking at each other, Zhang Xiaobao nodded and said, good plan. More than 10,000 barrels of dried and refined metal things. Volatilize some of them that are poisonous and prepare the rest for us. How did they come up with it? Good, good. Don't pour it out. Keep it for me. I'll let them know what it means to change the stars. Chapter 1100. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were given a fright when they realized what their opponent was going to use. It turned out to be the leftover waste from Japan and the southwestern countries that had been used for wet alchemy. In smelting, besides cold forging, one would generally use decomposition and replacement to get out what was needed. The most common method was to heat it up, and this process would inevitably produce a lot of used water and gas. In truth, used things could not be called waste, but it was not cost-effective to extract and decompose useful things from them, so they would all be disposed of. The Great Tang was currently using a local metallurgy method, as well as a technical idea provided by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. During the replacement process, the heat would be used to replace what was being replaced, and the gas would be replaced. A lot of waste gas would be produced, most of which was poisonous. The two of them had no good idea about this, and this was not their time. As long as they were willing to invest money in the treatment of waste gas and waste water, they could minimize the harm. Now was not the right time. It was still far from that level, but they could not stop refining. They could only try to open the factory in remote places, such as the northern part of Hebei province, or places near Tubo, southwest, and other countries. Hunan province would never agree, and neither would Jiangxi province, including the Yellow River and the Yangtze River. The two of them were well aware that it was most convenient to drain wastewater from these two rivers and their tributaries. But the two of them would definitely not do something that would cause them to be criticized by future generations. They would rather spend even more transportation costs to carry out polluting operations in important areas. If not for the great leap forward development, the construction of railroads, and the manufacture of weapons, the two of them would not have wanted to build so many factories with low individual output. Once the railroads were finished, the areas around the factories that vented and drained air would probably be scrapped and left behind. When the technology improved and the population increased, they would have to spend more money on management when they needed to move there. At that time, the money spent on management would be many times more valuable than the products directly produced by the factories. But there was nothing they could do about it. Moreover, the value of the products produced by the factories could not be estimated so simply. They also had to consider the economic value that the products would bring to the country, and this value would definitely exceed the cost of management. However, the Yellow River and Yangtze River basins were no good. It was not only a matter of money, but also a matter of people's health. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had already thought about it. When the railway was completed, they would close the factory and move it overseas. It would only increase the cost of transportation, but the cost of production would be lower. The labor outside was not worth much. They would give out a few kilograms of sorghum rice and highland barley, and people from other places would be more than willing to work for a few days. In the Great Tang, the people of the Great Tang would never be willing to do such a thing. Only when the imperial court and the Zhang clan had ordered them to do so would the people be willing to do such a thing. At that time, the demands would be even lower, as long as they didn't starve to death. Because this was a moment of life and death for the Great Tang. The current situation was that the Great Tang would refine a portion of it itself, while the small countries of the southwest would send a portion over through the waterways, as well as Japan. Their country, the Great Tang, had not given them the advanced technology. They were still using their own methods to refine the products, producing a lot of waste gas and water. They had probably also discovered that the places where the waste gas landed and where the wastewater flowed through had a large effect on crops. Even people and livestock were prone to diseases. Thus, someone thought of collecting the wastewater, drying it under the sun, transporting it back to the Great Tang, and dumping it into lakes or rivers. You can't blame them for coming up with such a bad idea. They're being exploited too severely. When the dried sea products from Japan enter the port, they have to pay a large sum of money, and the grain from the small countries of the southwest is the same. When they return from the Great Tang to exchange for luxury goods, the price is extremely high. The Great Tang only recognizes the Great Tang's currency, and this is the simplest form of exploitation. This is especially true for medicines, which are packaged in glass. They still have to pay an exorbitant price for the glass. It's not easy. After saying these harsh words, Zhang Xiaobao turned to Wang Wan and the 4 people who had come to deliver the news. But the 4 of them didn't believe him. In their eyes, young Master Xiaobao was an existence akin to a devil. He would never cry when dealing with others, unless he transformed into a crocodile. As for Wang Wan acted like she had been enlightened by Buddha, the Jade Emperor, the Lord, or the Holy Sun, and agreed. That's right, I also feel it. Because their smelting skills are lacking, the finished products they make can only be considered half-finished products. We still have to do some processing before we can use them, so the price is very low. Their lives are truly difficult. Thus, we'll first take care of Japan this year. We have to help the small countries of the southwest. We can't just watch them suffer and do nothing. Once they've compensated us for our losses, we'll give them a similar chance to compete. That is, after all their hard work, they'll also receive the Great Tang's money. The 4 people who had come to deliver the news were confused. They carefully examined their little wife and little young master to see if they had been possessed by something. Their words didn't sound like the original people they were. I agree. The compensation is very simple. Give us all the places with jade. Give us all the places with good weather and suitable for growing rice. Give us all the places with other mineral resources. Give us all the places that can be built into important ports. Give us all the places with important water transport. Let's say, all the places first. We'll add the rest later. Zhang Xiaobao thought of the problem of compensation. The enemy's actions this time have inflicted unimaginable losses on the great Tang, leaving a wound that can never be healed. Our hearts have also been greatly wounded. Coupled with the fact that our great Tang has lost so many people because of their instigation, even if our great Tang loves peace, we cannot remain silent. Hearing the little young master's words, the 4 people who had come to deliver the news breathed a sigh of relief. The stars were still the same stars, the moon was still the same moon, and the little young master was still the little young master. Nothing had changed. Wang Wan revealed a bodhisattva smile. Xiao Bao, we both have the same idea. That's our plan. But after we accept the compensation, we will still help them. As I said before, we will help them occupy the mines and let them mine and refine them. We will give them money from the great Tang. If they are paid the equivalent of 2 caddies of grain in a day, we will pay them twice the amount of money in great Tang to buy 4 caddies of grain in a day. Bullying people is not our intention, but helping people is our dream. When the 4 of them heard this, they felt that Lady Cuckoo had been possessed. They were well aware that the amount of money given to the great Tang was nothing to the great Tang people. That was the kind of money given to the great Tang when a child went over to help with a small matter, or the allowance given to the elderly who could no longer work by the government. Comparing the two, the great Tang had the advantage. But every place had its own rules. The people of other places were not from the great Tang, so why give them all benefits? One of them mustered up his courage and questioned, "Little girl, the money of the great Tang is like this. For example, 1 copper coin can buy 3 caddies of rice locally. But the 3 caddies of rice can't be sold for 1 copper coin in the great Tang. 5 caddies of rice are also priceless. If we give them the same amount of money, they will still make a profit. In private, the rich people of the great Tang will charge us a high price and buy good things in the great Tang. I think it's unnecessary. Are you questioning me?" Wang Wan turned her head and asked. I am objecting." The person broke out in cold sweat, but he still gritted his teeth and admitted it. "Very good, your courage is commendable. However, the method is wrong. You shouldn't have objected directly. You should have asked me and Xiao Bao why we did this. Don't do it again." Wang Wan didn't plan to do anything to this person. As long as the people of her family listened to her orders and didn't scold her, everything was fine. Sometimes, being able to object was also an advantage. If the people couldn't do it, then they would know. But this person in front of her was too arbitrary, so she gave him a reminder. Yes, this little one knows his mistake. "Little girl, what is your purpose in doing this?" The other side readily followed her advice and immediately asked. "Xiao Bao, you speak." "I'm going to clean up the river snails that were thrown up." Wang Wan gave this task to Zhang Xiaobao while she went to find a basket to pick up the river snails that her younger brothers and sisters had thrown over. "In truth, I can also go and pick them up." After saying this, Zhang Xiaobao turned to the person who had asked the question. "It's very simple. It's because we don't have the time to fight them. Our target is the northwest, Duoshi. Duoshi also participated this time, so we're not prepared to accept any compensation or apology from them. To tell the truth, I don't hate them for coming to make trouble. Without them, Cuckoo and I would never have been able to discover the undercurrent hidden beneath the harmonious facade. There are still many things that we haven't noticed. The people of the Great Tang aren't very clear about their position either. It's better for problems to appear early than to explode at the end. They've already done very well, but they were too greedy. They just needed to bring the goods over and dump them in the river. Now that we've caught them, they won't have a chance to dump the goods from upstream again. Idiots. It's idiots. This little one believes that they feel that it's not worth it to invest so much manpower and resources if they don't do something heaven-shaking. Little young master, you mean to say that we should first calm them down, give them benefits, and then beat them up after we're done with duosher? The person who had asked the question earlier asked. No, after we're done with duosher, we probably won't need to fight them anymore. We'll give them money and make them lose confidence in their own currency. We'll recruit a lot of local workers. Their power class and wealthy families will use their own country's currency to exchange for money from their hands. We'll increase the number of times that Great Tang's merchant ships trade with their ports and send a large amount of goods from the Great Tang. The land route isn't easy to travel, so the water route is much more convenient. When the time comes, there will be one consequence, and that is that their currency will rapidly depreciate. With the depreciation of the currency, their purchasing power will fall, and the people's hearts will be shaken. While we're fighting duosher, we'll have their various local powers struggle for power. When the time comes, we'll only be paying a small amount of luxury goods and relatively more advanced technology, while they'll have to pay the price of their lives. Cuckoo and I will lead the main force of the Great Tang to fight outside, and we'll be driving the tiger to fight the wolf. Wrong, it should be called driving the wolf to fight the dog. The lives of the Great Tang are valuable, and it's better than us personally fighting them, understand? Zhang Xiaobao was in a good mood today, so he exchanged a few more words with someone from the intelligence department. Brilliant, really brilliant. Little young master is really amazing. The person who asked the question got a reply. In fact, he still didn't understand what was going on, but it didn't affect his judgment and he still praised him. Thank you. Zhang Xiaobao didn't stand on ceremony and left the person's words of praise behind. Then he said to the 4 people, "There's some work in your eyes. Go and help to pick up the river snails. You don't have to go anywhere else tonight. You can eat supper here and help to keep watch." The 4 people hesitated and ran over to help. They didn't want to disturb the family coming out to play, but they couldn't bear to leave. In a situation where there was no mission, it was good to be close to the main family. Moreover, they could eat the food personally cooked by the little young master. No matter how it tasted, it was a blessing to eat it. The 9 children weren't afraid of being disturbed, and they didn't worry that the food they picked up wasn't enough to eat, so they did things for others for free. For them, their ability to eat the food they picked up was a kind of praise and recognition. Seeing that there were 4 more people, they picked up the river snails faster. Their actions shocked the people on the shore who were responsible for picking up the river snails. One of them went down in his clothes to see how deep the water was. However, when he walked 5 steps from the shallow part of the shore into the water, he disappeared with a splash. After a few seconds, he popped his head out, grabbed a few river snails in one hand, and shouted to the other 3 colleagues on the shore, "It's deep, at least 3.5 meters. Little young master and little young lady have worked hard." The 3 nodded together. They were good at swimming. After jumping in and paddling a few times, they could pick up the river snails. However, they couldn't stand it if they did it too many times. Moreover, they were much taller than Xiaobei and the others. Xiaobei had 9 children, so they had to paddle down 2 of their own height before they could touch the bottom. However, from the top, the frequency of them going up and down was very fast. Just as the 4 people were sighing at how good the children were at swimming, the surface of the originally calm pool suddenly churned, and the 9 children all disappeared. The 4 people were shocked. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had already rushed toward the pool. Wang Wan jumped in first, and Zhang Xiaobao also jumped in after her. The moment they entered the water, the figures of people appeared where the water was churning. The bodies of several children, and there was also an adult. With the help of the light in the sky that hadn't disappeared yet, the 4 people who delivered the information saw that the adult's face was covered in blood, and it was still bleeding. One of his eyes seemed to be blind, and there was a piece missing in front of his nose. Blood was also continuously flowing out of his neck. However, this person seemed to have fainted. When the 9 children completely pulled him out of the water, they saw that this person was holding onto Xiaohai's arm with one hand, and that the wrist of his other hand was also bleeding. Let go, I'll bite it off for you. Xiaobei shouted like a crazy person, then opened his mouth and bit the hand that was holding onto Xiaohai's arm. The 4 people on the shore saw the blood flowing out of the person's wrist, and finally knew what was going on with the other hand. Other than Xiaobei biting, Zhang Hu also opened his mouth and bit the person's thumb, pulling it out with all his might. He forcibly pulled the person's clenched hand away. The 4 of them suspected that the bone of the person's thumb was about to be exposed. The little fellas were gnawing on it like a pig's trotter. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also swam over one after the other. When they saw that the person's other hand was still clenched, they knew that this was the last reaction before drowning. Wang Wan was about to make a move, but Zhang Xiaobao swam faster than her and reached out his hand first. Let me do it. As he spoke, he reached out and broke the other person's fingers, one by one, and suddenly used all his strength. After 3 consecutive sounds, the person who had already fainted woke up from the pain of his broken fingers. Ah! Cough, cough. You scream, I'll let you scream. Xiaobei had already let go of his mouth, waving his little fist and smashing it at the other person's heavily injured eye. The other children also cooperated and landed their fists on various parts of the person's head. Xiaohai, who had just broken free from the other person's hand, splashed water at the other person's mouth. Get out of the way. Zhang Xiaobao shouted. Following the other person's arm, he used his legs to clamp the other person's body. Exerting strength in his arms, he directly carried the other person's arm behind his back in the water. Wang Wan also did the same from the other side. Then, there were 2 cracking sounds. The person's 2 arms were directly dislocated by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan behind him. The person's head also fell into the water again, and a few bubbles appeared. He fainted again, not sure if it was because of the pain or because of choking. Let's go ashore first. Zhang Xiaobao said to his younger siblings and dragged the person over with Wang Wan. The 4 people who delivered the information quickly took over. Without any instructions, they began to treat the person. He had frightened the main family's babies in the water. It was impossible for him to die so easily. Brother, does it hurt? Xiaobei asked as soon as he came up and helped Xiaohai rub the place where he had been grabbed. Xiaohai grinned. It's okay. His hand is really strong. He wanted to grab my neck. Luckily, I dodged. The next time I go back into the water, I'll bring the tri-edged dagger with me. If someone comes, I'll stab him to death. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were examined by their younger brothers and sisters, afraid that they would get hurt. In the end, they found that only Xiaohai's arm had been scratched. There was a circle of purplish bruises on his arm, but it was not too obvious because of Shui Leng's purplish skin. What's going on? Zhang Xiaobao gathered his siblings together and hugged Xiaobei as he asked. There was still blood on Xiaobei's teeth that had not been washed away by the water. He spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood and said, I bit him to death. Just now, when we were fishing for things, he came over. The water was mixed because of us, so we couldn't immediately see that it was a person. It was just a dark shadow. Then, he wanted to grab me. I used my foot to kick somewhere on his body and used the force to dodge. Brother Xiaohai, who was behind me, showed up. We fought and bit each other. I even used the tip of the conch to stab his eyes. Xiaohai continued, he wanted to grab my neck, but he couldn't see. I felt the shadow come towards my head. I kicked the water, and my body rose a little. He grabbed my arm. Then, I seemed to use my foot to kick his throat. Before my other hand could close, he stopped moving. Yes, he was unlucky. He calculated the wrong person. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and said. Chapter 1101. The 4 people who came to deliver the information saved the attacker who had fainted from drowning. This person seemed to be quite strong-willed. After waking up, he didn't struggle. He sat there without saying a word. He wasn't like other people who pretended to be strong-willed, glaring angrily after being caught. He used his remaining eye to calmly look at Zhang Xiaobao, his pupil almost losing focus. Wake up, stop dreaming. You didn't catch him to threaten my brother and sister, but we caught you. Xiao Bei picked up a suitable stone from the ground. When she saw that the person in front of her had woken up, she swung her arm and smashed it on his forehead. She said angrily because Xiao Hai's arm was bruised. That was her brother. After being hit, the eyes of this seemingly tough man regained focus, and a trace of panic appeared on his face. His throat issued a painful groan, but he couldn't say anything. It seems like this was caused by Little Hai kicking his throat when they were underwater. Xiao Bei stuck out her chest and put her hands on her waist. She continued to attack him verbally. Little guy, you dare to scheme against us? You think you can use us to threaten my brother and sister? Do you think you can do whatever you want on land? You'll choke to death. The person glared at Xiao Bei. Suddenly, he felt dizzy and fell backward. No one supported him. His head fell to the ground and made a sound that could only be heard when a ripe watermelon was knocked on the ground. He's exhausted. One of the people who came to deliver the information went over and touched the person's neck. He raised his head and said to Zhang Xiaobao and the others. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. He snuck in from somewhere else. He thought that Xiao Bei and the others were too busy and didn't have much strength. He didn't know that he was also short of oxygen. Help him stop the bleeding on his wrists and apply medicine to his eyes. I have something to ask him in a while. After speaking, Zhang Xiaobao took out a bottle of white wine from Xiao Hu's backpack. He originally planned to use it to make beggar's chicken for his brothers and sisters after catching pheasants in the mountains. Now, he could take out a part of it to treat Xiao Hai. The medicinal wine was too pungent. He was afraid that it would affect Xiao Hai's appetite. Children did not need too strong drugs. They were still in their puberty period and their metabolism was already fast enough. There was no need to continue using drugs to stimulate them. He poured a little wine into his palm and rubbed his hands together. Once it was warm, he rubbed it on Little Hai's arm. Little Hai was in so much pain that his teeth cracked, but he didn't make a sound. He just lowered his head and acted like he was angry. Seeing his younger brother's expression, Zhang Xiaobao smiled and said, "Do you think you're a bad swimmer and got caught? Actually, it's not your fault. He came too suddenly, and the water was mixed up by you guys fishing for river snails. If it were a normal person, he would have grabbed his neck. Other people would have to close their eyes to go down." Xiao Bei dodged it. Little Hai still thought that his ability was not good enough. In his opinion, he should have dodged as well, and then the 9 of them would have beaten him up. In a situation where the opponent did not have any ability to resist, they would drown. Xiao Bei blocked your vision. Otherwise, you could have dodged it. Be content. If it were on the shore, unless you use guns, you can only rely on your fists, feet, and teeth. Even if there were 9 children of your age, you still wouldn't be able to beat one person. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he glanced at the person who had woken up again and felt sad for him. One of the 4 people who sent the message, while bandaging the injured person's wrist, said to him disdainfully, "What else can you do besides sneak attack? In the end, your sneak attack didn't succeed and you were pressed into the water by a group of children. If I were you, I would have drowned and not woken up." Zhang Xiaobao rubbed his younger brother's arm a few more times and said to them, "Continue to fish for river snails. Don't stop just because others disturb you. I'll go down and fish with you. Let's see who dares to sneak attack and grab their neck." Zhang Xiaobao's clothes were already wet. He went back to the tent and changed into a pair of swimming trunks. With a covered box in his hand, he ran 2 steps and directly dove into the water. The 9 children cheered and jumped in like dumplings. What happened just now did not leave any psychological shadow on them, because they never felt that 9 people could not beat 1 person in the water. They were just angry because they were sneak attacked. Wang Wan lit the fire and changed her clothes. She found a stick, put the clothes on it, and put it next to the fire to dry. When she was done, she took a knife in her hand and asked 2 of the 4 people to drag the person who had sneaked up on them to the mountain where there was no one. When Zhang Xiaobao and his brothers and sisters had caught enough river snails for everyone, Wang Wan came down from the mountain with the 2 people, but she saw the person being dragged over. Zhang Xiaobao poured the last box of river snails into the folded bucket and asked, "Are you done asking? Did you get any useful information?" Wang Wan nodded. "Yes. I promised him that as long as he said it, I would send him overseas and let him live a comfortable life. He said a lot, but I lied and killed him." "Actually, you didn't lie. There is a poem as proof." Suddenly, he heard that there was a mountain of immortals on the sea. The mountain was in the void. If he didn't die, how could he enter the void? He had to endure the pain while he was alive. It was better to die. Zhang Xiaobao said. In fact, he wanted to say that this was what you did. If you confessed, you would be lenient. You would be in prison for life. At this time, Xiao Bei came over and asked, "Sister, did he say that he was no match for us in the water?" "Yes, he said that he regretted attacking you in the water. Otherwise, with our dogs and eagles, we wouldn't have been able to find him. He also said that with his swimming skills, as long as he didn't appear, he would be able to leave the vicinity of Mount Lu. From then on, he would be able to live the rest of his life in peace. The 2 of you can prove it." Wang Wan said to Xiao Bei, then looked at the 2 people who followed her to the interrogation. The 2 of them nodded repeatedly, as if they were telling the truth. Xiao Bei nodded in satisfaction. Actually, even if he didn't say it, he would think that way. "I know that if we fought fairly in the water, it would be easy for me to take care of him alone. He wouldn't be able to catch me." "Yes, yes. Our Xiao Bei is the best." Zhang Xiaobao praised, then looked at Wang Wan. Wang Wan continued, "He can be considered a small leader. He said that he secretly followed the sect leader to where he was hiding. It was behind a waterfall, and there was probably a cave. He also said that the reason they were hiding at Mount Lu wasn't to attack us, but to set up something to ignite the fire. When the time comes, the fire will burn the vegetation of Mount Lu. First, it can burn tourists to death. Second, it can burn the vegetation of Mount Lu, which will affect the construction of our railway. Our railway is still using wooden sleepers for shock absorption. We don't have enough raw materials for cement. Most of the cement is used on the riverbanks and the houses of the rich, as well as the biogas pools and schools in various villages and counties. Furthermore, it's not convenient to transport the cement sleepers. The shock absorption layer below also requires other stones and soil. With so much manpower and material resources, it's better to use stones to build ordinary roads. Third, they want to see the effect of burning Mount Lu. If the effect is good, our Tang Empire still has many mountains to burn. The 100-year-old trees can be burned, the wild fungi used for food can be burned, and the animals in the forest can be burned to death. It will hinder our tourism industry and destroy our ecosystem. The 4 people who came to deliver the information didn't know what effect burning forests would have on the Tang Empire. In the past, forests were burned to make farmland, but it was not allowed in recent years. The main family said that forests were useful, but until now, they didn't see any big use. It was better to have more fertile farmland. What's with your expressions? Xiao Bei was unhappy when he saw the 4 people's disapproving expressions. Why don't you learn more? Building a house requires wood. Even if cement is used, the doors and windows also need wood. If everything is made of metal, the Tang Empire can't bear to do so. Chopsticks for eating need bamboo and wood. Ships also need wood. We can't just use metal to make ships. In winter, charcoal is also wood and bamboo. There's also the paper used by the children in school. It's so easy to light a fire, especially when the wind is strong and the sky is dry. Let me tell you, the northern part of Hebei province is where the Bohai Commander-in-Chief's mansion is located. The forest is covered in snow all year round, so a fire can be lit. When they burn all the trees in the Tang Empire, we're finished. Xiao Yuan, you add on. Xiao Bei counted with his fingers and said to the 4 people. Xiao Yuan was stunned for a moment. After muttering, he said, also, when there are trees, it can rain, and the water and soil can stay. When there are no trees, you know the desert. The result is like that. Deserts have existed since ancient times. It's not something that can be changed by humans, one of the people who heard Xiao Yuan retorted. Yes, it's very difficult to turn a desert into an oasis, but it's very easy to turn an oasis into a desert. When the time comes, the rivers will stop flowing and the lakes will dry up. It's very scary. You haven't seen it before, so of course, you don't know. Xiao Yuan explained to the other party as if he had seen it before. He also heard about it from stories. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan told stories to their younger siblings not only to promote their learning, but also to define and change their personalities. Naturally, there was a lot of popular science. Nowadays, people had no concept of environmental protection in their hearts. They were not allowed to destroy forests and build fields casually. This was enforced by them. Not all trees were forbidden to be cut down. There were different places. Even if they were to be cut down, they had to be cut down in a planned way. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also admitted that the power of nature itself was very strong. Deserts, volcanoes, and the vicissitudes of life could not be changed by humans. However, it was very difficult for humans to stop it. If they wanted to help destroy it, it was really too easy. Perhaps there was no way for humans to stop the movement of the Earth's crust and the change of the magnetic field. One day, the Earth would undergo another earth-shaking change. However, humans could try their best to live more comfortably before that time arrived. Even if they were destroyed tomorrow, they could at least live in an environment with blue skies and clear water today. It was better than humans killing themselves before the irresistible destruction happened. That was the saddest thing. When the 4 of you have time, you really need to learn more. Don't think that just because you're from the intelligence department, you only study your own specialties. There are nature lessons in school. If you don't learn, your children will be better than you in the future. The other party is indeed very smart. They can tell that we need a large amount of wood to support the relevant important industries. At least they are smarter than other terrorists. Don't you think so, Cuckoo? Zhang Xiaobao said to the 4 of them and then asked Wang Wan. Wang Wan nodded. She also admitted that the terrorists in the past were not as smart as the ones causing trouble for the Great Tang now. They only knew how to use suicide bombings. They were clearly stupid. Why did they have to directly target people, forests, and rivers when they wanted to wreak havoc? Just like the Japanese, Duosher, and the people from the small southwestern countries, they were very smart. They wanted to throw pollutants into the water and burn down Mount Lu. After they succeeded, they summed up their experience and continued to burn other forests. It was really impossible to guard against them. In any case, it was just a life. Even if it was a suicide bombing, it did not matter. Why not run to a certain country to hide? When the trees were about to ripen in 2 days, pick a windy day, light a fire, and burn a large area. There was also their forest. Send out a few hundred people and burn them separately. How big of an impact would the relevant industries receive? How much would the number of unemployed people increase? As long as the society was a little chaotic, more people would be killed than a direct suicide bombing. Thinking of such an interesting thing, Wang Wan couldn't help but laugh out loud. She quickly coughed and said, "The four of you discuss among yourselves. Keep watch at night. We will tell the little guys stories first. Later, when they go to sleep, we will wake up in the middle of the night to prepare food for you guys." Yes. The four of them no longer argued about whether burning down the mountain was bad for the great Tang. They agreed and began to look for a place to stay at night. The four of them could switch to 4 shifts. This way, they wouldn't be too tired. Each person would keep watch for more than 2 hours. It would be dawn soon, and it wouldn't affect the midnight snack. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan took their younger siblings to sit by the fire and began to tell stories. In fact, it was just a review. The various questions in the stories required the little guys to answer with the knowledge they had learned. The 9 children already knew the purpose of their older brother and sister's storytelling. They could also make up their own stories and tell them to Pan so that the 2 younger children could learn. If it were someone else telling them stories, they would definitely scoff and ask them to put away this childish method. However, it was different since it was their older brother and sister. They also wanted to show off when their older brother and sister were telling stories, so that their older brother and sister could see their improvement. They would consciously learn now. It wasn't that knowledge was really that good. No one liked to read and memorize things. They were all willing to play. However, they needed to show off their knowledge in front of other people's children. They could show how powerful they were. At the same time, they wanted to gain recognition and praise from their family. In their hearts, their older brother and sister were idols. They were very, very powerful, and were forever invincible. Others praised them 10,000 times, but it was not as good as their older brother and sister nodding their heads. In the evening, Xiao Bei and the others caught a lot of river snails. They even had an interesting water battle. After listening to the stories, they were physically and mentally exhausted. They lay down and fell asleep. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan discussed some preventive measures. They formulated a plan to increase the number of people patrolling the border. At the same time, they also planned to set up a professional training organization to train firefighters. They also planned to buy wood from other places. For example, Japan was an island country. They didn't need so many trees. They just needed to fish. They would chop down the wood, burn it into charcoal, and ship it to Tang to sell. This didn't involve too much technology, and there were no technical barriers in trade. The products would be good and could be sold for a high price. After the discussion, the 2 of them fell asleep together. In the middle of the night, they woke up again to make spicy river snails for everyone. In the end, after eating, no one was sleepy anymore. They climbed up a small mountain and waited for the sunrise. At dawn, they met up with a group of more than 50 people and 20 hunting dogs. They headed for the waterfall that the people who were caught yesterday had confessed. At noon, Xiao Bei and the other 9 children were sleepy. They slept for a full 2 hours before continuing their journey. In the afternoon, around 4:30, they finally arrived near the waterfall. Xiao Bei, look at this poem that I'll write for you. The title of the poem is Looking at the Lushan Waterfall. Say it. The sun shines on the incense burner, and the purple smoke rises. Look at the waterfall hanging in front of the river, flying straight down. Xiao Bei, don't listen to your brother. He's talking nonsense. This isn't the Lushan incense burner peak. When we get to the real place, I'll tell you. Your brother is copying others. Xiao Bao, do you think you're worthy of him? Wang Wan didn't wait for Zhang Xiaobao to recite the entire poem. She hurriedly interrupted and told her brothers and sisters not to believe him. Then, she asked Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao choked and said, how did I let him down? He's doing well in the Ministry of Revenue. Without me, he wouldn't even have the chance to enter the court. Even if he did, he would only be in the entertainment department, the kind that doesn't have any real power. Do you think anyone can be an official in the capital? There are many capable people. He's just one more. He's busy as an official and doesn't have time to write too many poems. How can those good poems be passed down in the future? What I'm doing now is a kind of sacrifice, a kind of worship of the virtuous. It has played a positive role in the inheritance of Chinese civilization. Let him write now. Yesterday is like the east flowing water, leaving me far away. Today is a mess, my heart is full of worries, cutting the water with a knife. You're talking about the lyrics. He's talking about those who have abandoned me. Yesterday cannot be kept. Do you understand? Wang Wan corrected him. Yes, I'm talking about the lyrics. But it's easy to understand. Don't you see that when people write romance, they just translate the book of songs and become popular? Many children only know that the mountains have no edges and the heaven and earth are united before they dare to break up with the king, but they don't know what shangxie is. This is the power of the masses. What the people like is correct. You say he's writing, cutting the water with a knife makes the water flow even more. Is he in the mood now? In another 2 years, if he does well and is promoted to rank 5, he'll be able to participate in the big court meetings. He definitely won't be thinking of sitting on a crooked boat tomorrow and messing around with his hair, right? Zhang Xiaobao argued irrationally. Shangxie is a folk song. It comes from the people. How is it not popular? You're always reasonable. Xiao Bei, I'm telling you, don't listen to your brother and deceive others. Wang Wan raised her head to look at the waterfall, trying to find the legendary cave. She said this to Xiao Bei and the others. Xiao Bei also raised his head to look at the waterfall. From time to time, a few drops of water would fall on his face from the wind. He said, lyrics. Let brother sing it. When we catch the people behind the waterfall, I'll let them sing hide and seek. They actually hid in such a hidden place. If no one told us, how long would it take to find them? Chapter 1102. When they stopped under the waterfall and looked up, the 7 people in the cave behind the waterfall were still unaware of what was going on. In order to survive for as long as possible with the limited food, the 7 people had already started the food demand reduction plan. They used to eat 3 meals a day, but now they only ate 2 meals a day. There was no difference in the number of meals they ate before. They used to eat 2 meals a day, just like most of the people of the Great Tang. A small portion of the people of the Great Tang only ate 1 meal a day. Productivity could not keep up, and with all kinds of natural disasters, the people had no choice but to eat 2 meals a day and not see meat for a long time. Only those who lived close to the river could occasionally eat fish. As for mutton, that was the food of the rich. Pork was not exclusive to the rich, but they could not afford to raise it. Those who could cut some pig grass could only eat a little by the time the pig was ready to be slaughtered. Now, the people of the Great Tang basically ate 3 meals a day. It was not that the seeds of the Sinongsi were good, but the Sinongsi was still unable to take care of the entire Great Tang. It was still far from that ideal period. The main reason was that many places in the Great Tang now practice cropping according to local characteristics. At the same time, they had also learned a lot of advanced farming techniques from Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They did not completely rely on the weather to eat. Fertilizer made from feces and grass stalks was very useful in the fields. It was impossible to eat meat every day, unless chickens were only ready to be slaughtered once a month and pigs grew up in 3 months. Zhang Xiaobao did have such techniques, but he did not take them out. First, the manufacturing process was very laborious and required various materials to be extracted. Second, this thing was not suitable for people to eat. He and Wang Wan were like that. Anyone with a bit of power and money would not eat things that were ready to be slaughtered quickly. The pork they ate was the kind that could only be slaughtered after at least 10 months. The 7 people in the cave saw that the lives of the people of the Great Tang were better. Compared to the lives of their own people, the difference was like heaven and earth, and they were still in the cellar. As a result, he also ate 3 meals a day. Every day, there would be 1 meal with meat. But now, that was no longer the case. In order to fight a protracted battle, they had to eat 2 meals a day. Furthermore, both meals were diluted. They used 2/5 of the food they used before, while they saved 3/5. Since they ate less, their activities naturally decreased as well. Therefore, the 7 of them fell asleep in the damp cave after lunch. Listening to the sound of the waterfall outside was like a lullaby to them after a long time. After getting used to it, it was like a lullaby. He would wait for another 2 hours before he could eat his second meal of the day. Then, he would continue to sleep to ensure that his body was in good condition. The people who came with Zhang Xiaobao did not understand the situation in the cave. They did not even see the cave, as it was completely blocked by the waterfall. Moreover, the sun was shining in the west, turning the water flowing down the waterfall into a mirror. It looked white with a hint of other colors. Occasionally, when they looked in the right direction, they could see a small rainbow. Now, rainbows were no longer strange. When the sun was shining brightly, they could hold a mouthful of water and spit it out in front of them. Naturally, artificial rainbows could be seen. Since they could not see inside from the outside, the people who followed naturally thought that the people inside were observing the situation outside. Therefore, they found things that could be written on, such as charcoal strips, and wrote the words for the people to surrender on a piece of cloth. A few people propped themselves up and faced the direction of the waterfall, waiting for the people inside to come out by themselves. After a while, Xiao Bei and the others were tired of standing there. They ran to the river formed by the waterfall to see if there were any fish, but there was still no reaction from the waterfall. "Little young master, is there really a cave behind? We can't see it," one of them said to Zhang Xiaobao, who was sitting there and playing gamoku with Wang Wan. Zhang Xiaobao had already observed it with his binoculars, so he was not in a hurry. His purpose in coming here was not to directly capture people. His subordinates would do that. He wanted to bring his younger siblings to play. He had seen Mount Lu's waterfall many times, so it was not attractive to him. He guessed that Wang Wan was the same, although Mount Lu back then could not be compared to the current one. However, to his younger siblings, Mount Lu was still full of color. The flowers, birds, fish, and insects, as well as the unique natural scenery of Mount Lu, made his younger siblings very happy. The happiness of a child was usually very simple. Even if they learned a few lines of a new song, they would be happy for the whole day if they could sing it. Even if they did not spend it, they would just hold on to it and not buy anything when they passed by the market. Many adults found that as they earned more and more money, they could not find the happy times they once had. Perhaps it was because of a sense of responsibility, or perhaps it was because they had experienced too much that their hearts had become numb. However, the most fundamental reason was that the adults had begun to learn to accept their fate. Their hearts were no longer filled with dreams, or perhaps they were not willing to dream. Zhang Xiaobao knew that his younger siblings would not be happy for the whole day because of a few copper coins. This was a kind of sorrow and happiness. Once the little ones were worried about money, the amount of money they needed was definitely not a small amount. Most of the time, the happiness of the little ones actually came from the happiness of other children. A few 100,000 strings of cash was just a number to them. They would not look at the money and laugh out loud. Just like the old crosstalk once said, if you can laugh when you look at money, then you will get an illness that money cannot cure. If they really put a pile of paper money in front of their younger siblings, they would only feel that it was taking up space. Their usual source of happiness was that they gave money to other children through various means. After seeing the happy faces of other children, they would feel that they had helped others. For children, this kind of happiness was very cruel. In fact, this was the reason why many children from rich families had twisted personalities. Zhang Xiaobao did not want his younger siblings to lack happiness, so he always thought of ways to personally bring them out to play. When other children caught and sold a bit of meat to a restaurant, they would feel the happiness of receiving money. However, the happiness of his younger siblings did not come from selling the meat, but from participating in the process. In order to make Mount Lu more lively when more people were busy with their work, so that his younger siblings could have more days to play, Zhang Xiaobao was very unwilling to cooperate with his men to capture the enemy immediately after he grasped the enemy's whereabouts. He admitted that he was very selfish now. The team he sent to Mount Lu was huge. There were people who flew in the sky, people who ran on the ground, and people who discovered that people could hide in the water yesterday, so he sent more people who could swim. The huge team was not only manpower, but also material support. The direct and indirect costs of a day's consumption were equivalent to a small county's monthly income. If used on the common people, it was enough to let thousands of people eat the same meal as the new year. However, he was willing to spend money. His goal was to let more people make Mount Lu lively, without too much danger, so that his younger siblings could have as much fun as they wanted. Therefore, when he heard the inquiry of his subordinates, Zhang Xiaobao did not immediately tell others about the traces he had found by the waterfall. Instead, he first looked at his younger siblings who had run to the riverside to look around. The person who asked the question did not understand Zhang Xiaobao's meaning, so he assured Zhang Xiaobao, "Little young master, don't worry. We will definitely take care of Xiaobei and the rest and not let them face any danger." Zhang Xiaobao looked at his subordinate and said, "If you want to know if there is a cave behind, you can use smoke. If there is someone inside, you will definitely be able to smoke it out." "Ah. Smoke. Little young master, that is a waterfall. If you light a smoke and fly up, it will be washed away by the water. When the waterfall flows down, it will also cause the smoke to be less effective. It is better to use artillery. Bullets will probably not be able to enter." The subordinate looked at his young master in surprise and reminded him. He was very puzzled. How did the young master become so stupid? How could he not understand such a simple principle? As he spoke, he looked at his wife, Cuckoo, and hoped that she could help him come up with a better idea. Wang Wan seemed to be immersed in the game of Gamoku. She put down another white piece and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "It is your turn. Put down a few more pieces and I will definitely win. Your skill level is about the same as Xiaohai's. Xiaohai is good at calculation and can now solve a binary quadratic equation. Arrogant people will always lose." Zhang Xiaobao picked up a black piece and put it on the other side without thinking. He played 4 pieces in a row, which made Wang Wan have no choice but to block. It seemed that this move was useless. What? Is playing chess related to trickery? If that was the case, you would have already become an internationally known master of chess and Go. You didn't even know how to solve a binary quadratic equation before. Wang Wan was not convinced and blocked with her hand. "I still don't know how to calculate the relationship between the average GDP and CPI, but I definitely have the ability to influence the average national production growth of a place and the degree of currency depreciation under the radiation of the local commodity prices. Don't think of things as absolute." Zhang Xiaobao continued to find a place where he could play and said to Wang Wan with a smile. The person waiting for orders was anxious. "Young master, young lady, you too, waterfall, right?" Wang Wan seemed to have heard someone else's voice. She frowned and said to the person with dissatisfaction, "You are Zhang Yuan, one of the first batch of Zhang family to enter the inner courtyard. You have parents, a single uncle, a wife, and 2 children. You are not stupid. Being one of the first batch of people to enter the inner courtyard, you should be smart. Why are you still asking? Inner courtyard, whose inner courtyard is it?" didn't you hear what Xiao Bao said? Don't think of things as absolute. What is our purpose for coming here? Stay away, think carefully, and come back to talk after you think clearly. Wang Wan's words were already a reprimand. She now understood Zhang Xiaobao too well. At the same time, she and Zhang Xiaobao also had the same idea, which was to treat everything as a game. Only in front of their family would they become real. She had already thought that the method used to deal with Zhang Xiaobao was biased. She should not have directly labeled Zhang Xiaobao as an international swindler and then arrested him. Instead, she should have used the orphanage Zhang Xiaobao came from. As long as they used the name of the orphanage and acted in a diplomatic way, many small countries in Africa would not need to spend too much effort to rope them in, even if the orphanage only took 1% of the benefits in the entire process. In that case, in a situation where the country did not need to mobilize other people, Zhang Xiaobao would naturally take the initiative to attack and cooperate with the corresponding things. This was because that was Zhang Xiaobao's route, where his soul was entrusted. Even if he knew that he was being used, he had to do it. Now, what she and Zhang Xiaobao cared about was each other and their families. Otherwise, the two of them would be lonely. Now, who could challenge Zhang Xiaobao's position? Although the enemy this time came up with a plan to pollute the environment and burn down Mount Lu. But to her and Zhang Xiaobao, the enemy's way of doing things was not grand enough. What was truly grand was an open scheme, not a conspiracy. Compared to Li Longji, who could become an emperor, the people from a few countries working together were too low-level. That was why she wanted to support Zhang Xiaobao. At the same time, she was dissatisfied with the first batch of people from the inner courtyard who were recruited from outside. The person who asked the question did not know what Wang Wan was thinking. When he heard the girl's words, cold sweat soaked his back. He left the place where people were playing chess and found a tree. He squatted there and carefully thought about what he had done wrong to make the young master and the young lady angry. Here's a fish for you to eat. Just grill it and put some salt on it. You don't need to put anything else. It tastes good. After being reprimanded by Wang Wan, the person who was squatting under the tree ran to think about things. Suddenly, Xiao Bei appeared in front of him, holding a fish that weighed more than half a kilogram in her arms. Miss Xiao Bei, what are you? The person asked in confusion. He looked at the fish and did not know what to do. Xiao Bei stared at him. Take it. It's for you. You are the inner courtyard, and I am the master. I have to think about the inner courtyard first when I catch the fish. The others have to wait until we catch more fish. Let me tell you, there are also fish under the waterfall. They are all stupid fish. I guess they fell from the waterfall and became confused after hitting the water. We can use the net in my brother's backpack. We can catch a few with one net. Hee hee. I didn't jump into the water. My clothes are still wet. I'll net a few more in a while. Then I have to change my clothes. Otherwise, my brother and sister will be angry. They brought us here to play, not to make us sick. We never knew that Mount Lu was so fun. It's not worse than the northern part of Hebei province. Over there, you can scoop up fish with a ladle. Here, the fish fell and became confused. Ha ha ha. Xiao Bei threw the fish to the person as she spoke. She held her stomach and laughed. No one knew why she was so happy. Hearing Xiao Bei's words, this person blankly hugged the fish and looked around. Sure enough, he saw that there were a few people from the inner courtyard who had the same status as him, and they all had a fish in their hands. Looking at Xiao Bei's happy expression and recalling what Xiao Bei had just said, this person finally understood why Miss Cuckoo and young Master Xiao Bao were angry. As members of the inner court of the Zhang clan and Wang clan, they had to take care of the affairs of the great Tang, such as the livelihood of the people, intelligence, technology, disasters, and so on. This was very normal. Even the common people of the Great Tang believed that the Zhang clan and Wang clan were definitely on the side of the Great Tang. But the inner courtyard was still the inner courtyard. The people of the Great Tang had to depend on the will of the master. The inner courtyard's first loyalty was not to the Great Tang, but to the master. Who was the most powerful existence in the main family? Naturally, it was Miss Cuckoo and young Master Xiao Bao. Although there was nothing that could cause the main family's young master and young lady to have a dispute with the main family's master and madam. However, everyone in the inner courtyard knew that if the young master and young lady wanted to kill someone, the main family's madam and master would not be able to stop them even if they wanted to. But if the main family's madam and master wanted to kill someone, and the young lady and young master said that it was useful to save them, then they would definitely save them. Master and madam would definitely not kill someone when the two of them were against it. But now, the two people with the most authority in the main family had brought their younger brother and sister to play. He could not see the situation clearly and insisted on letting them come up with ideas to catch the bad guys. He even questioned the situation behind the waterfall. Of course, the main family was angry. Since they already knew the bad guys' methods, why did they have to end it immediately? Wouldn't it be better to play with Xiao Bei and Xiao Yuan for a while? Thinking back to what Xiao Bei had just said, "You are the inner courtyard, and I am the master. I have caught the fish, so I have to think about the inner courtyard first." For a moment, this person did not dare to raise his head to look at Xiao Bei. "Hey, say something. You should at least thank us. We caught the fish ourselves. Let me tell you, if you want to eat fresh fish, you don't need to put too much seasoning. A little salt is enough. I have experience. It's fine to roast the outside of the fish. The meat inside is still tender. Actually, Big Brother has other things to do. Otherwise, Big Brother would have roasted the fish for you. The outside wouldn't be burnt." "Really? Wait, I'll continue to catch fish with them. The people above don't come down. I really want to climb up myself, but it's too dangerous. I'm not afraid of falling. It's just a waterfall. But I don't know how to climb that mountain. It's almost straight. I reckon only Big Brother can climb it easily. Alright, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to catch fish. Remember, this fish is yours. No one is allowed to snatch it. Tell me who wants to snatch it, and I'll take care of him." Xiao Bei said a few more words to this person, then turned around and ran off into the distance with his two little legs. Looking at Xiao Bei's leaving figure, this person took a deep breath, stood up, and walked to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Looking at the two people who were still playing chess, he lowered his head and said, "Little young master, little miss, I know I was wrong. Don't bother, okay? What wrong? I asked you to light the cigarette. What does it have to do with you being wrong? Go, what's wrong with the waterfall? If the smoke is thick enough, even the waterfall can't block it. What if there are other ventilation holes in their cave? Smoke is not meant to make people faint. Do you know?" Zhang Xiaobao said impatiently. If it were someone else who suddenly heard a new word, they would not understand it. But Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were used to the new words of the little young master and little miss, and they had learned them. Hearing the little young master's words, this person was even more grateful. He knew that the little young master understood what he wanted to say, but didn't let him say it. It was nothing more than a kind of care. "Yes, I know. Light the cigarette. Little young master, little miss, I won't make the same mistake in the future. When it's time to light the cigarette, I'll let little Miss Xiao Bei and little young master Xiao Yuan do it personally. They have good intentions, and the cigarettes they light are the most terrible for bad people." This person did not continue to say what he was wrong about. Since they were not willing to listen, he understood that they wanted to see what he would do in the future. Therefore, he asked who the person who lit the cigarette was. It meant that he knew what was going on and was willing to be played by the little guys of the main family. Chapter 1103. Zhang Yuan, who knew that he had made a mistake, tried his best to correct it. He ordered people to collect branches and grass. Some were from previous years, some were moist grass and branches that were still budding this year. There were even some that had been simply fermented under the roots. After observing the direction of the wind, he found a place where the wind was blowing and piled them up into a pile. Then he dug out a path to ignite the fire and took the matches to call the 9 little ancestors who were still fishing by the water. "Ah, you're starting to make a game. Okay, I'm coming." Xiao Bei patted the fish scales hanging on his body a few times and dried his hands on Xiao Yuan's back. He took the match and jumped to the end of the path to ignite the fire. He looked up at the waterfall and laughed. He struck the match and ignited the thing under his feet. Seeing the fire spread to the pile of grass, he turned to Xiao Yuan and asked, "How long do you think it will take for them to react?" "What reaction?" Xiao Yuan also lit the fire. "Just shout, it's suffocating me. Don't release the smoke, I'll come out by myself." Xiao Bei shouted loudly. "It depends on whether the smoke can get in and how much." Xiao Yuan couldn't figure it out. He looked forward to the smoke rising and floating upwards. Xiao Hai was also counting. After he finished counting, he didn't participate in the discussion. He turned around and went to his brother and sister who were still playing chess. He watched them play a few moves and realized that he couldn't help anyone with his calculation ability. He then whispered to his sister, "Sister, can't we hit it with a bullet directly?" Wang Wan stopped playing. "It depends on the bullet's speed and penetration, as well as the thickness and flow rate of the waterfall hit by the bullet. It's like using a gun to hit water. It can't go in too deep and lose its strength. It can only rely on its own weight to fall down. Can you calculate it?" Xiao Hai was concerned about this problem. Wang Wan nodded. "In theory, yes, but it's not an accurate calculation. It's a calculation of a range. It's impossible to remove the obstruction and flow rate of the water. The only thing we can do is to minimize the impact as much as possible. For example, if you use a wooden board to block in front of you and I swing a big iron rod to hit you, I won't consider the obstruction of your wooden board because the force of the iron rod far exceeds the resistance of your wooden board. Can I learn it?" Little Hai was particularly concerned about this matter. "No, because I can't teach you. I don't know how to do it. There's too much knowledge involved. Not only gravity, but also the obstacles in the environment during the bullet's flight, which are mesons, angles, and artificial intelligence. The calculation of the bullet's trajectory can be adjusted automatically. It's not that simple. You still have a long way to go before that day. In the future, it will depend on how hard you work. Your brother and I can only provide you with some theoretical knowledge, but we can't do anything practical." Wang Wan had used this type of weapon before. It was a bullet. With her technology at that time, the bullet was already equipped with intelligent guidance, but not all countries could master it. Little C was stunned for a moment. In his heart, he had always thought that there was nothing that his big brother and big sister couldn't do. But today, when he heard his big sister say that she couldn't calculate, he was depressed. Zhang Xiaobao touched his brother's head and said, "There is never an end to the things in the world. It requires the efforts of many people. All we can do is to keep exploring. However, the more we know, the more we will discover our own ignorance. The higher we fly, the more we will know the depths of the sky. I'm not talking about the atmosphere. In fact, when we fly up, we are also flying down. What makes people afraid is not the starry sky, but the heart. After time and time again, people will find that they have actually taken the wrong path. That kind of mental pain is the most uncomfortable. But we still have to go on, even if it is wrong. Maybe when we just proved a mistake, we also proved that it was right at the same time. Learn, mathematics can be applied to any field. Little Hai didn't fully understand his brother's words. He only knew that his knowledge was still too shallow. There was a very long way to go in the future. Only by persevering could he go further. Brother, I know. I will take out more time to study in the future, Little Hai said. Wrong. In the future, you have to take out more time to play. Learning is endless. There is a limit to my life, and there is no limit to my knowledge. There is a limit to my knowledge. If you are interested in learning, then learn. But learning is not the goal. How can you make yourself happy? Now, there are people who are making me unhappy, so I can't let them be comfortable. When Zhang Xiaobao heard that his brother wanted to spend a lot of time studying mathematics, he hurriedly persuaded him. He didn't want his brother to become a fool who only knew how to calculate. It might be very important to mankind. The day he really became famous, he would write a thick stroke in the history of later generations. But this was not what he wanted. He only wanted his younger siblings to live happily every day. The burden of contributing to mankind was too heavy, and it was not suitable for his younger siblings to carry. Little Hai was confused again. The ones who wanted him to learn were his brother and sister, but the one who didn't want him to learn was his brother. Should he learn or not? Unable to understand, he left the chessboard and returned to the place where the fire was. Looking at the billowing smoke, he guessed how long the people inside could hold on. Using smoke to smoke the cave behind the waterfall was not very effective. Most of the smoke was blown away, and some of the smoke was scattered by the waterfall. Less than 1% of the smoke could enter the cave. Even so, the people did not give up. They still added leaves and grass to the fire regardless of their tiredness. It was already dark. In addition to the fire specially used to smoke people, the people also lit a pile of bonfires. They set up pots to cook, or directly roasted fish and wild animals. Xiao Bei, who had changed her clothes, held a cup of juice in her hand and ran around excitedly. She scooped a spoonful of food from the pot to eat, and ran to another barbecue place to cut a piece of meat. From the beginning to now, she had not been idle. She could not be idle, but the 7 people in the cave could not be idle either. No matter how small the proportion of smoke entering the cave was, it could not withstand the large number. There were many bonfires, and with a slight change in the wind direction, the waterfall, which was almost completely covered by the smoke, could not protect the people in the cave. Before the people below started cooking, the people in the cave were awakened by the smoke. This time, it was not only the sect leader who coughed, but the other 6 people also coughed with him. The 7 people had moved to the innermost part of the cave, where there were vents leading to other places. There were a total of 3 vents. The 7 people took turns to breathe through the vents. They also cleverly wet their clothes to cover their faces. When one person breathed twice in front of the vents, he would hold his breath and give up his position. The second person would go over to breathe, and this rotation made them feel much better. But the 7 people were very clear that they could not continue like this, otherwise they would not be able to eat. Moreover, the smoke outside seemed to become thicker as the night came. Sect leader, this is not good. We have to think of a way. Have we been discovered? The person who went down to observe the fireworks first used the air in his lungs to speak when his mouth came into contact with the vents. Then, he took 2 deep breaths and could not help but cough. The vents did not always let in the wind from the outside. No matter what, the smoke in the cave was still a little hot, and it also increased the density of the air in the cave. Although it was only a little increase, the air circulation was formed because of this little change. Therefore, the smoke in the cave also drifted out of the vents. Even if one used their hands and wet clothes to block it, it could not be completely blocked. When one breathed through the vents, they would naturally inhale. It was the same for all 3 vents. This sect leader took up one of the vents alone, and the other 2 were used by the 6 people in turn. He was already coughing and short of breath, so it was impossible for him to switch with the others. When he heard the words of the people beside him, he wanted to speak, but first coughed. After coughing for a while, he breathed twice in front of the vents and finally spoke. "Go and see if they set the mountain on fire, or if they know that we are behind and come back after a look. Go quickly." "Ah. I go." "Okay." This person was shocked. After hesitating for a while, he gritted his teeth and agreed. After a few more breaths, he took a deep breath and held it. Using his wet clothes to cover his mouth and nose, he narrowed his eyes and ran towards the cave entrance. When he reached the cave entrance, he found that there was only thick smoke in front of him. He could not see the situation outside at all. As for the water, he could only feel the water splashing on his face. He could not see the shadow of the waterfall. The water did not emit light, and it was usually very dark at night. He wanted to go down like last time, but he knew that it was absolutely impossible. No matter how good his throwing skills were, he would not be able to hit a nail at night. Even if he was lucky and went down before he was smothered to death, would he be able to come back at night? Just when he did not know what to do, a gust of wind blew the smoke outside away. At this time, he finally saw the situation outside. The vague and hazy light shone in from the waterfall, and the water of the waterfall was also blown away by the wind. The swaying fire on the ground outside left a shadow in his eyes for a moment. At this time, the wind passed, and the smoke gathered again. He endured the shock in his heart and ran back as fast as he could. He wiped his eyes with his wet clothes and snatched the vents. After taking 2 more breaths, he gave the vents to others and went to the side of the sect master. It is all fire below. There are many people. It seems that they are eating there. The smoke is blowing here. Smoke. Silly, how can smoke make us like this? They deliberately let the smoke out. It's over. I didn't expect that they would find us hiding in the cave. The big thing is over. You are good. Jump down later and bring back what we know in the Tang Empire. The sect master, Wei Wei, moved aside so that the other person could breathe the air of the vent. He did not care whether he coughed or not and gave the order. Sect master, don't give up. If they are suspicious, maybe they will use smoke all the places with waterfalls to test us. If we persist, we will be able to avoid them. The person advised. He did not want to jump down now. Although he was not afraid of being found by the people below, the sound of him jumping was not as loud as the sound of the waterfall. But if he jumped down from here, it would be very difficult to swim to a safe place alive. If he was not careful, he would be hit by the water of the waterfall into the whirlpool. The sect master thought for a moment and nodded. Then let's wait and see. So the 7 people continued to struggle to deal with the smoke. With the vents, they felt very uncomfortable. They would not die from the smoke, but every time they breathed, they would inhale a part of the smoke, followed by coughing. Then they had to continue to gasp for breath, which was more painful than directly killing them. Why haven't they come out to surrender? Did the people we caught earlier lie, or did they already leave the cave, or did they die from the smoke? Xiao Bei ate a lot of food. He ate 1 or 2 mouthfuls in front of the bonfire, but couldn't resist eating too many times. When he was full, he no longer jumped around and ran. Instead, he went up the mountain to check the pills. He ate them bit by bit like snacks, rubbing his stomach with one hand and stuffing them into his mouth with the other. His legs slowly moved as if he was taking a stroll. A lot of mosquitoes flew over, and when they landed on the fire, they were burned to death, making crackling sounds. Looking at the stars in the sky, Xiao Bei began to feel annoyed. He said to his brother and sister who were still eating slowly. Zhang Xiaobao was roasting fish and eating it piece by piece. When he heard his sister's words, he was also surprised. He guessed, could it be that he fainted from the smoke? Is there any news from the people who are searching everywhere with torches, saying that they have found smoke coming from somewhere? I'll go ask. Xiao Bei rubbed her stomach and went to ask. After a while, she returned and said, not yet. Let's wait for a while. It's not convenient to search at night. If I had known about the smoke in the morning, it would have been fine in the afternoon. Let's stop for a while first. If he fainted and everyone died from the smoke, I can only hope to catch people as evidence. Zhang Xiaobao ordered. The piles of fires used to smoke people were extinguished. The wind blew for a while, and the whole world seemed to cool down. Zhang Xiaobao said to his sister, see if the water is cold. If you can take it, go down and swim for a while. The food in your stomach should be more or less digested. In the future, control your eating. You always eat until you're full, but you're not fat. If other children ate like you, they would have become fat girls long ago. It's not cold, it's not cold. I'm going to swim with them. Xiao Bei thought it was time to sleep and was thinking of an excuse to delay it. There were many people, and it was lively. It was not easy to have a chance to play, so it would be a pity to sleep now. As she spoke, she pulled Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan said unwillingly, I think it's cold. I'm not going. It's not cold. Hurry up and change into your swimsuit. Otherwise, I'll push you down. Xiao Bei helped Xiao Yuan make the decision. The 9 children jumped down one after another. The people on the shore quickly followed and lit up the section of the river they were swimming in with torches. The smoke outside stopped, and the smoke in the cave gradually dissipated. The 7 people felt that it was not so difficult to breathe. They coughed again, as if they were trying to cough out all the smoke they had inhaled. Sect Master, look. They were just testing and did not confirm that we were behind the waterfall. I almost suffocated to death. Cough, cough. The person who went to check the situation coughed a few more times and said to the sect master with a sigh of relief. After waiting for a while, the smoke in the cave could no longer be felt. The 7 people went to the entrance of the cave and looked out through the waterfall. Sure enough, as the man had said earlier, there were many people outside. The flames were swaying, and there should be a lot of torches and bonfires. Even through the waterfall, it was still bright, as if they were looking at the outside through an irregular piece of thick glass. Eat and sleep. The sect master observed for a while, and occasionally saw the situation outside. He waved his hand and ordered. The 7 people did not cook porridge this time. Instead, they casually took some rice and put it in the wind. They ate some salted vegetables and had no clothes to cover themselves. They lay there and endured the discomfort of their bodies, forcing themselves to quickly fall asleep. In the middle of the night, Xiao Bei and the other 9 children also went to sleep in the tent. The others took turns to keep watch. Early the next morning, the 7 people in the cave woke up. The sun had just risen from the horizon, and they really could not sleep. In order to save on food, they did not move much other than sleeping, so that their bodies would not be so tired. Just as they were waiting for the people below to come to another place in the morning, they suddenly found that smoke was pouring into the cave again. Moreover, the smoke this time was even more uncomfortable than the smoke from last night. Cough, 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 what smoke is that? It's so smoky. What's that smell? When one person smelled the smoke, he immediately covered his mouth and nose with wet clothes and ran toward the wind. The other 6 people did the same. After smelling the smoke today, they felt that their nose, mouth, throat, and eyes were burning. Is this how the smoke is made? It's really fun. It looks more solid than last night's smoke. Xiao Hu looked at the bonfire and said happily. Today's smoke was added. It was mixed with animal feces and the fur and fat of the animals that were hunted for food yesterday. After it was lit, the smoke formed was more solid than yesterday's smoke. It was indeed similar to the smoke from the beacon tower. The smoke looked black with a hint of yellow, and yellow with a hint of white. In any case, it was a mixture of all kinds of colors. With one look, one would know that it would be uncomfortable. After smoking like this for half an hour, someone finally came to report that they found 2 smoking places. It was estimated that they were connected to the cave. Stop first. Zhang Xiaobao ordered with a smile. The smoke was extinguished. Someone brought Zhang Xiaobao and the others up the mountain from another place. Sure enough, there were 2 places where smoke was wafting out. The smell was exactly the same as the things that were burning below. Are there other smoking holes in other places? Zhang Xiaobao stared at the 2 holes and asked. Not yet. Little Gongzi, what do you think we should do next? The person who was asked replied. Fill them with water. Tell the people in the cave that they have been discovered. Force them to come out. Zhang Xiaobao said. Brother, do we need to fill them with smoke? Xiao Bei pointed at the 2 holes and asked. Let's see how they perform first. Zhang Xiaobao turned around and walked down. Just as he returned to the ground, someone came up to him and reported, Little Gongzi, we found a place for people to climb up and down on the rock wall. Should we arrange for people to attack? We can definitely fight our way in. Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand. We won't force our way in. What if someone climbs up and throws rocks down from the top? That will cause casualties. I don't want to implicate our people just to catch a few people. It's not easy for Xiao Bei and the others to come here for fun. They might not come back for a few years. Hurry up if you want to catch people in other parts of Mount Lu. When we catch all of them, we'll celebrate when we get back. That's right. We haven't had enough fun yet. Don't attack. There are no hostages inside. My people are precious. Drag it out slowly. Drag it out until they die. If there's no other way, we can use cannons to bombard them. It's just money. I have money. Xiao Bei supported her brother. She knew that it was not easy to run around in the wilderness. Once this was over, they would have to follow the boat. It would be impossible for them to come out and play alone. The 7 people in the cave noticed that there was less smoke. They thought that the other party had finished probing once again. In the end, they saw that 2 of the 3 vents had started to leak water. They could no longer use them for ventilation. The 7 people were shocked when they saw the water. Their first thought was that they had been discovered. Then, they saw the water flowing towards the mouth of the cave. More and more water was coming out. Once again, they confirmed that they had been exposed. Sect leader, what should we do? Block it? One of them asked the sect leader. It's no use. Block 2 vents. Even if they don't find the other one, once they continue to leak water and use smoke outside, there will only be one mouth left. Can we still switch? Later, when the 6 of us surrender, you take the opportunity to jump down. You must send the news back. This is a matter of life and death. The sect leader gave the order to the person with the best skills. Sect leader, why don't I take you with me? If we're lucky, we might be able to escape. Otherwise, if you're captured, won't they use you as an excuse to attack us? The person sorrowfully said. He was keenly aware of the great Tang's reaction once the matter was exposed. To be more precise, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would retaliate, and he began to regret coming here to cause trouble. Relax. No one will admit to it. I'll just say that it was my own idea. I could have just died, but if I really did die and didn't give them an explanation, they'll vent their anger on our country. I alone will take all the blame. The sect leader seemed to age a great deal as he sighed. While the 7 were discussing, shouts came from outside. Some were yelling directly, while others were using loudspeakers, but the voices were fairly uniform. The meaning was that the people inside should surrender. If they resisted, they would be captured and would not have a good ending. This was the method that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had often used. Of course, without a hostage, there was no need for a negotiator, and they didn't care if the people inside would harm themselves. Let's go. Get ready. There are quite a few people here. It's worth it to send so many people to capture me. Hearing that the sounds outside could faintly be heard over the movement of the waterfall, one could imagine how many people were outside. The sect leader helplessly shook his head and looked at the other 6. He wanted them to help him get out. This was what they had done when they came in. 5 of the 6 would be captured together. The remaining one would have to take advantage of the moment when the sect leader's attention was diverted to jump down from the top. Then, he would have to see if his luck was good enough to avoid the whirlpool and escape. That way, he would be able to send back all the information he had gathered, especially the gun manufacturing techniques that sect leader Qi had shared with him. Although the firearms could only be used to shoot birds, it was definitely the foundation. Moreover, it was said that the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang clan trained in this way. When the time came, his people could also train. When there was an opportunity in the future, he could obtain other firearms from the great Tang and immediately learn how to use them. Just like the previous person, the 6 of them carefully looped the rope. One of them was responsible for carrying the sect leader and slowly moved out. The place where the rope was missing and they had to climb with their bare hands was very dangerous. Zhang Xiaobao's side also very kindly sent people to hold up a few large nets that were prepared to catch people who accidentally fell down to prevent people from falling to their deaths. The 6 people persevered and seemed to have exhausted all their strength. Finally, they reached the bottom. As soon as their feet touched the ground, they were tied up and carried to Zhang Xiaobao's side. At this moment, the remaining person in the cave took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Then, he took a little more breath and exerted force on his feet. He opened his arms and then closed them over his head. With a leap, he fell down the waterfall. The moment he fell into the water, he felt the world spinning. Relying on his swimming ability, he held his breath and stretched his body as far as possible, allowing the tumbling water to push him out of the whirlpool. Needless to say, his idea was good. He did not enter the whirlpool and was endlessly spinning. Instead, he was washed away by the water and rolled out. After waiting for more than 10 breaths, when he knew that he was alive, he still did not dare to poke his head out of the water. Instead, he stuck to the side of the shore and used his hands and feet to stay underwater. After a while, when his eyes were about to pop out, he finally poked his mouth out of the water and controlled his voice to breathe. He did not even dare to poke his head out to see the sect leader's situation. He was afraid that his gaze would be noticed by others. After a few breaths, he felt much better and continued to swim downstream. This happened a few times. Just when he was secretly happy and thought that he could successfully escape, he suddenly saw a few blurry figures in front of him. In less than 2 breaths, the figures became clear and entered his eyes. It was a few children. Seeing the children's figures, he was first shocked and knew that he had been discovered by the children. Then, he was happy. The children who could play here were most likely the younger siblings of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. If he could catch one, he might be able to save the sect leader. With a trace of hope, he reached out to the figure in front of him. Just when he thought that he could catch the other person, he suddenly felt the sensation of touching something net-like. Then, his head and body were also caught in the net. Net? The person who sensed that something was wrong was very clear about the consequences of being caught in a net in the water. He hurriedly stretched out his 2 arms, wanting to open the net. He also began to kick with all his strength. At the same time, he did not forget to continue to reach out with his outstretched arms. Through the net, he could still catch the person with his 2 arms. Just when he thought that there was no problem, his stomach was pinched a few times, then his ears. Someone even put their hands under his sleeves and moved with all their strength. His 2 legs were also grabbed by someone. Then, he saw the figure of the child that he thought he could easily catch suddenly roll backwards. Like a fish, the child drew an arc in front of his eyes and ran under his body. Then, he only felt that the world was spinning. His body was completely wrapped in the fishing net, and his throat was burning uncomfortably. Water entered his nose and directly caused his head to hurt like it was being pricked by needles. After that, he did not know anything. We caught a big fish. It's very, very big. We're in the water. This time, we were caught by surprise. You want to catch us? Are you stupid? Humph. After knocking the other person out, Xiao Bei and the other 9 people swam to the shore and shouted to the person who was standing not far away and watching what had happened underwater. This person did not belong to the Zhang family or the Wang family. He was a member of the local military. He was in charge of standing here and watching the situation in the water. At the same time, he was also keeping an eye on Xiao Bei and the other 9 children who were playing in the water. After Xiao Bei and the other 9 people found out that the other party was in the waterfall, they wondered if the other party could escape from the water. If it were them, they would definitely think so. Although their brother and sister had arranged for people to set up layers of nets in a relatively narrow area downstream, they felt that they should still go down and look for the other party in the water. If they could find the other party, wouldn't it be considered their contribution? Therefore, the 9 of them used nets to stop the fish in the water while keeping an eye on the front. They also wore water goggles. Last time, Xiao Hai was caught by the other party, so they had learned to be smart. In the end, just as they were happily catching fish, they saw a big shadow coming from the water in front of them. When it got closer, they could see the other party's appearance very clearly through the water goggles. As a result, things became simple. The other party was indeed very skilled. At least, Xiao Bei and the others could not climb the wall next to the waterfall. Furthermore, the other party was also good at swimming. However, he did not have a water goggles, so he did not know how good his opponent was in the water. Once the net covered the other party, even Zhang Xiaobao would not be able to do anything, let alone him. In the water, one's strength could not be used. What was required was the coordination of one's body. Xiao Bei and the other 9 people had tricked the other party just like that. While they were fighting in the water, the person watching from the shore was stunned. He did not know what to do, so he shouted for the others. Then, he saw the 9 children dragging a person out of the water. It was obvious that the other party had fainted and probably drank a lot of water. I'm talking to you. Why are you still watching? Help me. Once out of the water, the person becomes heavy. I can't pull him up. He looks like a fool. Xiao Bei stepped on the water to prevent the water from washing her away. At the same time, she shouted angrily at the person who was watching in a daze. She had done a meritorious deed. She could be considered a person who had done a meritorious deed, but the other party did not listen to her orders. It was too infuriating. Ah. Ah. The person reacted and pretended not to hear Xiao Bei's scolding. Not to mention that she was a little ancestor that he could not afford to offend. Even if it was an ordinary person, he would have the right to scold her. As he pulled the person up, he cooperated with her and asked, Xiao Bei, how did you catch him? I caught him with a net. He's stupid. When he saw us, he didn't run away. He even rushed towards us and reached out to grab me. He's big and tall, so he's more agile than me in the water. In the end, we caught him with the net. He still wanted to struggle. TSK, he's underestimating us. Xiao Bei said proudly. She climbed ashore and gestured with her hands and feet. When she said that she had dodged the person's movement, she even did a backflip on the ground. She meant that she had dodged the person with this posture. After dragging the person to Zhang Xiaobao, Xiaobei did not speak, but she still looked like she was waiting to be praised. Little master, the person was caught. It was Xiaobei and the others. When I found out, I was scared to death. If one of us was caught by the other party, I was scared to death. The local military personnel who dragged the person were still shocked by the 9 children's ability in the water. At the same time, they were very puzzled. Why did Xiao Bao let his younger brothers and sisters take the risk? What if something went wrong? Zhang Xiaobao seemed to know what the other party was going to say. Wei Wei smiled and said, "Don't be afraid. If you want to hurt them in the water, even I might not be able to do it. The 9 people's fighting power in the water is much stronger than ordinary adults." Also, Zhang Xiaobao did not finish his words. After all, the other party was not his family. While he was talking, 4 people appeared at the place where Xiao Bei and the others were fighting. The 4 of them were also wearing water glasses. The color of the glasses was similar to the soil on the underwater shore. The same was true for the water suits they were wearing. There was also a tube connected to the 4 people's mouths. The tube was the same color as the soil. Each of them was holding an awl in their hands. After they came up, they took a detour and left. Obviously, they did not want Xiao Bei and the others to see them. These were the people Zhang Xiaobao arranged. A total of 16 people were arranged, and each group of 4 people rotated. He was afraid that his younger brothers and sisters would be hurt again. When they were in the lake, Zhang Xiaobao was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Wang Wan was the same. That was why they personally went to torture them. Their purpose was to vent their anger. From that moment on, the 2 of them paid more attention to their younger brothers' and sisters' safety. They knew that the little ones liked to swim, so they ordered people to prepare in advance. Wherever they went in the water, there had to be people guarding nearby. If they were discovered by their younger brothers and sisters, they would come out directly. If they were not discovered, they would continue to hide. Just now, when Xiao Bei's group of 9 were fighting with that person underwater, one of the 4 people clearly saw that that person didn't manage to catch anyone. Otherwise, he would have rushed over and hit him with an awl. Hearing her brother's words, Xiao Bei came over and held her brother's hand. She said, "Brother, you don't know how dangerous it was just now. Luckily, I dodged at the critical moment. At that time, I was thinking that since he rushed over like that, I should. Good, you're brave and resourceful." After hearing his sister's exaggerated words, Zhang Xiaobao praised her. Xiao Bei embarrassedly twisted her body twice and said, "Actually, it's not bad. It's mainly because brother taught me well. You two, stop flattering each other. See how they are doing. Ask them if there's anyone above them. Just in case someone hasn't come down yet." Wang Wan was amused by Xiao Bei's appearance. She looked at the person who had just been rescued and said this. "I'm asking you, is there anyone above you?" Xiao Bei circled around the person and asked. "No, I'm not convinced. You have more people. You took advantage of my unpreparedness and won an unfair battle." The person who was caught by the neck was indignant. "I'm not convinced. I'm much younger than you, and I'm not as strong as you. You dare to say that I ambushed you? Do you know who betrayed you? I was playing in the water and ambushing our people. In the end, he attacked us when we weren't paying attention. He was still knocked out by us. The winner takes all, and the loser takes all. Don't look for excuses. It's impossible for me to let you go. If I fought you fairly in the water, that's not confidence, that's recklessness. I only look at the results, not the process." That won't work on me." Xiao Bei did not fall for it. She even kicked the person a few times. She tilted her head and said, "What can you do to me?" The person wanted to say something, but he was dragged away by the others. They dragged him to a place far away from the children for interrogation. Although Xiao Bei and the others were used to seeing blood, they still had to avoid it. It would not be good if they were taught too much. Zhang Xiaobao looked at his younger siblings who still wanted to play in the water and said, "Don't go down. We've caught the person, and this trip to Lu Mountain is coming to an end. We have other things to do when we get back. I'll take you to see the other 2 waterfalls on Lu Mountain today and tomorrow. It's time for you to settle down." "Oh." Xiao Bei stopped and walked back with her head lowered. It was obvious she had not played enough. At the side, Wang Wan said, "The next step is to take the land route to Luzhou. Come with us. There's still plenty to play on the way. When we arrive, there's the sea. You can continue swimming." "Ha!" Xiao Bei immediately cheered up. It was fine as long as they did not have to stay in one place. 2 days later, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan brought their younger siblings and set off for Xuanyang. At the same time, they had informed Hangzhou to let Li Longji take a boat over so that they could meet at the lake. After that, they would change to the land route and head to Luzhou. They would keep an eye on the railway. At the same time, they would let Li Longji have a good trip. Otherwise, Li Longji would never be allowed to look at the sea in the south, let alone go to the ends of the earth that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had named. They had another purpose in coming to Xuanyang. Their younger siblings had promised the people in Xuanyang that they would come up with ideas to increase the number of roads in the area. They wanted to see the actual situation there so that they could come up with a solution. In Hangzhou, Li Longji was still accompanying Jiang Wang clan to do publicity every day. After the first day, Jiang Wang clan was addicted to it. The next day, she would still go out and tell others about the benefits of having more worries. After a few days, the news was no longer sealed. The news spread quickly. Some of the wealthier families brought their pregnant women to Hangzhou. They were not lacking in the price of the gifts they could get. Instead, they wanted to see Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's mother. Everyone had lives in their bellies. If they were close, they could absorb the immortal energy of others. Perhaps, they could give birth to very smart children. When Zhang Xiaobao sent the news from Mount Lu to Hangzhou, Jiang Wang clan was talking to a woman who had come from Suzhou. She personally told the woman what to pay attention to when she was pregnant and that she could not stay at home all the time. She needed to go to the clinic every once in a while to have a doctor take her pulse or use a stethoscope to listen to her movements. There were no other medical devices at the moment, such as ultrasound. They could only rely on the tools and methods available. If the child in the womb was disabled, there was nothing they could do. They had to give birth to the child. Of course, if the child was stillborn, they could tell that it was missing a heartbeat. Even so, the people of Tang were very satisfied. At the very least, they were not afraid of dystocia. They also did not have to worry about accidentally hurting the child when they were doing things. Li Longji was at the side talking to the men of other pregnant women. He had completely let go of his status as the emperor. To be precise, he had changed to another way to reflect his status. When he met and talked to the people, no one would say that he was no longer the emperor. They would only say that he was closer to the people. An emperor who was in the hearts of the people was more convenient to carry out orders than an emperor who could only be imagined. Reporting, the matter at Mount Lu is over. The Bohai Jidushi has sent a message. Most of the enemies have been captured. Only a few are still hiding. There is no need to personally deal with the follow-up matters at the Jiangnan West Road. Your Majesty can set off in a few days and meet at Pingli Lake. While Li Longji was talking to the people around him about the importance of more children to Tang, a messenger squeezed in from outside and handed over the translated telegram. Wei Wei nodded to the people around him. Li Longji listened to the messenger and took the telegram. He said with satisfaction, the matter at Mount Lu is also over. Xiaobao's actions are truly extraordinary. All those who are caught are former citizens of the Great Tang. All of them are to be sentenced severely. As for those from other countries, lock them up for us first. Wait until us decide on where to deploy our troops. You must remember that you must not betray the country, and you must not think of betraying the country. Otherwise, no one will be able to escape. Our Tang is united, so why would we betray you? We will not let you off easily. Li Longji's last words were naturally for the people who were listening to the message. The people nodded in agreement. They all felt that the troublemakers were too evil. The country was doing well, so why did they have to join forces with others to destroy it? Wouldn't the people of Tang be harmed in the end? Your Majesty, don't worry. I will definitely not do anything harmful to Tang. I even sent gifts to the school. Bad people can't escape. They thought that they were very smart, but when Xiao Bao and Cuckoo made their move, they were all finished, right? They were all captured, right? Not only did they fail to harm others, they also harmed themselves. As soon as Li Longji finished speaking, someone in the crowd shouted. Li Longji looked in the direction of the voice and saw Wei Wei smiling. The people who were shouting were the inner court members of the Zhang family and Wang family. Previously, they were hiding in the crowd to monitor others, but now, they were showing their faces to echo Li Longji's words. Since there was a leader, the other people did not know what was going on. They all shouted and made promises. The scene was chaotic. Your Majesty, it's time to go back. We have to set off immediately, and we can't delay. The railway is of utmost importance, Wang Ju said. Let's go. Li Longji said and nodded at the people around him. Then, he turned around and walked toward Wang Ju's mansion. Naturally, Madame Zhang and Madame Wang also went back with them. When they heard that the children had solved the problem, they were both happy and reluctant to leave. They still had to stay in Hangzhou until the children were born. They could not continue to follow Luzhou, although both of them missed the days when they lived in Luzhou. Little Bei's 4 children were born in Luzhou. At that time, they were forced by circumstances. It was also from then on that the first caesarean section was made in Tang dynasty. However, it was likely that they could no longer go to Luzhou. Otherwise, Wang Ju would be suspicious and think that they had left. They would be worried about giving birth to their children here. Sister, how good would it be if we could go to Luzhou and give birth to our children? Little Yuan and little Zhu were born there, Wang Wan's mother said to Zhang family regretfully as she stroked her belly. Zhang family also wished to go to Luzhou. If they could go there back then, why couldn't they go now? Since they could not travel by land, they could travel by water. There were no strong winds or waves, and the boats at home were more than enough. Wang Ju sighed regretfully and said, I'll ask Xiao Bao and see what Xiao Bao has to say. Chapter 1104. 10 days later, Li Longji and the others arrived at the entrance of Pengli Lake. Along the way, they saw several fleets returning to Bohai Sea and hot air balloons flying away. The matter was almost over. People from all over the world couldn't stay in one place forever, especially in Bohai Sea. This time, Japan was involved. If the gunboats didn't go back, people would think that Tang wasn't angry with them, and things would get worse in the future. Apart from Gao Lishir, Empress Wang, Wu Huifei, Pan, and Wang Ju followed Li Longji. He wasn't an official in Hangzhou. He had skipped work and returned home. In the past, he had a good relationship with Li Longji. Now that the past was in the past, he naturally had to follow Li Longji. As for his official position, he wasn't in a hurry. He would arrange it when he returned to the capital. He left the main meeting of the fishing association in Hangzhou to someone else. He also brought many fishing enthusiasts with him on the other ships. He said that he would take them to Luzhou to see the difference between the sea there and the sea in Jiangnan and whether fishing was the same. To put it bluntly, he didn't want to give up the power in his hands. Although he was just a fishing enthusiast, those who could join the association were all rich people, except for those who were good at fishing and who were here for money. If he controlled these people, it would be easier for him to communicate with Tang in the future. According to his grandson, he wanted to develop the fishing association into an international organization. Not only did he want to fish in Tang, but he also wanted to fish in the places where the army would attack in the future under the premise of protection. He wanted to use the fishing association as a huge force to manage. Wang Ju wasn't stupid at all. He immediately understood what his grandson was planning. It might not be difficult for the army to attack with the support of advanced weapons, but the difficult part was how to occupy the place. It was impossible to let the locals occupy the place. What if they were not close to Tang in the future? The best way was to move the people in the places where the war was over to Tang and send the people there. If the Zhang family and the Wang family and the imperial court were to pay for it, it would be too expensive. If he followed the angling association there, he would be able to get more fish that the great Tang didn't have. He could bring them back and sell them for more money. Then, he would be able to attract the members to find ways to get people to occupy space there. At the same time, it could promote the construction of roads and increase the speed of travel, so that the colonization period would not be too long. If the great Tang in the past wanted to become independent, they would not be able to send soldiers over in a short amount of time, and they would have to switch back every few years. The future is still too far away. I don't know if I'll be able to see that day. Wang Ju sighed as she thought about the future. He was sitting with Li Longji on the highest floor of the ship, looking at the scenery. Li Longji heard what he said and asked, "What is it, Longji?" "Your Majesty, it is this subject who has thought about how, in the future, when the great Tang occupies more land, it will be easier for soldiers to deploy. However, it will be difficult for the common people to move about in the land that they occupy, and it will be inconvenient for them to manage the land. The regional commanders will also be in danger of not obeying orders. This is truly difficult." Wang Ju shook his head and continued to sigh. Li Longji and Wei Wei were taken aback. Then, they laughed and said, "You worry too much, Your Majesty. This is not a difficult matter. It's just a matter of building roads. Once the roads are built, you'll understand. The train is very fast. In the future, wherever the roads are built, the great Tang can no longer send officials to punish them. That's not a punishment, it's a blessing." Gao Lisher smiled and said, "You're right, Your Majesty. Luzhou is the place where the officials are sent. Now, the imperial court has stopped sending people to Luzhou. Once they are sent, the officials who are sent to Luzhou will take the ship directly to Luzhou. Their families are very happy, and they're waiting for the railway to be built. The land route will do as well. Yes, Luzhou is good. Xiao Bao and the others are capable. A place that no one was willing to go to was turned into a place like this by them. There's also Hangzhou. There used to be many fishing villages, and life wasn't easy. Ever since the water transportation was developed and there were more ships, Hangzhou has become a bustling place. However, I heard that the steel used to build the railway was gathered by the great Tang, and many places were damaged. If we don't use the railway and build other roads, the imperial court won't be able to provide enough money. If we don't have other medical and educational facilities, it would be fine. However, I don't think the great Tang's money is enough now." Wang Ju flattered Li Longji before he talked about the difficulties of the imperial court, especially the issue of giving birth to children and helping to raise them. He had never thought about it before, and he did not dare to think about it. However, now that the imperial court had some money, he was worried that it would not be enough. Li Longji laughed heartily. "Hee, it seems that you haven't been in contact with Xiao Bao for long enough. You don't know Xiao Bao's abilities. I've been with him for a long time, and I've come to realize that there's no need to spend the imperial court's money on cultivation. We can just spend the people's money and issue national bonds. When the roads are built, we can buy things from other places and sell them in Great Tang. That way, we can return the interest from the national bonds. We can also let the merchants invest in the roads. When the roads are built, they will get a share of the benefits. When the goods are transported, they will get a share of the profits. In the future, when the imperial court is no longer in charge of the business, the roads will be charged. When the fees are collected, it will be over. Manpower is cheap as well. Give some food and some money from Great Tang, and people from other places will be more than willing to do the hard work. I don't think you'll understand if I tell you now. Let's talk on the road. When we return to the capital, come with me. I'll show you something good. It should be done by then. The officials of the imperial court will have a stake in it, after all. What kind of treasure is it? Wang Ju truly did not know how amazing the Bureau of Works could be. He only knew that the three most important departments in Great Tang were controlled by Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. The first was the Agricultural Temple. It was in charge of the research on new plant species in Great Tang, and it was also in charge of agriculture and breeding. The second was the Great Tang Bank. It was in charge of the wealth of Great Tang, especially the taxes. The money was directly transferred to the bank, and there was no need to transport the copper coins to the capital. The money spent on the road was already a large portion. If the bank were to suddenly collapse, many people in Great Tang would cry. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was the lifeline of the country. The third was the Bureau of Works. The best craftsmen of Great Tang were gathered there, and there were many technologies and theories waiting for the craftsmen to learn. More importantly, it provided the technologies used by the military. Whoever controlled the Bureau of Works would be in charge of the weapons and future upgrades. Even the transmission of information was made by the Bureau of Works. It was said that a large proportion of them had been damaged during production, but money had still been invested into them. The importance of information was self-evident. Otherwise, there would be no need for the beacon towers. These three had always been in the hands of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, and they wielded great power. To put it bluntly, the two of them could even have the Emperor of Great Tang change his surname. After a war, they were certain to be the final victors. The things the Emperor was speaking of were probably from the Bureau of Works, because it was said that an official of the imperial court had invested money to establish a new company in the Bureau of Works. Is it because the steam engine has become smaller? Can it travel on the road like a carriage? Wang Ju pondered for a moment, and before anyone could answer, she asked. Qing is truly extraordinary. Although it's not the truth, it's not far off. It's something that can replace a carriage on the road, but not a smaller steam engine. No matter how small a steam engine is, it still needs to burn things. Where can it get water and combustible materials? Xiao Bao and Cuckoo call it an internal combustion engine. It also needs water and combustible materials, but not much. When I came out, a finished product was already made, but it still needs some time before it can be used. The finished product is prone to spoilage due to the lack of skill. There are many technologies that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo have mentioned that we don't have. There are some things that we can only use a file to create bit by bit. When Li Longji talked about technology, he was filled with worry. He was still worried that the other party had a country that was skilled in technology. Wang Ju asked in bewilderment, file? Can something good be made with a file? That's right. Gao Lisher said, don't underestimate this file. Nowadays, when apprentices want to graduate, it's not like before. They learn more systematically. When they graduate, they are given an iron rod and a file. Apprentices have to make things according to various requirements. The more complicated the things they make, the higher their graduation evaluation, the better they can do in the future, and the higher their salary. The simplest one is to make a small hammer with these two things. Not only does the shape have to be correct, but it also has to be smooth to the touch. Ah. Wang Ju opened his mouth and said in surprise, one iron rod and a file. At the very least, they have to make a hammer like that. This is the simplest one, but what about the difficult one? How is that possible? Why is it impossible? I have personally seen them do it. Every other day, they will bring it to me for a look until they are done. In the future, the most important department in Tang will be called Tang Heavy Industries. The people who work there must have a certain level of ability. It will not be like now, where they have to deal with the people first. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's requirements are very high. Usually, when the workers are not using pressure tools, they can know the degree of sealing by blowing on it with their mouth. If there is a 0.2 mm error in the workpiece, they can tell by touching it with their hands or eyes, and so on. Regardless of whether there are more advanced tools to measure, the workers have to do it with their own experience and ability. This is the foundation of the great Tang heavy industry. They said that in some places, the same parts can be assembled by different people, and the accuracy will be different even if they are given the same measuring tools. When Li Longji spoke, it was as if he was proud that the people in Great Tang's Ministry of Works could do it. On the other hand, Wang Ju was dumbfounded. How could the things that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were talking about be possible? As for the places that the emperor was talking about, it naturally referred to the places where the experts behind them came from. So that was the case. While Wang Ju was still in shock, the silhouettes of a fleet appeared on the lake, and it gradually grew larger. Your Majesty, Xiao Bao, and the others are here. When Gao Lisher saw the fleet, he took the binoculars from the person beside him and said to Li Longji, "They're only here now. We thought that they would be waiting for us, but they actually made us wait. When we meet later, let's see how we deal with them." Humph. Li Longji said in dissatisfaction. After waiting for a little more than 15 minutes, the two fleets finally met up. A long rope was tossed over, and someone immediately laid down a rolled-up wooden planks. Using the rope, the wooden planks were threaded together like a mat. As soon as the wooden planks were laid down, a small figure ran over from the opposite side and threw herself into Li Longji's arms, saying, "Uncle Emperor, I missed you so much." "Did you miss me? Did you? If you didn't, then I'll be unhappy. Be gentle." Yes, I missed you. I missed you during the day, at night, and when you were eating. Let me see, did you lose weight? No, you actually became heavier. How did you eat? Li Longji hugged the slightly taller Xiao Bei and said happily. I'm still young, and I'm still growing. Of course I'm heavier. I'm not fat at all. I trained my body, and I even caught people in the water. We're amazing. Brother Xiaohai was injured, and Uncle Emperor wants to take revenge for us. But you're not allowed to talk about my brother and sister. Xiao Bei waved her fists and said that she caught people in the water. Li Longji just said that he would deal with them when they came. At this moment, he quickly said, I won't deal with them. Your brother and sister have done a great service, and you have also done a great service. If you want a reward, tell me, what do you want? What do I want? I don't know what I want. I just want to see Uncle Emperor happy. I'll discuss it with them later. We won't ask for it for free. When Lu Zhou arrives, we'll personally go into the sea to get food for Uncle Emperor. We'll let Big Brother cook for us, okay? Xiao Bei pretended to be thinking. After thinking for a while, she still could not think of what reward she wanted. Previously, she was only thinking about the reward. What about me? Wang Ju asked when he saw his granddaughter pouncing to the emperor's side as soon as she arrived. Ah. Grandfather, you're good too. Grandfather, let me tell you. Xiao Bei left Li Longji's side and jumped into Wang Ju's arms again. She did not want to offend anyone. While they were talking, the other children, including Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, also came over. Panner and her brother, who were originally in the cabin, also ran over and shouted happily. The two of them could already remember people and knew that the person in front of them was their father. They looked around for their mother. Zhang Xiaobao, Military Governor Zhang Xiaobao, how dare you make me wait for you? Tell me, what punishment do you deserve? Li Longji glared at Zhang Xiaobao when he saw him. This subject asks for your majesty's forgiveness. This subject deserves 10,000 deaths. This subject should first put aside the matter of the people of Xuanyang and come here to wait for your majesty. This subject will go back and tell the people of Xuanyang that I won't do what I promised them until your majesty calms down. What do you think, your majesty? Zhang Xiaobao bowed and begged for forgiveness. Don't use the people to scare me. Let me ask you, how do you want to end this matter? Li Longji asked about the captured people. Chapter 1105. Your Majesty, it would be better to first discuss the matter of the common people of Xuanyang. In the last few days, this subject has racked his brains and finally thought of a plan that can compensate for the losses suffered by the common people of Xuanyang. This subject's brother and sister have taken great care of us, so the common people should be the most important. Hearing Li Longji ask about how to deal with the surrounding countries, Zhang Xiaobao frowned. He and Wang Wan still hadn't thought clearly about what strategy to use against whom. The implications were too great, so it wasn't as simple as dealing with the common people. Wang Wan also nodded. She admitted that it was very simple for her and Zhang Xiaobao to deal with the matter of Xuanyang. In truth, it was the same in the past. If they had truly sent the scholars of the various research departments to a single county to do research, in a situation where there was no exchange of benefits, it was very easy to raise the local economy. The reason they didn't do that, besides the exchange of benefits between the various powers, was that capable people would not want to go to a place to do small things. It was beneath their status. It was not as important as being a think tank, scheming with other colleagues, or dealing with the country's large environmental construction. Selfishness, it was that simple. At this time, she and Zhang Xiaobao did not need to exchange benefits with others. Even the officials of the imperial court, who represented their families or powers, could not pose a threat to the two of them. If anyone dared to cause trouble, they would be killed. How simple was that? Thus, calming down and inspecting the local economic structure and human resources was quite easy for them to come up with a good idea. Li Longji looked at Wang Wan. Seeing Wang Wan's pensive expression, he also raised his eyebrows and said, Xiao Bao, foreign affairs are the most important. Don't complain to us. Dealing with a small place like Xuanyang requires you to put so much thought into it. If so, we will take back the authority in your hands to prevent you from overworking yourself. This year, in the east and west of Jiangnan, all the officials who have not been caught will be demoted by 1 rank. Those who have just taken office will be warned, deducted subsidies. We will not listen to their explanations. They will say that they have just taken office and are not familiar with the situation. What were they thinking before taking office? How did they write the plan for taking office? This year, all the newly promoted officials will be demoted by 2 ranks and have their salaries deducted for 2 years. If they do not perform well next year, they will be removed from office. If they enter the lower ranks, they will be killed. Did they really think that they had nothing to do with the hidden dangers that occurred in the places they used to stay after they were promoted? According to what you and Cuckoo have said, if an official carries out a policy, it will show results in a short period of time. But not long after, it will cause problems for the people and money, and they will be held responsible. What you said to Cuckoo is very good. You need political achievements to be promoted, but you shouldn't do it for the sake of political achievements. The eyes of the people are as clear as snow, and I am not blind. In a few years, the first 2 batches of children from Chaoyang Action School will be able to become officials. In the future, when they become local officials, they will still carry out their policies despite knowing that they could harm the lives of the people. If they harm one person, I will kill them as well. The Tang Empire lacks other things, but it definitely doesn't lack officials. If it really doesn't work, I will use your family's inner court to replace them. Oh, is it because the gun is not accurate? Speak, Xuanyang, what do you want to do? Speak boldly. Even if it's wrong, we will not kill you and Cuckoo. If the plan is to double the people's income in 3 years, after 3 years, if the people's income is not doubled, the 2 of you will pay for it yourselves. We will be magnanimous toward you, right? Then what if the plan is to double the income, but the result is to triple the income? Zhang Xiaobao asked. First, it shows that your calculations are not accurate. If you can double the income this time, you might double the income next time. If it's a problem with your ability, you will be fine to help you correct it. Second, you deliberately concealed the information, which is the crime of deceiving the emperor. You underreported the data and did not do your best. You are not willing to take responsibility, so you will be fine to help you correct it. Li Longji said with a serious expression. Empress Wang, who had come out of the cabin to see her son and daughter, couldn't help but laugh when she heard Li Longji's words. Wu Huifei also covered her mouth with her hand, but her eyes were smiling. Zhang Xiaobao nodded as if he had accepted his fate. All right, this subject understands. Your Majesty, your plan is truly ingenious. This subject admires it greatly. In other words, as long as I am kind-hearted enough to come up with some ideas, I will have to bear the risk of being fined, right? Yes, Qing is indeed extraordinarily intelligent, haha. Li Longji also laughed as he spoke. The haze that had clouded his heart over the past few days because of the incident in Jiangnan seemed to have been swept away. Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, the unparalleled scholars of the nation, but that's all there is to it. Oh, not unparalleled, it should be my Tang, 2 swords in harmony. Let me guess, what is your plan? Xuanyang, Linjiang, and Peng Lake, so it must be based on water transportation. Xiao Bao's plan is consecutive, so I'll mention a few things. First, the shipbuilding industry. Taking advantage of the geographical advantage, it is easy to test ships. The lake has flat waves, while the river has rough waves. The newly built ships can be tested on both types of water. Second, the docks. Back then, when your family bought the Xiaoyuoshui River north of Sanshui County, the first thing you used was various kinds of relatively advanced loading and unloading tools. Now that the Ministry of Works has advanced technology, using them at the Xuanyang docks, the results are particularly good. You can also work with the shipbuilding industry to design the number of ships that can be loaded at the docks. Third, tourism. The scenery of Mount Lu is beautiful, and you can arrange for tour guides to wait at the docks. The roads are smooth, and travel is convenient. Just the food and lodging alone is not a small amount of income. The above 3 points can be said to be interlinked. What do you think? Li Longji seemed to have forgotten the pain after his wounds healed. As long as he was facing Zhang Xiaobao, he would definitely think of a way to win through strategy. Although he had never succeeded, he still enjoyed it. Your Majesty's plan is good. Wang Ju immediately began to flatter. Xiao Bao, this subject admires you the most when it comes to strategy. However, your Majesty is always able to point out the key points. This subject is inferior. Xiao Bao, is this what you think? Zhang Xiaobao smacked his lips twice, but didn't say anything. Wang Wan covered her mouth with her hand and laughed. When Wang Ju saw this, he said, "Is it not? Your Majesty's plan is one that benefits the country." Enough, don't say any more. We've been looked down upon again. Consort Huifei, what do you say? Li Longji knew that he had failed again, so he gloomily asked Consort Wu Huifei. That was because Consort Wu Huifei had also begun to study this. Your Majesty, this subject's consort actually has the same idea as Your Majesty. However, this subject's consort can add on one point. If the two sides of the Yangtze River cooperate with each other, they can glide high up in the sky and transport goods back and forth. The quantity is small each time, but it can be transported continuously. This is more convenient and safer than ships. Since this is the case, perhaps there is no need for Xiao Bao to think about what this subject's consort can think of. Right now, there is already a shipyard in the middle of the lake, and the tourist route is also continuing to be improved. There is no need to talk about the docks. Xiao Bao's compensation is to provide timely assistance, not to add flowers to embroidery. It is the local official's job to come up with a plan on top of what has already happened. It is not Xiao Bao's wish. Consort Wu Huifei followed Li Longji's suggestion and brought up another point. At the side, Empress Wang and Gao Lishir had smiles on their faces, as if they already knew. Wang Ju, on the other hand, was slightly embarrassed. He had only wanted to curry favor, but he had probably failed. However, he still had doubts in his heart. He admitted that his grandson and granddaughter-in-law were formidable, but no matter how formidable they were, there had to be a limit. His grandson's idea of setting up the fishing association was not bad, but it was making something out of nothing. The two of them were also skilled at investigating people, but they were also meticulous and skilled. Right now, they were talking about the livelihood of the people of Xuanyang. Xuanyang did not have long legs to run elsewhere. It had been there since ancient times. Other than the convenience of water transportation and the ability to build ships, what else could they have thought of? Fishing. Someone had already done this before. Since it was just adding flowers to embroidery, they naturally would not tell others to continue fishing, unless there was a better method. Oh, there was also the matter of pearl farming in freshwater. There were many freshwater lakes in the Great Tang that were suitable for pearl farming. Now that there was the technology, this was also not a good idea. Pondering, Wang Ju asked his grandson, Xiao Bao, did the Ministry of Works come up with a new fishing technology? Are they going to use it? Grandfather, the fishing technology is under the management of the Agriculture Temple. They do have the technology, but it can't be used in the rivers of the Great Tang. It can be used with electricity, explosives, drugs, and many advanced fishing nets. If it's used, it won't take long. Within 5 years, there will be no fish left in the Great Tang. It's better to leave something for future generations. Not to mention rivers and lakes, even the surrounding seas will be emptied if it's used. We have to catch fish, prawns, and crabs as fast as they are born. Lu Zhou's fishing efficiency is very high, and he has many fishing boats. However, he also has to set a fishing holiday. It's the same for the hawksbill turtles in the sea. If we seek temporary pleasure, we will be scolded by future generations. Zhang Xiaobao now cherished the things he saw that were already extinct at that time. One should leave a way out. There was no need to kill everything. It was not for others, but for one's own descendants. When Wang Ju saw his grandson's objection, he asked, "This won't do, that won't do. What other good ideas can you come up with?" "I don't believe it." "Grandfather, you're right. I don't have any good ideas. I just want to help the local people find some work and earn more money. I can't catch the fish too much, but I can raise them like pearls. The fish raised are easier to catch and they grow faster. We can let the people near the lake raise them. We have the tools and technology now. It's not necessary to raise them in deep water. Shallow water is fine too. It's just that many people haven't thought of it." Zhang Xiaobao explained. Wang Ju looked enlightened. He said, "Are you asking the people in Xuanyang to raise them?" "That's right, but what about cereal schemes? Haven't you always used cereal schemes? Cereal schemes? Grandfather, it's all what other people said. I don't need that title. I just want to do something for the people. It doesn't matter if I'm cereal or not. I'm a person. Enough, Xiao Bao, I'll say it for you. Wang Wan couldn't help but interject, Xiao Bao isn't planning on having the people in Xuanyang raise things. He wants to set up a few processing factories in Xuanyang, separating the bones, skin, and meat of the fish and processing them. The resulting products can be used in industry and agriculture. At the same time, there's also a place to research and process cosmetics. Freshwater farming can have pearls, seaweed, fish oil, and so on. In addition, the oil from the animals of Mount Lu, like snakes, can also be processed into things that are good for the body. He can use these things to drive the local industrial chain. At the same time, he can also help the surrounding areas with industries that are lacking. Besides processing, he can also collect and manage the medicinal herbs on the surface of the water. Wang Ju was confused, but Li Longji was dumbfounded. It really was extraordinary. He asked, anything else? Of course. When did Xiao Bao ever use cereal schemes? Wang Wan proudly said. Chapter 1106. Wang Wan's pride came from the depths of her heart. Other people might have already assumed that Zhang Xiaobao should be like this, but she was well aware that Zhang Xiaobao had experienced far too many things, and his usual job was to figure out how to swindle others. If one wanted to swindle others, one had to first understand the situation of the place and the various factors involved. Otherwise, how could one succeed in swindling others? Others weren't fools. It could be said that any swindler who could swindle an official, if they calmed down and earnestly did their work, would be able to achieve some success. It was just that they found the return period to be too long and the investment too large. And even if Zhang Xiaobao didn't stand at the peak of this industry, he was still in existence at the very top of the organization that couldn't be ignored. In the past, he had done many bad things, and of course, he had also done many good things. But ever since he had followed her to the Great Tang, he had never used the methods he had in the past to target the common people of the Great Tang. This was a pride that belonged to her, and also a pride that belonged to both of them. On this journey, while she didn't dare say that everything she did was correct, she definitely had a clear conscience. While Wang Wan was in a state of pride, the others were anxious. Wang Ju had never imagined that his grandson would come up with such an idea. Feeling that it wasn't magnanimous enough, he impatiently asked, Cuckoo, why is it a small workshop in the processing industry? A small workshop in the processing industry? Wang Wan came to her senses and repeated the concept in bewilderment. Flabbergasted, she asked, Grandfather, you think it's a small matter? Naturally. Wang Ju nodded. The things that other people grow, the things they find in the mountains, the things they raise in the rivers and lakes, if you take them to do odd jobs, how much money can the common people of Xuanyang earn? How much money? Xiao Bao's idea is to build a center around Xuanyang that gathers all the surrounding resources for precision processing and distribution. It will drive all the industrial chains in the Xuanyang area. Even if there's a stall selling yuntan in Xuanyang, it will make a fortune in the future. For a moment, Wang Wan felt that she couldn't explain it clearly to Wang Ju. There were too many things involved, and it was difficult for Wang Ju to understand with just a few words. Not to mention fine processing, even if she provided a supplementary ration, once it was done on a large scale, the economic benefits would be frightening. Moreover, Xuanyang's geographical location was blessed by the heavens. If he and Xiao Bao had been born in Xuanyang, they would have developed even faster. How could that shabby Sanshui County compare to this place? But Wang Ju still couldn't understand how a simple processing industry could help the people of Xuanyang earn so much money. Ju, I'll give you a book later. It's a political economy book written by Cuckoo and Xiao Bao. Take some time to read it. You'll know everything when you read it. Cuckoo, continue. When Li Longji saw Wang Ju's expression, he suddenly felt that his intelligence had increased. Although he couldn't guess Xiao Bao's idea, he could at least understand what Cuckoo was saying. He was much better than someone who couldn't understand at all. When Wang Ju saw the expressions of the emperor and the others, he knew that they understood everything. He was the only one who still didn't understand. Thus, he humbly nodded and said no more. Wang Wan continued, then there's the local processing technology. Moreover, the work of the physically weak, such as the elderly and women of the family, they will be responsible for looking after things. At the same time, they will use their free time to weave things like willow weaves. They will use branches, reeds, and bamboo to weave boxes of different sizes. The shapes will be as uniform as possible. In the future, they will slowly develop into unique handicrafts. If there are idle people in the family, they will have to run a snack stall. In the future, there will be more people coming and going from Xuanyang. The cost of running a restaurant will be too high, so it won't be easy to run. The snack stall will invest less, but the return will be faster. Cuckoo, isn't it like Hongnon County's Old Willow Village? When the time comes, Xiao Bao will come up with a good advertising slogan. Old Willow Village's slogan was thought of by Xiao Bei and the others. It's called Grow a Doll of Your Own. What is Xuanyang? Wu Huifei followed along, appearing very engrossed in her thoughts. She thought that Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao were repeating Old Willow Village's idea. Wang Wan lightly shook her head. There's no need. Old Willow Village's development can be replicated, but Xuanyang doesn't need it. As long as Xuanyang does it, it will definitely make money. If the locals don't want to sell, others will force them to buy. This is because the railway passes through Xuanyang. I know that the railway passes through Xuanyang, but that's the work of transporting goods. Wang Ju also knew. I've asked around. The Great Tang has brought in quite a few people from other places, especially Japan. There are also aboriginals from overseas, as well as Kunlun slaves and so on. When the train passes by a river, the small river will use iron and cement to build a sturdy bridge. The large river will transfer to the ship, and the carriages will be transported over and reassembled. I heard that they also need to blow up mountains and dig ditches. Quite a few people will die. Very good, they won't use the people of my Great Tang. Since they want to pass through Xuanyang, they probably need to sail on the river. Why don't they increase the number of people at the docks to help transport goods? From the south, it's impossible to transport all the goods to Luoyang and the capital. By the time they reach Xuanyang, the Yangtze River will require even more goods. The train will unload a portion of the goods, load them with local specialties, and continue north. I believe that increasing the labor force is better. As Wang Ju spoke, he gestured. He seemed to be imagining the scene of the Xuanyang docks bustling with people, constantly transporting goods. It was a scene of prosperity. Also, can they build a railway from the south to the north in a year? The journey is long, and there are many places with mountains and rivers. Can the Ministry of Works' technology really do it? Wang Ju once again began to have doubts about the railway. Wang Wan glanced at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao took a deep breath and said, to tell the truth, it can be built. But if 1 million people were to build the railway without any regard for the cost, I estimate that less than 10 or 20% of them would survive. In special circumstances, they would even need to increase the number of people. The Ministry of Works' technology is far from enough, so what should we do? When we reach the small river, we build the bridge. When we reach the large river, we blow up the mountain. No matter how many people die, even if we have to use human lives to fill in the gaps, we still have to build the railway. When the railway is finished, it can be said that every inch of railway is an inch of blood. When the two wheels turn, they truly go against the harmony of the heavens, but so what? Cuckoo and I will take it on ourselves. We have never thought that our hands would be stained with blood. So what if we get stained with it again? Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan toward the end of his words. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Their meaning was to let the history books scold them. They believed that the people of Great Tang would remember what happened. Whatever others say, let them say it. In any case, this was what they were going to do, and they could do whatever they wanted. Wang Wan said with a smile, "Yes, this road will be built. Normally, it would take more than 2 years according to the rules of a certain time in another place. But we will definitely finish it in 1 year. When there are too many lice, we don't mind being bitten, and when there are too many resentful ghosts, we are not afraid of being entangled. Whoever dares to stop us, Xiaobao and I will destroy gods and demons." The words of the two of them made Li Longji and the others gasp. Even the emperor of a generation felt his liver tremble when he heard Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan say that they would scam millions of people. It was even worse than Bai Qi. Suddenly, Li Longji thought of the rules that Wang Wan said at a certain time. He asked, "Cuckoo, where and when were the rules?" "It's the place at that time." Wang Wan gave an answer. She believed that Li Longji would understand. The railway that she and Zhang Xiaobao wanted to build was similar to the route in the past. Even with the technology at that time, it still took more than 2 years to build, not to mention the difficulty of building it now. However, the process of building it was different. At that time, people died because they were not careful. For example, when they were blowing up a mountain, if there was really danger, they would stop and use other methods to solve the problem. The two of them did not need to do that. If there was a dud during the explosion, they would continue to blow it up and were not allowed to stop. Even if the dud suddenly went off just as they were passing by, they would throw the debris aside. The people behind them would still have to step in and hit the holes of the cannon. When opening up the road, there were too many rocks. Even if they had to carry them, they would have to clear the place. After all, the people who died were not from Great Tang, so what was there to be afraid of? As for other people dying, what could they do? They could even throw an atomic bomb. After they threw it, wouldn't the place where they were thrown be like a grandson hugging a thigh? This was how countries worked. If you were strong, you could slap the other party, and the other party would have to smile and ask you if your hand hurt. If you were a coward, even if you didn't slap the other party would still slap you. You could never hope to treat the weak well when you were strong. Once you were weak and the other party became strong, they would still treat you well. Li Longji didn't know that he had been tricked all this time. He thought that the two of them were talking about that country. That country had built such a long railway, and even with more advanced technology than Great Tang, it still took more than 2 years. His Great Tang had to be faster. It was no wonder Xiaobao and Cuckoo were willing to use human lives to build the railway. Right, even if their technology was inferior to others, they still had to have their own ability to do things. If that's the case, we will think of a way to find people to build the railway. However, if your clan is willing to fork out the money, we will give you other things. Who will be willing to use them? Li Longji hardened his confidence, but he was also worried that he didn't have enough money. He couldn't possibly return the money after the other party took out the money, so he could only offer other benefits. Your Majesty, we have enough money. We didn't spend any money on the ores used to smelt the steel. We used the name of the imperial court to mine the ores, and we also didn't need to spend any money on the coal and other materials. The only thing we need is the transportation fee. There's also the labor fee. Even if the labor fee isn't used on the smelting, they can still do other things and earn money. Seeing that Li Longji was once more worried about money, Zhang Xiaobao spoke some words of reassurance. They didn't need much money in the first place. How much money did Jingzhou spend? There were many materials that didn't need money. The only thing that worried him was the speed of the construction. The other party had many railways in Jingzhou, and they weren't starting from scratch. Right now, Great Tang only had a single railway from Luoyang to the capital. In a different place, besides not caring about the lives and deaths of people, the local authorities wouldn't have any disputes, and the people would cooperate if they had to move aside. Without the difficulty of moving people, all they had to do was tell the people that they had to move aside, and the people would be very willing to move. They would even volunteer to help. Thinking of the advantages and disadvantages of the present and the past, Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan, "If we're building the railway, the people of Great Tang can help with some of the less dangerous work, such as transporting the stones or carrying wood from other places. We can choose the stones for construction purposes, or we can use them to make cement. This can be used to offset the wages of the people. As for the people from other places, they don't need to be paid. The Japanese are using technology points to tempt them, and the same goes for the other places. I think that's fine, but with the Japanese dead, we probably won't be able to earn back the technology points. We still haven't settled the debt with them for this matter, and there's also the group of small countries in the southwest that can't be considered countries. Once we're free, none of them will be able to escape." Wang Wan followed Zhang Xiaobao's train of thought and felt that it was feasible. Although it would delay the time of the Great Tang people, once the railway was built, the returns would be great. Hearing the two talk about this matter, Li Longji said, "Xiaobao, Cuckoo, we can't just ignore the matter of them working together to cause trouble, right? In the past, we would have already sent people to attack them, but now, we need to see what the two of you think. In the past, you were still arguing with the Turks and Tibetans, and you even wanted to launch an expedition to Japan and start a full-scale war. Besides, they weren't forced to this point in the past, and it was equally difficult for them to send messages, so why would they think of working together? The people of Great Tang have become smarter, and they're learning from them." Zhang Xiaobao criticized inwardly. Then, he said to Li Longji, "Cuckoo and I are thinking that we won't take a stand for the time being. We'll pass on the news to them through civilian channels and see how they react. We'll let them know that their plan has failed, but we won't do anything to give them some psychological pressure." Good plan. In that case, we'll continue to Luzhou and have someone pass on the news to them. We'll loosen the lockdown and lock up the captured people for the time being. We won't be judged or shown in public, and we'll act as if nothing happened. Li Longji immediately understood. The imperial court could not act as if they were angry. If that happened, the other places would send people to shirk responsibility and say that they were unaware and that it was someone else's doing. Then, they would put themselves in the position of being wronged and ask for punishment. The imperial court was in a difficult spot. They could say that they were not going to attack, but if they attacked in the future, they would not be able to pass on the surface. They could say that they were going to attack, but they knew that they could not. If they really attacked, it would disrupt Xiaobao and Cuckoo's overall plan. Wang Ju sighed and said, "It's a pity that my Great Tang has too few capable people. Otherwise, it wouldn't matter even if we had to fight an all-out war." Gao Lisha retorted, "The Great Tang has no lack of capable people. Any of the generals it sends out will be enough to win. Coupled with the advanced weapons, it's simply impossible to lose a war. But fighting a war will cost a lot of money. At the same time, we can't send out too many elite soldiers. Those who aren't elite can't even shoot properly. In the past, even if we won a war, many people would die. The Great Tang is currently lacking in manpower and can't afford to do that." Exactly. The present can't be compared to the past. Back then, when we fought Tubo, it was Tubo who constantly harassed my Great Tang. In order to defeat them, this is not a question of victory or defeat, but a question of payment and return. My Great Tang can't have too many casualties, but it can't have too few benefits. Xiaobao and Cuckoo already have plans for the Southwest, and they have plans for Japan as well. Once they're carried out, the benefits won't be any less than if we just attacked them, so why should we immediately send out soldiers? They can't compare to Duoshi. My great Tang's true threat comes from that religious country. Their territory is large, they have many people, and they have many soldiers. Dealing with them is of the utmost importance. If we have the money from fighting Japan, it's better to use it at home. Li Longji understood that Japan was on the verge of being finished. Those merchants the great Tang had sent over had already occupied all the places they should have, and the Japanese economy had been dealt a massive blow. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo would use the least amount of effort to take Japan as quickly as possible. As for the small countries in the southwest, the great Tang had not sent anyone to occupy them. It was better to act according to the information the two of them had given them. First, they would wear them down and make their hearts uneasy. When they had the time, they could deal with them later. Empress Wang was very interested in war. Rubbing the heads of her son and daughter, she smiled and said, "It's said that the best strategy is to defeat plans. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are exactly like this. They say that they want to subdue the enemy without fighting, but the great Tang is fighting without fighting. It is not a war of soldiers, but it can still subdue the enemy. In a situation where military force is the guarantee, economic warfare is even more formidable. Using the excuse of helping others to harm them is the best strategy. Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, you said that you would take care of Japan this year. What other methods do you have?" Zhang Xiaobao thought for a moment before replying, "I haven't thought about it yet. We'll discuss it later." Seeing that there was nothing else to ask, Li Longji urged Zhang Xiaobao to start cooking. "Think about what to cook first. We will eat later. You made us wait for quite some time. We are already hungry. See, the more you know, the more tired you get. Even if you know something in the future, you have to play dumb. Do you understand?" Zhang Xiaobao said to his brothers and sisters, and then he went to the galley to cook. 2 days later, in the morning, everyone arrived at the southernmost shore of Lake Peng. This place was a mountain. Since they had changed to traveling by land, they naturally had to travel through the mountains. In the past, the officials who were sent to Lingnan had to travel this way. The mountain road was difficult to travel. Many people were tortured to death before they could reach their destination. Some people were chased by an imperial edict before they could reach their destination. Li Longji also had to go this time. However, he was different from the people who were sent to Lingnan. He didn't have to worry about miasma or wild beasts, and he didn't need to be in a hurry to travel. His Jinwu guards had a scale of 3,000 people. Wang Ju's family also sent 500 guards, as well as eunuchs and palace maids. In total, there were more than 5,000 people. In addition to their troops, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Ju had even more troops. The 9 Children's Protection Team had 1,000 people. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan directly brought along 5,000 guards. In addition to the helpers who were transporting things, the total number of troops was close to 30,000. It could be said to be a mighty force. If it was in the past, it would be a waste of money and manpower. However, now, it was all paid for by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. When they reached a certain place on the road, the common people wouldn't curse in their hearts. Not to mention that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were here, even if the two of them weren't that famous, the common people would still be very happy. They didn't need to fork out money. Wherever the troops passed, there would naturally be people in front of them who would build a simple road. For Li Longji, it was a simple road. For the common people, it was a wide road that led to the sky. It would be convenient for them to go out in the future. Moreover, the troops didn't spare the common people. On the contrary, the common people would harass the troops. When they knew who was coming, the common people took the initiative to take out the food they thought was good. There were game from the mountains and chickens and ducks that they raised at home. In just 3 days, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan received more than 4,000 chicken eggs, more than 1,000 duck eggs, and nearly 700 goose eggs. Some were salty while others were bland. It was as though they were celebrating the Dragon Boat Festival. Little Bay and the other 11 children also received a lot of ham, bacon, and pheasants. There was even a tiger that was smaller than the Manchurian tiger. It was a South China tiger. It was alive. Nobody knew how the locals caught it. They couldn't refuse it even if they wanted to. The common people stood there with their things and watched the others build the road. Then, the troops came over and looked at them eagerly. They did not make a sound. Some of the things they wanted to give were placed at their feet while others were held in their hands. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not refuse anyone. They accepted the gifts that the common people gave them. If the troops were not moving fast, they would even talk to the common people. Little Bay sang a song and danced for the common people. Since they accepted the tiger, they naturally had to treat the common people better. Today was the 6th day on the shore. They were still far away from Luzhou. When it was almost noon, a group of local people appeared on the simple road that had just been built. They stood by the side of the road, holding the household registration documents in their hands and waiting. The household registration was something that people thought of on the 2nd day. In case there was an assassination attempt, in addition to a body search, they also needed to show their identification. Naturally, the people who were building the road in front of them were sent to check. They had to make sure that it was safe. This time, the local people did not bring too many things. They only brought a large cage made of wood. There were 2 black bears in it, and they were still alive. It seemed that the news of the tigers being sent to them had spread. The people here felt that it was not good to send eggs or other things. It would be embarrassing, so they brought something more powerful. When they got closer, they saw someone holding up a banner with the words Sen Xiao Bao and Cuckoo Bears written on it. The handwriting was not very nice. With just a glance, one could tell that the handwriting was far from good. When Li Longji saw the words, his expression darkened again. It had been 6 days. Ever since they came to shore, the common people had never given him anything. They were all given to Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, Little Bay, and the others. He was the emperor. He did not believe that the common people would not give him anything when they knew that he was here. It was not that he was greedy. At the very least, he would be happy to receive a gift. Xiao Bao, this isn't good. You're always accepting gifts from the common people. What do you expect the common people to do? Don't think that the common people's gifts are nothing just because you're rich. However, to the common people, these gifts are enough to last them many days. If you accept them, what are they going to eat? Li Longji could not tell the people who gave the gifts, so he told Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao knew what Li Longji was thinking. It was probably because he did not receive anything. He looked at the 2 bears in the cage and said, Your Majesty is right. A few days ago, we accepted their gifts. We arranged for people to dig a canal for them, repair their houses, and clean up the roads in the village. We also gave them candy and other things. However, they gave us too little. Last time, there were many people in the village, more than 100 households. In return, we gave them dried fruits and other things. Now that there are 2 bears, there are only 31 households in the village. It was not easy for them to catch 2 bears. If they really sold them, it would be enough for their village to live a good life for a year. Therefore, it is not enough to just repair their houses and give them dried fruits. It is not good to give them money. Your Majesty, please think of a solution. I will do it. It's not like they are giving it to me. What can I do? Whoever accepted the gifts can give me ideas. Otherwise, don't accept them. Li Longji was like a child at this moment. Yes, Your Majesty is right. We have to give them something. What should we give them? I accepted their gifts. They are really too much. Why do they have to give it to us? Give it to your majesty. Your majesty will think of a good solution when the time comes. Zhang Xiaobao deliberately angered Li Longji. Empress Wang, who was beside him, came down from the pole and said to Li Longji with a smile, Your Majesty, the commoners feel that you are of noble status and have seen everything. Naturally, they look down on the gifts they gave. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are different. They are not yet in their 20s. No matter what, they are still children. Xiao Bei and the others are even more so. Think about it, the commoners must feel that you eat well in the palace, live well, and use good things. If they give you some eggs, they are looking down on your status. Can you be short of money? I am not short of money, but Xiao Bao and the others are short of money. The commoners know that I am the emperor and eat and drink well. Do you think that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo have reached the point where they do not have enough to eat? Do you believe it? If the commoners really think so, I will admit that the Zhang family and the Wang family are the poorest families in the Great Tang. They are so poor that they only have money left. Li Longji said angrily. He just could not understand why the commoners did not give him anything. Xiao Bei hurriedly jumped over from the side and said to Li Longji, Uncle Emperor, I think it's because the commoners think that your status is too high, so they don't dare to give you anything. That's called tribute. Tribute is controlled by the local government, so how could the commoners dare to do so? If you don't believe me, just wait. I'll go and ask. After saying this, Xiao Bei ran over. From a few feet away, she looked at the black bear in the cage and found a boy who was 2 or 3 years older than her. She asked, Did you write this? I am Zhang Xiaobai. The boy was very strong. With one look, one could tell that he did not lack nutrition. His face was rosy and he was wearing clothes made from the fur of an unknown animal. Just a moment ago, she was standing there like an adult with a bow hanging from her shoulder. When she saw Xiao Bei and heard Xiao Bei's voice, she immediately became bashful. Her face turned even redder. She lowered her head and softly hummed in reply. The adult beside him was anxious. Xiao Bei is talking to you. Can't you say a few words? This prodigal child could be considered the king of children in the surrounding villages. He was very capable and efficient, but now, he did not know how to speak. Xiao Bei seemed to have seen this kind of thing many times and did not care. She continued to talk to the boy, Your handwriting is very good. Uncle Emperor even praised you just now. He said that it would be better if you wrote a few words for him. Do you want to write? Say something, write. I will have someone bring you the 4 treasures of the study. If you don't write, I will go back. Write. The boy's face was flushed red. He finally squeezed out a word from the gaps of his teeth. Wait, I will go back and get it. Xiao Bei turned around and ran away. She found someone and asked for something. She had someone bring a board over and grinded some ink for the boy to write. Li Longji also came over and looked at the words on the scroll. He nodded his head against his will to express his appreciation. In his heart, he was thinking that if his own child could write like this, he would have to beat them to death to vent his anger. Even Pan, or learning to write her own name with a pencil, was better than this. AI. It's good that he can write. It's not like he didn't know how to write in the past. I can't compare all children to the children taught by Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Li Longji thought to himself. The boy became even more nervous. His hand trembled as he held the brush. He looked at the paper and asked Xiao Bei, Write, what should I write? Write whatever you want. In any case, this is for Uncle Emperor. Write whatever you think of His Majesty. Don't worry, Uncle Emperor is very kind. Xiao Bei consoled. To her, there was nothing to be afraid of. The only thing she was worried about was the disappointed expression on her brother and sister's face. However, she had never seen her brother and sister disappointed in her before. Even if she did something wrong, her brother and sister would still be very happy. The boy took a deep breath and closed his eyes to calm himself down. Only then did he manage to control his trembling hand and write on the paper. The real emperor, live a long life and never die. There was a 100 in front of the 10,000 character, but the boy had drawn a slash to indicate that the character he wrote wrongly didn't count. After he finished writing, the boy raised his head and looked at Li Longji worriedly before he even put down the brush. Li Longji was stunned. He had thought about many things, but he didn't expect the boy to write these few words. He thought that the boy would write something like, "The country will last forever." If it was Xiao Yuan who wrote it, he would probably write a magnificent essay. However, these few simple words left him speechless. This is the real emperor. It's not fake, right, Uncle Emperor? Xiao Bei said to Li Longji as she blew on the paper, trying to dry the ink. That's not what I meant. What I meant was, I was thinking of a good emperor. I don't know about other emperors. I haven't seen the previous emperors, but the current one is good. The boy hurriedly explained. Good words. Reward. Li Longji personally picked up the paper and blew on it. After it was dry, he carefully rolled it up and stuffed it into his clothes. To him, eggs and tigers couldn't compare to a few words written by a child. The child didn't have time to prepare and wrote whatever came to his mind. To be able to obtain the approval of a child was the best gift. Someone immediately brought over a large pile of things and placed them in front of the boy. Li Longji also began to chat with the boy, asking about his family, his studies, and so on. Zhang Xiaobao watched from afar. He turned to Wang Wan and whispered, "Do you see that? This is true glory. It's more than 2 times better than the emperor of your time. Would the commoners care whether the emperor of your time died or not? You can find a random child and ask them what they want to say to the emperor. They definitely won't say that they hope that the emperor will never die. Aren't you with me? It's different. It's an imperial system now, and we weren't one back then. Otherwise, there would be people who care about us as well." Wang Wan glared at Zhang Xiaobao. "Don't lie to yourself. If the emperor of our time died, would there be anyone to send him off on the streets? Furthermore, it was an era where one's ashes didn't even dare to write their real names. Could it be that old Zhou was the emperor of an imperial country? Of course, it's not his fault. Everyone lives for their own ideals. Some people's ideals are just to reach the top, while others want to do something for the commoners. I feel that I'm more noble in comparison." Zhang Xiaobao curled his lips. At this moment, he truly felt that Li Longji was worthy of respect. "Then what do you mean by that?" Wang Wan asked. "What I mean is that we have to make little Li's life more comfortable in the future. If he wants to travel, we have to support him. Let alone playing in the Great Tang, even if he wants to go to South America, we have to find a way to satisfy him. We have to constantly use various methods to sing his praises. On the day he dies, we have to build a huge grave for him and write down the events of his life. For example, when he goes to a place and someone writes a piece of calligraphy for him and gives him 2 eggs. One is salty, the other is bland. This will make the future emperor feel pressured. Eggs aren't that delicious," Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan sternly. However, his words were not serious. What did he mean by a huge grave? "I think you're just salty. South America. Do you want to take him to the moon for a spin and feel the temperature and environment there?" Wang Wan rolled her eyes at Zhang Xiaobao and said. "That's fine too. I want to go there too. I want to bring back 2 stones and sell them for a lot of money." While Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were bickering, Li Longji had finished talking to the boy. He praised him a few more times and seemed very happy. He encouraged the boy to study hard so that he could do more things after learning the skills. Turning his head, Li Longji waved at Zhang Xiaobao and called him over. With a teaching look, he said, "Military Commander Zhang, you have accepted other people's things. You should at least show some appreciation. I've accepted it and rewarded it. What about you? Using you to be a good person." Zhang Xiaobao muttered in his heart. However, on the surface, he said respectfully, "Yes, Your Majesty, this subject understands. These two bears are very rare. This subject will definitely take good care of them. Right now, this subject is penniless and only has a small portion of corn. I plan to make popcorn for Patrol Inspector Zhang. Why don't I take it out and make popcorn for them? Your Majesty, what do you think? This subject is very comforted. Quickly go and get it." Li Longji ordered sternly. "Yes, this subject will go and get it right away." Zhang Xiaobao went back to look for the corn. "Your Majesty, we don't want any benefits. We are willing to give them to Xiaobao and Cuckoo." The boy's father said to Li Longji embarrassedly. He didn't care at all that the two of them were putting on a show. Who in Great Tang didn't know what was going on between the Emperor, Xiaobao, and Cuckoo? Therefore, he directly called Zhang Xiaobao, and Cuckoo instead of Military Commander Zhang. It seemed too distant. Li Longji was depressed. He had put on a show for nothing. Seeing that the other party didn't seem to want it, he lowered his voice and said, "How could Xiaobao give you popcorn? That thing is gone after you eat it. Xiaobao only said that he was giving you some corn seeds. You can find a place to plant them. When they mature, there will be more seeds. You can plant them yourself or sell them. They are very valuable." If Xiaobao really said that he was giving you some seeds, what would other people think? There are too few corn seeds in Great Tang. Many officials don't have any at home. If he said that he was giving popcorn, no one would say anything. Understand? When Li Longji was speaking, he didn't care about his identity as the emperor and winked at the other party. This person was stunned. Then, he nodded happily and said in a low voice, "Understood. Xiaobao is really smart. Thank you, Your Majesty. There's no need to thank me. After all, I am very happy that you are giving me something." Li Longji's voice was very loud. When Zhang Xiaobao, who had returned with the seeds, heard this, he knew what Li Longji meant. He reckoned that in the future, there would be commoners who would start giving Li Longji things. Too stingy, calculating with commoners. Chapter 1107. Just as Zhang Xiaobao had guessed, 2 days later, when the procession passed by another village, the villagers came to deliver things, including a gift for the emperor. 2 hens, which were still laying eggs, were held in the hands of the villagers and were cooing. Compared to the gifts given to Zhang Xiaobao and his family, the number of gifts was much less. It should be because the villagers felt that the emperor could not eat too much, so the emperor ate better food than the ones given to him. Unlike Xiaobao and Cuckoo, the emperor was thrifty and used the money he saved to give to the people. Regarding this, Li Longji was quite satisfied. It was a little less, but it could be considered an improvement. It was better than nothing. He happily returned a bolt of silk to the villagers, which was worth enough to buy 100 hens. He ordered someone to bring 2 hens and called for Zhang Xiaobao. He said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Then go. I want to eat chicken stewed with mushrooms tonight. Add more potatoes. This is a hen, not a chicken. It's okay to give it to my mother. It's good for her body." Zhang Xiaobao corrected him. "It's a small hen. Haven't you seen a bigger hen?" Li Longji stared at him. "I have. Okay, I'll cook. Don't blame me if you eat too much. The potatoes are not good potatoes. They have already sprouted. I originally planned to give them to people who need them. I'll dig up the place where they sprouted and find a nearby village to plant them. The rest of the place is for eating. Zhang Xiaobao took the two hens, who did not know what kind of fate they would face. After leaving these words, he turned around and cleaned up. In his heart, he was cursing. Eating chicken stewed with mushrooms on such a hot day, this is a northeastern dish, okay? Eating it in the winter is to nourish the body. If I put a ginseng in it, it will make your nose bleed. Li Longji was very knowledgeable. He called out to Zhang Xiaobao's departing figure, "Don't put anything else in it for me. I believe in your skills. I believe that the taste of the potatoes will not be bad. Torment me. Go ahead and torment me." Zhang Xiaobao continued to curse in his heart. Sprouted potatoes were not easy to cook. There was not enough flour, and the hens needed to be stewed for a long time. He could not put the potatoes together with the hens. Otherwise, the potatoes would be gone. Zhang Xiaobao could only increase the process. First, he steamed the potatoes. When the hens were almost cooked, he put the potatoes in. Hens were oily, and when cleaning them, they had to remove the oily parts. Normally, when eating in the Northeast, they would eat oily meat, just like how Russians like to eat butter to resist the cold. During dinner, Li Longji invited Empress Wang, Wu Huifei, and the 11 children to taste the fruits of his victory. When Xiao Bei saw the stew, she looked at the cool clothes she was wearing. Her eyes widened and she turned her head to look for her brother. What she meant was, "Brother, what are you trying to do? Eat his sister to death?" Her and her brother smelled the strong aroma. It was so strong that they felt disgusted. They also tried their best to hide back. Their eyes were filled with fear. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaobao was well prepared. Other than a large pot of stewed chicken, the rest were cold plates. There were also wild vegetables that he asked people to dig up. He blanched them and dipped them in bean sauce to balance the chicken. When Li Longji saw the vegetables, he also found it difficult to swallow. After hesitating for a moment, he still picked up a piece of meat and said, "Eat, it's good food. Eat all of it." After eating a mouthful, he did not want to eat a second mouthful. It was already hot and stuffy, so eating big mouthfuls of meat was a test for people. After taking another bite of the potatoes, Li Longji saw that the other people did not touch the meat in their plates. He muttered to himself, "Usually, the people here can't eat pine mushrooms, right? Why don't we share it with the people and send it over?" They did not eat much of the food in the pot. Moreover, not everyone reached out their chopsticks at the same time. They did not salivate, so it was reasonable for the emperor to give it to them. "Take it away and send it to the back. I'll cook 2 more dishes." Zhang Xiaobao already knew that the people could not eat, and they usually did not lack meat. "No need. The cold dishes are the same. The main dishes you prepared are." Li Longji did not want to continue tormenting Zhang Xiaobao, so he looked at the cold plates on the table and asked for the main dishes. "Noodles with water, or rice with water?" Zhang Xiaobao asked. Without waiting for the others to answer, he immediately ordered people to prepare. Soon, the rice with water was served. Only then did the little guys start to eat. When the people were eating, the bodyguards and other people also took turns to eat and rest. When the stewed food was sent to the people, it was not cold yet. The people were not giving it away, but taking the opportunity to repair the road. The road Li Longji walked on was a simple road built by the construction team in front. The quality was not up to standard. When the main team passed by, the road behind them was trampled until it was uneven. Some of the teams at the back were in charge of filling the holes. The people were also helping at the back. They found stones to press down the road. Even if it was a simple road, they could not build it themselves. Now that the road was solid, they were not afraid even if it was raining. At most, they would just fill in some places with stones. In the future, even if the others did not build the road for them, they could always use it themselves. Under the premise that they did not need to use the national treasury and the money of the local people, it was not a bad thing for the emperor to go on an inspection tour. After dinner, Zhang Xiaobao, who was guarding the ice basin and planning to discuss matters with Wang Wan, received a message from Hangzhou. It was a message from his mother, the Jiang Wang clan. The message seemed ordinary. It only asked about the children's journey and how their father was doing. However, Zhang Xiaobao understood what his mother was trying to say when he read the last part of the message. The last sentence was that when they arrived at Luzhou, he should help them greet the people of Luzhou. It would be best if he could draw the scenery and bring it back to look at. "Wife, I have something to tell you." Zhang Xiaobao put down the message and said to Wang Wan, who was looking at him. Wang Wan did not listen to Zhang Xiaobao. She snatched the paper and quickly skimmed through it. Then, she said, "You don't have to say anything. My mother and your mother want to go to Luzhou. If they want to go, just go. Why do you have to ask? Who can control them? I guess they're afraid of affecting us. Apart from parents who abuse their children and even kill them, all parents in the world are the same. I don't mean if they want to go or not. I mean how they want to go." Zhang Xiaobao tapped his face with his finger. Wang Wan had not seen Zhang Xiaobao do this for a long time. Only when he was scheming against others would Zhang Xiaobao do this habitual action. "What are you trying to do? Our mothers are going to Luzhou. Are you going to scheme against them too?" "I'm not scheming against them. I'm scheming against others. Think about it. Our mother can't travel by land like us. She has to take a boat. It's faster and more stable than the current road conditions." However, Wang Wan did not give Zhang Xiaobao a chance to show off. She asked directly, "Don't just come and go like that. If you have something to say, say it. Let's take a boat. What are you going to do?" Zhang Xiaobao choked on his words. He cleared his throat and said, "I'm not going to use them. I'm going to protect them. Our mother and the others are going to take a boat. No matter how stable it is, there's a possibility that something might go wrong. I won't be at ease if I don't send someone to protect them." Wang Wan did not say anything. She lowered her head and continued reading the information on the paper. She seemed to be studying her mother-in-law's ability to organize her words. At the very least, she was better than her mother. If her mother was the one who told her the news, she would have directly mentioned Luzhou. She would not have been tactful enough. Zhang Xiaobao waited for a while. When he saw Wang Wan was not cooperating with him, he had no choice but to continue. "Speaking of protection, how can I just tell you how many people I'm going to send? It doesn't make a difference whether I tell you or not, right?" Wang Wan read the information again. Zhang Xiaobao said, "So, I've come up with an idea. Take a guess." "What a bad idea. Are you going to tell me or not?" "If you're not going to tell me, I'm going to sleep. I'm sleepy." Wang Wan yawned. "My idea is to send a group of people from other places. Take a guess." "Forget it, there's no need for you to guess. I'm going to ask Luzhou to deploy a fleet of gunboats to meet them. Our mother can't go to Luzhou empty-handed. We should prepare more gifts, such as rice and noodles from other places and other local specialties. Therefore, a large number of resources have to be gathered at Jiangnan's east as soon as possible. Our logistics department has to be mobilized as well. We have to be fast. Otherwise, by the time we reach Luzhou, my mother and your mother will still be in Hangzhou. We might as well not go there, right?" When Zhang Xiaobao saw that Wang Wan did not have a tacit understanding with him, or rather, she knew him too well, he could only think of ways to attract her with his words. He wanted to show his cleverness in front of his wife. Wang Wan finally played along. She asked, is there anything else? Yes. Zhang Xiaobao nodded happily. Lu Zhou, I think we need things from Jiangji Province, Lingnan Province, and Northern Hebei Province the most. It'll take too long to transport from the other two places. Northern Hebei Province is directly connected to the sea. What do you think of transporting things from there? Zhang Xiaobao acted as though he was concerned about Lu Zhou as he asked for his opinion. Wang Wan and Wei Wei smiled. All right. What do you think we can give them in the northeast? Ginseng. Mink fur. Wula grass. Deer antler. Are you worried that Lu Zhou's people will be cold? The cold wind in summer is bone-chilling. Should we send them tonics? Why don't you make chicken stew with mushrooms for them? I'm sure they'll be very happy. Ah. Zhang Xiaobao was surprised. They'll be happy. After all, I made it myself. You said not to send them anything for the time being. There are hazelnuts and pine nuts in the northeast. We picked a lot of them last year. Although it's not the season yet, we can send people to pick them up. Maybe we'll be surprised. The local people are busy now, and it's not good to ask them to work. Let's send the army. The local army has been training. What do you think of transferring troops from Yu Province in the southern part of Hebei Province? What do you think? Gather some large transport ships in Hunan Province and prepare some goods. When the time comes, we can ship them together. Maybe we can earn back the money we spent. Also, tell the Japanese that we won't borrow the steam engine-armed ships we rented to them for the time being. They can help protect the transport team at sea. What do you think? Wang Wan finally heard something wrong in Zhang Xiaobao's words. She asked in surprise, do you really plan to do that? Do you want to transfer tens of thousands of soldiers from Tubo's army to Hunan Province, which is Shandong Province, and say that it's a cross-regional joint training exercise? Don't do that. I really plan to help Mother travel and give Lu Zhou some benefits. Don't get me wrong, Zhang Xiaobao said seriously. I don't believe you. I didn't get you wrong, but you want to make others misunderstand. You want to kill two birds with one stone, don't you? No wonder you did that little trick just now. It turns out that you want to take advantage of our mother's trip. If my mother knows about it, she'll definitely hate you. What kind of son-in-law are you talking about? Wang Wan rolled her eyes at Zhang Xiaobao. Where can you find a son-in-law like me? Don't be in a hurry to criticize me. Help me perfect it. Come on, when you go to bed later, I'll tell you the story of the wolf and the lamb. Zhang Xiaobao said without blushing. Chapter 1108. The next morning, after breakfast, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came to discuss this matter with Li Longji. Wang Wan was not in charge of using Yozhou's soldiers. In theory, she was only in charge of her own servants and the soldiers of Bohai Sea's Commander-in-Chief's office. She and Zhang Xiaobao were still regional commanders. As for the soldiers of other places, although they would not dare to disobey her if she wanted to mobilize them, there was something wrong with the procedure. You want me to mobilize Yozhou's soldiers to gather hazelnuts and pine nuts? Then, you want me to send them to Lu Zhou as gifts? Let me confirm. Is that what you mean? Li Longji was confused when he heard Zhang Xiaobao's words. He looked at Zhang Xiaobao in surprise, trying to see if he was sick. Zhang Xiaobao smiled honestly and nodded. Yes, that's right. Did your Majesty agree? Li Longji assessed Zhang Xiaobao once more before continuing. Xiaobao, I won't say anything about your use of the army, but if it's really useful, feel free to use the soldiers of Great Tang. Even if it's my Chamberlain of Imperial Insignia, feel free to mobilize them at critical moments. However, don't you think your reason is a little too far-fetched? You're the regional commander there, but you don't use your own soldiers and insist on mobilizing Yozhou's soldiers. You even want to gather pine nuts. Do you think you're joking with Xiaobei? No, my soldiers are still training. Some are training in mountain warfare, some are training in naval warfare, and some are training in building fortifications. I can't spare any manpower, so I asked my brothers to help. I don't need too many, just 20,000 people will be enough. Just think of it as providing training for my brothers. They don't need to bring too many things. They just need to prepare their rations and weapons. It can be said that they're traveling light. When the time comes, I'll reimburse them for their rations. Zhang Xiaobao said as he gestured as if he was carrying a military backpack on his back. He meant that it would take less than 1 month for them to arrive at his place from Yuzhou province without weapons and only food. Li Longji didn't immediately tell Zhang Xiaobao whether he agreed or not. Instead, he looked at Wang Wan, who was sitting beside Zhang Xiaobao. He saw Wang Wan sitting there like a soldier. But why did he look like he was trying not to laugh? Li Longji gently rubbed his temples to make sure that he wasn't hallucinating. Only then did he look at Wang Ju, who had also finished her meal and came over to chat. Ju, do you know about pine nuts and hazelnuts? I know. The Bohai Commander-in-Chief's mansion in the north of Hebei province has good pine nuts. After last autumn, before the new year, Xiaobao's family sent me a lot of pine nuts. I remember that there was a carriage with 2 horses. My family members and maids were tired of eating them. My tongue hurt after eating too much. Wang Ju recalled for a while and revealed a satisfied expression when talking about last year. Although they weren't as close as now, the Zhang family didn't lack etiquette. Moreover, not everyone could eat pine nuts in the north of Hebei province. Before her grandson went there, she only got a little bit each year as a tribute. It was not that the yield was low, but that the imperial court used to have poor control over that area. It was full of tribes and tribes. Besides, the road was difficult and there were many wild animals. Therefore, she couldn't get more pine nuts. Now, there were not many mountain goods and pine nuts coming out of that area each year, which were almost sky-high in price. Thinking about it, a satisfied smile appeared on Wang Ju's face. Li Longji gently shook his head again as he looked at Wang Ju and asked, "Do you know why pine nuts and hazelnuts have been less since spring?" "Ah. Less? Oh, they're only harvested in autumn. Don't you know, Your Majesty?" Wang Ju seemed to have thought of something, but she did not say it out loud. "I'm smarter than you. They're only harvested in autumn. What's the point of sending soldiers there now? 20,000 soldiers to cut down pine trees, transport them to Luzhou, and plant them at the seaside. When autumn comes, we'll show the children of Luzhou how pine nuts grow." Li Longji glared at Zhang Xiaobao as he spoke to Wang Ju. Wang Ju hastily chimed in, "You're right, Your Majesty. It's not the right time to cut down trees. Even if we cut them down and plant them at the seaside, I don't think they'll fit in with the local customs. Think about it, Your Majesty. There are coconuts, the coffee that Cuckoo used to plant, and kapok there. If we plant a bunch of pine trees at the seaside, people will be puzzled and confused. Moreover, it's hot there, and there's a lot of oil on the pine trees. The oil will keep flowing down, right? Have you become stupid as well?" Li Longji said as he looked at Wang Ju. Then, he was amused. Perhaps, he was angered. "You're saying the same thing when I'm talking about pine trees. Can the pine trees survive there? What I'm asking is, if the season isn't right, why are they harvesting pine nuts? They're even mobilizing soldiers from Yuzhou. Are they rebelling? Tell me, are you and Cuckoo rebelling?" Li Longji asked Zhang Xiaobao again. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head solemnly. "No, we're not rebelling. Your Majesty, you don't know this. Although the season isn't right now, there are pine nuts on the ground that weren't eaten by the squirrels last year. If we go there and pick them up, we can still eat them." "Oh. Li Longji stared at Zhang Xiaobao and pretended to be enlightened. He chuckled and said, "Good, it's good that you're not rebelling. Go ahead, I agree. You'll be in charge of the money for the provisions. Let them pick up more pine nuts. I'll also taste the pine nuts that fall on the ground." "Thank you, Your Majesty." This subject estimates that the taste is not much different from the ones that didn't fall from the trees. Even if they're contaminated with the earth's air, we might be able to pick 1,000-year-old ginseng and send it to Your Majesty. Zhang Xiaobao replied with a smile. "Okay, we will wait. 20,000 people. We'll just treat it as training. Let's set out. We have to travel a bit more today. Based on the census distribution of the Great Tang, it will be 2 days before we see any signs of human habitation. The earlier we see people, the earlier we can ask about the local situation." Li Longji narrowed his eyes and spoke as if he really supported the idea of picking up pine nuts. Wang Ju was confused. Why were the emperor and his subjects speaking like this? One found a very lame excuse, while the other supported the idea despite knowing that it was wrong. Were they both sick? Either they were sick, or they were sick. If they were sick enough to need an injection, they would need an intravenous drip. Otherwise, they might see some celestial being crashing down from the sky. Anything was possible. With Li Longji's order to go, the entire group began to slowly move, and then they began to pick up speed. Li Longji sat on the pole, a leisurely expression on his face. It was as if he was no longer worried about the complaints of the Yuzhou soldiers. Other than Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, the others were also carried away. Without the common people, they wouldn't get down and walk. After walking for an hour, Empress Wang heard someone mention this matter. She called Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan over and asked them to walk beside her. She turned around and asked, "Xiaobao, what are you and Cuckoo playing at? You're actually mobilizing soldiers for no reason. Although this isn't the era of feudal vassals, you can't let the Yuzhou soldiers think that you're playing with fire beacons. Morale is important, so you should at least tell them what you're planning." Before Zhang Xiaobao could reply, Li Longji said, "There's no need to ask. If they want to play with the feudal vassals, then let them. Let alone mobilizing 20,000 soldiers, even if they ordered the entire Great Tang's beacon towers to be lit, we would still agree. What's the big deal about picking up pine nuts? Even if they transferred the soldiers of Gongji province to Lingnan province and asked them to build snowmen, we wouldn't refuse. What's there to be afraid of?" As Li Longji spoke, he even raised his chin at Zhang Xiaobao, clearly implying that if I don't ask you, you think I'll be curious. I'll just take your words for real. Zhang Xiaobao raised his thumb to show that you're awesome, and Li Longji raised his chin even higher. Seeing the appearance of the two, Empress Wang shook her head helplessly. Then, she turned to Wang Wan and said, "Cuckoo, tell your mother what's going on." She was Wang Wan's adoptive mother, but she had never mentioned the word "e." Wang Wan smiled and replied, "It's nothing much. We're just letting them wander around. There are a few places in the mountains where there are many wild beasts, and it wasn't easy for a small group of people to gather there. A few days ago, we asked our local troops to clean up the wild beasts so that they could live a peaceful life. After our troops went there, we drove away and cleaned up a portion of the wild beasts, but to us, it wasn't very useful. It was better to train the troops and waste time. Yuzhou is relatively close to our area, and it's also very important. The local soldiers there have already lost a lot of killing. Since we can't use people to train the troops, we'll have them go further north. One is to help the local soldiers hunt wild beasts, and the other is to train their physical strength. At the same time, they can find problems during the march and correct them in time. After Xiao Bao and I set out, there might be some empty areas in our army, and the troops in the various regions will have to enter a state of combat readiness." Wang Wan didn't say anything about picking pine nuts. Unless it was to deceive people who didn't have common sense, this was something that she had considered when she helped Zhang Xiaobao fill in the blanks last night. She wanted to make use of this opportunity to mobilize the soldiers of Great Tang and try to familiarize them with the surroundings. In the future, if the two of them were to go out and someone wanted to cause trouble, they would be able to send soldiers from the vicinity. The more familiar the nearby soldiers were with the surroundings, the more advantageous it would be for the battle. Empress Wang nodded. Although she still had doubts in her heart, she didn't ask anymore. Instead, she signaled for Wang Wan to sit on the pole she was sitting on. Wang Wan looked at the person who lifted the pole and shook her head. Then, she walked nearby and talked about other things. Zhang Xiaobao still had things to do, and he didn't want to listen to his wife and Empress Wang talk about clothes. Thus, he walked to Li Longji's side and followed them. He also had a pole to sit on, but he had never sat on one before. It was tiring to be carried by others, but he didn't need to. His walking speed wasn't fast either, so he took it as a form of training. Walking beside Li Longji, Zhang Xiaobao didn't idle around. Occasionally, he would see some plants by the side of the road, and he would run over to dig them up or pluck them. Then, he would return to Li Longji's side and introduce the characteristics and uses of those plants to him. He even caught a hedgehog and explained the differences between the hedgehogs here and those in the capital to Li Longji. Then, he got someone to give it to his younger brothers and sisters who were sleeping on the poles after eating. He spoke for a full 2 hours, and there wasn't a single repetition. It was as though Zhang Xiaobao could continue talking for several days and nights. Li Longji was worried about the purpose of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's mobilization of troops, but he endured it and listened to Zhang Xiaobao's incessant explanation. He also put on a curious expression and cooperated. He really didn't know much about the things that they passed by. He only knew a little about the things that could be used as tributes. Are you thirsty? Do you need me to send people to Tubo to get you some snow water from the snowy mountains? You can use it to make tea. I could transfer 50,000 people over to help you deliver the tea. What do you think? Li Longji listened to Zhang Xiaobao's incessant explanation and pointed to the northwest as he joked. Zhang Xiaobao spat out a piece of grass that had a sour taste in his mouth and replied, "We can't go to Tubo. Tubo's soldiers are still used to scare people. Not to mention the long journey here, people will think that we are afraid. Since your Majesty mentioned the mobilization of troops, I have an idea. There are oranges in Shannon East Circuit that were plucked last autumn. They've been preserved using a special method, and they haven't gone bad even now. Why don't we transport more and send them to Huainan East Circuit? We'll send about 10,000 soldiers there. When the time comes, we'll send them to Luzhou as well. Luzhou doesn't have oranges. Can't we just transport them from Huainan East Circuit? Luzhou doesn't lack fruits. 10,000 soldiers. Send oranges. All right, I agree." Li Longji asked a few more times, but he did not say anything else. He nodded and agreed. He was letting Zhang Xiaobao do whatever he wanted. After all, Zhang Xiaobao would not rebel. Zhang Xiaobao was still finding excuses for himself. He said, oranges from different places taste different. For example, the oranges from Hunan Circuit are sweet, and the oranges from Jiangnan East Circuit are sweet. Isn't that obvious? I've learned something new. As it turns out, the ancients were wrong when they said that Huainan was the orange and Huaibei was the orange. The oranges from the north are sweeter than the oranges from the south. I'll have someone write this in the school book so the children can understand it. Is there anything else? Go on, I'll definitely agree. Li Longji chuckled as he played along with Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao smiled as well. It's true, Your Majesty. Indeed, there's something else I need to do. To be honest, the reason I've asked someone to send the items to Luzhou is because I received a message from my mother last night. She wants to go to Luzhou. I've thought about it and decided that it's not good to go empty-handed. Hence, I'll have to bring more things for Lu Zhou. It doesn't matter how expensive the items are, they're just a token of our sincerity. At the same time, to ensure my mother's safety, Lu Zhou's fleet has been stationed there to guard against her. I'll have to mobilize more of my family's logistics to transport the items to the seaside. I don't have a choice. Time is tight. My mother has to be there by the time we reach Lu Zhou. Otherwise, I'll be worried. Do you understand, Your Majesty? Oh. Li Longji's interest was piqued. He looked at Zhang Xiaobao and asked, "You're saying that you and Cuckoo are going to mobilize a lot of people to prepare the items for Lu Zhou? All of them are going to move quickly to the seaside. In fact, they're going to include the various armies as well." That's right. Some of the people are busy farming, and some are busy working. If we let the people work, it'll cost us more. Moreover, we'll be delaying their work. Since the soldiers have nothing to do, they'll just take it as a form of exercise. Just like what I'm doing now. Zhang Xiaobao pointed at his legs. What he meant was, you're sitting while I'm walking. It's been almost 4 hours. Shouldn't you slow down? I still have to cook lunch for you. Li Longji clearly did not care if Zhang Xiaobao was tired or not. He turned away and closed his eyes to think for a moment. When he opened his eyes again, he said to Zhang Xiaobao, "You're a good person." It's no wonder Lu Zhou only knows about the Zhang family and the Wang family. As it turns out, stop, you can't say that. The people of Lu Zhou know about Your Majesty. Moreover, they always praise Your Majesty. You can't accuse me of being disloyal. If this was in the past, I would have had my family confiscated and exterminated. Zhang Xiaobao interrupted Li Longji's words and grumbled. Now, it's also a crime of confiscation and extermination. You and Wan are putting on a show to tell the Japanese that you're going to beat them up. You're going to confiscate their homes and exterminate their families. Li Longji said with a chuckle. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head and denied, "No, there's absolutely no such thing. I'm just sending gifts to Lu Zhou and tormenting the soldiers of my dynasty. If we attack Japan, I have to withdraw our people from Japan first. Otherwise, if we attack them, they will kill our people as soon as they see that we're fighting. Who can I complain to then?" "Oh, right, I've discussed with Cuckoo yesterday. We'll temporarily stop the ships we're leasing to Japan as long as we can contact them. We're willing to pay compensation for the breach of contract. For the sake of my mother, money is a small matter." "All right, I understand. You continue to torment them. In order not to let the Japanese misunderstand, it's best if you contact them first. Tell them that you really sent people to the Commander-in-Chief's office in Bohai Sea to pick pine nuts, and that the fleet was really there to protect my mother. Tell them that I'm not going to attack them. I'm busy with my own business, and you can continue with your own business. For example, I believe that the Japanese will definitely believe you." Li Longji had a wicked smile on his face. He no longer had the usual solemnity of an emperor. He cooperated with Zhang Xiaobao, and the more he spoke, the happier he became. Zhang Xiaobao also had a wicked smile on his face. He chuckled at the same time as Li Longji, causing Empress Wang, who was standing at the side, to be very surprised. The speed and amplitude of the carriage carrying Li Longji were obviously different from before. The 4 golden guards carrying Li Longji lowered their heads and looked at the road, as though they did not hear Zhang Xiaobao and Li Longji talking. "Hee, if I don't hit them, they will definitely believe me. Hee, is there anything else?" Li Longji laughed wretchedly. With a straight face, he asked Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao was stunned. He opened his mouth and shook his head. "No, I'm just helping my mother. Even if the Japanese believe you and don't hit them, I don't believe that you don't have a backup plan. You're going to cook lunch. I want to eat an all-fish banquet." 48 fresh saltwater fishes, not one less. The saltwater fishes in the mountains are even more delicious. Li Longji reverted to his emperor appearance and ordered Zhang Xiaobao. Your Majesty, how can you bully a child like this? Unless it's a celestial mountain and the weather is hot, you can just eat a few cool dishes for lunch. Xiaobao, tell me quickly, don't let His Majesty bully you. Empress Wang advised when she heard Li Longji's voice. Why don't we send someone to buy saltwater fishes there? Apart from the saltwater fishes, the local specialties are quite good as well. We'll ship them back and leave them in Lu Zhou's hands. When we return to the capital, we'll ship them to the capital and sell them there. We've spent a lot of money on this trip. If we can make up for it, it's better than nothing. Moreover, the lives of the people there aren't easy. Send a report and ask Lu Zhou to send someone to discuss the construction of a smelting factory there. We'll help them if we can. Zhang Xiaobao pointed in the southwest direction as he spoke to Empress Wang. In truth, he was speaking to Li Longji. Li Longji nodded in satisfaction and said, I'm relieved to hear Xiaobao's words. Our neighbor is in trouble, and we can't not help it. I agree. I won't eat saltwater fishes for lunch. Is there anything else? Yes, there's nothing else, Zhang Xiaobao replied. Nothing else? If there's nothing else, I want to eat the specialties of the southwest for lunch. There are 48 dishes. I want to eat them. Li Longji suppressed his laughter and said to Zhang Xiaobao. Your Majesty, you have to be reasonable. You can't do this. Zhang Xiaobao was happy to tease Li Longji as well. Reasonable? Have you ever seen an emperor being reasonable? As the saying goes, if the emperor wants his subject to die, the subject has no choice but to die. How can there be such a saying? Li Longji said. Wei Wei swayed her body. She looked as though she was saying, what can you do about it? As the saying goes. Is that a saying? Zhang Xiaobao inwardly criticized Li Longji for being uncultured. Then, he said, Your Majesty, if you want to eat the specialties of the southwest, it's simple. When we're helping them, we'll buy them from the Japanese. The Japanese have boats that go out to sea to catch fish in the southwest. We'll buy them back while we're at it. The sea route isn't too far away. The Japanese can row their boats diligently. Moreover, they have the help of our first-generation steam engine boats. We'll help them transport the people who buy the things over. After they're done, they can just board the boats and come back. Li Longji nodded and said, That's right. We won't eat their food for lunch. You can just make 2 dishes. Is there anything else? Is that really it? Why don't you eat mine for lunch? I think my meat tastes good. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. He had a look on his face that said, I won't say anything even if you beat me to death. Forget it. That's all for now. We'll talk about dinner later. I need to think about it. Who knows, I might be able to figure it out on my own. Li Longji felt that he could not ask everything. If he did, he would seem too stupid. It was better for him to follow Xiaobao and Cuckoo's train of thought. If he could figure it out, it would be his own ability. Li Longji and the others had a pleasant journey. Moreover, they could joke and joke along the way. They also ate the local specialties and wild game that they passed by. They were gradually getting closer to Lu Zhou. However, when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came up with the idea of helping their mother's safety and bringing something to Lu Zhou, some of them were displeased. Takashita Junichiro had been keeping an eye on his country's plan to work with several other countries to secretly sabotage Tang. He was aware of this plan from the very beginning. However, when he wanted to participate, the other party did not allow him to do so. They said that he had always failed and had never succeeded in scheming against Tang. When the dissatisfied Takashita Junichiro found out about this plan, he suddenly had a strange thought. Without him, the plan would fail in the end. Moreover, everyone involved in the plan would not be able to escape. All of them would be captured. Sometimes, he would even dream of everyone being captured. Occasionally, he would wake up with a start. However, he regretted having such thoughts. No matter what, if the plan succeeded, it would be a huge blow to Tang. However, it was not that Tang would lose a lot of money. Even if they poured something into a river or a lake, it would only cause the things in that place to die. It would be difficult for them to harm anyone. In the worst case, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could just move the things in their homes and deliver them to the places that suffered losses. Even if it was drinking water, the two of them could bring it in basins from other places. It was as though there was nothing in the world that could stop them. The real blow to Tang would come from the hearts of the people. They would have to let the people know that Zhang Xiaobao and Cuckoo, who had never failed and never made mistakes, had their moments of weakness as well. This would cause the people of Tang to no longer respect the two of them as they did in the past. At the same time, if the plan succeeded, it would give the people of his country and the other countries a boost of confidence. In the future, when the country made decisions against Tang, the people would support them. Hence, the ultimate goal of this plan was to break Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's invincibility. Thus, he should support them. Since they were not allowed to participate, it was not a bad idea to help them in secret. With this thought in mind, Takashita Junichiro really did carry out his plan. He arranged for many people under his command to go to Hangzhou, intending to lend a hand when needed. However, just as he arrived in Hangzhou with his people, he heard that his people had been captured. Moreover, the news spread so widely that almost all of Hangzhou knew about it. Just as he was hesitating whether he should find a chance to save them, he heard that someone had been captured at the reed marsh in the lake next to Douchang. Not long after, the people from the Lushan Alliance were also captured. All of their arrangements had just taken a small step, and before they could achieve more, they were all cut short. When Takashita Junichiro received the news, he finally stopped thinking about saving people. He knew that if he went to save them, he would definitely be captured as well. Perhaps Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were waiting for someone to save them. Takashita Junichiro also felt that he had lost in the past not because he was not capable enough, but because Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were too powerful. From the news he heard, he understood more or less. The main thing was that this news was deliberately spread by Zhang Xiaobao. His purpose was to let the intelligence personnel of other countries know about it, so that their confidence would be damaged. Takashita Junichiro was obviously shocked. He really could not understand how Zhang Xiaobao could find a loophole in such a good security system. Moreover, he could follow them and listen to the storyteller talk about it. However, when he heard it, it felt like a dream. Zhang Xiaobao was almost a god. However, the truth was that if Zhang Xiaobao was not capable enough, he definitely would not have been able to capture them. Takashita Junichiro sighed. At the same time, he felt that if he could find a chance to kill Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, even if he had to sacrifice 1,000 or 10,000 people and use up several years of Japan's income, he would definitely do it. Otherwise, if the two of them were left in Great Tang, who knew what they could do? However, it was too difficult to kill the two of them. When they personally took action, they would disguise themselves so that no one could recognize them. When they stopped disguising themselves, they were followed by thousands of guards. Moreover, there were people secretly in charge of protecting them. Taking their lives under these layers of protection was harder than ascending to the heavens. If he had known that the two of them would be so capable today, he would have sent people to Sanshui County when they were still children and directly slaughtered the two of them in Zhuangzi. Although at that time, according to the current investigation, their families also had many defensive measures, they did not have many people. Moreover, they did not have the current weapons at that time. Killing the two of them when they were young was 100 times, no, 1,000 times, 10,000 times easier than killing them now. If only there was a medicine in the world. Takashita Junichiro changed his name and dressed like a person from Great Tang. Moreover, he had been in Great Tang for several years, so no one could tell what his habits were. While he was feeling sad, he also avoided the people who were still patrolling in Hangzhou. Of course, he was not stupid enough to hide in the restaurant between the clouds and the water. It was not that he did not have money. He had enough money to eat and live there. Not long after the new year, someone in China sent him a lot of goods and asked him to sell them. The money from selling them was also his responsibility. He was afraid. He always felt that if he acted like ordinary people, the most dangerous place was the safest place. If he ran to between the clouds and the water and stayed there, he would definitely be caught. Hangzhou was not a place where people from other countries who had not committed crimes in the Great Tang would not be caught. If someone from another country was caught in Hangzhou, even if they did not die, they would at least lose a layer of skin. After enduring several days of fear, Takashita Junichiro made his decision. He boarded a passenger ship and sailed against the current, intending to go to Xuanyang and see the situation. He thought that if he went there later, he would not be suspected of anything. But when he arrived at Xuanyang, Takashita Junichiro realized that what he had heard about Xuanyang being in chaos had nothing to do with what he was seeing now. Xuanyang was in chaos, but it was not a riot. It was the kind of chaos that came when people were busy. Many people were coming and going, and all of them had smiles on their faces. Nothing bad had happened. The feeling it gave was that it was thriving. Takashita Junichiro muttered, could this be another skill of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan? If this were his own country, and a place like Xuanyang was in a similar situation, it would take at least 1 or 2 years for it to recover. Moreover, it hadn't even been half a month yet. Seeing this person bustling about, he seemed to give off an even more ambitious feeling than Xuanyang had in the past. He had understood this from the intelligence reports he had gathered, and he had personally experienced it once. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not care about anything happening in the Great Tang. Whenever there was a man-made or heaven-sent disaster, the two of them would be able to resolve it in a very short amount of time. At the same time, what was even more shocking was that after each disaster, the situation in that place would be better than before the disaster. It had always been a heaven-defying battle, and the stronger the opponent, the stronger the opponent. With this helpless thought, Takashita Junichiro decided to take a good look at Xuanyang and stay a few days to understand how they had changed so that he could send this information back to his country so that his country could learn from them. However, Takashita Junichiro did not dare to stay any longer. He had his own communication system. First, he received a secret message from the north. It was said that Serene Province had mobilized 20,000 troops and was moving northeast. Their destination was Jili Province, but they were marching at the fastest speed in the name of picking pine nuts there. How was that possible? Where were the pine nuts to pick now? Even if they were going to pick them, why would they mobilize 20,000 troops? Even if they mobilized the troops, would the original troops of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan not be enough? Who were they kidding? Just when Takashita Junichiro felt that something was amiss and that they were targeting his country, he received a secret message from Lu Zhou's people. It was said that one of Lu Zhou's fleet of gunships and a conventional fleet that had been docked at the port had been mobilized. According to the information they gathered, the two fleets' destination was Hangzhou. To be more precise, they were on the coastal road to Hangzhou. The madam of the Zhang family and the Wang family wanted to take a ship from Hangzhou to Luzhou. Hence, the two fleets were tasked to protect her. Nobody believed that the two damned women who gave birth to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would have fewer guards around them. If that were the case, they would have been killed by the people who worked together. Was there a need to mobilize two fleets? If they were here to protect her, why were the gunships deployed? Who did not know that Lu Zhou's navy was the most elite force in Great Tang? Perhaps they were here to attack their own country. While Takashita Junichiro was feeling fearful, he received news from other places. It was said that tangerines were being sent to Huainan by the army from the east of Shannon. Then, they would be transported to the coast and loaded onto ships. They would follow the madam of the Zhang family to Luzhou so that Luzhou's people could taste them. Most of the logistics teams of the Zhang family and the Wang family began to gather. Those who were close to Hangzhou were moving toward Hangzhou while those who were close to Huainan were moving toward Luzhou. Hot air balloons filled the skies as well. It was said that they were rushing to deliver the goods from the inland as quickly as possible. The armies of the various regions also followed suit, constantly switching out their positions. With so much information gathered, Takashita Junichiro was frightened out of his wits. Huainan Circuit and Luzhou did not have tangerines. How many things did Luzhou lack? Did he need so many people from the logistics teams of the Zhang family and the Wang family? The hot air balloons and the armies were deployed as well. Everything pointed to his own country, Japan. Yamamoto, you're the one who deserves to die the most. Look at what you've gotten yourself into. You didn't do a good job of causing trouble, and now, they've found out. Now, they're going to start a war. They're not going to attack Duoshire anymore, they're going to attack our country instead. Takashita Junichiro grumbled in pain. He opened all the windows in his room, but he still found it difficult to breathe. 2 hours later, Takashita Junichiro mustered the strength to stand up and take a cold shower. He changed into a set of short clothes, pocketed the money, and walked out of his room. When he arrived at the lakeside, he found a boat that seemed fast. He tossed 10 strings of cash and ordered the boatman to row toward the other side of the lake as quickly as possible. The faster they rowed, the more money they would be given when the time came. When the boatman ordered a few people to row the boat, Takashita Junichiro, who had spent money to buy medicine, took it. He sat at the bow of the boat and looked at the blue sky and blue water. He thought to himself that he had to catch up to Zhang Xiaobao and the others as soon as possible. Then, he would apologize to them and give them all the hundreds of thousands of strings of cash. He hoped that they would give his country a chance. Chapter 1109. Disregarding his illness and the length of the journey, Takashita Junichiro traveled at his fastest speed. After reaching the shore from the boat, he spent 50 strings of coins to buy 2 mountain horses from a farmer in the village. If he were to go to the horse market, the 2 mountain horses that were usually used to transport goods and farming didn't cost 50 strings of coins. However, the farmer didn't want to sell them. It was clear that he wanted to raise the 2 horses as his own children. Helpless, Takashita Junichiro could only agree to lend the 2 horses. He used 50 strings of coins as a deposit. After returning, he left 10 strings of coins for the farmer's children to buy fodder. The farmer thought that 50 strings of coins could buy 4 horses and thought that the other party would return the horses, so he lent the horses. Takashita Junichiro had no intention of returning the horses at all. Compared to the stability of the country, what was a few strings of coins? Riding on the horse, Takashita Junichiro continued to chase. Fortunately, the road wasn't as difficult as before. Even when he reached the hillside, there was still a paved road in front of him that extended into the distance. At the same time, there was no need to worry about being attacked by wild beasts. All the wild beasts within a dozen li of each side of the road had been cleared by the group in front. Not to mention tigers and wolves, not even a single pheasant was left. They were all hunted and eaten. As such, Takashita Junichiro chased for 7 days and finally saw the tail of the group in front of him. When he saw the tail of the group, he was also discovered and stopped by the group. The people in the group who stopped him couldn't tell that he was Japanese. After all, he had stayed in Great Tang for many years. His attire and expression were no different from the people of Great Tang. Even if he had some Japanese characteristics, they couldn't immediately tell. Even in Great Tang, the people of different places were different. The people who stopped him thought that he was someone from a village and rushed over. Seeing his travel-worn appearance, they wanted to help him and let him rest first. They could talk about it slowly. However, when they heard that he was Japanese, the expressions of the people who stopped him changed instantly. Their original concern and gentleness turned into coldness and hostility. Their gazes were filled with hostility. Seeing the other party's expression, Takeshita Junichiro grew even more nervous. He knew that many parts of the Great Tang were beginning to distance themselves from the people of his country. Based on the information he had obtained in Xuanyang, many of the Japanese who had come to the Great Tang did not dare to casually reveal their identities. The moment someone found out that they were Japanese, although they had not yet been attacked, they would be in danger. There was no place to eat. For example, there were 2 Japanese who used to live in Chuzhou City. Their neighbors knew that they were Japanese, so they got along well with them. In the end, after such a thing happened, the neighbors began to alienate them and did not speak to them at all. Furthermore, they did not know which one of them leaked their identities. The 2 Japanese were hungry on the streets and wanted to eat something in a small shop. However, as soon as they entered, they were chased out. They wanted to drink a cup of tea, but the stall owner refused to sell it. One by one, everyone in the surrounding area knew that the 2 of them were Japanese. Whenever they wanted to buy something, no one would sell it to them. Whenever they wanted to find work, no one would take it. Even if they wanted to pawn their belongings to raise money for travel expenses, the pawnbroker would not take it. When the 2 of them discovered this situation, they could only cook the remaining food at home and take it with them to leave this sad place. They wanted to find a new place and hide their identities so that they could survive. Otherwise, they would starve to death. Thus, it was normal for them to be treated coldly by others. Thus, Takeshita Junichiro could only say that he was the person in charge of this matter from Japan. He wanted to explain to the emperor what had happened. At the same time, he wanted to help some people hide the truth from the Emperor of Pingqing and condemn his actions that had harmed the relationship between the Great Tang and Japan. Brothers, let me go and see His Majesty. We really did not know the situation. We only found out later that our country absolutely did not support Yamamoto's actions. If we had known, we would have stopped them in advance and given me a chance. Takeshita Junichiro begged the people who had stopped him. Of course, the people who had stopped him would not believe his words. How could the Japanese not know about the things that were used to cause destruction? The majority of Japan's goods were dependent on the Great Tang. How could the Japanese not know how much each item was sold for and how many items were exchanged for? It's just a word. Is His Majesty someone you can meet just because you want to? If you don't meet him, I'll give you a piece of advice. You should quickly find a chance to return to your country. Don't stay in the Great Tang any longer. In a few days, our people will get angry, and it might harm you. The person who had stopped him did not give him a chance to meet the emperor and even threatened him. Takeshita Junichiro was anxious. He thought that if he could not meet the emperor this time and explain things clearly, he would not have another chance in the future. Perhaps by the time he returned to his country, the Great Tang's valiant soldiers would have already landed. Those were gunships. Once the cannons fired, who on the shore would be able to stop them? It was all those people's fault for provoking him. What about now? The Great Tang was angry and could not tolerate it at all. What did I say back then? I was testing the Great Tang's bottom line. Now you see, the Great Tang's bottom line is that if you provoke me, I will immediately send my troops. Takeshita Junichiro did not dare to give up on this last chance. He begged bitterly, brothers, who are you calling your brothers with? We are not familiar with you. Hurry up and leave. Otherwise, we will arrest you for attempting to assassinate the emperor. The other party did not give him a chance. This sinner knows that I cannot meet the emperor directly. Can I meet the other people who are in charge of external affairs? Take this and help me. Save my life. Takeshita Junichiro continued to plead. He took out a large stack of notes and forced them into the other party's hands. The person who had stopped him quickly retracted his hands. "Take it away. I don't dare to take your money. I can take it with my life, but I can't spend it with my life. Wait, I will report to you and see if anyone is willing to come and meet you." As he spoke, the person gave a look to the people around him, telling them to look after the Japanese. He then turned and left to report. They were the ones who stayed behind to clean up. They were still far away from the group in front. It would take them at least 2 days to catch up. When the telegram reached Li Longji was eating the cold shredded chicken that Zhang Xiaobao had made. They had been eating vegetarian dishes for the past few days. The weather was hot, and the mountain roads were humid. Therefore, none of them could eat meat. Even Xiaobei and the other children did not want to eat eggs in the morning. They only drank some soy milk and ate 2 steamed buns with salted vegetables. Their appetite was obviously decreasing. If they were hungry, they would stuff their stomachs with fruits. They could not eat anything else. Only Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao did not mind. The two of them still ate what they wanted. They seemed to be very adaptable to the environment. At noon yesterday, Zhang Xiaobao noticed that his younger siblings, as well as Li Longji and the others, looked very tired. He knew that their bodies were lacking in nutrition. At noon today, he made a few meat dishes. There was cold shredded chicken, sauced beef, and the most important mutton soup. He mixed it with sweet garlic and forced his younger siblings to eat it. Especially the mutton soup, which was boiled with mutton bones. There was no mutton oil in it, and the dry ingredients were all cut from mutton offal. He added a lot of vinegar and pepper. He told his younger siblings that after drinking it, they would sweat and feel cool. Xiaobei and the others gritted their teeth and tried it. In the end, after drinking a mouthful of the hot soup, they found that it was indeed more comfortable than eating stir-fried meat directly. It was not greasy. They added some chili powder into it. It was sour, numb, and spicy. It was similar to spicy. It was really good. Li Longji also drank it well. The staple food was pasta. Zhang Xiaobao made small pancakes with corn flour. They were very small pancakes, about 2 centimeters in diameter. It was convenient to eat 1 pancake at a time. Moreover, it gave people the feeling that they could eat a lot. If it was changed to steamed buns or pancakes, people would not be able to eat them when they saw them. He also asked Zhang Xiaobao to refill the soup. When Li Longji poured vinegar into the soup, he praised Zhang Xiaobao. "It's all thanks to Xiaobao following me. Otherwise, I would probably starve to death on the way here. That's why a regional commander who can't make food that people like under any conditions is definitely not a good top scorer. Isn't that right, Xiaobei?" After Li Longji finished praising, he asked Xiaobei, who was also lowering her head and drinking the soup. Xiaobei did not like to eat the mutton in her bowl. She felt that when she drank the soup, it was too spicy and sour. She ate a small pancake. The corn flour pancake tasted pretty good. There was honey in it, and there was a hint of honey's unique sweetness in the rich corn flavor. She also liked the rough and delicate texture of the meat. This was made by Zhang Xiaobao using a fine grinder. Otherwise, normal corn flour would not be so fine. It took a lot of effort to grind it with a small grinder used to grind sesame oil. He was not at ease with others doing it. Yes, it's delicious. Let's eat this tomorrow for lunch, okay, brother." Xiaobei's face was scrunched up by the vinegar, but she still drank the soup. She raised her head and asked her brother, who was gnawing on the meat on the bone. "You'll be sick of it tomorrow. I'll make spicy soup for you tomorrow. You don't have to worry about eating too much. Eat a few skewers if you can. I'll make some chicken soup for you tomorrow morning. It'll taste better when it's cooked," Zhang Xiaobao said to his sister. He did not mind. Even if the meat on the bone looked oily, he could still swallow it. He decided to use the method of fighting poison with poison to improve everyone's diet. The weather was hot, so they would eat spicy food. After sweating, they would feel better. As for the other people in the team, they were still eating what they usually ate. They could not enjoy this treatment at all. They did not bring much food. If it was really uncomfortable, they would ask the chef following the team to make rice or sorghum rice that had been soaked in water and noodles that had also been soaked in water twice to make zhaojiang noodles. It was impossible to take care of them too much. While everyone was eating and chatting, a telegram was sent. The person who sent the telegram said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Young master, a Japanese man is chasing after us. He says he's called Takashita Junichiro. He wants to see Her Majesty but can't. He wants to see the official in charge of foreign affairs. He says he has something important to discuss." Takashita Junichiro. A very familiar name. Let's not care about him first. Let's eat. After eating, it depends on my mood. If I'm in a good mood, I'll meet him. If I'm in a bad mood, let him continue to follow behind us. I'm not in a hurry. When Zhang Xiaobao heard Takashita Junichiro's name, he remembered who the other party was. He had dealt with him twice and had gotten some money from him. He did not expect that the other party could represent a part of Japan's interests and was not called back to be beheaded. Looking at the situation, there was no one available in Japan. Therefore, even if someone made a mistake, they still insisted that the person who made the mistake continue to stay in Tang. When Xiao Bei heard the news, he drank 2 mouthfuls of soup and requested, I'll go see him. I'm in charge of foreign affairs. I'll see how much money he brought over to compensate for the loss. I'm done eating. I'll go now. What about the next 2 days of travel? You're flying now. Shueyun can drag you over. Aren't you afraid of falling? Wang Wan said to Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei picked up the spoon again regretfully. Oh, 2 days of travel. It's so far. Let him come. I still want to eat spicy hot pot for lunch tomorrow. I'm not going. When he comes, I'll see him, okay? Okay, Xiao Bei will go. Li Longji agreed first. A day and a half later, Takashita Junichiro finally arrived. When he heard that he could see the official, he rushed with all his might. If it wasn't for the fact that the people in the group were blocking the way, he reckoned that he would have arrived in less than a day. When he arrived, Xiao Bei was eating steamed egg soup. 3 eggs were steamed into a bowl. The steamed egg soup was drizzled with gravy and seasoned with oyster sauce. It tasted fresh and salty. When he heard that someone came to report Takashita Junichiro's arrival, Xiao Bei thought for a moment and asked someone to call him over. You know who I am, right? Xiao Bei asked directly when he saw Takashita Junichiro. Takashita Junichiro was stunned for a moment. When he came, he didn't know which official he was going to meet. He was thinking about who could travel with Li Longji and Tang and what hobbies they had. At this moment, he saw a girl sitting at the folding table in front of him. When he heard the other party's question, he immediately nodded and said, You're the patrol inspector of Tang. I know. You're very smart. Don't you feel very honored to be able to be met by me personally? Xiao Bei scooped a piece of steamed egg soup with a spoon, blew on it twice, and put it into his mouth. He asked in a muffled voice. Takashita Junichiro had already smelled the fragrance. He secretly swallowed his saliva twice and nodded. Yes, it's an honor. I've never had such an honor like today. My purpose for coming is, there's no hurry. I'm eating. You didn't find a good time to come. I have a habit of not talking about business when I'm eating. You haven't eaten breakfast, right? Have you? Xiao Bei used his chopsticks to pick up a steamed bun. It was a very, very small steamed bun. It was just enough to eat one steamed bun in one bite. Zhang Xiaobao knew that it would be unappetizing if it was big, so he had to spend some effort to make small steamed buns. Although the steamed bun was smaller than a normal steamed bun, there were many folds on the steamed bun. Furthermore, the steamed bun could be made with thin skin and large stuffing. The steamed bun was also well stuffed. It had a glossy luster and was crystal clear. When placed on the plate, it looked like a piece of art. Ordinary people couldn't bear to eat such a steamed bun. Takashita Junichiro saw the steamed bun and smelled the fragrance. He swallowed his saliva twice and said, "Yes, I've eaten. I ate it on the way here." He was actually lying. He had only eaten something at noon yesterday. Until now, he hadn't eaten anything. He hadn't even rested during the journey. He wanted to have a good sleep, but he knew that the Tang Empire's army wouldn't wait for him to wake up before advancing. Xiao Bei seemed to be very regretful. He ate another steamed bun and said, "You ate. I thought you didn't eat, so I'll sell you breakfast. Unfortunately, I won't be able to earn money. I ate, but I'm not full. Now that I'm hungry, why don't you sell me a portion?" Takashita Junichiro was very smart. When he heard Xiaobei's words, he knew that the opportunity to give him money had come. Not to mention that he was really hungry. Even if he was full, he would continue stuffing food into his stomach. "Okay, I'll give you 5 steamed buns. My brother made them himself. How much do you think they're worth?" Look at the steamed bun carefully. You haven't seen this kind of craftsmanship before, right? Think of a good price. Xiao Bei looked very reluctant. He took another pair of chopsticks and a small plate. He carefully picked out 5 steamed buns from the plate in front of him and pushed them to the other side of the table. He gestured for someone to bring them to Takashita Junichiro. Takashita Junichiro received the steamed bun and carefully looked at it. He had to admit that the steamed bun was really well made. If he could eat it normally, he would be in a good mood. However, at this moment, he wasn't in the mood to taste it. After thinking for a while, Takashita Junichiro asked Xiao Bei, "It's priceless. I don't think you should buy it with money. How much do you think it's worth?" He spoke very respectfully, as if he didn't treat the girl in front of him as a child. There were too many stories about Xiao Bei, so many that people were calling him a god. "You want me to state the price?" "Okay, 1 copper coin for one. Do you want to buy it?" Xiao Bei gave a price. "Ah. 1 copper coin. Not even 1 copper coin." Takashita Junichiro shook his head. If it was really 1 copper coin for one, how was he going to bribe people? Needless to say, the steamed buns were made by Zhang Xiaobao for his sister. The price of an ordinary steamed bun was enough to make people willing to spend countless amounts of money to buy it. Xiao Bei stopped eating and asked, "If 1 copper coin is not enough, how many copper coins will do?" 10,000 copper coins. Copper coins are not enough. It should be copper coins. Takashita Junichiro gritted his teeth and said. He had already thought of how much he would pay. 10,000 copper coins for one. Okay, take out 50,000 copper coins. Xiao Bei generously agreed. I don't have much cash. I have the proof of the Great Tang Bank. Here is one, there is one for 57,000 copper coins. What do you think? Takashita Junichiro took out a handful of proof of existence and found one with about the same amount. He held it in his hand and asked. I won't take advantage of you. Give it to me. If it's a large amount, others won't be able to take it out. If you give it to me, I can take it out. There's still 7,000 copper coins left. I'll give you a plate of soy sauce. How about dipping it in soy sauce to eat the steamed buns? Which one do you prefer? Xiaobei waved her hand and someone immediately brought over soy sauce and vinegar. There was none on her table, but the brine in the steamed egg soup was just right. There was also some brine in the steamed buns. Vinegar, soy sauce is better. When Takashita Junichiro heard that 7,000 copper coins for a plate of soy sauce, he felt that this was the most expensive soy sauce in the world. Furthermore, it was not like the steamed buns. The steamed buns were made by Zhang Xiaobao, but the soy sauce was definitely not made by Zhang Xiaobao himself. He usually liked to eat with vinegar, but now he had no choice but to choose soy sauce. His body was almost dehydrated, and if he did not replenish his salt, he would probably faint before he could say anything. Another plate was brought over. Takashita Junichiro took it and poured the soy sauce into the plate with the steamed buns. He put the two plates together so that he could use his hands to eat the steamed buns. Xiaobei also took the bank's proof of deposit and looked at it. It was not fake. She put it aside and said to Takashita Junichiro, "Eat, I'll eat too. After eating, we can discuss other things." After saying that, she lowered her head and ate, ignoring Takashita Junichiro. Takashita Junichiro held the steamed buns in his hands and ate them, but he did not eat too quickly. The steamed buns could be eaten one bite at a time, so he used his teeth to shave them bit by bit. He needed to watch Xiaobei's eating speed so that he could finish them together. The moment the steamed buns entered his mouth, Takashita Junichiro took a deep breath and admitted in his heart that the food Zhang Xiaobao made for his sister was indeed good. The steamed buns were filled with pork and shrimp. Half a shrimp, and there was also a bit of pork in the steamed buns. It was fresh and fragrant. He had never eaten such delicious steamed buns before. Indeed, rich people lived meticulously. It could no longer be described as extravagant. Xiaobei ate at a moderate pace. After she finished eating, she rinsed her mouth and wiped her mouth. Only then did she look at Takashita Junichiro, who had just finished 5 steamed buns and felt even hungrier, and said, "Why are you looking for me?" Takashita Junichiro returned the plate to the person beside him and put on an "I've been wronged" expression. He replied, "I'm here to clarify a misunderstanding." "What misunderstanding?" Xiaobei asked anxiously. "It's about disobedient people from our country coming to the Tang Empire and causing losses to the Tang Empire. Our country has never been clear about what they did, and they didn't tell us at all. I've always been representing Japan in the Tang Empire. If our country knew about it, I would know as well. Since they have caused losses to your country, I want to emphasize that it wasn't our emperor who allowed it. It was their own actions. Please don't retaliate against our country." Takashita Junichiro pushed the blame away as he stared at Xiaobei. He wanted to see Xiaobei's reaction. He would never admit that he knew about it and didn't stop it. Recently, Xiaobei had been with her brother and learned a lot of knowledge. She specialized in diplomacy and appeared to be much calmer. If it was in the past, she would definitely shout angrily and say that it wasn't a misunderstanding. But today, she nodded as though she agreed with Takashita Junichiro's words. Then, her expression turned to one of pain as she said, "Someone did come to cause trouble. Not only did your country come, they even joined forces with other countries to find an opportunity to scheme against us in the Tang Empire. They have caused huge losses to us. Their actions are very vile and their motives are not simple. This is an organized and premeditated war between countries. Not only did they cause direct losses to the Tang Empire in terms of wealth, but they also caused losses to the lives of the people of the Tang Empire. In terms of wealth, we lost 100 million strings of strings in one go. As for the losses in other aspects, they are immeasurable. This makes us very sad and angry. Regarding this, I express strong condemnation and protest. At the same time, I emphasize that this is an act of war. We have the ability and determination to make up for this loss through other actions and give the people of the Tang Empire an explanation. You should return to your country as soon as possible and tell your emperor about our intentions. Let him give us a satisfactory explanation and promise that the same thing won't happen again. Takeshita Junichiro already had a high opinion of Xiaobei, but at this moment, he still revealed a shocked expression. Was this still a child? Even an official from the imperial court wouldn't be able to say such words. Could it be that she had memorized them in advance? As he pondered, Takeshita Junichiro revealed the same sad expression. He lowered his head and said, "Yes, we are willing to think of a way to compensate for the losses caused to Shang Nation. But 100 million strings of cash, the direct financial loss is 100 million strings of cash. There are also indirect losses. When a place is in chaos, it's not just possible to calm it down with money. It requires time and more energy. It will delay many other important matters and disrupt the original plan. At the same time, because of your actions, the people of my dynasty have lost the support of the people, and it will take a long time to make up for it. The people are like water, and the ruler is like a boat. The water can carry the boat, but it can also capsize it. Perhaps there will be unrest in the future. Thus, we won't just accept 100 million strings of cash as compensation for the loss. What we need is even more spiritual compensation. This is not something that can be done with a little bit of money. For example, when I first went over, he blew me up. Although he didn't blow me to death, he left behind a wound in my young heart that is difficult to heal. The people of Xuanyang have already banded together to resist the imperial court. Just comforting them is already exhausting. There's also Dakang, Hangzhou, and the hearts of the other people in Jiangnan that have fallen into chaos. You must give even more compensation. Otherwise, it will have a very bad effect on the relationship between our two countries. We love peace, but we absolutely do not fear war. For the sake of our dignity, we are willing to shed our last drop of blood. Xiaobei did not wait for Takeshita Junichiro to finish speaking. She interrupted him from talking about how Japan had no money and repeated the losses her country had suffered. At the same time, she expressed a vague attitude. Takeshita Junichiro was dumbfounded. He had already confirmed that the child in front of him had not been taught to recite the words she had first said. They had all been thought out by her. Otherwise, the person who had taught her to recite them would have to be able to calculate every word he said. With a shocked heart, Takeshita Junichiro felt that this was also an opportunity. If he could answer correctly and satisfy Xiaobei, he might be able to stabilize Japan and avoid war. But he didn't dare to agree with such a large loss. The 100 million strings from before simply wasn't right. 100 million strings, not 100 million copper coins. It was just a small area from Jiangnan. If 100 million strings were lost over such a minor matter, how much of the annual income of the great Tang? Wouldn't that be trillions of strings of coins? As for the rumor that the common people of Xuanyang were huddling together, he had indeed seen it. But the reason the common people of Xuanyang were huddling together was not to rebel, but to make the entire place even better. There was no need to say much about the other aspects. It gave people the feeling that they had not encountered anything. They were stable and united. If one had to say what had changed, it was definitely that they had become more united than before. Though this was what he thought, Takeshita Junichiro knew that he could not say it out loud. Thus, he said, "Yes, we have caused a large loss to your country. We are willing to compensate, but our country doesn't have much money. Moreover, you should also know that much of the power in our country is not completely controlled by the emperor. There are also internal struggles, so we can't gather enough money in a short time. But we are willing to use everything we have to compensate. What do you think we should do? The important thing is that your country does not continue to wage war against us. Willing to compensate. All right, I'll have to go back and ask Uncle Emperor. I also don't know what to use in exchange, but you don't need to worry. There are only 2 points. One is to cede land, and the other is to compensate. We won't ask for all of your Japanese land. As for war, I just said that we love peace and will not lightly start wars. As Xiao Bei spoke, he felt thirsty. He glanced at the person beside him. That person did not need Xiao Bei's instructions and immediately knew what Xiao Bei needed. He quickly brought over the iced sour plum soup. Takeshita Junichiro swallowed his saliva again. Before he came, he had not drunk water for a long time. When he ate the steamed buns earlier, he realized that he had been tricked. The steamed buns were salty, but he had poured soy sauce on them. He had no choice but to eat it. After eating it, he realized that he was even more thirsty. Do you want a bowl? Brother personally made it for me. I'll give you a discount. 30,000 strings of cash. Do you have it? Let's discuss matters while drinking. Xiao Bei could tell that the other party was thirsty as well, so he asked with concern. Takeshita Junichiro's goal was to bribe. He nodded and took out the money. He found 2 vouchers for 20,000 strings of cash and said, 40,000 strings of cash. I don't have 0. I won't take advantage of you. I'll add 2 more pieces of ice in it. It's 10,000 strings of cash. Drink it. If you didn't meet me, you would only be able to eat ice in your dreams. Although the price is a little high, it's not too much. When you're in the desert and about to die of thirst, I'll give you a bowl of life-saving water. How much do you think it's worth? If you lose your life, your money will be taken away by others, right? Xiao Bei took a sip of the sour plum soup and explained that it was not expensive. It's not expensive, but life is the most important thing. We've talked about compensation earlier, and we're willing to do so. We hope that your country will withdraw your troops and not attack us. Takeshita Junichiro spoke of his purpose in coming here. We didn't attack you, and we didn't send any troops. What makes you say that? Xiao Bei blinked and asked in confusion. How can that be? Lu Zhou has mobilized 2 fleets. Jili Province's fleet is moving toward the outer seas. Yu Province's soldiers are heading toward Bohai's Commander-in-Chief's mansion. Shandong Province's soldiers are advancing toward Huainan Province as well. In addition, your logistics company is transporting goods to Hangzhou. There are even hot air balloons in the sky. With such a lineup, if you're not attacking us, are you really protecting your mother and going to Bohai's Commander-in-Chief's mansion to pick pine nuts? Takeshita Junichiro no longer cared about anything else. He immediately told Xiao Bei everything he knew. Xiao Bei blinked. Is there such a thing? Oh, you're right. It's as you've guessed, we have no intention of attacking you. Otherwise, we would have withdrawn our men from your territory before making a move. What if you killed them when we made a move? It's a misunderstanding. You must believe us, just like how I believed you when you said it was a misunderstanding. We have to get along peacefully. Don't worry. Come with us. I'll bring you to Luzhou to see the sea. I was born in Luzhou. Back then, I didn't know how to appreciate the scenery, so I don't have any recollection of it. In my dreams, I often heard the sound of waves and the chirping of birds in the sky. Let's go. I think the money you brought along should be enough for the trip. Takeshita Junichiro broke out in cold sweat. It did cool his body. He looked at Xiao Bei in shock and said, "We know we're in the wrong. Stop fighting. It's not a misunderstanding. It's definitely not a misunderstanding. Do you believe that you've mobilized so many men just because it's a misunderstanding? Why not? Even I believe you. You should believe me as well. Put yourself in my shoes. Are you saying that it's a misunderstanding as well? This isn't Yamamoto's decision. Did you arrange for them to start a war?" Xiao Bei retorted. For a moment, Takeshita Junichiro was speechless. Xiao Bei had tricked him again. Why did he not kill this shrewd child in front of him with an explosion? You're speechless. As expected, you did it on purpose. This won't do. I'll talk to my big brother and ask him and my big sister to mobilize the troops. You're too evil. You knew about it, yet you played dumb with me. You wanted to trick a child like me. Humph. Xiao Bei stood up and was about to leave as he spoke. Takashita Junichiro hastily stopped him. No, we're not lying to you. We really didn't know. I only found out after that. Even if we were 100 times braver, we wouldn't dare to cause trouble for you. It's a war, Xiao Bei emphasized. Yes, it's a war. We wouldn't dare. Let's talk about it. Everything can be discussed, Takashita Junichiro agreed with Xiao Bei. Inwardly, he hated those who supported Yamamoto. Didn't you say that Tang wants to fight Duishi and can't spare the troops to fight Japan? What should we do now? Look at their reaction. They've just captured Yamamoto, and they're already mobilized. You really didn't do it on purpose. Then, fine, I'll give you a chance. Go back immediately and tell your emperor that we won't start a war lightly. However, we'll be cautious when dispatching troops. If you can't give us a satisfactory answer, we can't guarantee that there won't be any disobedient soldiers who will disobey orders and go to war personally. Xiao Bei expressed his understanding and helplessness. Of course. However, there's not enough time. It takes me a long time to travel from here to Hangzhou. If I have to return from Hangzhou, it'll take me a lot of time. If your troops, disobedient soldiers and soldiers, selfishly charge over, what should we do? Can you strengthen the discipline of your troops and persuade those soldiers who have other thoughts to stop them? Give me some time to return. Takashita Junichiro pleaded. He was really afraid that Tang would launch an attack regardless of the cost. Even if the cannons couldn't reach land, they would lose the coast. Tang's troops would be sent over continuously. How could a body of flesh and blood face guns and cannons? Xiao Bei also appeared anxious and helped him think. After thinking for a while, he said, I'll give you an idea. Do you have money? We'll rent you a hot air balloon so that you can fly to Hangzhou quickly. Once you're there, we'll rent you a fast boat so that you can rush back to your country and discuss with your people. While you're on the way, we'll sort out the losses and tell you the amount of compensation. You can pass it to your people and see if they can accept it. Don't worry. Before you return and have a result, we'll try our best to suppress the soldiers and not let them panic. However, you have to be quick. 3 months at most. We hope that you can return to Tang with sincerity and discuss with us. What do you think? 1,000,000 strings of coins. We'll be responsible for your safety on the way. When Takashita Junichiro heard the amount, he knew that the other party was deliberately asking for more money. However, there was nothing he could do. Originally, he wanted to bribe them and express his attitude so that Tang would immediately withdraw their troops. Now, it seemed that he was too naive. The money he brought wasn't enough to change the other party's mind. They were asking for more. However, other than this, there was no other way. Perhaps no one in the country had discovered Tang's actions. It was best for him to return quickly and let the people who supported Yamamoto understand the seriousness of the matter. Takashita Junichiro took out all the money and counted it. Together with the banknotes on his body, he handed it to the person beside him and said, I don't have 1,000,000 strings of coins on me. Now, I have 350,000 strings of coins on me. Can I put the rest on credit first and put it in the compensation later? Oh. That's fine, but not put it in the compensation. It has nothing to do with the compensation. I'm the one who arranged it for you. The money belongs to me. Write an IOU. If you don't return to give me the money, I'll mobilize my protection team and personally go to Japan to ask for it. If you can't take it out, I'll ask the emperor. Even if you die, he'll have to give me the money." Xiao Bei waved his hand regretfully. Someone brought over a pen, ink, paper, and an inkstone and asked Takashita Junichiro to write the IOU. Takashita Junichiro sighed and lowered his head to write. He felt very sad in his heart. A weak country was like this. They knew that they were being bullied, but they didn't dare to resist. Otherwise, the country would be destroyed. However, if they did that, it would be difficult for the Tang Empire to attack Toshi after attacking Japan. It would give Toshi more time to prepare. However, who knew what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were thinking? After writing the IOU, Takashita Junichiro suddenly felt that it couldn't be just his country being bullied. Hence, he said to Xiao Bei, "I heard about this before I came. There are other countries involved. We can't let them go. Ours is a misunderstanding, but theirs is definitely not. I don't care. I have to ask my brother and sister. I'll pass on your message. See if there's anything else to pack. If there's nothing else, I'll get someone to raise the hot air balloon." Xiao Bei took the proof of deposit, the money, and the IOU written by Takashita Junichiro and said to him. Takashita Junichiro was burning with anxiety. He didn't need to pack anything. He immediately left with the others and took the hot air balloon. He wanted to rush back as fast as possible. As for what compensation he could get from the Tang Empire on the way back, he didn't need to think about it. Anyway, he had done what he had to do. Life and death depended on the thoughts of the people in his country. Seeing Takashita Junichiro leave, Xiao Bei excitedly counted the money. After counting twice, she grabbed the money and ran to find the others. The money was indeed hers. This was what she had agreed before coming. It was up to her to get as much money as she could from Takashita Junichiro. Let's go, let's go. We're rich. We're rich. Brother, quickly think about how much compensation we want from the Japanese. They probably took out a lot of money. We can only ask for things. Come, everyone has a share. Let's split it. Xiao Bei waved the money in her hand and ran to the team. She shouted happily to her brother and the others. She showed the proof worth more than 400,000 strings of coins to the other 8 people. Xiao Bei, are you still short of money? Li Longji asked. Yes, very much. Although I have 4,000 precious chain candy houses in the Tang Empire, I still have to take out a lot of the money I earn to help improve the lives of the children. I don't dare to use the remaining money casually. If something urgent happens, I can't be without a single cent, right? Today, I got extra money from outside. Of course, I'm happy. Our precious candy house is going to develop new candy. Not only will it suit the tastes of the children in the Tang Empire, but when we occupy other places in the future, we will also give it to the children there. Xiao Bei explained. She lowered her head and looked at the money in her hand. She revealed a satisfied smile. Li Longji looked at the puzzle-like Xiao Bei and shook his head helplessly. He said, "You also have to take care of the children in other places." Take care of them? Why should I take care of them? I want to earn their money. You guys go earn the adults' money, and I'll earn the children's money. At the same time, I'll help sell some medicine to treat children's diseases so that they can grow up healthily. Xiao Bei didn't hide her obsession with earning money. You still plan to let them grow up healthily? When they grow up, are you going to let them form an army and rebel? Li Longji asked. Of course not. When they grow up, we'll have more manpower to build the railway and mine. Big brother and big sister said that no matter how advanced the technology is, there will always be danger when mining underground. It can take lives. Besides, our current technology is still far from enough. There are always people who die in the mines in the Tang Empire. Every time I hear about a mine that has a problem, I feel my heart ache. If other people don't mine and don't raise their children, when our own children grow up and continue to mine, people will still die. How sad will their families be? Xiao Bei bemoaned the state of the universe and the fate of mankind. Li Longji nodded speechlessly. He realized that Xiao Bei only treated the people of the Tang Empire as humans. The people of other places were like livestock. When they grew up, they would work, and when they couldn't work, they would be killed for meat. He didn't know how Xiao Bao and Cuckoo taught Xiao Bei. Turning his head, Li Longji looked at Zhang Xiaobao and asked, "What kind of compensation do you plan to ask for?" "We won't discuss it with the ministers. What you say is correct." Zhang Xiaobao already had a plan. He replied, "It's simple. If they can't take out the money, there's no need for them to take out the money. I also don't want the goods. I'll leave the goods for them to exchange for money in the future. It's not easy for them. I only have 2 requests. First, cede land. Cut out the good parts of Japan and form a concession for our people. They are not allowed to go there without permission. Also, it must be written that Japanese people and dogs are not allowed to enter. Second, accompany people. Since we don't want anything, we'll use people as collateral. Ship them to Huainan province and help build the railway there. However, after the railway is built, there will be no points. These people have to be treated well and don't die so easily. What's the use of keeping them?" Li Longji didn't understand Zhang Xiaobao's purpose. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and said, "To prepare for the future. My Tang Empire is a peace-loving country." Chapter 11:10. Hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words, except for Wang Wan, the others all looked at Zhang Xiaobao in puzzlement. Gao Lisher thought for a while, but he still couldn't figure it out, so he asked, "Xiaobao, can the Tang Empire be peaceful? Keep the Japanese and treat them well, and don't occupy Japan. Didn't you say that you and Cuckoo would solve the problem of Japan within this year?" Empress Wang and the others also nodded, waiting for Zhang Xiaobao's explanation. Zhang Xiaobao glanced at Wang Wan, and Wang Wan said, "It is precisely because we want to occupy Japan that we have to keep the Japanese. As for the Japanese laborers who come later as compensation, we have to treat them as the people of the Tang Empire. Although it is impossible to build a railway without death, we have to take care of them in terms of life. We need to feed and clothe them the same as when the great Tang built the railroad from Luoyang to the capital. We don't want them to tire out or starve. We also need to provide them with nutrition and medical care. They are used as compensation in exchange for coming to the Tang Empire. The Japanese can consider how they will be treated after coming to the Tang Empire. To be precise, the Japanese think that they will be treated inhumanely. In this way, all the people who are sent here, in addition to the members of the defeated families in Japan, are the people who have the least status and can be sacrificed at any time. When these people know about it, they will be very sad when they know, won't they?" Wang Ju continued, "They themselves know that they are people who have been abandoned. Perhaps it won't be long before they lose their lives. So the people they hate the most are not us, but Japan. When they come to the Tang Empire, we will treat them well, and a large number of them will be willing to abandon their identity as Japanese and do things for us. That's all I can think of. What else?" The others were also deeply convinced. 100 abandoned people, after coming to the Tang Empire, found that things were not what they thought. Many of them would become anti-Japanese. We can use them later, but do we really want them to turn back and attack Japan? Li Longji asked, "Don't be fooled by the fact that many of them are willing to abandon their identity as Japanese. However, only a small portion of them are willing to attack Japan. Besides, it will take a very long time for them to come to Great Tang before they will attack their own country. Xiao Bao, do you think the 2 of you can educate them to that extent within this year?" Why must we go to war? We don't want war, we want peace. The land I cut will divide the Japanese's territory. I can even cut the land into small strips, specifically to prevent them from contacting each other. Only a small gap was left for them, so that if they wanted to contact each other there would be a way, but they would have to take a long detour to reach the place. Our other merchants continued to cooperate with us, so as to put them into economic difficulties, and prevent them from concentrating their political and military forces. Then, the people who come over will be trained for a few months, and those who are slightly loyal to the Tang Empire will be picked out. They will bring back a lot of necessities and contact the Japanese in the different areas, telling them how good the Tang Empire is. We will persuade them to join the Tang Empire. As long as the majority of the people in a place are willing to join the Tang Empire, we will let them become independent first and declare that they will become the Tang Empire's territory. Then, the Tang Empire will immediately send officials to govern them. Their upper class can't stop us even if they want to. They can't even deny it. Do you think they will dare to enter the concession from other places? At that moment, they have lost the hearts of the people and lost their strategic position. They are in a situation where they can't fight back. From then on, the problem of Japan can be considered solved. As for the remaining political power, we will slowly instigate the internal relations between them and nibble away at them bit by bit. They will no longer have the strength to resist. In the future, we will disperse the Japanese and immigrate them back to the Tang Empire. When the Japanese of the Tang Empire die of old age or exhaustion, there will be no Japan in the world. And our Tang Empire will have a new ethnic group called Japan, Wang Wan said. This was what she and Zhang Xiaobao had discussed. When the Japanese invaded, they had not completely occupied China and had not stabilized their position. They began to let the children of China learn Japanese in the occupied areas, but they were not allowed to learn Chinese characters and history. At the same time, they would immigrate the Japanese and let them live with the local people. The purpose was to let the people of China forget about China one day and only think that they were a Japanese ethnic group. But they failed. They failed because others also had better technology. The Soviet Union did not allow the Japanese to occupy China. China also resisted at that time. Their territory was too large, and the Japanese could not spread out. They were preparing for the long term and let the government of China recognize the existence of that place. When the time came, they could use the Northeast as a springboard and continue to repeat this step, thus turning all of China into Japan. Then the Soviet Union helped. In order to gain benefits, the United States also sent people to help. But the people who helped were not the parties that came to power later. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao had analyzed that the United States had helped Japan by throwing 2 atomic bombs at the end. It had helped Japan end the war at once. It was to gain control of Japan. Otherwise, the Soviet Union would get it. It was not purely to help China. At that time, if the 2 atomic bombs had not been thrown, Japan could still continue to fight. Although the veterans were gone, they still had to support the war to continue. Because Japan had not completely lost its advantage at that time, it could still be stabilized. The 2 parties in China were not very united. As long as time passed, through compromise and exchange, they might be able to form a tripartite balance. If they really did that, China would slowly fight, and after a few years of fighting, the Japanese men would be extinct. After the war, they would want to rebuild, but it would not be as fast as before. After the war, why did Japan value children so much? It was because they needed their children to grow up quickly. Otherwise, there would be no one. And now, what they needed to do was to follow their original plans. The difference was that there was no Soviet Union or America to balance the world. No one could stop the Great Tang. As Li Longji and the others listened, they once more thanked the heavens for allowing Xiao Bao and Cuckoo to be born in the Great Tang. For those 2 experts who had always been elusive to be born in the Great Tang, and for them to take a fancy to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, choosing them to inherit their skills. Otherwise, if they were thrown to Duochu, what would the Great Tang do? Even if they were thrown to Japan, by the time the Great Tang discovered the situation in Japan, it would be too late to attack. It was just like how the other countries had not expected the Zhang family and Wang family of Sanshui County to reach this stage. If they had wanted to assassinate them, how could the Zhang family and Wang family of Sanshui County have been able to stop them? Fortunately, the two of them had grown up, or rather, they had continued to grow, and there was no turning back. Good. I now believe that you'll be able to deal with Japan within a year. Although you won't be able to deal with all the members of the Japanese imperial family, you'll definitely make it so that they won't be a threat. In the future, when you go to fight Duochu, they won't make trouble behind your backs, Li Longji said with a sigh. Li Longji sighed. He had to admit that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's strategy was a success. If they wanted to destroy a country, they didn't have to do it personally. Now that they knew that Japan would be dealt with and that they would be able to weaken the southwestern countries, Li Longji's group was in a good mood. Their travel speed had also increased. Half a month later, they were only 300 kilometers away from the landing point. Based on their current speed, they would arrive in 20 days. In fact, their speed was already very slow. The main reason was that the group was huge, and the supply requirements were high. Later on, they had to constantly transport supplies. The further the journey, the longer the delay. At the same time, they also had to build roads. Occasionally, they would have to stop. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also observed the local situation and provided several ideas for the local people to choose from. Some were related to farming, some were related to raising animals, and some were related to handicrafts. In any case, they were trying their best to increase the income of the local people. Fruits and other local specialties could also be transported to the outside world to be sold through the roads that were built. When they provided things to the people outside, they could also buy the things they needed from the outside world. Sometimes, Li Longji would also help to come up with ideas. Then, he would sigh and wonder why the local people were so stupid that they did not think about it themselves. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not explain to Li Longji. Even in their time, the people in remote places also stuck to their original way of life, let alone now. Li Longji seemed to be smart now because he had been with the two of them for a long time. Otherwise, he would not have been able to come up with ideas in the past. There was still no news from Takashita Junichiro in Japan. Perhaps, he had not reached his destination yet and was still drifting at sea. However, the Jiang Wang clan duo had left Hangzhou long ago. They brought along Hangzhou's specialties and the group as they traveled along the coast toward Luzhou. Their speed was relatively faster than those who traveled on land. If they did not have to take a detour at sea, they could have reached their destination a few days earlier. The other places where they were preparing things also sent ships out. There was no need to follow the Jiang Wang clan's ship. Before the group left Luzhou, they just needed to send everything to them. Apart from the Jiang Wang clan's gifts, there were also gifts for Little Bei and the others. They did not keep the money they earned from Takashita Junichiro. Without going to the bank, they withdrew the money from other places through their family's connections. They ordered their family members to buy the goods and ship them to Luzhou. Most of the goods were from the upper reaches of the Yangtze River. If they bought the specialties from the upper reaches of the Yangtze River and loaded them onto the ships, they would be able to travel faster. If they traveled from the capital, it would take too long. In the middle of the 7th month, at night, the moon in the sky was rounder than usual. This was the Hungry Ghost Festival, also known as the Ghost Festival. The name sounded scary, but at this moment, it was the busiest time. It was second only to New Year's Eve and the 15th day of the first lunar month. The people of Tang were busy. Some were offering sacrifices, and some were out for sightseeing. It was not that they were afraid of ghosts. Instead, they treated it as a day to gather and have fun. Lu Zhou was especially lively tonight. Almost everyone had gathered near the docks. The neatly built roads were brightly lit as well. Torches and candles made of fish oil illuminated the entire Lu Zhou. There were also countless snacks placed outside. However, nobody was hawking. Instead, there were people in charge of preparing them. Once the food was taken away, someone would immediately make up for it. It was like a buffet. However, the scale of this buffet was larger than any other buffet. On both sides of the road, there were people in charge of preparing food, tea, candies, dried fruits, and so on. The amount of money spent in just one night was not a small amount. If they were to calculate the cost, they would have spent 100,000 strings of cash. Apart from these things, there were also countless calming lanterns, firecrackers, and colorful flags that were waiting to be set off. The entertainment cost of 100,000 strings of cash was equivalent to the annual income of 10 medium-sized counties in other places. However, even though so much money was spent, no one felt the pinch. Well, to be more precise, only a small portion of people felt the pinch. The person who felt the pinch was the newly appointed provincial governor of Lu Zhou, Su Mingyang. He had only obtained this position through his connections. At the beginning of spring, he brought his family and rushed to Lu Zhou with him. After the handover, he wanted to show off his ambition. He had heard about Lu Zhou. The previous officials were replaced every year, but no one was able to interfere with Lu Zhou's development. Before he came, the person he had asked told him not to have any other ideas. If he stayed in Lu Zhou for a year without any problems, he would be given a large sum of money when he left. At the same time, he would be asked to learn more during his free time. Lu Zhou was an important place for imports and exports. There were many things that could not be learned elsewhere. He could broaden his horizons and learn. When he returned, he could be given a better position and even have a chance to enter the court. Su Mingyang agreed readily, but he was not convinced. He always thought that if he came to Lu Zhou with his own ability, he would be able to discover the shortcomings of Lu Zhou's development and make up for it. However, when he arrived at the place, he had not discovered the flaws in his development. He first found that there were many things that he did not know. He could only learn patiently so that he could think about what to change after he learned. In the end, the more he learned, the more he realized that he knew little. It was as though everything he had learned before was part of the Enlightenment education. When it was almost the day before the Hungry Ghost Festival, he wanted to organize an event to win the hearts of the people. However, before he could organize it, Lu Zhou's people had already organized it. Moreover, they did not tell him at all, let alone ask for his opinion and suggestions. He asked a few people, but he did not get any useful information. He could only wait for the day when others were busy. He would participate in the event as the provincial governor. He thought that as an official, the others would not continue to ignore him, right? When he went out at night, under the bright light of the fire, he saw the words on the banners and flags that were held up by the people outside. At first, he was happy. This was because the words on the banners read, "Welcome, Provincial Governor." "Greetings, Provincial Governor." "We miss you, Provincial Governor." It seemed that the people wanted to give him a surprise. Su Mingyang thought to himself. When he saw the endless line of people walking toward the government office, he stood out with a happy expression on his face. He placed his hands behind his back and waited for the people to greet him. However, the people did not seem to see him. They continued to hold up the banners and walk to the other side. A few people who thought he was a hindrance glared at him. He pulled someone aside and said angrily, "Tell me, where are you going to celebrate for me? Hurry up and tell me. Otherwise, I won't participate." The person who was pulled aside looked at him in surprise. When he regained his senses, he pursed his lips and said, "Stay in your mansion obediently. Who cares about you? You're the provincial governor. We're going to welcome the provincial governor's wife." They're coming tonight. The provincial governor's wife. My wife is in my mansion. Why don't I know where she went? Su Mingyang continued to hold on to the person and refused to let go. What kind of provincial governor are you? In Luzhou, there's only one provincial governor, and that's Provincial Governor Zhang Zhong. The provincial governor's wife is coming by boat. We're going to welcome her. Let me tell you, don't cause trouble. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson. Be obedient. Let go of my hand. As the person spoke, he struggled to break free from Su Mingyang's hand. A happy expression returned to his face as he walked toward the docks with the others. Why am I not the provincial governor? Why am I not the provincial governor? I'll go as well. I want to ask Zhang Zhong's wife in person if I'm the provincial governor of Luzhou. Su Mingyang said angrily. As expected, he followed the group to the docks. Chapter 11:11. As for Su Mingyang following them, many people in the group heading to the pier saw him, but they didn't do anything. They did not say that Su Mingyang was not allowed to go over, nor did they welcome him. They were all wondering if they could get close to the madam of the Zhang family and say a few words when they saw her. There was still quite a distance between the state capital and the pier. It was not yet midnight, only a quarter to the afternoon. There were still 40 minutes to go. Based on their current speed, they would reach the pier by the time it was morning, and they would need to walk for 3 hours. It would be much faster if they took a carriage. However, there were also many people heading to the pier. People from various counties in the state were gathering at the pier. Even if they did not have to work tomorrow, they still wanted to welcome them. Some old people who could not walk asked their children to push their carriages to the pier. They were a minority. Most of the old people were staying in the nursing home in the state capital. They were given special treatment and rode on carriages at the back of the group. The more Su Mingyang walked, the more jealous he became. With the help of the torches by the side of the road, he could clearly see the heartfelt smiles on many people's faces. The children were also jumping forward. From time to time, a few children would play around with the adults. It was truly a festive atmosphere. However, this atmosphere had nothing to do with Su Mingyang. When other places celebrated the Hungry Ghost Festival, there would also be activities organized by various places. Some were organized by the people themselves, and some were organized by the government. Regardless of which, when the local officials went out, they would definitely be supported by the local upper class. Even the rich would have to greet the officials first if they wanted to bring their old and young to play. Luzhou's Hungry Ghost Festival was lively, and it was even more lively than the one in the capital. However, it seemed to have nothing to do with him. He was a dignified official, and yet, he was deliberately forgotten. The more lively the streets were, the more lonely he felt. I don't believe that you, Zhang Qiao, dare not admit that I'm Luzhou's provincial governor when I'm questioned. The people are ignoring me, and you, Zhang Qiao, are not sensible. I'd like to ask who's in charge of Luzhou. Unruly people, a bunch of unruly people, I'll make you admit my position in front of Zhang Qiao. Su Mingyang secretly made a decision, intending to use the Zhang Wangshe to stabilize his position. With all kinds of hatred in his heart, he seemed to have forgotten about his fatigue as he walked. Su Mingyang, who usually did not train, actually followed Luzhou's group for 3 hours and arrived at Luzhou's pier. He looked at the brightly lit water surface as he waited for the arrival of the Jiang Wang clan. At the port, all the large ships were gone. They were either arranged outside or hiding in the upper reaches of the river to make way for the fleet that was about to arrive. The river was almost full of small boats, and each boat had a string of lanterns hanging on it. There were also all kinds of petals that Su Mingyang couldn't name floating on the water. There were pink, red, white, and even blue flowers. It made people feel that it was no longer the original dock, but a sea of flower boats. As the sea breeze blew, there seemed to be a faint fragrance of flowers, accompanied by the shadows of the coconut forest and kapok trees. The people who had rushed over had already gathered in groups of 3 to 5, whispering to each other. There were also people in charge of delivering all kinds of food to the people who were resting on the ground. There were local dried fruits, all kinds of dried fish, shrimps, kelp slices, and seaweed. Every once in a while, there would be a place with fewer people around. There were people in charge of boiling water for the people who came over to drink. There were also people who specialized in making rice noodles, fruit pancakes, and sugar blowers. Su Mingyang felt hungry when he smelled the fruit pancakes. He was too busy being angry earlier that he forgot to eat dinner. He was mainly waiting for others to celebrate the Hungry Ghost Festival with him before eating. He felt around in his sleeve pocket. Fortunately, he brought some money. The fruit pancakes cost 2 copper coins each. There were eggs and fruits in them. Since it was by the sea, they even added sea hares and other things. It was very unique. Su Mingyang took out 2 copper coins and walked up to a cart selling fruit pancakes. He lowered his head and handed the pancakes over. He said, "Give me one. Put more chopped green onions, put more sweet sauce, and make it more salty." The person guarding the stall swiftly gave one to Su Mingyang. When he turned around and handed it over, he did not take the money and said, "I don't want money. I'm working for free today. Everyone else's food is free as well. How can I take money from you? It doesn't make much difference. Eat. You'll have the strength to wait for Madame Zhang when you're full." Su Mingyang was jealous again. Fuck. Madame Zhang isn't here yet, but someone is already working for free. What fruit pancakes? They don't taste good at all. After taking a bite, Su Mingyang cursed resentfully in his heart. He put the 2 coins away and saved money. In truth, Su Mingyang did not spend any money when he ate outside. He had set a rule that he was responsible for giving a sum of money to Provincial Governor Lu Zhou and his family members. Whenever they came out, no matter what they bought or ate, they would not be charged. The seller would reimburse them when the time came. He was afraid that they would recognize him, so he took out the money. In the end, he still enjoyed the same treatment without revealing his identity. However, this was not the treatment he wanted. Although there was a small bridge over a flowing stream, an artesian well, a pond, and birds chirping in the trees, and he did not have to worry about food and clothing, he always felt like someone was giving him alms. The most infuriating thing was that when he lived in the mansion, he felt that there was something wrong with it. He wanted to change it, but no one was allowed to do so. He had to keep it the way it was. It was indeed good. He did not know who designed it, but it was almost as if there was a scenery with every step. The problem was that the original scenery was built when Zhang Zhong lived in the mansion. If the local policy did not allow him to change it, could he not change his own house as well? Last month, he secretly changed the aisle. He changed the original straight path into a curved path. The section that just entered the mansion was about 30 meters long. There was a back door. In the end, it was seen by the people who came to deliver the daily necessities. When they returned, they told others. Then, on the afternoon of the second day, a group of people gathered outside the mansion with tools in their hands. They said that they were helping him fix the path. They said that the original path was good and that it was easy to step in the mud when walking. There was mud in other parts of the path. That was because he had just finished fixing the path and did not have time to plant flowers or lay stones around it. As a result, he watched helplessly as the path that his family had worked so hard to fix was changed back by the people. Zhang Zhong had been gone for so many years. Why was the courtyard not allowed to be touched? The more Su Mingyang thought about it, the angrier he became. He bit down on the pancake as if he had bitten all the hateful people to death. When he finished eating, he felt that he had put too much sauce and was thirsty. He turned around and asked for water to drink. At the same time, he looked for the toilets at the dock, afraid that he would not be able to squeeze in. Just like that, he waited for about half an hour. From afar, a small boat with a lantern was rowing like an arrow. The people on the boat shouted at the top of their lungs, "They're here. Madame Zhang and Madame Wang are here. They're in formation outside and will enter the harbor soon. Quick, those who are sitting, get up." After the shout, Su Mingyang found that the people sitting beside him had all stood up and stood in an orderly manner. No one squeezed forward like an army. Others did not squeeze, but he squeezed. He wanted to wait for Jiang Wang clan to get off the boat and ask her properly. Under the unhappy stares of others, Su Mingyang squeezed to the front. To be precise, he was in the second row. He did not dare to squeeze in the first row as it was too obvious. This was because there was a group of children of about the same height standing in the first row. Each child was holding a bouquet of flowers in their hands. It looked like they were going to present flowers. They only know how to go through the motions. What is there to present? The flowers can't be eaten or drunk. Oh, are you setting up a formation? Are you tired? While Su Mingyang was criticizing the arrangement of children presenting flowers, he saw the small boats rowing on the water surface. He also did the same. He saw that the small boats on the water surface seemed to have been trained. They were rowing in a very orderly manner. As they rowed, the small boats that were originally floating on the water formed 4 large circles and moved to the side to make way for the main waterway. As the waterway opened up, the silhouette of a large ship appeared in front of them. The large ship was also lit up by flames. It was brighter than the light from the lanterns. It was obvious that the ship was powered by electricity. It was also colorless and reflected the fluttering flags. Here it comes, here it comes. Su Mingyang took a deep breath. He planned to wait for Jiang Wang clan to get off the boat and immediately rush forward with the children. He wanted to catch Jiang Wang clan and ask her about it. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. The crackling sound of firecrackers scared him. He cursed in his heart and endured it. He waited and waited. Finally, the flagship approached. A wide gangplank was placed on top of it. A group of people slowly walked down from the ship. Some were dressed as maids, some were dressed as guards. In the middle of them were Jiang Wang clan and Madame Wang. Su Mingyang was ready to rush forward at any time. At this moment, the leader of the children in the first row shouted, "Greetings to the provincial governor's wife. Greetings to the first-rank honorary lady." Then the other children shouted in unison, "Greetings to the provincial governor's wife. Greetings to the first-rank honorary lady." Then the people in the first few rows who heard the voices shouted, "Greetings to the provincial governor's wife. Greetings to the first-rank honorary lady." After 3 shouts, with a crashing sound, everyone knelt down on the ground. The children ran forward with flowers in their arms. Su Mingyang was dumbfounded. Apart from the people who were coming down from the ship, his height made him stand out. He stood there like a stick. It did not matter if he was tall or a stick. What made him uncomfortable was that if others only addressed him as the provincial governor's wife, he did not have to do anything. He was also a provincial governor. However, others addressed him as a first-rank honorary lady. He was only a third-rank official. If it were not for Lu Zhou's growing importance and prosperity, he would only be a fourth-rank official. Although Zhang Zhong was the Minister of Works and a third-rank official, he had a first-rank official title and name only. When he was rewarded, his wife would naturally be a first-rank honorary lady. The entire Zhang Zhong and Wang family were officials, including the youngest children. Should he greet a first-rank official or not? If he went over to greet her, he did not have to kowtow. However, his status would be lowered. When he wanted to question her, he would not have the confidence to do so. He would have unknowingly raised Zhang Chao's status. If he did not greet her and it was another first-rank honorary lady, they would think that he was impolite. Even if the case was brought to Hanyuan Palace, he could just say that he was too happy and neglected it. The problem was that she might not need to go to Hanyuan Palace. Her children were rushing over by land, and he did not know when they would arrive. At that time, there would be no need for her eldest son, Zhang Xiaobao, to do anything. The 9 little fellows together would be the inspector of Great Tang. If he offended their mother, she would directly accuse him. If he was really convicted, it would not be as simple as being impolite. He would be added 5 ranks. At that time, losing his official position would be considered a light punishment. At worst, he would be sent away, but he would definitely not be sent to Luzhou in Lingnan Circuit. While Su Mingyang was thinking about what to do, the children had already rushed over. They were divided into 2 groups. One group stood in front of the Jiang Wang clan while the other group stood in front of Madame Wang. They presented the flowers in their hands one after another. When they received the order from the adults, they gave their blessings to the adults and the children in their bellies. Jiang Wang clan and Madame Wang replied with all kinds of blessings with smiles on their faces. Before they could say anything, they had already patted the children's heads. When it was about time, he remembered that there was still a group of people kneeling. He quickly asked someone to bring a loudspeaker. When he saw the people standing there, he was puzzled. He said, "Everyone, please rise. There's no need to be so polite. Luzhou is my home. Little Bei and the others were born in Luzhou, and they have never forgotten about it. I'm still giving birth to the new children in Luzhou. When they are born, when will I leave? There's still a long way to go, so please rise." Whoosh, there was a burst of happy noise. No one had arranged for the training in advance, so it was very chaotic. During this period, there were also the happy shouts of children. When the sound stopped, everyone stood up one after another. In fact, the people at the back did not hear what Jiang Wang clan said at all. They were too far away and the loudspeaker was not very effective. However, they could feel the happiness of the people in front of them. When they saw the people in front of them stand up, they also stood up. When they all stood up, the area within 10 meters of Su Mingyang was empty. The people who had been around him just now hid far away and looked at him with vigilance. That meant, "What's wrong with you? Others are kneeling, but you're the only one standing there. Are you more capable than others?" Someone recognized her and said to the person next to him, "Hey, isn't that the one with the surname Su? He's here too. Are you looking for trouble?" When Su Mingyang heard this, he was furious. He walked up to the people from the Jiang Wang clan, cupped his fists, and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Luzhou's provincial governor Su Mingyang. Rise. You've worked hard, Provincial Governor Lu." Jiang Wang clan said to Su Mingyang on behalf of the 2 people. She thought Su Mingyang had also participated in the welcoming ceremony. Although it was a waste of money and manpower, since he was here, she could not reprimand him. Besides, it did not matter if he was delayed for a day. After Su Mingyang bowed, he regretted it. This was because he realized the 2 people were not wearing the clothes of a titled lady. Instead, they were wearing loose maternity clothes. Why did he have to bow formally when they were not wearing formal clothes? It was a loss. However, since he had already bowed, he could not expect the other party to spit it back to him. It was impossible. He paused for a moment and said, "Madame Zhang, there's something I don't understand. Please enlighten me. What's the matter? I usually don't care about other things. I'm just idling at home. I can't do anything if it's too difficult. When Xiao Bao comes, he might be able to answer it." Jiang Wang clan said politely. She thought Su Mingyang was asking about the construction of Luzhou. "There's no need for your young master to answer this. Madame Zhang, you can answer it yourself." I'd like to ask if I'm the provincial governor of Luzhou. Can I exercise the authority of the provincial governor? Please enlighten me. Su Mingyang asked loudly. He seemed confident. He deliberately said it for the people who were closer to him to hear. When Zhang Wangshe heard this, she immediately understood that the other party felt that it was very leisurely to stay in Luzhou. She could not stand it anymore and came to question her. She wanted to use her mouth to get the right to speak. She was also not convinced by her family. The little bit of goodwill she had towards Su Mingyang disappeared immediately. Luzhou was an important place to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. How important could he be to an official for a year? She said calmly, Lord Su, don't you know if you're the provincial governor of Luzhou? Are you here for a vacation? His Majesty will be here soon. I'll tell His Majesty what you said. His Majesty will tell you what your position is and whether you can exercise the authority. Men, send Lord Su out. After she finished speaking, Jiang Wang clan ignored Su Mingyang and walked down the pier. Naturally, someone came over to ask Su Mingyang to stay away from her. He did not want to do anything that might endanger Madame Zhang. Su Mingyang was stunned again. He did not expect the Jiang Wang clan to be so difficult to deal with. Moreover, her counterattack was so sharp. It was over. If she really told His Majesty, his position as provincial governor would be gone. There was an example of the provincial governor of Luzhou being dealt with in the past. What should he do? With anxiety in his heart, Su Mingyang suddenly thought of an idea. He didn't care how effective it would be. He shouted, Madame Zhang, this official was drunk. Just now, I may have spoken nonsense. Please forgive me. This time, he did not dare to call himself this official. He changed it to this official, which meant that he was apologizing and looking for an excuse. The Jiang Wang clan did not bother to respond to him. She knew that it was useless to say anything. What Su Mingyang said earlier had been heard by the people of Luzhou. It would not take long for the news to spread. When her children arrived, the emperor would definitely come out to visit them incognito. If he asked any of the people, how could the people not complain? It's too late. He spoke so loudly just now. What was he thinking? It's useless to say that he was drunk now. Sigh, why bother? With that thought in mind, the Jiang Wang clan looked around. She was looking for a carriage. Her belly was big. It was impossible for her to walk to her own restaurant. The restaurant here was the signature restaurant of Sea Cloud Inn. She and Madame Wang needed a stable carriage. The kind with shock absorbers under the carriage. After looking around, she did not see any carriage. She was puzzled. Could it be that the local family members were less capable because they were far away from the main family? While she was thinking, the crowd in front of her suddenly moved aside. 16 people stood out from the crowd. There were wooden rafts under their feet. An old man stepped forward and said respectfully to the Jiang Wang clan, Madams, are you tired from the journey? Do you need to rest? We've prepared transportation. This way, please. As he spoke, the 16 people divided into 4 directions and lifted the wooden rafts. There were 16 people on the wooden rafts to carry. Another person laid a thick cotton mattress on top of the wooden rafts. When she looked at the 16 people again, she noticed that they had a common feature. Their legs were almost the same length, and their shoulders were almost the same height. Are you asking us to go up? The Jiang Wang clan asked. The old man nodded and replied respectfully, Yes, madams. Back then, when Luzhou was flooded, it was your family who arranged for the wooden rafts to be connected together to resist the tide. Now that the embankment is secure and the tide is no longer coming, we will send you off with the tide. We won't forget your kindness. There's no need for that. A carriage is enough. The Jiang Wang clan knew that it was not her family who did not arrange it. It was the people who did not allow it. They wanted people to carry them. "Madams, please." The old man repeated stubbornly. "Thank you." The Jiang Wang clan did not stand on ceremony. She followed Madame Wang to the wooden rafts that were lowered. Someone else brought them a cushion. The cushion was cushioned with thick fish skin. It was comfortable and elastic when one leaned on it. "Rise. 1, 2, 1, 2, let's go." The old man shouted. The 16 people walked towards the ocean cloud and at the same pace. The people in front made way for them. The people on both sides of the road lit up big red lanterns at the same time. Some people in front of the wooden rafts began to move forward with the rafts. They swept the soil and sprinkled water. Then, some people laid out the same big red carpet that extended into the distance. Countless people also moved in that direction. However, no one spoke. The sound of their footsteps was very soft. It was like the tide of the sea. There was a hidden turbulence, and it made one's heart beat faster. The only person who was lonely was Provincial Governor Su Mingyang. He watched the crowd quietly escorting the Jiang Wang clan away. Then, he looked at the red carpet behind the crowd. He could not even feel jealous. Should I be an official in another place? It's better to be in a place that is about to suffer a disaster. I can learn from the Zhang clan and Wang clan and live with the local people during that period of time. I can think of a way to make them rich. When I go there again in the future, there will be people who can carry me like they did today. Su Mingyang thought about it and came up with this idea. He felt that he could no longer manage the affairs in Luzhou. In the past, he had no power. Today, he had offended people. Even if the emperor did not pursue the matter, and the Zhang clan and Wang clan did not pursue the matter, the people of Luzhou would not treat him the same as before. Even if the emperor came, he would not be able to enjoy such treatment. He wondered if he could tell His Majesty about what had happened tonight when he met His Majesty. If His Majesty got angry, perhaps His Majesty would give him more power in Luzhou. With this thought in mind, Su Mingyang's mood improved again. He was not afraid that the Jiang Wang clan would badmouth the emperor and put him in a sad position. The more the Jiang Wang clan badmouthed him, the more the emperor would think. Su Mingyang, who was happy, planned to go back to the mansion first and think about what to say. However, after taking 2 steps, he suddenly found that it would take at least 3 hours to go back. It was so far away, and he was exhausted. The procession moved forward. No one noticed that there were a few people who were not from Luzhou. There were adults and children in the procession. After the 2 madams were sent to their destination, the crowd dispersed. When they were ready to go back to their own homes to celebrate, a few extra people appeared in the crowd and looked at each other. For a moment, they did not know what to do. Logically speaking, we should also enter Ocean Cloud Restaurant and rest in the courtyard behind it, right, Your Majesty? Zhang Xiaobao asked Li Longji, who had insisted on stopping the group so that he could personally conduct a private investigation in disguise. They were not too late. When they arrived, the Jiang Wang clan had not arrived yet. When the others were kneeling, Li Longji and the other adults sat down. Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, Xiaobei, and the other 9 children were kneeling. As for Pan Er and Pan Er, they were with their mother and did not come. They were too young and could not afford to go through so much trouble. Now that the Jiang Wang clan duo had gone to rest, Li Longji and the others were homeless. Li Longji could not go in quietly to rest. He had to be welcomed by the people as well. It was not that he wanted to go through so much trouble, but this was a matter of etiquette. If he did not let the people welcome him, it would affect the Jiang Wang clan duo. The 2 madams were welcomed by the people, but the emperor was left alone. How could he let the 2 of them stay? Xiaobao, it's all your fault. Why did you have to come at this time? Look, you can't find a place to sleep tonight, right? Li Longji pushed the blame to Zhang Xiaobao. Xiao Bei could not accept it and said, Uncle Emperor, you have to be reasonable. You told us to come here because my mother comes at night. That's why we came here at night. Why didn't your brother let your mother come during the day? Li Longji found another reason. What's the difference between day and night? There are many people here, and there are lanterns to watch at night. It's more fun than during the day, Xiao Bei said as she pointed at the lanterns around them. We have a place to stay during the day. Where are we going to find a place at night? An inn. Apart from your sea cloud room, I reckon the other places have been booked by people who are tired of walking. That's the difference, Li Longji argued with Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei considered it for a moment before she nodded. Then, she shook her head and said, We'll be exposed during the day. The people who came with my mother will recognize us. Uncle Emperor, look, some of them aren't going back. They're planning to hold a bonfire party there. Unfortunately, they only set off firecrackers for a while. If they keep playing, it'll be like the New Year. If they keep playing, they'll scare our mother. Stupid, little Yuan chimed in. You're the stupid one. Can't they play further away? Let's join in the fun. We'll meet back tomorrow morning. It's too late. I'm tired from walking. I can't go back now. Xiao Bei was eager to join in the fun as well. Li Longji turned to look at Zhang Xiaobao and said, Xiaobao, Lu Zhou, don't tell me you only care about your family's well-being and didn't prepare an estate for me. Do you really think Lu Zhou belongs to your family and want to be independent? Back then, you promised me that you'd build an estate for me in various places in Great Tang. I'll use it when I'm traveling and when I'm not traveling. I'm sure you've already built an estate in other places. If Lu Zhou doesn't have one, doesn't that mean Lu Zhou isn't under Great Tang's jurisdiction? Is that why it doesn't conflict with your promise to me? Don't accuse me. How can there not be an estate when there's one? One is 25 miles away from here, and the other is in the 100,000 mountains. Which one do you think is more suitable now? Zhang Xiaobao asked Li Longji. Li Longji was puzzled. Why is it so far away? This is the center of Lu Zhou, so it should be here. Oh, I get it. The land at the docks is expensive. Can you find a cheaper place to answer me? When did the docks become the center? Your estate isn't too far away from the provincial capital. The provincial capital is the center, all right. Zhang Xiaobao gestured a few times to prove that he was not wrong. Realization dawned on Li Longji. That's right. The provincial capital is the center. In that case, I'll just wait by the bonfire for a night. Li Longji did not want to leave anymore. Even if he had the money, he could not afford a ride. At this moment, those who stayed behind to wait by the bonfire had long disappeared. The group of 14 people walked over to a bonfire that looked relatively large. The 14 people were Little Bei, Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, Gao Lishir, Wang Ju, and Li Longji. They did not bring any other bodyguards. Initially, Gao Lishir planned to bring a group of bodyguards, but Li Longji disagreed. If they brought too many people, they would easily be exposed. Moreover, this was Zhang Xiaobao's turf. There was no need for them to worry. If this were any other place, they might be worried that the locals would be bribed. However, this was impossible in Lu Zhou, especially since they were mountain tribesmen. For the other officials, mountain tribesmen were the most difficult to deal with. However, for the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family, the mountain tribesmen were loyal supporters of Lu Zhou. Mountain tribesmen were not like ordinary people. When the 14 of them arrived at the bonfire, there were already more than 20 people around it. Most of them did not plan to return at night. Some of them were probably here because their homes were far away, and some were here to join in the fun. Apart from the adults, there were 3 children as well. Perhaps, they had already prepared food when they arrived. There were fish and prawns from the sea and animals from the mountains. Everyone gathered around the bonfire. They chatted and laughed as they roasted the food. When they saw other people coming, they did not stand up. Instead, a few of them smiled and gestured for the newcomers to join them. The madams of the 2 families are here. Before long, Xiaobao and Cuckoo will be here as well. Little Bei and the others will be here as well. Lu Zhou is even livelier now. A person turned the food he was roasting and said to the others. His face was red from the light of the fire, and he looked very excited. Another person added, "The emperor is here as well." That's the emperor we're talking about. Ordinary people can't see him. Only those who went to Jili province last time had a chance to see him. Unfortunately, when they came back, they only said that they saw the emperor and asked him to describe the emperor's appearance. However, he said that he was nervous and forgot. What's there to be nervous about? It's just meeting the emperor. If it were me, I would remember the emperor's appearance and tell others when I come back. You said that you're not nervous, but when the time comes and you really see the emperor, I don't think you can stand still. I heard that many people are coming. There are 100,000 soldiers guarding the emperor. How majestic! Another person chimed in. It's 200,000 soldiers. How can 100,000 soldiers be enough when the emperor is traveling? The person who spoke first corrected him. When Little Bei heard that, he giggled. Kid, what are you laughing at? Do you think it's only 200,000 soldiers? If it's not enough, I think it's possible for them to send another 200,000 soldiers. Another person explained his judgment when he saw Little Bei laughing. Little Bei asked, "How are we going to feed 200,000 soldiers? It's not like we're traveling by water. We're traveling by land. How many people are going to deliver food for 200,000 soldiers? If we only eat the game in the forest, it won't be enough for 200,000 people. How are we going to feed the villages along the way? Even if we eat all the people in the villages, many of the guards will starve to death. In my opinion, apart from the guards and the other people, 30,000 is more than enough. Who would dare to play tricks and intercept us midway? How many people can they send? If they want to beat 30,000 armed soldiers, even 100,000 soldiers won't be enough. Kid, don't talk nonsense if you don't know anything. 30,000 soldiers aren't impressive enough. Here, eat something to shut your mouth. One person gave Little Bei and the others a deer to fill their stomachs. When Little Bei saw that others were treating her like a child, she pouted unhappily. When she saw that the other party also had 3 children, she ignored the adults. She touched her backpack and went to talk to the 3 children. She brought candies and other things. Li Longji ate while smiling and listening to others talk. Some people brought wine as well. They gave 2 leather pouches to the people who came later to liven things up. Li Longji took a sip. To his surprise, it was strong wine. He swallowed a mouthful of meat and exhaled deeply. He said to the person who spoke first, "His Majesty must be bored out of his mind. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are here to visit their relatives. Why is he here as well?" Everyone knows that Lu Zhou belongs to the Zhang family and the Wang family, not His Majesty. His Majesty can't control Lu Zhou, right? When Xiao Bao heard this, he immediately knew what Li Longji was planning to do. He actually dared to test Li Longji in front of him. What a petty person. Even if he got a positive answer, what could he do? In the past, the people of Lu Zhou were always causing trouble. Could he do anything about it? As expected, he had nothing better to do. In truth, Li Longji did not plan to do anything. He only wanted to see if the answer was the same as what he expected. He had a feeling that wherever the Zhang family and the Wang family went, the people only knew about the Zhang family and the Wang family. They did not care about him, the emperor. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the 20 or so people who were eating glared at him. One of them glared at him and said, "What do you want?" "Let me tell you, Lu Zhou belongs to Great Tang. Are you a troublemaker from elsewhere? Are you trying to get us to help Xiao Bao and Cuckoo rebel? Tell me, where did you come from?" "That's right. Why haven't I seen you before?" Although Lu Zhou isn't young, there's a group of children and a few adults here. I should know one or two of them, right? I often drive my sports car around Lu Zhou. If you don't tell me, don't think you can leave in peace today. As the person spoke, he was about to make a move. Zhang Xiaobao hastily said, "We live nearby. We've been here for more than 10 days. We should have returned to the inn, but we followed you here because we were happy. We don't have any other intentions. We just feel that the emperor is far from being praised by others just by moving his mouth. Compared to the Zhang family and the Wang family, we're indebted to, we have to prioritize first. If we're talking about who's better, the Zhang family and the Wang family should be at the front while the emperor should be at the back, right?" "What's right?" "You're wrong. The emperor is a good emperor. He should be at the front. Back then, if the emperor didn't ask Lord Zhang and the others to come here, Lu Zhou would have been finished. I don't think it would have been able to recover until now. How many people would have died? Although there weren't many of them back then, that's all." The person who spoke earlier retorted Zhang Xiaobao. "What if it's a bad emperor? Who's at the front?" Zhang Xiaobao asked. "A bad emperor." The person lowered his head and thought about it. Then, he shook his head and said, "It can't be a bad emperor. How can he suddenly be bad? It's impossible." I said, "What if?" Zhang Xiaobao continued to ask. "What if I beat you to death if you try to sow discord again? You're clearly a good emperor. The emperor and his subjects are of one mind, and we're trying to make Tang better. Why do you have to think of the worst? Damn it, your mind is impure. Don't talk about it anymore. It makes me angry." The person pressed his fists together, making a crackling sound like the sound of a bonfire. It seemed like he was about to hit someone. Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand and admitted his mistake. "Yes, it's my fault. I'm too evil. All I think about are wretched things. I'm filthy and too dark. I won't think about it anymore." However, if I don't think about it anymore, what do you think the emperor will do? If he really trusts the Zhang family and the Wang family, why did he come to Lu Zhou personally? It's quite a distance to Lu Zhou from the capital. How many national affairs would he have delayed? My guess is that the emperor doesn't trust the Zhang family and the Wang family, especially Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They're too powerful. You're speaking nonsense again. The emperor is here for a vacation, all right? Oh, no, he's here to see the construction of the railway. If he's really worried, he wouldn't be here with Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. I say, what's wrong with you? Didn't you say you wouldn't talk about it? I even said I'll teach you a lesson. The person seemed to have regained his senses after a few words. He glared at Zhang Xiaobao as though this was his final warning. Zhang Xiaobao hastily waved his hand again. I apologize. I shouldn't have said that. It was a slip of the tongue. Is it true that those who say such things are bad people? Do they deserve a beating? He was the one who said it first. He said that the emperor can't control Lu Zhou and that his intentions are impure. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he pointed at Li Longji. As expected, the person who had spoken earlier shifted his gaze to Li Longji again. Li Longji glared at Zhang Xiaobao. He thought to himself, as expected, you're full of evil tricks. However, he quickly explained himself, I was just joking. If you're talking about Zhang Xiaobao and Wang, you're talking about Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, not Zhang and Wang. Are you trying to stir up trouble? The way they address each other is sometimes right and sometimes wrong, yet they still want to sow discord. Do you want Xiao Bao and Huan Huan to fight with the Emperor? Are you happy that you've messed up Tang? Tell me, where are you from before you came here? I'm telling you, I can tell at a glance whether you're telling the truth or not. The consequences of lying to me are severe. I'll give you a good beating first. Then, I'll hand you over to the Zhang family and Wang family's branches here. The person who had spoken earlier clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked. It was clear that he was prepared to draw his sword at any moment. To tell you the truth, we're from the capital. We're here to buy some things and sell them when we get back. We'll make more money by selling them. Tell me, what benefits do you think the Emperor can bring to Luzhou? Li Longji tried his best to sound like he was from the capital to prove his identity. Benefits? Why are you always thinking about such nonsense? What benefits does Luzhou need? Since the Emperor is here, we should be the ones giving him benefits. Only people from places with no abilities would expect benefits from others. If the Emperor is here, it'll be a great benefit for me if he can ride in my carriage. In the future, when I meet other people, I can tell them that the Emperor has ridden in my carriage. Even if it's someone from the Zhang family and Wang family, it'll be fine. If we're talking about benefits, the Emperor might be able to give us benefits. In the past, when the Emperor went to other places, he would usually reduce the rent. I just hope the Emperor can come and write a few words. There's no need to reduce or exempt the rent. We, the people of Luzhou, have hands and feet, and we've earned a lot of money. We can pay more taxes to the court. Only when the court has money can they build guns and cannons to fight the bad guys. The person said with yearning. When he was happy, he would even chuckle twice. Li Longji was happy as well. He did not expect the people of Luzhou to be so supportive of him. At the same time, they were prideful and did not need help from others. If there was a similar place to compare, it could only be Sanshui County. The people of Sanshui County were the same. They did not need any help from the court. Moreover, they tried their best to pay more rent. When they arrived at the capital, they were unlike the people from other places who were shocked and amazed by everything. The people of Sanshui County acted as though they owned the capital. The people who lived in the capital did not dare to look down on the people of Sanshui County. After all, the people of Sanshui County were too famous. Let's drink. Li Longji raised the leather pouch in his hand and gestured to the person. They drank a mouthful of wine at the same time. Then, he wiped his mouth with his hand and said, "Guns and cannons to fight the bad guys. Does our Luzhou need to fight the bad guys as well? Luzhou shouldn't be a bad guy. I'm not a bad guy as well. I was just testing you earlier. You're testing us. We don't need to be tested by others. We'll test ourselves with our own conscience. We know who's good and who's bad. If you're talking about bad guys, there are. Last month, the gunships were deployed to fight them. First, the gunships stationed at the lighthouse opened fire. In the end, there were too many of them. They surrounded the lighthouse and didn't dare to get close. Later on, the gunships were deployed and sunk all of them. The person waved his fist as though he was the one who sunk the ships and not the gunships. Is that so? Why didn't I know about it? When Li Longji heard this, he turned to look at Zhang Xiaobao who was munching on a deer leg. Zhang Xiaobao nodded vigorously. After swallowing the meat in his mouth, he drank another mouthful of wine to smooth out his thoughts. Then, he said, "Yes, it's a group of tribes and small countries in the southwest. To be honest, we can't blame them. Our ships are good. They're specially built to work together to fish. Since the lighthouse was built, our ships had to go there as well. There's no rule about who's in charge of the sea. Most of the time, it's fine as long as we don't get too close to the shore. Moreover, our fishing tools are slightly more advanced. For example, we use Ganzi lanterns to light up the night. They can only use oil lamps. The difference between the two of us is huge. Most importantly, we don't allow them to go up to the lighthouse. It's not easy for them to go out to the sea. When they reach the lighthouse, they'll have to go back when they're almost done with their food. Our people pack up their things when they go and put them in the nearest lighthouse. When they run out of food on the ships, they go to the lighthouse to ask for food, including fresh water. After comparing with each other, they feel that our things are better and wanted to buy them. They even discussed with the lighthouse, saying that they'll also store their things, especially fresh water. However, that's obviously impossible. If they really get used to it, we won't even know when they'll take over the lighthouse. So, they banded together to bully our fishing ships. When the fishing ships saw that they had a lot of people, they went to the lighthouse. The lighthouse sent people with guns to protect the fishing ships. There was often bloodshed. Later on, they were forced into a corner, so they sent a larger group to the lighthouse to cause trouble. The gunships were dispatched and fired. They didn't remember how many times they did it. In any case, there was constant friction, and they kept getting the short end of the stick. Otherwise, why would they go and cause trouble for us? There's no reason to talk about a weak country. After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, he looked like he couldn't care less. He lowered his head and continued to eat the deer leg. Chapter 11-12. Li Longji nodded. He understood. Indeed, a weak country had no diplomatic relations. Fortunately, Tang was not weak. It would only grow stronger in the future. When Li Longji saw how knowledgeable Zhang Xiaobao was, he knew he must have received information before this. He asked, "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" "It's not a big deal." "Why should I tell you?" "You're so busy." "I'll tell you when there's something more important." For example, did Lu Zhou send troops to defeat them? Zhang Xiaobao said with a smile. That's right. It's a small matter. I know about it. If you didn't ask me, I wouldn't have told you, Little Bei whispered to the children. She did not forget to pay attention to the situation here. When she heard her brother mention the bullying, she spoke up. Nowadays, they were the first to pass on information. They were not expected to come up with any good ideas. They were only asked to understand the situation. Hence, when they were together, they were the first to read the information. However, they were not allowed to hide anything. Even if the information was given to them by their subordinates, they were not allowed to hide anything. Good. Little fellow, you're amazing as well, Li Longji praised. He almost said Little Bei. The people who were eating were puzzled. Earlier, these people said they had just arrived from the capital and did not seem to know anything. Why did they suddenly know about the deployment of the gunships? Are you really in the business? One of them asked. At the same time, he brought over a few freshly grilled oysters. The oyster sauce and garlic were smeared on the oysters. Zhang Xiaobao took the oysters and thanked the person before he replied, "Yes, we're in the business. We're in a big business that benefits the country and the people. We're not ordinary people." "Oh really? Did you pay for the academy?" Lu Zhou's academy is funded by the Zhang family and the Wang family. How many of the children in the academy are you in the capital? Do you provide clothes or food? The person who brought the food over asked. It seemed like only merchants who helped the academy were good merchants. Li Longji thought about it for a moment before he shook his head and said, "I'm ashamed to say that I didn't provide any financial help to any of the academies. I didn't help the small academies, but I did help the big academies. However, the effect wasn't obvious. They're far inferior to the Reeds and Reeds Academy. Instead of studying diligently, those with ambition went to the Reeds and Reeds Academy. Even if it was not easy to graduate from that academy, they were still willing to squeeze in. Just thinking about it made him feel hateful. Why couldn't my academy do the same? In the future, I'll find an opportunity to ask for the Jinja Academy. Don't give it to the Zhang family and Wang family. It's not theirs anyway, it's by shoes. Ha! Boast. Boast with all your might. You want to get the Reeds and Reeds Academy. Ha, it's not that I'm looking down on you, but if you really don't want to go, yes, it's by Darren's, but it's also the Zhang family and Wang families. It's right next to the restaurant between the clouds and the water in Sanshui County. To put it bluntly, not to mention you, even the current emperor would not be able to get it even if he wanted to. What do you think? The person who heard Li Longji's words laughed and pointed at Li Longji. That's right, that's right. Even the emperor can't do anything about it. Otherwise, why do people say that the emperor of Sanshui County can't do anything about it? They don't want to admit it. Sad, really sad. Li Longji said with a sigh. If you keep spouting nonsense, I'll really hit you. Seeing Li Longji mention this again, the person on the opposite side glared at him and threatened him. However, he did not press his finger again. It was estimated that he had pressed the button once and could not make a sound now. Another person followed and said, "You said that you were from the capital. Don't you know that the Reeds and Reeds Academy is a place for the emperor to cultivate talents? You said before that it's not easy to graduate from the academy. But why don't you say that once you graduate from the academy, you can immediately be arranged to be a capable official in charge of a region?" Yes, 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 it's for the emperor to cultivate. That's awesome. The Reeds and Reeds Academy is awesome. Those who come to take the imperial examination don't need to cheat. They rely on their true abilities and won't fail the examination. Moreover, it's more convenient for them to be arranged than other people in the examination. He can be assigned to any position he wants, unlike some people who were ranked at the top during the examinations, but when it came to the specifics of being a local official, they were clueless. This year's top scorer is Zhang Xiaobao, and the fall quarter examinations are coming soon. We still don't know who it will be. Hopefully, there will be someone more impressive than Zhang Xiaobao, someone who can casually write songs. Li Longji deliberately said that. In fact, he was mocking Zhang Xiaobao. You could have just written a poem when you have nothing to do. Why did you have to spend so much effort to write songs? There are so many words. It's obvious that you're just making up the word count. There can't be a better top scorer than Xiaobao, unless it's Xiaobao's father, the provincial governor of Luzhou. Oh, he's now the Minister of Works in the imperial court. He and his father are both top scorers. When Xiaobao's younger brothers and sisters grow up and take the imperial examination, there will be more top scorers. This is especially true for Little Yuan and Little Hai. One of them took the Jinshe examination while the other took the mathematics examination. The two of them took the first place in both examinations. That's great. One of the people chimed in as though he was the one who had the final say on who was the top scorer. Xiao Bei was distributing jelly to the three children. When he heard the person's words, he asked, "Can't Xiao Bei do it?" If Xiao Bei studies hard, he can also be the top scorer, right? Yes, Xiao Bei can do it too. Xiao Bei is the cutest. The person who spoke earlier quickly praised Xiao Bei again. Xiao Bei narrowed his eyes in satisfaction as he chuckled. Li Longji accompanied the other party and chatted with them. As they chatted, the sky started to brighten. Thinking that his team should be arriving soon, Li Longji discussed with the person who said he had a car, "Let's go. We're going to a place in a while. It's very far away. It's fine for adults to walk there, but there are 9 children. Can you give us a ride? We can discuss the price, but can your car fit all 9 children?" A car. 9 of them. You have a good number of children. 9. Xiao Bei and the others also have 9 people. There are also 5 girls and 4 boys. All of them are good-looking. If someone doesn't know better, they'll believe you if you say they're 9 patrol inspectors, right? The person who said he had a car asked someone else. Someone else immediately agreed. Then, they decided to accompany the group of people. There were more than 20 people who had a car. There were 2 other people who had a car. There were 3 cars, so it was definitely not a problem to carry 9 children. Usually, a car would carry at least 4 people. Even if there were 9 more children, it would still be able to carry them. They could bring the other 3 children along with them. As for the money, they did not ask for it. Today was a good day, and they did not lack a day's pay. Everyone was happy together. After the children got into the car, Zhang Xiaobao pointed in the north and said, "Head north." Some of them were local, so they naturally bade farewell to the others. Apart from those who also lived in the north, the others also rushed back to their homes. They wanted to have a good rest. When the emperor arrived, they would have to welcome him again. The carriage traveled on the paved road. Li Longji, who was here for the first time, could finally see more of the scenery during the day. The road before him, the books by the roadside, and the gardens behind the trees made him feel that Luzhou's situation was not inferior to that of the capital. In fact, the number of gardens in Luzhou surpassed the number of gardens in the capital. It was not a continuous stretch of forest. Instead, it was a garden formed behind a few rows of trees. At the same time, there were small paths that led to various places. There were many man-made canals as well. The canals gurgled with water. If he did not know this was Luzhou, he would have thought he was in a garden. Beautiful, truly beautiful. Living in Luzhou puts me in a good mood every day. Apart from the scenery in Sanshui County, I don't think there's anything else that's similar. Even the capital can't compare. Although there's a palace in the capital, and there are gardens and running water in the palace, it's not enough. It's much smaller than Luzhou's. Li Longji sighed emotionally as he walked along the road. Then, he asked, how much did it cost to cultivate such a beautiful scenery? It didn't cost much. Back then, during the rebuilding process after the flood, the layout was already done. Then, the trees were transplanted. The flower beds behind the trees were originally empty. The locals found it unsightly, so they moved the rocks from the sea to the shore when they had the time. When the Zhang and Wang families' business stewards saw that someone was consciously building a garden, they provided seeds that were suitable for growing plants in the garden. They also brought over tools that were handy and occasionally provided a meal for them. The locals slowly cultivated the garden day after day. Now, some of the flowers have withered. If you look closely, you'll see that even the withered flowers weren't picked up by the locals. Instead, they were piled up under the flower beds in the garden. They were waiting to be dried and used as fertilizer. Hence, the locals consciously protected Luzhou's environment. Even the youngest children wouldn't pluck the flowers. When they encountered insects, they would even take them down and trample them to death. Hence, the beauty of the garden isn't just its own beauty. Zhang Xiaobao explained the formation of the garden. Little brother, you know quite a lot. That's right. None of us in Luzhou plucked the flowers. When we pass by, we'll help those who were knocked down by the wind and rain. We want Luzhou's garden to be the largest and best in Tang. This is our home. If the flood destroyed it, we'll rebuild it. However, we're worried that we'll destroy our own home. If that happened, we'd lose our home even if the flood didn't come. Every one of us is meticulously taking care of every inch of land and every plant. We tell ourselves that it wasn't easy for us to have such a good life. We're also waiting for Governor Zhang to come and take a look. Unfortunately, Governor Zhang is still in the capital this year and isn't coming. However, it's good that the 2 madams, Xiao Bao, and the others are coming. I'm sure they'll be very happy when they see this. There's also the crocodile garden in the distance. We've built a bridge and guardrails above the swamp where the crocodiles live. The crocodiles can't go up and can only stay below. If you want to see the crocodiles, you can just stand on the bridge and watch. It's free. You don't have to spend any money. All the places are free, including the children's amusement park. It's the one with the huge maze. However, it costs money to feed the crocodiles. We'll use the money to repair the amusement park and the place where the crocodiles live. The coachman waved the whip in the air leisurely as he explained other things to Li Longji and the others. Li Longji thought of the amusement park in Jili province and asked, "The amusement park doesn't cost money? What about the food?" "No. Those who go to the amusement park are either local children or those who have the money to bring their children on a trip. Most of them are businessmen who do business and bring their children out to broaden their horizons. When they look at the goods, they'll hand their children over to the amusement park. The taxes they pay for the goods they buy will naturally help Lu Zhou. Since the local children won't accept money, their children won't accept money either. Unless they want to eat something that the amusement park doesn't prepare for them, they'll have to spend money to buy it. Our amusement park has a rule. If you want to buy something from the outside, you can't just buy food for your child. You have to buy food for as many children as there are in the amusement park. Otherwise, you're not allowed to send food into the amusement park. Even if your family is rich, don't think of making your child look more precious than the other children in the amusement park," the coachman said proudly. Li Longji remembered the same thing in Jili province. At that time, there was a provincial governor's child who wanted to cause trouble. In the end, Xiao Bei taught his father a lesson. However, Xiao Bei kept giving in to the child. In the end, the child insisted on mentioning his father. After that, it was over. Xiao Bei didn't teach the child a lesson. Instead, she taught the adult a lesson. That child was really stupid. In Xiao Bao's words, he was a child who cheated his father. When he thought of this, Li Longji laughed and said, "That's right. No matter what their status is in other places, as long as they're in a place with the same rules, they must treat the children as equals." Even Xiao Bei and the others never show off how rich they are in front of the other children, let alone those who are extremely rich. Once there's a distance between them while playing, they will lose a lot of good friends. Even if someone comes over to cheer them up, they're not sincere. If they lose the happiness they deserve, what's the point of playing? That's right. No one can compare to our families Xiao Bei and Xiao Yuan. The coachman was even more proud. Xiao Bei, who was in the carriage, heard the conversation outside and muttered, "Whose family do we belong to?" "We belong to everyone. You belong to my family. When we grow up, this is how our brothers and sisters will arrange it," Xiao Yuan told Xiao Bei. "You belong to my family. You can be my son-in-law. Otherwise, I won't want you anymore. In the future, I won't even give you candy." Xiao Bei laughed as he said this. He felt that he was like other children who would only play with them if they gave them candy. The coachman didn't hear any movement in the carriage. When it was noon, the group stopped to rest and eat. After an hour, they continued on their journey. When it was dusk, the first one who couldn't walk was Wang Ju. Her eyes were looking forward, hoping to see a large group of people quickly so that they could escape from the sea of suffering. Li Longji and Gao Lisher were still able to persevere, but Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't seem to be affected. "Where exactly are you going?" The coachman also noticed that Wang Ju was tired and asked in confusion. Just as he finished asking, many figures appeared in the distance. They looked densely packed. He was shocked. "This is them, the Emperor's group is here." The coachman wasn't stupid and guessed who it was. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Longji sat on the shaft of the carriage next to him and said, "We're going to meet up with them." We're in charge of being the vanguard. I've already fulfilled your wish. My wish? What wish? The coachman didn't understand why these people insisted on sitting on his carriage when they were about to meet up with the emperor, since they were supposed to be the vanguard. Xiao Bei poked her head out of the small window behind the coachman and said, "When we were eating at night, didn't you say that you wanted to use your carriage to meet the emperor? Now your wish has been fulfilled. Uncle Emperor is sitting on your carriage. Although it's only for a while, your other wish has also been fulfilled. Because I'm sitting on your carriage and following you all the way." Chapter 11:13. The coachman was not stupid. As soon as he heard Little Bei's words, he immediately reacted. He looked at the person sitting on the shaft and thought about the 9 children on the other side. He was extremely excited. He no longer knew how to swing the whip in his hand. He hastily jumped off the carriage and opened his mouth. He did not know what to say. The other 2 coachmen did not hear Little Bei's words. When they saw the person in front of them jumping off the carriage, they looked at him curiously, wondering why he had jumped off the carriage. After a few breaths, the coachman with Li Longji on the shaft knew what he had to do. He kneeled on the ground and kowtowed to Li Longji. "Your Majesty, it's really you. Long live your Majesty. I told you, who would have such a bearing? Apart from the children of the Zhang family and the Wang family, no one else would have such a bearing." The coachman stopped and kowtowed. The horse pulling the carriage did not recognize the emperor and continued to move forward. Zhang Xiaobao hastily stopped the carriage. He said to the coachman, who was kneeling about 10 meters behind him, "Get up and drive the carriage." "Yes, drive the carriage. His Majesty is in my carriage, and the children of the Zhang family and the Wang family are in my carriage as well. In the future, this carriage can no longer carry other people. I'll keep it. I'll buy a new carriage. Yes, I'll buy a new carriage and use a new carriage to carry people. I told you, who would have such a bearing? I told you." The coachman hastily got up and drove the carriage again. However, he did not continue to sit on the carriage. He looked as though he did not dare to sit with the emperor as he followed the carriage. He kept mumbling incoherently as he followed the carriage. The other 2 coachmen finally understood what was going on. They jumped off the carriage and followed the carriage excitedly. Just like the previous coachman, they kept mumbling as though it was contagious. Li Longji shook his head helplessly. He did not believe the coachman when he said he had such a bearing. If he really had such a bearing, why did he not recognize him earlier? If he was recognized, it meant that his disguise was too fake. He had not reached the level where he could infiltrate the common folk. Then, he looked at the other 2 coachmen and their carriages. He knew that the 3 carriages would be retired from today onward. Even the horses pulling the carriages would have to follow suit. He wanted to persuade them that it did not matter who sat in the carriage, since it was not a waste of money. However, he remembered that this was Lu Zhou's territory. Lu Zhou's men were relatively wealthy. They did not mind spending a few horses and 3 carriages. Hence, he did not say anything. She wanted to say a few words to the enchanted coachman, but found that the coachman had clearly entered some kind of immortal state. She guessed that no matter what she said, the coachman would not be able to adjust his mind. She could only helplessly shake her head and sit on the shaft of the carriage to join the group. There were more than 30,000 people in the army, and only the vanguard had arrived. The rest would probably have to wait for another day before they could leave the mountain. Once they arrived at a place with more spacious roads, their speed would naturally be faster. The coachman escorted Li Longji all the way to the front of the group before stopping. He didn't dare to look directly at Li Longji. He glanced sideways at Li Longji from time to time before quickly lowering his head. Li Longji knew that it wasn't that the other party didn't respect him, but that they were cowards. It seemed that those who hadn't interacted much with him were all like this when they saw him, and there was one who was even more serious. The only ones who were particularly calm when they saw him were Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. They had never been nervous when they first saw him, and there was also Little Bei and the others. Li Longji knew that people were different from each other. He leaped down from the shaft of the carriage and said to the coachman, "Thank you for escorting me all the way here. I won't be paying for the ride. Tomorrow, I'll treat Lu Zhou's people to a meal. All of you should come as well." "Thank you, Your Majesty. You don't have to pay for it. Even if you do, I don't want it. I'm willing to pull the carriage for free. In the future, whenever you want to ride in my carriage, I'll pull the carriage for free." The coachman was still nervous. He kept repeating the same words. "If I ride in your carriage in the future, won't I have to keep you at home and feed you? That's too high of a price. Men, reward me." Li Longji said to the coachman with a smile on his face. He instructed someone to deliver the reward. There was no money. It was all cloth and food. He couldn't let the other party pull the carriage for free. Then, he no longer bothered with the 3 coachmen. Naturally, someone would make the arrangements. Li Longji returned to the group. Under the service of the others, he changed into the emperor's clothes and began to rest. He waited for someone to send the news to the provincial capital so that the welcoming party could proceed. The 9 children took this opportunity to rest. They had been busy the entire night and did not sleep at all. They were very excited. When they sat in the carriage earlier, they only took a short nap. Now, they were even more sleepy. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan found a place to sleep as well. Naturally, someone would send the news to the provincial capital. They would make 2 trips in between to inform them of the emperor's arrival. Last night, the people who had just finished welcoming the madams of the Zhang and Wang families were busy again when they heard the news of the emperor's arrival. Some of them were busy making banners, while others were busy thinking of what to shout. They did not care about the rules of the emperor's arrival. That day, Li Longji didn't continue on his way to the provincial capital. Instead, he waited. He waited for another night to give the person receiving him some time to prepare and rest. Only then did he sit in his carriage the next day and head for the provincial capital. Naturally, he was warmly welcomed by the people. It was no different from when they welcomed the 2 madams of the Zhang Wang clan. The only person who was different was Su Mingyang. Right now, he could not describe his feelings. He could not say whether it was anticipation, excitement, fear, or nervousness. When he welcomed the Zhang Wang clan the day before yesterday, the people did not care about him. It was a good Hungry Ghost festival, but he was very depressed. Today, the people called him to come together and pushed him to the front. The emperor's arrival was an official matter. The officials naturally had to follow the official rules. Su Mingyang was a provincial governor. Naturally, he had seen the emperor before. However, he had not seen him many times. To be precise, he had only seen him twice. The first time was during the imperial examinations. The second time was when he became a local official. He could not remember what the emperor looked like at all. The only thing he remembered was the emperor's dragon robe. After the welcoming ceremony, the people gathered like a tidal wave and escorted Li Longji to the center of the hall. Then, they dispersed and discussed the events of the past 2 days. The Zhang Wang clan and Madame Wang came out to meet the emperor as well. Then, they went to another courtyard to talk with Empress Wang and Wu Huifei. Inside the spacious hall, Li Longji looked down at Su Mingyang, who was bowing for the second time. He asked, "Su Qing, what did you gain from staying in Luzhou?" Su Mingyang could not control his nervousness. Although he was seated, his legs were still trembling. When he heard the emperor's question, he hastily rose to his feet and replied, "Good. Everything is good." "What's good?" Li Longji frowned and asked again. "Everywhere is good. The mountains are good, the water is good, and the people are good. Also, Lu Zhou has a lot of money. However, I don't have the means to check the accounts. I don't know how much money Lu Zhou has earned and if he has paid the taxes according to the regulations. I also don't know if the locals have enough time to work every year. Su Mingyang finally remembered that he was going to complain. He put himself in a very wrong position so that he could avoid the danger of being rude to the Zhang Wang clan. When he was talking to the emperor, his eyes were looking at the ground, but he always glanced at Xiao Bei and the other 9 people who had also changed into official robes. He was afraid that Xiao Bei and the other 9 children would hear some rumors and not give him any chance to explain, so they would arrest him. Little Bei and the others had long known about this. They were very angry, but they did not think it was meaningful to bully a foreign official. Therefore, they did not think of doing anything to Su Mingyang. They treated him like a fart and let him go. After all, he was going to leave after a year of service. At most, they would deduct a small part of the money that was supposed to be given to him before he left as a punishment. They had planned to let Su Mingyang go, but they did not expect that Su Mingyang would dare to speak ill of them in front of them. What did he mean by not knowing the taxes and work? Lu Zhou was not an ordinary province. It was flourishing now. Moreover, there were rules governing the various fees collected. There were taxes collected and refunded. The accounts were concise, but the contents were complicated. Ordinary people would not be able to understand them. Lu Zhou was the largest port for imports and exports. Lu Zhou was the largest port for imports and exports. Not only did he have to manage the local taxes and agriculture, but he also had to manage the customs, the research of ordnance, and the cost of the military. There were also some things that could not be said to others. Did he have to tell a provincial governor who was going to stay for a year and leave? Li Longji also understood what had happened 2 nights ago. He felt that Su Mingyang wasn't a threat to the Zhang clan and Wang clan, so he didn't want to bother with him. Once Su Mingyang was done with his time, he could just move on to another place and get promoted. Now that he heard that Su Mingyang was looking for something to do, he decided that after Su Mingyang finished his year of service and left, he would not give him an important position, let alone a position in the capital. He would arrange for him to be a provincial governor in another place without changing his rank. With this thought in mind, Li Longji made a sound through his nose, indicating that he understood. He waved his hand and signaled Su Mingyang to leave. At the side, Gao Lisha reminded him, "Provincial Governor Su, His Majesty has asked you to attend to the matters in the mansion. You can leave now." Su Mingyang was afraid. He did not know what he said wrong. He gritted his teeth and pretended that he did not understand the emperor's intention to leave. He followed Gao Lisha's words and said, "Speaking of the matters in the provincial capital, I have something to say. I don't know if I should say it. Even if you don't know whether you should say it or not, what else do you want to say? Leave now." Li Longji did not need to think too much to know what Su Mingyang wanted to do. Su Mingyang wanted to continue complaining about the things he said by the bonfire 2 nights ago to sow discord. If Su Mingyang really said it out loud, he would have to teach him a lesson. At that time, he would have to send someone else to be the provincial governor. He did not want to see too many changes in Lu Zhou's position. After all, he was only here for a vacation. He was not here to deal with people. "Yes, Your Majesty." Su Mingyang had no choice but to leave for now. He planned to look for an opportunity to speak to the emperor. He could not just leave Lu Zhou be. After Su Mingyang left, Lil Bei leaped out and looked at the door as she said, "Humph. He's really bold. How dare he complain in front of us?" Lil Yuan said angrily, "We won't give him a single copper coin after he's done serving as the provincial governor for a year. Does he think he's so great?" Li Longji laughed out loud as well. He said to Lil Bei, "He's a rank 3 official, after all. I can understand. If you were an official in a place and the people don't listen to you and treat you like a decoration, you'd be unhappy as well. you'd still have to give them the money they deserve. Xiao Bei rolled his eyes and said, Me. If it were me, if the people didn't listen to me, I wouldn't be an official for them. I've been a local official before, a county magistrate. It's just that there are fewer people in the county. I don't understand why they have to change provincial governors every year. Why do they have to go back and forth? Their ships take months to travel to and from one place to another. Are their families so poor that they don't even have enough to eat? Why do they have to come to Luzhou to get some money? If I were in charge, Luzhou shouldn't have a provincial governor. When the time comes, my family can just pay the money to the court every year. It doesn't matter if there's an official or not, right, big brother? At this moment, Lil Bei was confused. He expressed his thoughts to his brother. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and shook his head. He explained to his sister, Luzhou needs a provincial governor. Without an official sent by the court, is Luzhou still Great Tang's Luzhou? Not to mention Luzhou, who was directly under the rule of the Great Tang, even the regional commanders in other places were given their positions because the imperial court could not manage them. The people there were not as loyal to the Great Tang as the people of the Great Tang. There are also other vassal states. Back then, didn't they need to be appointed by Great Tang's court as well? Even if the people who appointed them were chosen, they still had to be managed by Great Tang in name. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense for them to be completely under Great Tang's control in the future. Do you understand now? Oh, so it's to occupy space. It's just a sign. Even if there's a change in management in the future, with the sign, it'll give them an excuse, right? Lil Bei was very smart. He had learned a lot and understood what Luzhou was trying to say. After he finished speaking, he laughed and said, Why do I feel like the affairs of the country are a lie? It's clearly something that everyone knows, but they still have to pretend. Interesting. Right now, the small countries in Tubo are no longer a threat. Some of them even took the initiative to submit. This is strength. If they don't have the status of a province or county, do you think they'll dare to break away in the future? Yes, they really dare. When their strength is about the same, if they don't have the status, they'll use it as an excuse to regain independence. They're not afraid now, but who knows what will happen hundreds or thousands of years later. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and said. He knew very well the importance of strength and status. Otherwise, there would be endless arguments when the time came. Lil Bei's eyes continued to move. Suddenly, he clapped his hands and suggested, Uncle Emperor, I have a very good suggestion. I don't know if I should say it. Of course, Lil Bei's suggestion is definitely a good idea. Tell Uncle Emperor about it. This time, Li Longji didn't stop Lil Bei from speaking like he did to Su Mingyang just now. My idea is that we should send more ships out. We don't have to do business with the natives every time we send out. There are many places where the people are not civilized yet. We'll go and plant flags there. Then, we'll put a lot of things with Great Tang's words written on them. For example, our porcelain and stone tablets with Great Tang's words engraved on them. Wherever the ships can reach, we'll put a lot of them there. Even if we can't send more people to live there, we still have to do it, okay? After Lil Bei explained his idea, he blinked his eyes and looked at Li Longji, waiting for his praise. Li Longji also stared at Lil Bei and asked, Why do you want to do this? Why? Because that place is Great Tang's territory. We can't go over and occupy it now. We can only trade with the natives there. However, trade and ownership are two different things. If it's like what Big Brother said in the future, and the people in other places become smarter and have martial arts similar to us, they'll say that that place is theirs. We'll trade with them. Oh, it's called trade. It's a commercial activity. A commercial activity doesn't represent a ruling position, so it doesn't belong to Great Tang. We'll put the things there now. Some will be exposed, some will be buried in the ground. After many years, if they don't want to acknowledge us, we'll dig them up. We'll let others see what's written on the stone tablets. We'll let them see what's written in that place in the Kaiyuan era. Then, they won't be able to say anything. Even if they still want to establish themselves as a country, we'll have an excuse to beat them up. We'll be on the side of justice, okay? Lil Bei waved his fist and explained excitedly. Xiao Yuan also echoed, yes, yes, yes. Not only do we have to write the words, we also have to draw a map on the utensils and stone tablets. We'll draw a map of Great Tang and label their place as a province of Great Tang. We'll have to make a lot of things that won't rot easily. This is to prevent them from destroying them after digging them up and not acknowledging our position. Good idea. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan heard their younger brother and sister's words, they were stunned for a moment. Then, they looked at each other and saw smiles in each other's eyes. Good idea, it was indeed a good idea. Of course, if the other party really had the strength, it wouldn't matter even if they had the things to prove it. But the good thing was that they could have more cultural relics in the future. They could exchange them for a lot of money. How many empires did the other party have back then? Those were true rulers, but in the end, they were still divided into small countries. But when one's strength was lacking, the Great Tang had the right to occupy it. This was morally justifiable, and even if the locals wanted to resist, they would feel a tinge of melancholy. It was easier to integrate than to have no name at all. Li Longji was also stunned. He didn't expect the children to come up with such a shameless idea. So, he nodded and said, that's right. In the future, we'll do this. Not only will we be going over to steal their resources, we'll also be establishing their status. We won't just be doing trade, we'll be ruling. That's right. We've decided. We'll give a decree to the merchants going out to sea. If the local people don't agree. As Li Longji spoke, he glanced at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, hoping that the two of them would complete the plan. Any other official would have been dumbfounded by this sudden idea, but Li Longji felt that Xiaobao and Cuckoo wouldn't have thought of anything. No matter how sudden it was, the two of them would immediately react. Sure enough, just as he thought, Zhang Xiaobao spoke just as he raised his voice and looked over. Your Majesty, this subject feels that there are many natives who don't even have their own language. Thus, we can just say that we'll rule them. They won't resist, nor will they have the will to resist. As for those places that have a longer history than China, we can use trade to buy those places from them. In any case, they don't need that much land. We can use things to trade, and once we get our hands on those places, we can build buildings that suit Great Tang style and characteristics. In fact, we don't even need to send our own soldiers to protect those places. As long as the merchants hire the local people to be in charge of law and order, we can give them things and have them protect us. Tell them that if they don't protect us well and steal our things, we won't go over there in the future. We won't trade with them anymore. Great Tang's products are quite good, especially silk, spices, and ceramics. Zhang Xiaobao recalled some of the historical records that Wang Wan had told him. At that time, China's products were advanced and valuable in the eyes of outsiders. They could even lead the trends of other places. The people of other places were proud of having something from China and showed their status. To an unimaginable extent, they didn't use China's spices as spices. Instead, they made something like a pouch and hung it on their bodies to give off a fragrance. When the nobles gathered, if they didn't have something from China on them, they would feel that their status was lower than others. If they couldn't take out China's ceramics when they were eating, they would feel embarrassed to treat them. In the end, the country's strength declined because the emperor system that looked good now was too influenced by human factors. If an emperor was useless, the entire country was finished. Therefore, the people of other places didn't need to use much force. They just needed to sell their advanced products to China, and China would take the initiative to protect them. Since people were the same, Great Tang could do the same now. Wang Wan also thought of this point and said excitedly, "As for the local natives, if there are too many of them, we can kidnap them and turn them into slaves. Some people with dark skin are good at work and have strength. Although they are a little lazy and not as hard-working as the people of Great Tang and the surrounding places, their physique is much better. But their physiques are much stronger than those of our Great Tang, and their adaptability isn't weak either, especially when it comes to sports. The only shortcoming is that they develop slowly. Let alone now, even many years later, they still, probably won't develop very well." Wang Wan almost let the cat out of the bag. She thought of the matter of capturing and selling slaves. Although this kind of thing would be criticized in other places, so what? The African people in America didn't live in North America originally. Even the Caucasians migrated over later. Who could say that they would bring the African and Caucasians back to their ancestral land? Capture slaves to work. Ah. The idea is not bad, but are they going to send them to Great Tang or keep them in their local area? If they are kept in their local area, why don't we give them benefits and let them work on their own? If they are sent to Great Tang, how are they going to interact with the people of Great Tang? Li Longji had an as-expected expression on his face. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were indeed amazing. The two of them immediately perfected the idea as soon as he came up with it. But at the same time, he felt that the two of them didn't want to capture a few slaves. They didn't want to capture more than 1 million people to build the railway. They wanted to capture more, to an unimaginable extent, and it wouldn't be easy to deal with them. As for capturing slaves, he supported it. Slaves were normal, and it wasn't a big deal. In his mind, there was no concept of equality for everyone. Otherwise, there wouldn't be servants and eunuchs in Great Tang. Zhang Xiaobao lowered his head and thought for a moment before saying, "We should send people over to that side now and bring the locals over. Then, we can place them in Great Tang. At the same time, we can trade with the locals. One of our ceramic plates can be exchanged for many local goods. They are poor and their technology isn't advanced. It's just that I asked the merchants to not squeeze into a cabin with so many people. If we capture 1,000 slaves, there will only be 100 left when we reach Great Tang. That won't do. That would be truly vicious, even more vicious than using the slaves to build the railway to kill people. At the very least, we have to show their worth. Actually, we aren't capturing them, but buying them. The people over there don't have any human rights, so we have to spend money to buy them over. Other than the fact that many people will die from building the railway, the other jobs might be more tiring, but they won't cause a large number of deaths. Their relationship with the people of Great Tang is also very good. They will first be slaves and then work. When Great Tang develops further, we will provide them with the same benefits. Great Tang has an advantage that no other place can compare to, and that is the high integration rate. No matter where the people are, as long as they come to Great Tang and live there for a few generations, they will be able to become a citizen of Great Tang." Wang Wan nodded at the side, expressing her agreement. Since there were already many ethnic groups, a few more wouldn't make a difference. When she and Zhang Xiaobao were still alive, racial discrimination still existed in the United States, but China didn't. It wasn't just because of policy, but also because human nature played a very important role. Xiao Bei and the 9 children were confused. They hadn't seen too many things and weren't clear about the problems between ethnic groups. They only knew that in the future, there might be more people who looked different from them in Great Tang. Hearing that they were going to capture people, and that it would hurt them, Xiao Bei put on a sad expression and said, "Don't capture them. We'll give them good food to eat and let them come over, okay? If they have the strength, let them do manual labor, but don't always work without food, okay? Alright, since Xiao Bei has said so, how can it not be good? This emperor will immediately issue a decree, to give the merchants an additional order, for them to try their best to travel as far as possible. Furthermore, when they reach a place, according to what Xiao Bao and Wan Wan said, if they can occupy it, then occupy it, if they can't, then buy it. Let them treat the slaves better, so that they won't feel resentful when they come to work, and they won't find an opportunity to revolt. That won't be good. Li Longji directly decided. As for where they would be sent to work and how much the slaves would be worth, it wasn't something he needed to worry about. Someone else would take care of it. After discussing this matter, Li Longji and the others went to rest first. After they had rested and adapted to the local environment, Li Longji still had to travel to the ends of the earth and enter the 100,000 mountains. The next morning, Su Mingyang came in the name of paying a visit. He hadn't eaten yet, so he waited for Li Longji and the others to finish eating before meeting him. After greeting Lu Zhou, he produced a thick memorial and had Gao Lisher present it. It seemed like Gao Lisher hadn't rested since he returned yesterday. Li Longji did not look at the memorial. Instead, he looked at Su Mingyang and asked him to speak. Your Majesty, I've seen and heard many things in Lu Zhou for many days. Hence, I have a few ideas. I thought I'd tell you when I returned to the capital to report on my work, but since your Majesty has personally come to Lu Zhou, I'll tell you now. Su Mingyang stood there as he spoke to Li Longji. Li Longji and Wei Wei nodded. Speak. Yes. Firstly, I've noticed that the various matters related to Lu Zhou's ports are not managed by the Imperial Court. Instead, it's managed by the Merchants' Alliance. The Imperial Court has no way of knowing how much the goods are taxed and how much they are sold for. Although there are special accounts, when the accounts are made, no one from the Imperial Court is keeping an eye on them. If that's the case, or if there's a case of tax evasion that isn't beneficial to the Imperial Court's finances, we can let the Imperial Court handle the matters of import and export. The Merchant Association is only a place for merchants to communicate with each other. Su Mingyang raised the first question. His expression was one of loyalty to the country. He was solemn and stern. Little Bei, who had come to join in the fun, pursed her lips. She did not believe Su Mingyang was truly devoted to the country. He was clearly looking for trouble. Li Longji could not directly say that the current situation was the best. However, he could only say that compared to the officials sent by the Imperial Court, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's family members were the most reliable. It was impossible for them to leak the taxes. He could not say these words now. Hence, he looked at Su Mingyang and waited for him to speak. Su Mingyang seemed to have been encouraged. He said, secondly, Lu Zhou's ordnance processing should be moved to the capital with the Ministry of Works. It can't continue to be in Lu Zhou's hands. In the capital's Ministry of Works, at the very least, there should be officials from the Imperial Court watching and supervising. If it continues to be in Lu Zhou's hands, the Imperial Court won't know the exact number of ordnance produced. If someone sells them privately and supplies them to places outside of Great Tang, the Imperial Court won't know if that's the case. When there's a war, the Imperial Court won't have enough information, and there will be more casualties. It's quite a serious matter. Su Mingyang wanted to remove Lu Zhou's ordnance processing from Lu Zhou. Li Longji still didn't say anything, but his gaze towards Su Mingyang had a different meaning. If Su Mingyang was closer, he would be able to feel it. The emperor was beginning to dislike him. Su Mingyang was at least 20 steps away from the emperor. He could not see the emperor's eyes clearly. After saying the second point, he paused for a moment before he said, thirdly, the people in Lu Zhou should move to another place to live. The people from other places should be moved to Lu Zhou. The people in Lu Zhou are already very wealthy. Moreover, they seem to be less loyal to you, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, you only arrived yesterday, so you're not aware of what happened. The way the people welcome you is the same as how they welcome the madams of the Zhang family and the Wang family. In order to protect the reputation of the Zhang family and the Wang family, I think it's best for them to migrate. After saying the third point, Su Mingyang heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like there was no fourth point. However, he did not dare to look at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He did not even dare to look at Xiao Bei and the others from the corner of his eyes. Li Longji sighed and said to Su Mingyang, "Su Qing, I already know about the scale of the welcome you mentioned. That day, I was at the back of the crowd with Xiao Bao and the others. When they were kneeling, I was sitting on the ground. I saw it and heard what they said from the front. As for what you said about the lack of loyalty of the locals to me, I tested it out when I was roasting food around the bonfire with the locals that night. You don't know enough yet. Go back and think about it carefully. Understand more about it. You may leave." Li Longji's tone was very calm, as if he was chatting with Su Mingyang. However, when his words reached Su Mingyang's ears, it was tantamount to a sudden clap of thunder in his head. He was stunned. His face turned pale, and cold sweat broke out all over his body. He gasped for breath and said in a trembling voice, I understand. I didn't understand everything. I know I'm wrong." As he spoke, he retreated. He did not turn around and leave. Just when he was about to retreat to the door, Xiao Bei said angrily, "Su Mingyang, I'll remember you. Just you wait. Today, in front of Uncle Emperor, I'll endure it for a while. When Uncle Emperor isn't here, you'll see how I'll deal with you." Illness comes from the mouth, and disaster comes from the mouth. I'll let you know what it means. Su Mingyang was worried. When he heard Xiao Bei's words, he tripped over the doorsill and fell with a thud. His face was unsightly. It seemed like he had fallen hard. I serve the country wholeheartedly for the country." Su Mingyang gritted his teeth and got up. He muttered in a voice that was neither too loud nor too soft. He trembled as he left with the fastest speed. He didn't dare to look at Xiao Bei. If he didn't do well, he might get sick when he returned. "Xiao Bei, look at how you've scared Su Qing. Li Shi, arrange for the imperial physician to take a look at Su Qing. Don't hurt her body, he. Li Longji instructed Xiao Bei as he made arrangements for Gao Li Shi. He had to put on an act to let Su Mingyang know that the emperor had no intention of dealing with him. Otherwise, he might really be scared to death. He didn't commit a crime of beheading. No matter what, the matter that Su Mingyang mentioned did exist. It wouldn't kill him. Xiao Bei chuckled. He's scared because he has a guilty conscience. He has a guilty conscience. He can't see the situation. Initially, I didn't plan to do anything to him. I just wanted to accumulate some good karma for my unborn younger brother and sister. However, he insisted on walking into the muzzle of the gun. He's too hateful. He even wants to play the role of a tragic character. Uncle Emperor, do you see what kind of idea he came up with? He's trying to sow discord between us. Yesterday, the people around the bonfire said so well. We should let him roast by the bonfire. He'll be beaten to death by others. Yesterday, those people really wanted to beat him up. They want to sow discord. They're too bad, right, Uncle Emperor? Yes, the people who are trying to sow discord don't have good intentions. What about the first 2 points? Tell me, Li Longji asked Xiao Bei with a smile. The first 2 points. What was the first 2 points? Oh, I remember. It's the place where the weapons are made. We have to move them to the Ministry of Works. How can we put them in one place? If something happens, they'll all be blown up. Also, there's only the Yellow River next to the capital. Luzhou, on the other hand, has the sea. If we want to test new weapons on the sea, we can test them in the sea. How can we test them on the Yellow River? Where should we fire? What should we do if we hit someone? He didn't think it through when he spoke. He even wrote such a thick piece of paper. Stupid, really stupid. The first point is the import and export tariffs and prices. Leave it to my family. I'm rich, and my subordinates are loyal. They won't dare to take advantage of me. Otherwise, they'll supervise each other. If one of them reports him, he'll be finished. However, who will the imperial court send? Who can resist the temptation of a businessman's bribe? Putting everything else aside, how many people can resist the temptation of transporting a fleet of oars from the new island and bribing the officials sent by the imperial court with the earnings from the oars? It won't be a problem if we leave it to my family. What's a ship of oars worth? Our candy store chain earns much more than them. They can't afford to bribe us. It's only natural that we have to follow the rules. Su Mingyang disgusts me to death. If you ask me, we should get a few more officials with the same position and let them play with each other. Right, brother? Xiao Bei directly rejected the first 2 points that Su Mingyang had mentioned. He even found fault with them. Then, he raised his head and waited for the praise. Zhang Xiaobao immediately said, "See. My younger brother and sister are smart, much smarter than Su Mingyang. He's only clever in petty matters, but he's still stupid. However, Xiao Bei, we can't send too many officials here. Yesterday, we said that the imperial court would send officials to Luzhou. Apart from giving Luzhou the seal of Great Tang, it's more important for the other forces in the capital." What forces? What do Luzhou's officials have to do with them? Xiao Bei did not understand this time. They're the important ministers in the imperial court, the princes, and the other aristocratic families. Wang Wan said to Xiao Bei, "We're different from them. We don't need to fight for any power. We have everything we need, and we just need to do our best for Great Tang. They, on the other hand, need to compete for power with each other. At the same time, they also need to see how your uncle emperor favors them. Luzhou is different from other places. It's a province that is far away from the capital and has developed very well. Moreover, the officials who come here can get a sum of money when they leave the office. Therefore, Su Mingyang is not an independent existence. His appointment is not controlled by us. It's the result of competition and compromise between the officials of the imperial court. It's very important to the various forces in the imperial court to change the officials once a year. They don't care whether Su Mingyang gives them the money or how much he gives them. What they care about is your uncle emperor's impression of them in a year. They use the position of provincial governor of Luzhou to test your uncle emperor's thoughts. Therefore, there can only be one provincial governor of Luzhou, and they can't send many officials of the same rank." "Oh, so that's how it is. I thought it was a random person who was sent here. How can the officials in the capital have so much free time? What's there to compete for? They should just do their own thing. How can Uncle Emperor's intelligence system not know? If they insist on competing, why don't they compete with us? Since there's something they can't win, what's the point of competing for that little bit of power? It's meaningless. I won't compete." Xiao Bei understood again. "Why don't you compete? Why are you competing with us, especially when you're telling stories? Don't you want to answer all the questions in the stories correctly and improve your character's level? If you don't compete, are you still willing to study hard?" Xiao Yuan retorted. "You know that my level is high, but you still dare to oppose me. Be careful that I'll teach you a lesson in the stories." "Humph." Xiao Bei said to Xiao Yuan with a hand on his waist. "Competition is the driving force of social development. If everyone stops competing, their lives will only get worse. Allow others to compete. Only with competition can there be development." Zhang Xiaobao concluded. Li Longji chimed in, "That's right. Only by competing can one become smarter. Everyone wants to live a better life. The officials need power. Even the order of entry is different. The common people need to live a better life than others. Naturally, they have to work hard. If the Tang Empire wants to suppress others, it has to raise its national strength to a higher level. This is human nature, and it will never change. Your Majesty, you've rested well yesterday. Should we go to the seaside today? Zhang Xiaobao began to arrange for Li Longji to go sightseeing. Today, they would go to the seaside, visit the children's park, and explore the maze. Then, they would stay there at night and visit the lighthouse closest to Luzhou to visit the lighthouse keeper. They would also go fishing on the island. As for the trip to the 100,000 mountains, it would be postponed. After all, it was very far away. When Li Longji heard that he could go sightseeing today, he waved his hand happily and said, "Let's go. Everyone, advance." Xiao Bei and the other children were happy as well. They were not happy because they could go out to play. They had been playing because they could play with other children. Usually, they did not have many opportunities like this. They always played in groups of 11. They yearned to be able to interact with more children. This time, there was no need to bring more than 30,000 people with them. A few hundred guards were enough. Outsiders were not allowed to come close. Those who were slightly closer were the locals. After bringing their things, they called for Jiang Wang clan and took a carriage to the seaside pier. After they left, Su Mingyang, who was in the yamen, fell ill. He was seriously ill. His fall was not too serious, and there were no problems with his bones. It was just that he stretched his tendons, pulled his muscles, and bruises. It was a small matter. He just had to rub it with medicinal wine, and he would be fine in no time. Su Mingyang's worry came from Xiao Bei's threat. Xiao Bei had threatened him, but that was not important. What was important was that the emperor, Zhang Xiaobao, and Wang Wan did not stop Xiao Bei, let alone say anything to comfort Su Mingyang. Su Mingyang knew very well what this meant. It meant that the matter was serious. The emperor did not intend to protect him. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were also dissatisfied with him. What should he do? Although the imperial doctor had come, he did not bring the emperor's greetings. Moreover, under normal circumstances, the emperor would give a banquet to the local officials when he went on patrol. He did not receive this treatment. Su Mingyang felt weak all over. He was sick. Half of it was because he was not feeling well, and the other half was a show for Xiao Bei and the others. He meant, "Look, I'm sick. Show some mercy. My head hurts." Did the emperor and the others do anything? Su Mingyang snorted and turned to ask the servants in his house. Chapter 11:14. Li Longji's trip was not kept a secret, and there was no need to keep it a secret. Therefore, almost everyone who wanted to know where the emperor was going knew where he was going. When Su Mingyang asked, his family told him that the emperor had gone to the docks. He probably planned to have some fun there. Of course, this could only be said in private. Although many people knew that the emperor was here to have fun and to see the extent of the railway construction here, many people knew that the emperor was here to have fun. However, on the surface, they had to say that the emperor was concerned about the people and personally went to understand the situation. It was not wrong to say that. Whether it was for fun or for fun, he had to interact with the local people. Once a citizen had a grievance, he could directly tell the emperor, and the local officials could not stop him. Moreover, after the citizen told the emperor would not give the local officials any face and would interrogate them on the spot. If the official really made a mistake, the crime would be serious. Su Mingyang was also worried. He wondered if there were any problems in the process of being the provincial governor after he came to Luzhou. If there were, he reckoned that the people would definitely mention it to the emperor. His Majesty is really too much. There is no record of an emperor like the current His Majesty. When he goes out, he doesn't ask the officials, but directly asks the common people. The common people are all ignorant. What can they know? Did I do something wrong? Su Mingyang muttered and asked a concubine who was standing next to him. This concubine was beautiful. Although her status was not as good as that of the official wife, she had a different taste. The official wife was in charge of the family and had to take care of the big and small matters in the family. Not only was she generous, but she also had to be dignified. She did not have to be very coquettish. However, a concubine was different. A concubine must be beautiful, have a seductive gaze, have a good figure, know how to act coquettishly, and be proficient in the art of the boudoir. Su Mingyang's concubine was like this. Husband, what mistake can you make? You have been doing good deeds for the local people ever since you came to Luzhou. If you really have to find fault, it's just that you don't need to spend money to eat delicious food. The wine and dishes in Ocean Cloud Restaurant are indeed delicious. I was thinking of eating them at noon to supplement your appetite. I'll wait to serve you at night. Su Mingyang's concubine didn't care if Su Mingyang was still sick. As she spoke, her body softly leaned over. Needless to say, when she leaned on him, it really had a big effect. At least Su Mingyang's body had a reaction, and his eyes had a lecherous look. He reached out and put his arm around his concubine's waist. He chuckled and said, "That's right. The dishes at Ocean Cloud Restaurant are good. Let's get them to deliver the food. It's not that I don't want to pay, but it's Luzhou's fault for setting such rules. It's a waste if we don't eat. Husband is bad." Su Mingyang's concubine acted coquettishly. Although Su Mingyang said that he was going to eat the food and wine of Hai Yunjian restaurant, he looked like he was taking advantage of the situation. However, in his heart, he felt a little helpless. What he hoped more was that the emperor would invite him over for a meal. Although one couldn't drink too much or say the wrong things when eating with the emperor, and there were many rules, to be able to be given a banquet by the emperor itself was a kind of grace. Even if one ate ordinary dishes and drank ordinary wine, the taste would be different. Besides, how could the dishes and wine of the emperor be bad? It was a pity that His Majesty went out to play and didn't ask him, the most senior official in this place, to accompany him. He didn't even leave a word of sympathy. The most hateful thing was that the people of the Zhang family and the Wang family could accompany His Majesty at any time. Even that child dared to criticize him in front of His Majesty. What should he do? He had really offended the emperor today. Would he be arrested? Fortunately, after he became the provincial governor, he didn't have any problems. Alas, even if he wanted to, he couldn't do anything. The entire government and local operations of Luzhou didn't need to go through his hands at all. If he wanted to do something, the officials of the counties over there would do it while sending a document to ask for approval or not. All he had to do was to write a few words of praise and things to pay attention to on the document, and then put his official seal on it. If he wrote the same thing as the others, they would listen to him. If they didn't, they wouldn't care at all. Even if he didn't put his seal on it, they would still do what they were supposed to do. As the provincial governor, he was no different from a decoration, like a puppet on a string. In this case, of course, he couldn't make any mistakes. Even if there was a mistake, it had nothing to do with him. Unless Xiaobei deliberately made trouble. It was obviously the problem of the counties in the county, and then Xiaobei caught it. Because the document had the provincial governor's seal, he directly made trouble for him. It was really possible. Perhaps Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't care, but Xiaobei and the others were a group of children. They could do anything, and they were the unreasonable kind. Otherwise, the officials of the Tang Empire would not be so afraid of them. It's fake. Everything is fake. Whoever can get His Majesty's favor is the real one. The provincial governor, the third-grade official, it's useless. Thinking about it, Su Mingyang muttered sadly. His concubine next to him was not stupid. She knew what her husband was talking about. Although she knew, there was nothing she could do. Who asked the other party to be so capable? But what she said was not what she thought. The concubine said to Su Mingyang, "Husband, don't be angry with the child. When our child is older, let him learn well. In the future, he may not be worse than Zhang Xiaobao and the others. He can also be the top scorer in the exam and be a high-ranking official. The kind that is better than Zhang Xiaobao. Okay, let the child learn well." Su Mingyang said, but he definitely didn't think that his child could be better than Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, or even compared to Xiao Bei and the other younger children. He heard that the education methods of the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were different. The 9 children were much smarter than ordinary children. Not to mention other things, just their courage was not ordinary. When ordinary children saw the emperor and knew the emperor's identity, they were so scared that they did not dare to make a sound. Unlike Xiao Bei and the others, who dared to let the emperor hug them and fight for food with the emperor, they had become spirits. Go, let the Hai Yunjian restaurant prepare lunch. I want to eat a big banquet, the kind with 64 dishes. I can't control them, but I have to make them feel uncomfortable when I eat. Su Mingyang gritted his teeth and said. Immediately, a servant left and went to the Hai Yunjian restaurant to give orders. In the past, this was also done. Anyway, it didn't cost money. No matter what he wanted to eat, as long as the Hai Yunjian restaurant had the ingredients, they would agree to cook it. Moreover, they would cook it very carefully. Although other restaurants also didn't cost money, the taste was not as good as that of the Hai Yunjian restaurant. Therefore, they rarely went to other places to eat, unless the master was strolling on the street and was hungry and didn't want to wait. Then, he would casually find something to eat. Then, the servant would be responsible for giving him something as proof and writing a receipt for what he ate, and let the seller go to the business association to get the money for reimbursement. However, today seemed to be different from before. After the servant went to the Hai Yunjian restaurant, he came back with his head lowered regretfully. He found Su Mingyang, who was still lying there, and reported, "Master, this servant went, but the people in the restaurant said that they don't have any ingredients. They will wait until they have more." What do you think? Bastards, a bunch of bastards. Don't have anything. How could the Hai Yunjian restaurant not have anything? Lying to a fool. Even a fool wouldn't believe it. Revenge, they are taking revenge on me. It must be Xiao Bei. Without her order, how could the Hai Yunjian restaurant dare to do this? Back then, we agreed that I would obediently work as an official in the provincial capital, and I don't have to worry about anything. But now, it's changed. Su Mingyang shouted angrily. After that, he said to the servant without confidence, "Let's change to another restaurant. Perhaps if they really don't have anything left." The reason why he was not confident was because he had already said what he had shouted just now. The important thing was that he obediently worked as an official in the provincial capital. That way, he would not lack other supplies. However, would he be obedient? He reckoned that he would cause trouble for the Hai Yunjian restaurant when the Hai Yunjian restaurant came over. Saying those words to the emperor in front of the Hai Yunjian restaurant did not seem to be the same as being obedient. The servant left. After a short while, he returned and reported, "Master, this servant went to a few more restaurants. They all have their own reasons. In any case, they don't want to make anything for us. What should we do? Have you asked all the restaurants? Did you miss any?" Su Mingyang was afraid this time. He was afraid that the people of Luzhou would starve him to death. Not all of them, but I don't think there's any need for me to go anymore. This is because this servant asked for a bowl of rice noodles from a person who sold rice noodles. The person who sold rice noodles also said that there was no more. However, as he spoke, he gave a bowl of rice noodles to another person who went after the servant. "Master, what should we do?" the servant asked worriedly. Su Mingyang was dumbfounded. He thought for a moment and asked, "What food do we have in the house?" "It's better to make our own food. We can deal with it first." The servant shook his head. "In reply to Master, we don't have any. We don't even have rice noodles in the mansion. We eat out directly or have someone deliver it to us. Hence, we don't cook at all." In the past, no matter how late it was, there were many shops in the prefecture city that were open 24 hours a day. "We don't have to make our own food." "Trash. You're all trash. If you don't make your own food, can't you buy some? It's better to just leave it there. In this case, we can only drink water. Then, we'll starve to death day by day. Or should any of you go fishing? Or go to the mountains to catch wild animals?" Su Mingyang said gloomily. He wasn't very worried that the people in his mansion would starve to death. Zhang Xiaobao and the others couldn't be so ruthless, but it was very likely that they would starve for a few meals. Especially now that they were out and not in the prefecture city, the taste of starvation was not good. The concubine next to him felt hungry. She swallowed her saliva and suggested, "Master, why don't we let the people in the mansion who don't go out often disguise themselves and take the money to buy food? We can spend money, but we can't buy from one shop. We have to go to several shops. Otherwise, when the sellers see that we're buying a lot, they will naturally suspect that we're buying for the mansion and won't sell anymore." Su Mingyang also couldn't think of a good idea. He nodded and said, "Go, do as I said. It's best to buy some rice noodles and vegetables and leave them in the mansion. We don't know how long they're going to keep doing this." The servant obeyed the order. This time, they successfully bought enough food. Apart from the food prepared by others, they also bought rice noodles. They didn't want to be found out next time and not sell anything, so they wouldn't starve. When it was almost noon, Su Mingyang had wine and food. The clever concubine had thought of a good idea and successfully avoided the blockade by the locals. They won the battle of food control. However, Su Mingyang didn't feel the slightest joy of victory. Once again, he felt the extent of the influence of the Zhang family and the Wang family in Luzhou. "Husband, why don't we not be officials in Luzhou and go somewhere else to be provincial governors in other provinces? That way, we won't starve to death," the concubine said worriedly as she served Su Mingyang wine. Su Mingyang took a sip of wine and shook his head. "It's useless. As long as it's in Tang, it's useless to be an official anywhere. As long as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan are willing, there's nothing in Tang that we can eat. We can't even pick up the food that others throw away to feed the animals. The people are biased towards them. Then I'll go apologize to them and admit defeat. We can't always be stubborn." Su Mingyang's concubine was clever. In her opinion, it was not a big deal to admit defeat. She always tried to please the main wife. Although she seemed to be favored, if the main wife didn't allow the master to sleep in her room at night, there was nothing she could do. Su Mingyang was quite touched. He sighed and said, "I know what you're thinking, but you can't go. Not to mention apologizing, you can't even see them. Do you think they can see just anyone? The people can see them because they want to see the people. None of them is lower than me. I'll go. When they come back, I'll go sick and tell them that I haven't eaten yet. I'll ask them to pity me. If something like this happens again in the future, I'll hide as far away as possible." While Su Mingyang was eating the food that he had secretly bought, Li Longji and the others were also eating. There were many children in the children's amusement park near the docks. Some came here specifically to travel, and some came here to work. Their children were arranged to go to the amusement park when they wanted to have a coupled world, or when they wanted to buy and sell goods. The amusement park also had the function of a kindergarten, so they took care of them free of charge. Today, in addition to the foreign children, the local children also had a holiday. On a festive day, the children had to have time to play. It just so happened that the holiday was given together with the summer vacation, so it was fine if it was a few days earlier. For a time, the children's amusement park became very lively. More importantly, the food that they ate at noon was different from before. The chefs dispatched by Hai Yunjian made food for them to eat. It was not a big pot of rice, but a single child could not finish a large plate of food, so it was divided into different types and placed there. The children held the plates that were distributed and lined up to get their food. The people in charge of getting food today were Li Longji, Empress Wang, Wu Huifei, Zhang Xiaobao, and Wang Wan. The children were nervous and expectant. They had not eaten yet, but they already felt that the food was delicious. Their parents also stood in the distance and watched. They were all excited. The people who got food for them were the highest existences in Tang. Not to mention the food cooked by the chefs of Hai Yunjian restaurant. Even if the food was placed there, as long as these people got food for them, it would be delicious. Li Longji gave a child a spoonful of braised pork and a few other dishes. Finally, he asked, "How much do you eat?" "I'll eat as much as you give me. Even if I'm full, I'll eat it." The child also knew who was the one who gave him the food. His eyes were wide open and filled with little stars as he said excitedly. Chapter 11:15. The sky is full of scorching heat, the leaves curl up on the cotton. The sea is distant, people are on the shore, children or toddlers. The 4 seasons are short, there is no resentment in life, spring, summer, autumn and winter are all looked forward to. There is no sigh of sorrow, listening to the cicadas, spring is also joyful, autumn is also beautiful, the sound of the cicadas in the sky, the sound of the cicadas in the evening, the sound of the cicadas together, forming their own space. There is no weariness, but listening to the cicadas, there is a light call early, there is a snore at noon, all day long, there is no break, the cicadas dance gracefully, the sound is clear. The cicadas sing, the sound of the cicadas passing through the gauze, is blue by the seaside, the cicadas spread their wings and face, reflecting the blue sky on the horizon, the cicadas sing, is passed on forever, is the heart passing through the autumn cold. Perhaps singing along the riverside with the rising sun, perhaps painting the mountains with the sunset. The wind blows continuously, the water ripples, the moon bends, the stars twinkle, the cicadas never change, it is still the same as before. The sound of the waves by the seaside never stopped, accompanied by the sound of the seabirds and the movements of the cicadas on the trees, making the amusement park seem very lively. Even more lively were the children. They carried their plates and whispered to each other as they lined up and walked in front of Li Longji and the others. It was as if they wanted to stay in front of everyone for a while, but they were afraid that the children behind them would rush them. Xiao Bei led the way, bringing 11 children to squeeze in the line. Even the 2 younger children, Pan and Jun didn't allow others to help them carry their plates. The thin wooden plates could be lifted by the 2 of them, but if there was food on them, the 2 of them would probably have to work together to carry one plate. The premise was that they knew how to cooperate. The child who said that he would eat as much as he wanted would not be stuffed. Li Longji only gave him a spoonful of rice. If it wasn't enough, he could get more, but if he really ate until he was full, it would be a crime. Gage Xiaobao, I want this and this. A child stood in front of Zhang Xiaobao and pointed at the 2 dishes in front of Zhang Xiaobao with his white, tender, and chubby little finger. Li Longji and the other 4 were in charge of the rice and the main dishes. Jiang Wang clan and Madame Wang were pregnant, so they weren't in charge of much. They were only in charge of the fruits and soup. Li Longji's work wasn't heavy either. He was in charge of giving the others rice or small steamed buns. There were no wontons, dumplings or pies today, so he was worried that they wouldn't be able to handle it. However, there were quite a lot of dishes, a total of 20 meat dishes and 20 vegetarian dishes. The children had to choose 4 out of the 40 dishes to eat. The child standing in front of Zhang Xiaobao had already gotten 2 meat dishes from Wang Wan, and now he still wanted a meat dish. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head and said helplessly, "No, you can only choose 2 dishes of vegetables. The Chinese cabbage and vinegar is very delicious, or you can eat a bean sprout. There is shredded meat in the bean sprout." The child's face was full of regret. After thinking for a while, she smiled and said, "I'm different today. I want 2 vegetarian dishes, but I want 2 meat dishes. Brother Xiaobao, you must give me the cumin mutton in front of you." "Oh. Why?" Zhang Xiaobao asked cooperatively. There was a child next to him who was familiar with the situation and helped to say, "Because today is his 6th birthday. After today, he will grow up by 1 year. Unfortunately, I still have 1 month to go. I also want to grow up quickly so that I can do a lot of things for Tang Dynasty. Well, since it's a birthday, there should be 2 more dishes. The cumin mutton is for you. What's the fish next?" Zhang Xiaobao saw that it was the child's birthday and wanted to give him some preferential treatment, so he put the dishes the child had chosen on the child's plate. "That's not enough. Double the price. I also want a coupon for Baby Candy House." The child continued to make demands, looking as if he had been given an inch and wanted a mile. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the child who was holding the plate and said, "I'm afraid you can't hold it. About Baby Candy House, you can ask Sister Xiaobei. Sister Xiaobei is responsible for giving others coupons." The child looked at her plate, rolled her eyes, and asked, "Can I give it to you once and then come back and buy more?" "1 plate per person. Where are you going to give it to? If you put more food, you can't eat." Zhang Xiaobao still talked with her tirelessly. "I'll give it to my mother. My mother likes to eat cumin mutton and fish. I don't like them. I like to eat drumsticks. I already have them. I won't put more food first. When my mother finishes eating, I'll come back and put more food. They say that babies are stars in the sky. If a mother wants a baby, she has to pick it and put it in her stomach. The little star grows up little by little and becomes a baby. It's very hard, so I can't always think about myself on my birthday. I have to think about my mother first. I want a coupon for eating cake with my family at Baby Candy House." The child explained the reason to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao didn't say anything. He doubled the amount and put more food on the child's plate, indicating that he could give the food to his mother first and then come back for another set. At the same time, Xiaobei, who was in the line, took out a piece of paper and a pencil from her bag. She wrote "free coupon for a premium pastry set" and squeezed over to give it to the child. She didn't carry printed coupons with her. She said to the child, "Remember to find a few more people to eat with, or else you won't be able to finish it." Waiting for the child to leave happily, Xiaobei thought for a moment and shouted, "Who else is celebrating their birthday today? I'll give you a free pastry coupon. Don't lie. Those who haven't celebrated their birthday, don't worry. Starting today, Baby Candy House will launch a free birthday event. In the future, as long as it's a child's birthday, they can go to any Baby Candy House to get a gift on their birthday." After shouting, Xiaobei squeezed back to the others and said, "How is it? I'm smart, right? Smart, smart. Sister Xiaobei is the smartest," Pan has said, blinking her big eyes. She probably didn't understand what Xiaobei had just said. With Xiaobei's shout, there really were a few children who cheered happily on their birthdays today. They also copied the child from before and said that their mother didn't come with them, so they should pack up and take them back. As for whether the food could last until they reached home and didn't spoil, that wasn't something they needed to consider. Their fathers could only sigh helplessly. Who told them to only be responsible for providing the stars and not responsible for raising them in their stomachs? A smile appeared on Li Longji's face. He felt that the child being able to say such words meant that his teachings were successful. In the future, the Tang Empire wouldn't have to worry. Just as Li Longji was feeling happy, a child stood in front of him and asked, "I should call you, Your Majesty, right?" Just as Li Longji was about to nod, he suddenly thought of something and immediately said to the child, "You have to call me Uncle Emperor. All the children in the Tang Empire are our treasures. We are all the children's Uncle Emperor." "Really? Then, Uncle Emperor, I want 2 spoonfuls of rice. I'm strong and can eat a lot at home. My father says that he won't be able to support me for much longer." The child seriously said bad things about his father. How could someone who could come here to travel or do business be short of a bowl of rice? Li Longji chuckled and gave the child in front of him 2 spoonfuls of rice, then called for the next child to come over. With the words he just said to the child, all the children started calling him Uncle Emperor. Fortunately, there were not many children in the amusement park. After being busy for half an hour, all the children sat down to eat. Some had even finished eating. They sat there and did not get up. They were eating fruits in their mouths and watching the others eat. There was still a lot of food left, but they couldn't throw it away. They shared it with the other adults. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also finished choosing dishes for their mother. They also held their plates and sat together to eat. Li Longji also finished his lunch here. Surrounded by children, he wasn't worried that any of them would jump out to assassinate him. Zhang Xiaobao drank a mouthful of soup, then looked at Li Longji and said, "Your Majesty, you don't want to give Cuckoo and me a chance to rebel. You treat all the children in the Tang dynasty as your treasures. You've become the Uncle Emperor to all the children. If we want to rebel in the future, it will be very difficult. The children will listen to you." "Ha!" Li Longji laughed and said, "Don't worry. You and Cuckoo are their brother Xiaobao and sister Cuckoo. If you want to rebel, they won't care. It's a family conflict. When I'm old, you can seize power." "I don't think so. When you're old, June will have grown up. For people like you, 80 years old is considered to be in the prime of their life." Zhang Xiaobao looked at Li Jun and said. Li Jun looked at them in confusion and said in a crisp voice, "I want to grow up quickly." Yes, grow up quickly and don't give them a chance to rebel." "Ha!" Li Longji was even more happy. After lunch, Li Longji and the others, except for Jiang Wang clan and Li Jun, played with the children in the amusement park. To the adults, the entertainment that the children enjoyed was no longer interesting. However, they were in a good mood to see a group of children running around. Li Longji was sweating all over. As he drank the sour plum soup, he sighed and said, "When I was young, I couldn't play with so many things. It wasn't that I didn't have the money, but that no one could think of it. The children in the Tang dynasty are blessed. There are more than 4,000 amusement parks all over the Tang dynasty. All the children can play whenever they want. It's really good. Uncle Emperor, when the children grow up, they will also sigh like you. They say that they didn't play with many things when they were young. As long as we work hard, the children in the future will be able to play with more things." Xiao Bei continued from the side. "Oh. Xiao Bei can think of this. Let me ask you, when you grow up and the children have fewer things to play with, what will you do?" Li Longji had never seen the sea in the south. When he went to Jili province, it was still winter. It wasn't fun at all. Now that he saw the sea breeze and the layers of blue waves, his mood suddenly became exceptionally good. He smiled and asked Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei took a deep breath and felt the moist sea breeze and the salty taste of the fresh sea. He replied, "When I grow up and the children have fewer things to play with, it can only mean that the development of the Tang dynasty has become negative. Everyone who grows up is a sinner." Big Brother and Big Sister said that to judge the quality of a country system, you just need to look at the living conditions of the country's elderly and children. You don't need to look at how advanced the tools are or how high the food production is. The production of tools and food is only a matter of production technology, not a complete explanation of whether the system is good or bad, because other people can slowly learn and research the technology, but the real unifying factor is the love and hatred that the people of this country have for this country. Our Xiao Bei really knows a lot, Li Longji praised. We don't. We don't understand a lot of what Big Brother and Big Sister told us, but we've memorized it. What we didn't understand in the past, we'll understand bit by bit. When we understand, we'll tell the things we know to the younger children. Just like the cicadas that are chirping non-stop now, their lives are very short. Big Sister said that the longest one can live is less than 20 years, and that's the kind that lives in the soil. Even so, they keep flapping their wings and chirping, passing on what they know to the next generation. Winter goes and spring comes, and the cycle never changes. Perhaps in the future, people can easily fly into the sky, but the chirping of cicadas will never disappear. In the river of time, the life of a cicada is no different from that of a human. In 10,000 years, the lifespan of a human and the lifespan of a cicada are the same. The difference is that on the surface, humans are smarter than cicadas, but the same thing is that from birth to death, we've always been pursuing. This has never changed. Civilization is also a struggle. As Xiao Bei spoke, he spread his arms and let the sea breeze flutter his clothes. This time, not only was Li Longji shocked, but even the Jiang Wang clan and Wang Shi were also shocked. Clearly, these words should not have come out of Xiao Bei's mouth. Madame Zhang and Madame Wang looked at their son and daughter. They saw the two of them holding hands and looking at the sea calmly. They could not understand how the two of them had taught their younger brother and sister. Could it be that the immortals were so powerful? No wonder the two of them had to personally take care of their younger brother and sister. If it were the two of them, they definitely would not have been able to teach Xiao Bei and the others to become like this. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan heard Xiao Bei's words, and at the same time, they felt the gazes from others. But neither of them turned around. To them, this was nothing. It was nothing more than a little philosophical thought. Many of the children of their time could do it. Some of the children could even say things like, "It's snowing, spring is coming." Besides, it was not like Xiao Bei was the only one who thought of this. Sure enough, when Li Longji was in a state of shock and wanted to ask, Xiao Bei said it himself. When we have nothing to do, we always think about other things. Also, there are a lot of stories like this in older brother and older sister stories. The more we learn, the more we think. Don't be surprised. Ambition is not dependent on age. Without ambition, you can live for 100 years in vain. Uncle Emperor, when we go out to sea in a while, you don't have to worry. You don't have to be afraid of falling into the water. We can easily pick you up. As long as there are no reefs below and no storms above, mere waves are a small matter. Ah! Li Longji was speechless. He did not know how powerful a person was when Confucius said that they were born with knowledge, but he saw the extent to which people who learned later could learn. He turned his head to look at his son and daughter. There was a trace of reluctance in his heart, but also a trace of determination. His two children were now very obedient and smart, but he could not bring them back to the palace. Although they would be very happy to be with the current June, and Pan, every day, he still had to put them beside Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. The education method of the two people was indeed very taxing. Ordinary children would not be able to enjoy such treatment, but the results were obvious. In the afternoon, after enjoying the sea breeze for a while and basking in the sun, the two pregnant women of the Jun Wang clan were accompanied by guards to their home. The two of them could not go out to sea to the lighthouse, and there was no need for that. It was more important for them to recuperate. Li Longji and the others set off by boat to the lighthouse closest to the shore. It was about 60 nautical miles away, which was a distance of more than 100 kilometers. Although this distance was not far on land and could be reached in less than 4 hours when the road was flat, it was a different matter on the sea. It was estimated that even if they went to the lighthouse at the fastest speed, they would only arrive at night. Zhang Xiaobao did not let anyone send a signal to the lighthouse. He wanted to give them a surprise and bring them more food for daily consumption. Of course, it might be better if they could go to the farthest lighthouse, but it was too dangerous and would take too long. Li Longji still had to go to the Shirwan Mountains to wander. When they went to the lighthouse, they did not take a big boat, but a medium-sized boat that was slightly larger than a fishing boat. Only on this kind of boat could they feel the charm of the waves. If Zhang Xiaobao took his younger siblings out, he would use a smaller boat and give his younger siblings life jackets to feel the ups and downs of the waves. However, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan admitted that Li Longji's equestrian skills were very good. It was not just good, including equestrian archery. When it came to swimming, not to mention others, Xiao Bei alone could kill 10 Li Longji in the current sea. Although Li Longji swam very well in the unsinkable lake in the capital, and had also swam in a large pool without salt water, it was very easy for him to swim around. That was different. There was salt in the sea, and the buoyancy was greater than that of fresh water. However, there were also waves in the sea. Not everyone could surf and swim through the waves, and not everyone could swim back after being hit by the waves. For an expert swimmer like Li Longji who was born in calm water, 2 waves would be enough to make him dizzy. Li Longji was also self-aware. He obediently put on a life jacket and even carried a bag with food and water on him, in case he accidentally fell and was washed away by the waves and died of thirst before anyone could save him. Uncle Emperor, don't be afraid. I'll be by your side. If the boat really capsizes, it's probably impossible for me to bring you back, but it's still possible for you to float on the water. Xiao Bei ran to Li Longji's side and sat down. The other children also had their own responsibilities. Although Xiao Yuan and the others' swimming skills were slightly worse than Xiao Bei's, it depended on who they were compared to. Gao Lishir, Wang Ju, Empress Wang, Wu Huifei, and Pan were all guarded by Xiao Bei and the others. The 2 people in charge of rowing the boat were also good swimmers. Next to them were 3 large ships, 2 gunboats, and 1 troop transport ship. They were heading towards the nearest lighthouse. Xiao Bao, the hawksbill turtle, said it can be found here. How do we find it? This was the first time Li Longji was so close to the waves. In order to ease the tension in his heart, he could only talk to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao held a telescope in his hand and looked at the sea. He didn't care about the current wind and waves. He wanted to see if there were any sharks, even though there weren't many situations where sharks capsized the boat. When he heard Li Longji's question, he replied, "After we reach the lighthouse, I'll go down and see if I can catch one. Today is my birthday. I wish my mother good health and all the best. I also wish my brothers and sisters happy." I wrote a short essay in front of it for the readers. Chapter 11:16. When the moon rose, Li Longji finally saw that it was a full moon. He felt that the moon was rising from the sea and sharing this moment with the world. At the same time, he also saw what a lighthouse looked like. In the past, he only saw paintings and small models. In the Xingqing Palace in Beijing, there was a model of a lighthouse. It was very small and made of wood. It floated in the water, and candles could be placed on it. At night, it could be seen swaying. He knew that it was a place that was specially used to guide the way. Seeing it with his own eyes today, he felt that he had been tricked. He asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, why is this lighthouse different from the one you gave me?" "Different? Of course, one is big and one is small. One stands in the sea, and the other is placed in fresh water." Zhang Xiaobao and Wei Wei were stunned for a moment, but then said calmly, "That's not what I meant. It's just that the lighthouse you gave me was floating on the water." This lighthouse is motionless. At first, I wondered if there were two kinds of lighthouses. One is on an island, and the other is like a ship. After all, it's not easy to find an island or a big reef in the sea. Now that I have seen the situation in the sea, I think it's very difficult to build a floating lighthouse. Even the biggest ship can't withstand the wind and waves if it stands on the sea all day long. Li Longji emphasized. What he meant was, Xiao Bao, why did you lie? If I didn't see it with my own eyes, would have thought that there were two types of lighthouses. If I told others about it in the future and they saw it, wouldn't they laugh at me in their hearts? Zhang Xiaobao looked at Li Longji in surprise, then at Gao Lisher. Gao Lisher nodded and admitted. Is there a floating lighthouse? Zhang Xiaobao asked Wang Wan. Wang Wan rolled her eyes at Zhang Xiaobao and said, Do you think it's a drilling platform? The quality of your gift is not good enough. The glue at the bottom is broken. Oh, Your Majesty, did you hear that? It's not floating. It's because your management is not up to standard, so the glue on the base broke. Go back and get someone to glue it again. Remember to maintain it often. Zhang Xiaobao shifted the blame. Li Longji nodded but did not pursue the matter. He couldn't possibly return to Beijing and kill the person who was in charge of the model. Furthermore, he felt that Zhang Xiaobao wasn't good at business and didn't give him a warranty. He was now more interested in the drilling platform that Wang Wan had mentioned. He asked, What is a drilling platform? Fighting in the sea to find fresh water. I'm looking for oil. Fresh water isn't worth that much. Zhang Xiaobao explained, There's a lot of oil in the sea around Great Tang. It's much better than the oil we can find on the ground, and there's a lot more of it. We don't have to travel very far and wait to occupy other people's original land for long-distance transportation. Oh, there's oil under the sea. Quick, come out. I can pay for it. Li Longji got excited. He knew about the Ministry of Works and knew that they were refining oil in large quantities. He found it amazing that oil could be used for more than just fuel. Although he was satisfied with the oil refining technology, he talked to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan every time. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan couldn't stand the current oil refining technology anymore. They said that if the amount of oil refined was small, it would cause a lot of pollution. During the refining process, there was a lot of waste. The refrigeration technology could only reduce the temperature to 0 degrees Celsius. Many things were not collected. It wasn't that they didn't want to collect them, but they were afraid that if the oil was stored in a container, it would explode before they could collect enough gas. Not to mention the other chemical products. Another reason was that oil was not easy to extract. Other than the oil that could flow out by itself, the rest of the oil had to be dug and filled with barrels before being brought up. With such advanced technology, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could only look at it helplessly. Li Long had always wondered if there was a better source of oil that would make it easier for people to produce it. At this moment, he was thinking about the oil under the sea. Not only him, Empress Wang and the rest were also looking at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Gao Lisher spoke. Xiaobao, is it more tiring than digging holes? That's why you don't intend to look for oil under the sea. It's more than tiring. I have always wanted to get oil under the sea. With this shipbuilding technology, I will go to other places and extract oil from land. Anyway, we will use pressure to extract oil from land, and it is much easier to extract oil from land. This is just a dream. Let's wait. When our descendants do this, I probably won't be able to see it. Unless countless geniuses are born in the Great Tang, and if they don't take any detours, when I'm old, I'll be able to see oil and natural gas continuously being extracted from the sea. For now, let's just watch the lighthouses. The people guarding the lighthouses will not be able to guess who is coming. Zhang Xiaobao said helplessly and regretfully. He did not have much hope in extracting oil from the sea. They did not even have the simplest shipbuilding technology. If they had that technology, Tang could easily conquer the sea. At least relatively speaking, there would be fewer deaths. In fact, they could also conquer the sea now by using countless ships and countless lives. In the era of sailing ships, it could be said that they could conquer the sea, not to mention the second generation of steam engines. With a bigger tonnage, coupled with the sail, it would be much more powerful than the Spanish. Most importantly, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could draw a map of the ocean currents to prevent the ships from running around blindly. At the same time, they could take various precautions at sea. The only thing they had to worry about was the weather. This could not be helped. Even in the era of satellites, there were still ship accidents. As for the reefs, it was easy to deal with them. The ships did not move alone. Every time they went out, it was a group of ships. Furthermore, they could not be fully loaded. If a ship hit the reefs, they would first transfer the people out and see if they could take out the goods. The other ships would then go around and mark the reefs. Through continuous trials, they could always find a safe route. It would be even better if someone could create a sonar system. While Zhang Xiaobao was thinking about the good things in the future, the ship had already docked at the small pier of the lighthouse. The small pier could only stop medium-sized ships. Large ships could not get close, otherwise, they would really hit the reefs. Even medium-sized ships had to be carefully controlled and docked at the spot where people dived. Usually, large ships would not resupply at the lighthouse. They would only use the light of the lighthouse to locate the ship at night. Occasionally, when they needed to resupply, it would be to replenish some fresh water. The fresh water was brought to the lighthouse by large ships. A specially built reservoir was placed at the lighthouse. If there was a lack of fresh water and they could not return to the port, they would replenish it. Apart from guiding the route, the lighthouse was mainly used by fishermen. The fishing boats were not very big. When they encountered storms, they would dock at the lighthouse. Then, they would place their hopes on the heavens. They hoped that the ships docked at the small pier would not be smashed into pieces by the storms. If they were really smashed into pieces, they could only blame it on their bad luck. At least they were still alive. When the ship docked, the lighthouse keeper came out with a glass oil lamp in his hand. After shaking it twice, he shouted, "Where's the ship?" One of the men rowing the ship replied, "It's Lu Zhou's. We just left Lu Zhou and are here for dinner." "Where's Lu Zhou's ship? Don't they know the rules? The weather hasn't changed. Why didn't they bring their own food? They're tormenting us at night." The lighthouse keeper's tone was clearly displeased. He stood there and did not come forward to help anchor the ship. Small ships were tied with ropes. They would not drop their anchors. If one saw a small ship dropping its anchor when it stopped, the owner of the ship would be the biggest fool. Li Longji thought the lighthouse keeper would welcome them happily. Was the lighthouse not the home of those who worked at the sea? Why was the lighthouse keeper unhappy? Then, he asked, "What's the situation?" Of the two rowers, one jumped ashore to tie the rope, the other set up the gangplank and replied, "Replying to your Majesty's question, the so-called rule is actually an unwritten rule between the people guarding the pagoda and the people who go out to sea to fish. When the ship leaves the shore, if there are no special circumstances, the ship should not come up for dinner. This is because the lighthouse keepers have to cook for them. It's tiring and troublesome. Unless the ship asks them to use the fire when they come over, they don't care. The materials for the fire and the food for the lighthouse are all brought to the lighthouse by the fishermen at sea. The rule is that whoever uses them has to make up for it. Usually, the fishermen at sea would bring more and use less than what they bring. Hence, the lighthouse has a lot of surplus items. Under special circumstances, it's used by the people who are hiding in the lighthouse and can't go out. It's like taking from the people and using it for the people. While they were talking, Empress Wang and the others had already gone up. Li Longji also stepped onto the shore, nodded, and said, I understand. It's the same as the food stored in the trees when hunting in the mountains. It's an important place for emergency and rest. Everyone follows the same rule. They can't just leave after they finish eating. That's right, replied Zhang Xiaobao. He was carrying the gifts for the lighthouse. They were local specialties from Xuanyang, fresh vegetables, and fruits. Under normal circumstances, the people at the lighthouse could only eat fresh food once every few days, including pork and the like. They were all brought by the fishermen at sea. They didn't bring much, especially in summer. They spoiled easily. If they didn't come out at night, they would spoil easily in the day. The people at the lighthouse usually ate ham, bacon, dehydrated vegetables, dried fruits, and canned food. Of course, this treatment was already very good for the people guarding the lighthouse. After all, the people who went out to sea before knew how difficult it was to eat outside. Even if there were sun-dried or shade-dried vegetables, they couldn't be eaten when they were brought out. There wasn't enough fresh water to soak in. Wang Ju and Gao Lisher also helped to carry some of the things they brought. The rest was left to the two people who had tied the boat to the lighthouse. Other than pork, there was also venison. All of them were fresh and kept in ice. There was even wine. The person who ran out with an oil lamp finally realized that something was wrong. There were too many people on the boat. If they were really here to fish, the boat wouldn't be able to hold too many fish in one trip. It would be full of people. Why are there so many people? As he asked, the lighthouse guard walked towards the dock. He wanted to see who was so stupid as to bring a boat full of people out to sea. When he got closer, he finally realized that something was wrong with the situation with the help of the moonlight. There's a child. Which family's child came out to play instead of studying in school? Ha, it's me. I'm here. When Xiao Bei heard the question, she shouted and ran towards the lighthouse guard. It was her first time coming to the lighthouse, so she found it very interesting. Slow down, slow down. Watch your step. Don't fall. It's all broken stones. Who are you? The lighthouse guard saw a child running towards him and quickly shouted. Xiao Bei tripped and almost fell. She steadied herself and patted her chest. She said with lingering fear, why didn't you lay down sand? It's all stones. You are. The lighthouse guard came in front of Xiao Bei and waved the lamp twice. He looked at Xiao Bei doubtfully and tried to recall whose child she was. After looking at her for a while, his eyes suddenly widened. He said with a look of disbelief, you are Xiao Bei. Ha! How did you know? Xiao Bei was confused. This person was too amazing. He could actually recognize her identity when he saw her. Are you really Xiao Bei? The lighthouse guard pointed at Xiao Bei's bag with his other hand and asked again with uncertainty. Xiao Bei looked down at her bag and found that there was a very large rice seedling pattern on it. In the middle of the rice seedling was the word Bei. Only then did she know how the lighthouse guard recognized her. It was too eye-catching. Besides, other than the two families in Tang, no one dared to use the rice seedling pattern. Alright, I'm stupid. Xiao Bei patted her bag twice and asked the lighthouse guard, are you very happy? We're all here. Uncle Emperor, the Empress, concubine Hui, and my grandfather are here. Ha, why aren't you smiling? Xiao Bei thought that the lighthouse guard would be very happy after knowing her identity. In the end, she was very disappointed. It was not that the lighthouse guard did not want to smile, but he was dumbfounded. He did not even dare to dream that the Zhang family and the Wang family would personally come to the lighthouse. They were so busy. How could they come to his place and meet him? Old Hu, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and greet the emperor. A rower carrying a large bag in each hand came to the front of the tower and shouted loudly. The bags were still dripping with water. Ah! 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 Good, the emperor is here. Old who, greet the emperor. The lighthouse guard finally woke up. His face was still full of shock. His voice was trembling, and he was about to kneel. Xiao Bei hurriedly pushed Old Who with his hand and said, "Don't kneel. It's full of gravel. I was wondering why you didn't put some fine sand on the ground. When the time comes, there will be the beach, the sun, and the waves. Wouldn't it be better to swim and bask in the sun? Let's talk inside. I'm here to take a look." Li Longji coughed and ordered Old Who. Yes, let's talk inside." Old Who repeatedly agreed. He turned his head and shouted at the lighthouse, "Everyone, get up. The emperor is here. Xiao Bei and the others are here too. Don't sleep in. Get up, everyone." Whether the people inside heard him or not, the people outside didn't know. Whether they panicked after hearing him, the people outside also didn't know. Li Longji had already heard that there were 2 people guarding the lighthouse, but from Old Who's shout just now, he found out that there was more than one person inside. Glancing at Gao Lisher asked Old Who as if they had a tacit understanding, "How many people are guarding the lighthouse?" 4. Old Who replied. He didn't know Gao Lisher, but it didn't matter. Anyway, the people who could come were all of a much higher status than him. Even the 2 people who came with him could be seen clearly now. They were the leaders who specialized in using large ships to replenish the various lighthouses. Although there were fishermen in charge, in case the fishermen had something to do during a period of time, there would naturally be people who were responsible for delivering supplies. I once heard that there were 2 people guarding the lighthouse. Now there are 4. Li Longji asked personally. It has changed since 3 years ago. The lighthouse that is close to us has 4 people, and the lighthouse that is further away has 6 people. At that time, people from other places came over, saying that they were doing business, and then wanted to cause trouble. One of the lighthouse people was even killed by them. Since then, we have been on guard against all people who are not from the Tang Empire. We don't allow them to easily come to the lighthouse, and we also don't let them eat our lighthouse for free. Usually, a boat full of fish can only be exchanged for 2 bowls of water at our lighthouse. I heard the news from the lighthouse people at the front that they usually send a lot of fish and leave it at the lighthouse to prevent them from dying of thirst or starvation when something happens and they don't have anything to give to the lighthouse. Their people really died of thirst after that incident. Although they are not from the same tribe as them, it doesn't matter. As long as they are not from the Tang Empire, they have to hand over their things first and help later. Old Who said excitedly. Perhaps it was because it was night time and he couldn't see the emperor clearly, so other than his previous nervousness, his heart was much calmer now. Li Longji nodded. His good mood just now had also changed. Whenever he heard that people from the Tang Empire were harmed in other places, he would be unhappy. Especially before he came, many people had died. Other than a small number of people from the Tang Empire who were directly killed, there were also people from the Tang Empire who were captured and needed to be killed. Xiao Bei also looked angry and asked, "What about now? Are they still using the opportunity of coming to the lighthouse to harm our people?" Xiao Bei had already guessed the general situation. It was like the story of the farmer and the snake, or the other party probably looked like they were asking for help. Then, they would wait for the lighthouse people to let them go up, and when they were close enough, they would suddenly attack. Too bad, they were all bad people. We shouldn't help them anymore, even if we brought the things over in advance. Old Who shook his head and replied, "No one dares to do that for a long time. The last time, the people who came looking for trouble didn't manage to escape. They were captured by our people. There were 5 of them, and they were tied to a small boat. They were sent to a place where the wind and waves were small, and they were left to dry in the sun. In the end, they were all burned to death. Now, they've paid a huge price. We've directly reduced the price of the things they caught to half of Lu Zhou's price. That's 100 copper coins, but we only charged them 5 copper coins. Moreover, when they came to the lighthouse, they weren't allowed to go to the top of the lighthouse. They could only rest in a place where the wind and rain leaked out from a pile of rocks. This way, they wouldn't be washed away when the storm came. They were only allowed to enter the lighthouse when the storm was so strong that the waves could drown the pile of rocks they stayed in. Moreover, their hands and feet were tied. Why are you only out now? Quickly, come and greet the emperor. As Old Hu spoke, he saw the 3 people who came out of the lighthouse. He hastily called out to them. In truth, the 3 of them had changed into clean and tidy clothes. At this moment, they were looking around excitedly for the emperor. When they heard Old Hu's movements and saw his signal, they fell to their knees and kowtowed to the emperor at the same time. In the past, Li Longji liked it when people kowtowed to him. However, he was annoyed by it now. He felt that he would have to go out more often in the future. If all the people he passed by were like this, he would waste his energy on etiquette. After he gave the order, he had the 3 of them rise to their feet. Then, he led the way into the lighthouse. The space below the lighthouse was huge. Only the observation post at the top was small. Li Longji went up to the 2nd floor. At this moment, all the oil lamps in the lighthouse were lit, illuminating the interior of the lighthouse. Li Longji looked around as he walked. From time to time, he would touch the walls of the lighthouse and knock on them with his knuckles. He nodded in satisfaction before he asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Did you spend a lot of money to repair the lighthouse?" "We didn't spend any money." Zhang Xiaobao replied, "The money was saved by the lighthouse's keepers. We agreed that the money they earned would belong to them. However, they still used it to renovate the lighthouse. We're the only one who paid for the first renovation." Li Longji's interest was piqued. He asked, apart from the wages, they earned extra money. Old Hu did not wait for Zhang Xiaobao's reply. He said, "Yes, Your Majesty. We earn money from this. In the lighthouse, we have something that specializes in rearing fish and prawns. We don't let them breed. Instead, we catch them and raise them there. When there are enough of them, we'll give them to the supply ship. The supply ship will bring them back. After the price is calculated, a portion of the money will belong to us. Since we don't have anything else to do, we'll fish and prawns on the islands or the reefs. If we come across a good species, we'll rear them. Since my lighthouse is close to Luzhou, it's not enough. The people from the farthest places, especially those who come from other places, usually bring precious items with them. The lighthouse keepers keep the price low. In fact, they don't even pay 5%. If we come across good pearls, tortoiseshell, and large abalones, we'll earn a huge sum of money. This is why we're willing to trade with them. Although one of our men died, we'll allow them to provide us with items. The farthest reef is 475. The 6 men who guard the lighthouse managed to save up more than 4,000 strings of coins in a year. They bought large stones, cement, and steel bars and had their reef enlarged. Initially, it was more than 20 steps wide. Now, it's about 50 steps wide. The lighthouse has been renovated as well. Even so, they still have a lot of money left. They bought carriages for their families. They're much wealthier than the average person. In the second half of last year, other people complained, so they had no choice but to switch with others. When spring comes, I'll switch as well. Old Hu seemed very excited. He meant to say that it was easier to make a fortune if they switched to a farthest place. Naturally, they also had to be lucky. People from other places would be willing to trade with them if they came across valuable items. Ah! Li Longji was speechless. In his opinion, the lighthouse keepers were not willing to go to farthest places. It was not easy to go back and forth. Moreover, they would not have time to treat their illnesses. He did not expect that in the face of money, all difficulties could be solved. He actually managed to earn 4,000 strings of coins in a year. This was shocking. While they were still in shock, they arrived at the 3rd floor. There was another floor above that. Then, they arrived at the lookout pavilion at the top. It was not this high in the past, and the space was not so big. Everyone sat down. Old Who ordered someone to prepare tea. The water was already boiled and stored in a thermos so that they could drink it at any time. Drinking a mouthful of hot water would make one feel much better. Li Longji did not ask Gao Lisher to bring out his tea. He drank the tea prepared by the lighthouse. It tasted bad and had a lot of foam. After drinking a few mouthfuls, Li Longji asked, "There are 4 people in the lighthouse. What are they in charge of?" "In response to your question, Your Majesty, they're also in charge of the lighthouse. However, they usually do different things. For example, I'm in charge of cooking. My cooking is the best. When I'm not sleeping, I cook for them. When I sleep, Little Chi cooks for me. Apart from fishing for prawns, we're also learning how to read." 2 of the soldiers were sent here by Lu Zhou. They were fully literate and even brought books with them. When they were not catching fish, they would train in the sea around the lighthouse or shoot at the targets on the small boats that were released from the shore. Sometimes, they'll sit on the boats and shoot at the targets in the sea. They're specially sent by Lu Zhou. Not everyone has this opportunity. Only the most elite are allowed to train in the lighthouse for 2 years. A place with 6 people is 4 soldiers. I heard they'll be used for war in the future. Now, they're practicing swimming and shooting at the floating targets. Old Who could not be bothered to drink his water. There was no end to the conversation. Little Chi wanted to chime in, but he did not have the chance. As for the 2 soldiers, they sat obediently at the side with their backs straight as they waited for the emperor's orders. The 2 men who rowed the boat could not rest. They climbed to the top and took over the lookout job. Li Longji listened with great interest. He would think about it from time to time before he voiced his doubts. When he heard Old Who talking excitedly, he felt a different kind of feeling. Old Who explained the current situation of the lighthouse. There were more and more lighthouses. Whenever there was a big reef in a certain place where the lighthouse would not be submerged in a storm, Lu Zhou would send people to repair it. Then, he would arrange for people to work on it. It seemed like a lot of money was spent. Moreover, it did not seem like there was a need for so many lighthouses. However, there was a benefit to having so many lighthouses. The ships that went out to sea became bolder. This was especially true for the lighthouses that were only dozens of miles apart. Once people entered the lighthouses, they felt as though they had returned home. There did not seem to be any danger in that part of the sea. The light from each lighthouse was mesmerizing at night. On the other hand, places without lighthouses would be dark at night. Not only would their eyes be uncomfortable, but their hearts would feel empty as well. None of the fishermen would want to fish there even if there was a big school of fish there. Aren't the gunships in charge of scouting for fish? If they help, they can at least send news back quickly, right? Li Longji could imagine how lonely it was to be out there. Even if the ships were slightly bigger and had a few people on board, they would still feel uncomfortable when they were far away from the range of the lighthouses. Your Majesty, the gunships will report when they see a school of fish on their way back. However, the telegrams can't travel too far. It's said that there are telegrams that can travel even farther in the capital, but Lu Zhou doesn't have one yet. The gunships can't be responsible for delivering news to the fishermen. At the same time, the gunships won't chase after the school of fish. When they return from a patrol mission, the school of fish would have already disappeared. Old Hu seemed regretful when he mentioned this. Li Longji looked at Zhang Xiaobao. He wondered why Lu Zhou was not given a good radio station. Zhang Xiaobao sighed helplessly and said, "Do we have to talk about everything openly? Do we have to tell the others about the strength of Lu Zhou's fleet? The diesel engine from the Ministry of Works has already been delivered to Lu Zhou. Do we have to announce to the world that we want to put this engine on a small boat and turn it into a very fast speedboat? Can we travel dozens of nautical miles in a short time?" Li Longji finally understood what Zhang Xiaobao meant. Although it was said that the people could be made to know what they wanted, they should not reveal everything about military affairs to the people. Otherwise, it would be impossible to expect the people to keep it a secret if they knew about it. A rare expression of embarrassment appeared on Li Longji's face. To cover it up, he asked loudly, "What's a speedboat?" "It's the propeller that's not good enough. It's something that can malfunction at any time. It's the one that's specially used at the most critical moment. It's the first and most advanced thing our family built," Zhang Xiaobao explained. He felt embarrassed as well. Although the item was good, its quality was not good enough. Back then, he had only built it to attract the attention of the palace. He wanted to raise his family's status in exchange for it. Li Longji finally found an opportunity to attack Zhang Xiaobao. "You still have the cheek to talk about your propeller. Apart from the mysterious fan blade, the bearings you use are always broken. When I'm at Xuzheng, I don't even use it anymore. I can't afford to worry about it. I'll have to repair it after 2 or 3 uses. I was having fun when it suddenly broke. My good mood is gone. You're still hoping to use it for life-saving and short-distance pursuit. Now that the technology is good, I don't see you using it," Zhang Xiaobao said confidently. "Now that I don't need to play in a small pond, it's only natural that I won't use it. In the future, I'll be free to fly. When that diesel engine thing is done, let me have a look." Li Longji chuckled as he spoke. Old Hu, who was listening at the side, was confused. He finally understood. It was not that Lu Zhou did not have a good communication tool, but he had hidden it. It seemed like he could not tell anyone about it. Otherwise, it would be detrimental to Great Tang. He was confused. What diesel engine? What speedboat? What's a bearing? He knew he did not know, but he did not dare to ask. Xiao Bao had said to keep it a secret. The more he knew, the easier it was for him to spill the beans. "Let's eat. Try the food from the lighthouse. Things that are chilled can't be kept for too long. Let's cook them," Li Longji said to Old Hu, not wanting to continue talking about the Great Tang military technology. Old Hu did not expect to have a chance to cook with so many people here. He happily agreed and promised to cook his best dishes. Then, he turned around and happily went to the kitchen. Old Hu's best dishes were nothing special to Li Longji. He could eat them, but they could not compare to Xiao Bao's. In fact, even the chefs of the Sea Cloud restaurant could not compare to his. However, he still had a good time eating. After the meal, he asked Old Hu about the lighthouse in the sea. With a different dream in his heart, he found a place to sleep. Zhang Xiaobao, on the other hand, was worried. He was not worried that something would happen, but he was worried that they would have to go to the next lighthouse tomorrow or even one that was further away. This was because Li Longji had asked Old Hu many questions before he went to sleep about whether the lighthouses at different distances were the same. Old Hu's answer worried Zhang Xiaobao. It was impossible for the lighthouses to be the same. Some waters were different, and the scenery was different. The things produced in the sea were also different. Moreover, the lighthouse they were in was surrounded by gravel. Old Hu also said that it was because of the reef that was made of gravel. No matter how much fine sand was collected from elsewhere, it would still be washed into the sea by the waves and storms. It was impossible to build a dike to stop it. However, some lighthouses were small islands surrounded by fine sand. The scenery was beautiful, and a long distance away was shallow water. Under the sun, the sand shone like gold. If one wanted to swim, one could see many small fish in the shallow water and all kinds of seabirds in the sky above. If it was not so far away, they could even build a few houses on it and settle down there. Li Longji listened to Old Hu with a yearning expression on his face. From time to time, he would ask Zhang Xiaobao if it was the same. Zhang Xiaobao was speechless. Was there a need to explain why it was called the Blue Sea Silver Sand? It was because of the beautiful scenery. There was a natural beach, floating clouds, and clear water. As expected, early the next morning, Li Longji hurriedly finished his breakfast and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "We're out here once, after all. I don't know when the next time I want to go out to sea will be. Why don't we go to 2 more places while the weather's fine?" What else could Zhang Xiaobao say? Naturally, he nodded in agreement. However, he could not continue to sit on the medium-sized ship. It was easy for the rowers to die of exhaustion at their posts. When he boarded the troop transporting ship, he sent a message to Lu Zhou, asking for a supply ship. Then, he let the ship sail at half-full sail and slowly made its way to the small island with the beach. He would wait for the supply ship behind him to come up before the full sail was raised. Xiaobao, when it comes to sceneries, every place is different. The sea in the south is really nice. It makes people feel comfortable just by looking at it. The sky is blue and the clouds are white. Look, there are so many white clouds in the sky. Don't they look like pictures? Li Longji held a goblet filled with ice and wine. He placed his other hand on his back as he stood at the bow of the ship. He enjoyed the sea breeze as he spoke to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao looked up at the clouds that seemed to be increasing in number and density. He said worriedly, "Your Majesty, please wait for a moment. I'll go and ask a few people. I'll come back and admire the paintings with you." Zhang Xiaobao turned around and left. He went to look for someone who was experienced at sea and asked if there would be a storm. In this era where there were no satellites, he could only rely on himself. Naturally, there were times when a person's experience was more powerful than a satellite's. If he did not keep an eye on the clouds and the data from the various stations on the ground, the weather forecast would not always be accurate. However, experienced people would be able to make a judgment based on the wind blowing and the clouds in the sky, as well as what had happened in the past during this season. Many of these people were old. When he first came to Luzhou, he relied on this group of old people to help him predict the weather. They were very accurate. At this moment, there were more than 10 old fishermen on the ship. Their job was to look at the weather. After asking around, Zhang Xiaobao felt relieved. It would rain, but it would only rain at night. Moreover, it was not a heavy rain but a light drizzle. 2 of the old men said it was moderate rain. At the same time, some of them said it would stop at midnight while others said it would last until the next night. Zhang Xiaobao had to choose who to believe. In the end, Zhang Xiaobao decided to look for a lighthouse tonight and planned to rest there. He could not stay on the ship. It would be best if he stayed on a small island. If there was a storm, he could abandon the ship, but he could not let anything happen to the people. What do you think? It's only a heavy rain. There's no need to be too anxious. Li Longji had not seen a storm at sea with his own eyes. He spoke to Zhang Xiaobao based on his own conjecture. Zhang Xiaobao felt that it would be great if there was a storm. He wanted Li Longji to see if it was just a heavy rain. "Your Majesty, it's different from the heavy rain you saw in the palace in the capital. When a storm comes, the waves can be dozens of meters high. Don't you see that there aren't many houses at the docks? It's not that they don't want to build houses in places with good scenery, but they can't withstand the torment. If there is a hurricane, many of the ships at the docks will be broken. Small boats have no resistance in the sea and can fly up in an instant. If there is a chance, I'll let you see it. Look at the clouds. There are also seabirds. There will be seabirds that will land on the ship. Just sprinkle a few grains. It's very interesting. Zhang Xiaobao knew how serious his words were. Li Longji was only imagining it. Those who had never experienced it would never understand the power of the sea. Li Longji did not think too much about it after hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words. Instead, he looked forward to meeting them. He felt that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had the ability to ensure his safety. Even Zhang Xiaobao himself did not think that he had the ability. However, he was curious about what Zhang Xiaobao said about seabirds landing on the ship. He asked, "Aren't birds afraid of people? As long as you don't hit them, they'll be fine. Look, there are seabirds on the mast now. They need to rest as well." "Oh, no. Come back. Shui Yun, you're not allowed to catch seabirds to eat." When Zhang Xiaobao looked up at the mast, he suddenly saw a flock of eagles flying in the distance. The red and white eagles were too dazzling. On the way here, Shui Yun and her family had nothing else to do. Therefore, they tagged along and helped to scout the surroundings. They also caught a lot of prey. When they arrived at Lu Zhou's place, he arranged for them to stay in the tallest building behind Ocean Cloud Inn. He did not expect them to tag along. Based on the way they flew, it was clear they wanted to use force to prove who was in charge of the sea. After shouting, Zhang Xiaobao waved his arms vigorously. He knew Shui Yun and the others could see him. The seabirds on the mast who usually ate fish and now had a chance to taste grains saw the eagles flying in the distance. They did not even have time to rest. They flapped their wings and fled. Shui Yun seemed to know what Zhang Xiaobao meant. Perhaps she did not intend to kill anyone. She looked at the seabirds disdainfully and led her family to land on the mast where the seabirds were resting. Then, she called out to Zhang Xiaobao below. "Your Majesty, the grains won't do. Please feed the seabirds some meat later," Zhang Xiaobao said to Li Longji, who was also looking up. Li Longji. Little Bei and the others, who had slept very late last night, heard Zhang Xiaobao's call. Shortly after, they pushed open the cabin door and rushed out. They opened their sleepy eyes and waved their arms happily as they greeted Shui Yun and her family. Come down, come down. Shui Yun, I'll give you something delicious. Come down and land on the railing. I'll give you fish to eat," Little Bei shouted with her arms outstretched. Shui Yun and her family did not obediently land as she expected. Instead, they called out a few times as if they were communicating something. Then, the Hongwuan spread its wings and dived into the sea. It was so fast that when its whole body was about to plunge into the water, it flapped its fiery wings and its body suddenly slowed down. However, it was only relatively slow. Then, the Hongwuan scooped up the water with its claws and flapped its wings, rising into the air again. In her claws was a big fish more than 1 meter long. It looked scary. The fish was not dead yet. It shook its tail vigorously but could not break free. Is the Hongwuan Shui Yun is looking for an eagle looking for food in the sea? Zhang Xiaobao looked at the Hongwuan's skillful movements and guessed. Probably. Li Longji's gaze was fixed on the fish as he muttered, probably. Carrying the fish, the Hongwuan flew toward the ship and spread her claws on the deck. The fish she caught finally broke free but was unable to return to the sea. With a bang, it smashed onto the deck and stopped moving. It was either knocked unconscious or fell to its death. The Hongwuan landed on the mast and called out to the 11 little eagles. The 11 little eagles immediately dived down from the mast. 2 of them dived into the water and flapped their wings a few times before flying up again. They brought with them countless water droplets but failed to find anything. The other 9 eagles directly stopped when they were about to dive into the water. Then, they flapped their wings and flew up, not daring to enter the water. Seeing this scene, Little Bay shouted at the 9 eagles, "Cowards, what are you afraid of? You won't drown if you fall. Did you forget what you did when you learned to fly? I know that you fell into the small lake between the clouds and the water restaurant several times." Little Bay was talking about the place that was prepared for Shui Yun's children. In the beginning, Shui Yun did not let the children fly immediately. As a result, when they gained weight, there were always problems when they learned to fly. They kept falling into the water and were rescued by others to repeat the previous actions. Chapter 11:17. The first time they failed to teach the children how to fish in the sea, Hong Wan and Shui Yun didn't show any signs of anxiousness. Unlike the other eagles, they wouldn't give up after teaching once. Shui Yun flew into the sky and drove the 11 children back to the mast. He called out and personally flew down to catch the fish. His actions were exactly the same as Hong Wan's. The only difference was that he went a little deeper into the water. When he came out again, he had a fish more than 3 meters long in his claws. The reason why it was so long was not because the fish he caught was big, but because he caught a hairtail. The hairtail twisted its body in the air, as if it was unwilling to be caught like this. Like Hong Wan, Shui Yun threw the hairtail onto the deck. This time, the hairtail was a little stronger than the previous one. It didn't die and was still struggling. Zhang Xiaobao flicked his wrist and a knife flew out, nailing the hairtail's head to the deck and freeing it. Li Longji looked at Zhang Xiaobao in surprise and asked in puzzlement, "Where did you hide your knife? You're wearing short-sleeved clothes. Around the waist." "I'm not wearing pants without a waist," Zhang Xiaobao said casually. Just like when Wang Wan asked him where he hid his knife, he said it was in his sleeve, as if no one should ask such a stupid question. "This sickle fish is big. I'm going to fry it. Shui Yun and Hong Wan are really good. You should learn from your parents." Xiao Bei praised and encouraged the 11 little eagles. He ran to the side of the hairtail fish and squatted down to look. Hairtail fish, in some places, were called sickle fish, and in some places, they were directly called blade fish. However, they were different in shape from the Yangtze River blade fish. A 3-meter-long hairtail wasn't small, but it wasn't too big either. At Zhang Xiaobao's time, there were people who caught more than 1,500 caddies of big hairtail. No one ate it and it was put on display as an exhibit. "It's enough for the 11 of us." Xiao Bei measured the hairtail with his hand and turned to the other children who didn't go over. Pan ran over and kicked the hairtail, shouting, "Fish, fish." The water cloud in the sky called out again, and the 11 little eagles rushed down again, going back and forth. Every eagle that caught a fish would be praised by the water cloud, and every eagle that didn't catch a fish would continue to catch one. There was an eagle that didn't dare to go into the water, but after being pecked by the water cloud, it finally went into the water. Shui Yun was indeed not as foolish as other eagles. Furthermore, he was very strict. He knew how to ask people for cotton to make nests for his children. He also knew that when his children were still young, they needed to eat insects and so on. Because he and Hong Wan were too busy to raise all of them, he asked people for insects to feed them. They were even more aware of the various dangers that would appear during the process of children learning to fly. Therefore, they were willing to accept the arrangements and measures arranged by their home to protect children who could not fly for a while. However, he did not allow the child to shrink back again and again. That meant that it was fine if the child could not catch the fish and could practice more. However, it was absolutely impossible for the child not to go down and catch the fish. The eagles who had been in the water once were not so afraid when they went down again. They also became more and more proficient in catching fish. There were small fish and big fish. Every eagle caught a fish and threw it on the deck like Shui Yun and Shui Yun. They went back and forth again and again. Soon, there was a small mountain of various fish on the deck. The people on the ship also came out to watch the fun. When they looked at the 13 eagles, their eyes revealed envy. They also wanted to have one. One was enough and they didn't want to be greedy. However, they also knew that this wish could not be realized. Even if they got an eagle, it would absolutely not be as smart as the 13 eagles in their eyes. Moreover, it would be very troublesome to train them. Enough, stop catching. Rest for a while. It's enough for us to eat. Not everyone on the ship will eat. If everyone eats, it won't be enough even if you catch for a day. Quickly stop. Don't tire yourself out. Xiao Bei was more than 10 meters away from the small mountain of fish and shouted at Shui Yun. She ran so far because there was a little eagle that dared to catch any kind of fish. Like a newborn calf, it actually caught a small shark. It was about 80 centimeters long. It was small, but no matter how small a shark was, it was still a shark. Its back was scratched and a lot of blood flowed out, but it didn't mean that the shark couldn't move when it reached the deck. Some greedy sharks even rushed to the beach more than 10 meters away to eat people. Of course, the result was naturally that it was eaten by people. Xiao Bei was very clear about the power of sharks. When she was still in Jili province, she personally fed sharks. They were also raised in the zoo in the capital of the Tang Empire. She didn't think that she could fight sharks in the water with her swimming ability. If it was her brother, he might be able to because he was strong enough to go down with a weapon. Shui Yun seemed to think that what Xiao Bei said made sense. It was good that they learned it. After calling twice, the 11 eagles stopped and followed their parents to the railing of the ship. There, they panted and rested. Their stomachs were bulging. Obviously, they were very tired. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the shark and walked to Xiao Bei's side. He said to the people behind him, "Kill the shark first to avoid hurting people. In a while, pull the net. Today, everyone will eat fish." Immediately, someone came over from behind with a fork and stabbed the shark. As for eating fish, no one was too excited. It seemed that they were tired of eating fish. After the shark was killed, except for the scratches on its body, the skin of the other parts of its body was still intact. People who often stayed at sea knew that sharks didn't matter, but shark skin was very precious. The belts and bags made by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Xiaobao could be sold for a lot of money. Xiao Bei asked her brother for a knife and pulled out a fish from the mountain of fish. She waved the knife and cut the fish into strips. Seeing that there were no bones on it, she held it in her hand and came to the eagle standing on the railing. She raised her arm and said, "Eat the fish you caught. Eat first. Be careful. Don't touch my hand." Li Longji watched as the little eagles tilted their heads and slowly opened their mouths like their father. They bit the fish in Xiao Bei's hand and raised their heads to swallow it. Li Longji couldn't help but ask Zhang Xiaobao, "For the next nest, shouldn't you leave 2 for me as well?" "That depends on how many there are in the next nest. If there are 5, you won't have a share. Xiao Bei has a sister without ears. In addition to the 4 children in my mother's and my mother-in-law's womb, each of them can have 1. If there are 6, I'll leave 1 for you. If there are others that you can't refuse, I'll ask you. Since you've given them to them, don't think about it anymore." Zhang Xiaobao first ordered 5. Since he had already recognized a sister, he naturally had to leave 1 for her. He couldn't favor one over the other. Now, Shuiyun and Hongwan's child could no longer be bought with money. Unlike the eagles in other places, no matter how good they were, if they spent enough money or if they had some other purpose, they would give the baby eagles away. "What if there are 4? Who won't you give them to?" Li Longji asked. What he meant was that if there were 4, there were 5 children in Shuiyan's family. He couldn't give less to anyone, so he might as well give all 4. If there are 4, I'll sell and auction them. The starting price is 1,000,000 strings of coins. If anyone is willing to buy them, bid. I have to discuss with Shuiyan's family first. When the eagles grow up, maybe there will be more intelligent eagles in the future. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Shuiyan's family and said, I'll buy each with a starting price of 1,000,000 strings of coins. Let's see who dares to compete with me. After all, I'm an emperor, right? Do you lack a few million strings of coins? Li Longji revealed his identity. I plan to use a secret auction method. No one will know who paid for them. Is a few million too little? The landlord doesn't have any surplus. Zhang Xiaobao continued to bicker. While the two of them were enjoying a rare moment of peace and leisurely bickering, Wang Wan walked out of the cabin with a calm expression and a piece of paper in her hand. When Zhang Xiaobao saw Wang Wan's expression, he knew that something had happened, and it was not a small matter. He sighed helplessly and said to Li Longji, Your Majesty, look. It's not easy to have a few days of comfort, but trouble has come again. Who's the troublemaker this time? It's better to live a good life, but they just have to look for trouble. Li Longji really didn't see why Wang Wan came out. Seeing that Wang Wan was holding a piece of paper in her hand, he guessed that it was a telegram. He asked, Cuckoo, what's wrong? It's not a big problem. Something has happened in the southwest. According to the intelligence, the duo eaters have started to gather in the southwest since the day before yesterday. At that time, we didn't discover anything. Today, we found out that they are indeed gathering troops. There are already 2,000 of them. There are no women or children among them, only a few old people. Our initial guess is that they want to do something to show off their strength. Moreover, they plan to show off their martial strength. The old people should be leading the way and familiarizing themselves with the local environment. Wang Wan shook the piece of paper in her hand and handed it to Li Longji. Zhang Xiaobao didn't need to look at it. Since Wang Wan said that there were 2,000 people, it must be about 2,000 people. Li Longji took a few glances. There weren't many words on the paper, and the content was also very little. It only mentioned the situation that Wang Wan had just mentioned. Li Longji's face turned dark and sinister. Just like what Zhang Xiaobao had said, he had finally been able to enjoy life and live a peaceful life, but now, it was all because of Zhang Xiaobao. Riding a boat, looking at the blue sky and white clouds, watching the rolling waves, admiring the majestic appearance of Shuiyan's family, chatting with the local people guarding the pagoda, finding a good island, standing on the beach, basking in the sun, swimming in the shallow water, bickering with Zhang Xiaobao with the children, how carefree. However, there would always be people who would come and cause trouble. His great Tang didn't attack duo eaters now, but duo eaters dared to make a move first. Even if they wanted to die, they didn't have to be in such a hurry. When the people on the other boats heard Wang Wan's words, they were all very angry. They were the navy. Although they couldn't help attack duo eaters, they were still soldiers. In their view, only the great Tang would take the initiative to attack others, not allow others to take the initiative to come and cause trouble. Although it was only a gathering of 2,000 people, it was a provocation to the great Tang's dignity. When they attacked, they would directly attack duo eaters and ask them if they still dared to do so. Yes, that was the way to ask. It was very satisfying to ask. After Cuckoo finished asking, the Tubo people at that time almost went crazy with anger. It was like when two people were fighting, one was put on the ground and the other was on top of him. Then, he was slapped continuously until his face was swollen. He thought that he would find a chance to repay him in the future, but in the end, the one who hit him pointed at him and asked if he still dared to do so in the future. Killing people was just a matter of time, but after hitting him, he was insulted. Li Longji also thought so, so he asked Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "Where are your soldiers? Why didn't the intelligence say that the cavalry should go and attack and scatter them? Don't tell me that your soldiers are in small numbers in the original Tubo and Qinghai Lake and have no combat power. I don't want to see how others provoke us and how our great Tang tolerates the information. What I want to see is that when others say something wrong, our great Tang soldiers have already settled the matter. What are you two busy with? Ah. Why didn't they attack when they gathered? Should we wait for them to attack first?" When Li Longji finished speaking, he was already shouting. He seemed very dissatisfied. Bei Bei was also very angry. Xiao Bei was also furious. He said, "Brother, sister, let's hit them. They're too much of a bully. We're not the kind of people who can only return one slap when someone slaps us, but not two. We're the kind of people who can slap someone first. Let's not talk about fighting back. Even if he mutters a word, we'll kill him. How dare they gather here? They're looking down on us." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other and suddenly laughed at the same time. Before Li Longji got angry, Zhang Xiaobao quickly said, "Your Majesty, we must fight, but we can't attack the soldiers in Qinghai Lake who are under the jurisdiction of Cuckoo and me. It's meaningless. The soldiers there don't lack actual combat experience. Not to mention 2,000 people, even if they gather 20,000 people, we can immediately disperse them if we want to attack. However, the officer who will command the battle is from the inner court who has fought many battles there. Therefore, this order can't be given by Cuckoo and me. Your Majesty, you have to decide which army needs to be trained and which generals in the imperial court need actual combat experience. That's easy to handle, right?" Wang Wan chimed in from the side. "Xiaobao's opinion is the same as mine. It's too easy for us to defeat 2,000 of them now. Before we arrived in Hangzhou, we had already completed the logistics and assembly of the troops on the ship. However, our purpose was not to fight, but to intimidate. Now it's a rare opportunity. It's a small battle, which is about tactics and has nothing to do with strategy. Why don't we train the soldiers? Our weapons are advanced. Let the soldiers who usually just hit the targets kill people. When Xiao Bao and I go out next year, we don't have to worry about the imperial court not having more actual combat soldiers. Your Majesty, you can arrange it." Hearing their words, Li Longji was no longer angry. However, he did not agree with Zhang Xiaobao's statement that the Tang Empire's soldiers near Qinghai Lake were under their jurisdiction. Were they really the Tang Empire's soldiers? They were the private soldiers of the two of them, okay? Li Longji had no time to refute Zhang Xiaobao's words, let alone argue with Zhang Xiaobao now. He turned his head and ordered Gao Lishir, who was standing behind him, send an order to tell the civil and military officials in the capital to hold a temporary emergency court meeting. Go to Xingqing Palace. I'll communicate with them by telegram. Gao Lishir took the order and left. Li Longji took a deep breath, thought for a while, and said, "We can't send soldiers from the south. It's too far away. It's better to send soldiers from Shannon or Jiannan. You two arrange the logistics." Chapter 11:18. Li Longji happily went to hold an instant telegram conference while Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan continued to play with their little brothers and sisters. The two of them were in no hurry to allocate the supplies. From the other party's actions, it seemed that Duoshi didn't want to start a large-scale war. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to gather an army right under the noses of the Great Tang, let alone 2,000 people. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were very confident in this. The environment and terrain of that place weren't a place that just anyone could start a war with a large number of people. If it were that simple, the two of them wouldn't have needed to train in the Turkic lands for a year. It would have been much more convenient to just charge over. In Wang Wan's words, little Gao had once gone to fight, but due to various reasons, he had lost the war. However, the victorious Duosher had not been able to attack the Great Tang's territory in one go. Similarly, even if Little Gao had won at that time, he hadn't been able to bring his soldiers too far in. The climate wasn't suitable, and the supply route was too long. These were all crucial factors. At that time, Duosher had been more formidable than it was now. It was just that Duosher's political rule had been more stable than it was now. In that situation, they hadn't been able to invade, much less now. Wang Wan guessed that Duosher had seen that they had increased the number of soldiers in Tubo and used the excuse of disaster relief as an excuse. However, even though the disaster was over, the soldiers had not been withdrawn. Thus, he was a little anxious, or more accurately, afraid. Thus, he naturally had to do something to delay or stop the Great Tang's plan to invade. By bringing out 2,000 people, he was expressing his attitude. First, Duosher wanted to use this method to tell the Great Tang that he, Duosher, would not just wait to be beaten and not retaliate. He had his own soldiers. Second, he wanted to say that he didn't want to attack them. He didn't intend to start a large-scale war. He just wanted to protect his own position. This wasn't a provocation, but a helplessness. He was admitting defeat, but he wasn't directly saying that he couldn't do it. Instead, he was expressing it through actions. I can imagine that once our soldiers go over, Duosher will immediately send someone to contact us. To be more precise, they will question why we sent soldiers to their territory. Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan after he stopped his little sister from changing her clothes and jumping into the water. He sat on the deck and gave his little brother and sister the task of cleaning up the fish. Wang Wan nodded her head in deep agreement. I think so too. Their purpose is not to question us. Their purpose is to make our people mention the Jiangnan Dao through questioning, so we can criticize or ask them about their cannibalism. As soon as our people opened their mouths, they would immediately put on a, "Is that really so?" look, and then say that they didn't know, and that someone had come to cause trouble in the name of polyphagy. They wanted to give it to them, or say that they had already killed the troublemaker over there. They even sent us a bunch of duo cannibals' heads to show us, saying that it was the responsibility of this group of people, but in fact, the heads were sent by the duo cannibal lord. In other words, they were the people who had been eliminated internally. They might even come to pay tribute. Unable to swim, Xiaobei squatted next to her brother and sister to clean up the fish. Her mind was not on the fish. She glanced at her brother and sister from time to time and listened to them talk. At this moment, she interrupted. Zhang Xiaobao and Weiwei smiled and praised. You can tell just by looking at Xiaobei, let alone duo cannibal. After being praised by her brother, Xiaobei became excited. She immediately put down the work in her hands and said, I know what they are up to, so we must not ask them about the Jiangnan Dao first. Instead, we must directly ask them why they have stationed troops on the land of the Tang Empire. Then we will ask them to retreat. If they don't retreat, we will bombard them with cannons. We will attack them from the sky and on the ground. We will also ask Shuiyun to be in charge of reconnaissance. What do you think? Good idea. When the time comes, our Xiaobei will ask them in her own name. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and patted his sister's head. What he said was naturally a little perfunctory. The people in the past would not mention the issue of whose territory it was. If they really did, Duo Cannibal would definitely change the topic and start to argue with the Tang Empire about the issue of the territory. The Tang Empire did not have the time to play with Duo Cannibal. The purpose of the soldiers in the past was to fight and train them. Although they were good at training and had a high success rate in shooting fixed targets and moving targets. But in real life, the enemy wasn't a fool. They wouldn't just stay there and be a target for you. After suffering a few losses, they would also hide. The people on both sides could be considered a form of training. It was just that one side was very passive. Xiaobei happily continued to clean up the fish. When it was almost time for dinner, Li Longji, who had casually eaten something at noon, ended the instant telegram meeting. With a tired expression, he found Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He poured himself a glass of wine and added a lot of ice cubes in the wine, looking like he wanted to drink melted ice instead of wine. He raised his head and drank 2 mouthfuls of wine and chewed a piece of ice. After that, he let out a long breath of enjoyment and asked Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "How is the logistics arrangement? We can't wait for the soldiers to run to the front and end up with no bullets and no food to eat. We have discussed it. Cuckoo and I plan to give this difficult and glorious task to the logistics groups in Jianan and Shannon. We will find people in the form of a tender. Whoever performs well and provides the best conditions will be the one we will use." Zhang Xiaobao did not mention anything about logistics to Wang Wan. When Li Longji asked, he casually answered. Wang Wan nodded in agreement. It seemed like the two of them had really considered this for a long time before coming to a decision. Li Longji and Wei Wei paused and looked at Zhang Xiaobao in surprise. Then, they asked, "Why is it not your family's people or the imperial court's people? Even if it is a small-scale war, it is good to train the soldiers. Logistic soldiers are also soldiers, and they are not inferior to the soldiers on the front lines. If our family and the imperial court's people are mobilized, the matter will become serious. It will give the impression that we want to start a large-scale war, and it will make them more vigilant. It will affect our training of the soldiers. If we send the local groups, it will give them a false impression. Our family's soldiers in the Tubo region will not be mobilized, and our logistics will not be mobilized. This will make the people of Duoshi think that we are going to fight them to put on a show for the people of Great Tang, and not really want to make the war as tragic as possible. Our people have other things to do. For example, when the railway is being built, they can help transport construction materials, organize meals, and so on. We can't spare any manpower. We have to develop the country's infrastructure." Zhang Xiaobao explained to Li Longji. After listening to his words, Li Longji felt that Zhang Xiaobao made some sense. However, when he heard the latter part, Li Longji felt that Zhang Xiaobao was talking in his sleep. What did he mean by developing the country's infrastructure? Not being able to spare any manpower. Not to mention the people of Duoshi, even he did not believe it. Knowing that Zhang Xiaobao was starting to scheme again, Li Longji did not intend to fall for Zhang Xiaobao's words. Instead, he turned his gaze to Wang Wan. Wang Wan was also in a daze. She had not discussed this matter before, so she had to think carefully about it. After a while, Wang Wan finally considered part of the matter. The reason why she only considered part of it was because she was not sure what Zhang Xiaobao wanted to do. Li Longji, who was standing there with an unhurried expression, said, "Zhang Xiaobao's meaning is that our and the imperial court's logistics troops will be used to build the railway. Not only will they be used for transportation, but our people will also have to participate in the construction of the railway when it is not too dangerous. In fact, during the transportation process, we will also have to repair the road to the railway line. Furthermore, the speed must be fast and the quality must be acceptable. We will also improve the training of the logistics troops in charge of roadbed engineering. In other words, we will strengthen the training of the engineers." After Wang Wan finished speaking, she looked at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao returned a look of certainty. Why is that? Li Longji could not guess. To be more precise, his mind was not completely on the current topic. He was still in the state of the telegram conference. Wang Ju, who had also followed Duoshi, thought of something and said, "Your Majesty, I think that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are doing this to make it more convenient for them to fight Duoshi in the future. The current conflict with Duoshi is a small-scale battle. There is no need for the road to be too good, especially now that the road in contact with Duoshi is almost done. After all, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo consider that area to be Tang Empire's territory. Letting the logistics companies in those two places be in charge of the logistics task now is not a big deal even if there are some mistakes. However, when we fight Duosher in the future, the logistics must follow up. The road is the most important thing. Now, let Xiao Bao's people cooperate with the people of the Imperial Court to do this. While saving the cost of other people's manpower, it also has the effect of training the troops. Oh, right, I was thinking about the matter of the meeting just now and was confused for a moment. Li Longji blinked twice and finally came out of the state just now. He naturally admitted that he was not focused enough. Then, he continued, in that case, we will follow Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's plan and let the people of the civilian logistics company go over to help. As for the cost. Xiao Bao, how do you think the cost is going to be? What cost? We will buy all the things. We don't need the people of the logistics company to manage. They just need to do the transportation. Zhang Xiaobao replied. I am talking about the cost of transportation. We can't let them do the work for free. Li Longji said. At the same time, he glared at Zhang Xiaobao, meaning to not beat around the bush. I don't believe that you don't understand what I mean. After being glared at, Zhang Xiaobao understood and hurriedly said, the problem of cost is easy to solve. When they ship the things to the place and come back, they will usually have empty carriages or horses. Since they have nothing to do, it is better to carry some things back. They can carry whatever they have over there. After they are done, they will ship it back. We don't want the things and they will sell it themselves. No matter how much they sell it for, it will be their own. It will be considered the cost of transportation. If they are willing to spend money, we can even sell the Duosher slaves to them at a low price. In the future, when we need to build roads or something, we can have them send the slaves over. We can give them some money as a form of employment. Isn't that good? Oh, you don't plan to pay. That's good. If we give them money, it will be hard to measure the amount. If we give them more or less, they will always think that it is worth it. They will consider whether it is worth it or not. If it is not worth it, they will not accept this job. Li Longji agreed with Zhang Xiaobao's idea. Usually, when merchants go over, they will also do business. When they go, they will load the goods, and when they come back, they will not be empty-handed. But to buy things over there, there is a cost. Now, they will use the cost when they go over to cover the cost. Merchants will know what to do. Li Longji thought it through. Wang Ju, who was once the Minister of Revenue, still does not understand many things. Seeing that the emperor understood, he asked Zhang Xiaobao, Xiaobao, if the war lasts for a long time and only let the logistics people of the two places be in charge, they will make more money. Will other people have opinions? They will also join in. But when they form a joint lineup and plan to invest in it, the war will be over. It will have an impact on the logistics industry of the two places. At least, it will make people's hearts waver. How should we solve this? Wang Ju thought about it thoroughly. He knew that his grandson will not refuse the people who came later to join. Otherwise, the two places will become the dominant force, which will not be good for the balance. Any person in the imperial court will consider this point. He was afraid that the war will end as soon as other people join in. After all, the other side only has 2,000 people. They will not need to hide for too long. Cuckoo, you tell them. I will go and cook. It's almost time to eat. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the sky and felt that eating is more important. Answering questions is a small matter. He said to his grandfather, smiled at him, and got up to go to the ship's kitchen. Wang Wan had to take over the task. She said to Wang Ju, Grandfather, you don't need to worry, because the war will not end. Although there are only 2,000 people in Duosher now, there are still people behind them. Our army also takes turns to fight with them. The purpose is to train the soldiers. The scale is not big, just a few hundred people. A few hundred people will go to the front and train to search, and then train to adapt to the climate, as well as to shoot and command in this climate. There is no need to fight so fiercely. After achieving some results, the body and spirit will enter a period of fatigue, and the next batch of people will go to take over and change the guard. Similarly, even if Duosher is always in a weak position, they will constantly send troops to rotate. Unless their people are stupid and wait for all 2,000 of them to die, they won't care. They are clearly suffering losses, why do they still send troops? Wang Ju did not understand. Gao Lisher thought about the reason and explained to Wang Ju, it's very simple. Duosher also needs to train the soldiers. Even if they suffer losses, they cannot stop. Otherwise, Tang can continue to push forward and make their people feel fear. Of the 2,000 people, it was estimated that when half or one-third of them died, they would withdraw and replace them with a new batch of people to try their best to defend that position. As for the people who were replaced, they would be responsible for explaining the battle situation to the other people when they returned to their places. For example, what kind of terrain was better, how to react when the enemy charged, and what methods to use to achieve the goal of killing the enemy. Of course, the soldiers we train with will also suffer casualties. After all, they are soldiers who have never fought in a real battle. They need a period of adaptation. The difference is that our losses will be very small. We won't even need to use a ratio of 10 to 1. Li Longji followed up with an analysis. If the commander is not greedy, the loss ratio should be between 20 and 30 to 1. That is, if the enemy loses more than 20 people, we can have one dead or injured person. After all, we have medics following us, but they don't. After hearing Gao Lisher and Li Longji's analysis, Wang Ju was silent for a moment. He lowered his head and pondered for a while. After thinking for a while, he said, one person in exchange for 20 of them is a little heavy for us. Cuckoo, you have to think of a way to talk to the previous commanders about how to avoid large numbers of casualties. It would be best if the ratio is 100, or even to fire more cannons and let fewer people charge forward. What you're saying is that we'll just keep fighting like this and wait until you and Xiao Bao are ready before we start the final large-scale battle to deal with Duosher, right? But when that time comes, Duosher will have trained many veterans who can adapt to our offensive style. It won't be easy for you to catch the enemy off guard, and the casualties will increase. The casualties won't increase. Wang Wan and Wei Wei shook their heads. She knew very well what Zhang Xiaobao meant. When they really fought a large-scale battle, the casualties on their side would be reduced. Without waiting for others to ask, Wang Wan said, now that we are fighting with Duosher, we will slowly increase our forces as we grow, forcing Duosher to increase their forces as well. Every time we add a few hundred people, we will fight for 10 days. After a year, we will have tens of thousands of people. Fighting with Duosher will force them to fight even if they don't want to fight. But the battlefield is close to us and far from Duosher, so they will be fighting a long-distance battle. More of their people will die, and more of them will be captured by us. After a few months of fighting, when they feel that they have enough veterans, they will send them to the front lines again. So now, we will try our best to not fire as much as possible and wait for their veterans to come up. We will really catch them off guard. Moreover, if we fight slowly and drag it out, not only will we be exhausting their military strength, but we will also be competing with them in terms of logistics. They need manpower and livestock for transportation, and so do we. However, we can continuously push different logistics groups to the front. The division of labor in our country is very clear. Those who do transportation are responsible for transportation, and those who do farming are only responsible for farming. No matter how many livestock and people are needed for transportation, it is only the needs of the industry itself. It can be adjusted slightly. But Duosher is different. They have to eat, raise livestock, and then let the livestock help transport supplies. We need weapons, and they also need weapons. But we have a strong foundation, and they can't. Their smelting technology is far worse than ours. In addition, we also have new weapons that the research department comes up with from time to time. Through war, we can take them out for testing. After collecting data, we can go back and update and improve them. Record down every small and classic battle. Even if it wasn't done well, record it down and use it as teaching material for others. I believe that Duoshire will definitely not gain as much as us in the process of war. They can only keep on giving. When Xiao Bao and I start a large-scale war, they will no longer be able to organize a better resistance. After saying that, Wang Wan sighed helplessly. She didn't like to fight all the time. Although she majored in this field, there were bound to be deaths in war. No matter how advanced the weapons were, there would still be casualties. There were even situations where non-combat casualties occurred. But in this world, there was absolutely no relationship with the word peace. Commercial means were not omnipotent. If the other party didn't want you to mine, you couldn't do it even if you talked. So, you had to solve it through force. If they invaded more people now, they would get more resources and develop more technology. In the future, they would have to pay less. No one was willing to die, but almost everyone wanted to live a better life. Usually, there were people who risked their lives to commit crimes, not to mention this kind of war where killing was not illegal. Now that Great Tang had the absolute advantage, if they didn't take advantage of it, would they have to wait for others to develop and pay a higher price to fight for resources? Wang Wan thought so, but Li Longji and the others didn't consider this problem. They only thought according to what Wang Wan said and analyzed in their hearts. If they were to fight like this, how much would the other party expend and to what extent? The three of them were not unfamiliar with war, and they knew about economic matters. In the past, they had fought many wars, but the difference was that it was different from now. In the past, when they fought, they were always giving, and the benefits in terms of resources were far less than the benefits in terms of status. They fought Tubo time and time again, but the result was that Tubo submitted to them in name. In reality, the land that they won was still Tubo. In fact, the bigger the land, the more stable their rule was. Many people from both sides died, but the result didn't change. At the same time, after each war, the economy of the country would be greatly affected, especially in terms of food. It wasn't just the consumption of food, but also the loss of labor that would result from the deaths in war. But now, there was no need to worry about the economy of the country being shaken. The resources consumed in war were only a small portion of the Great Tang's resources. The true source of consumption was steel. Steel was very important, and the Great Tang used the majority of it to make weapons and train tracks. In some areas, people even used wood for farming. But this didn't mean that the Great Tang didn't have any steel. On that new island, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo had their people increase the mining efficiency. It was hard to say how the two of them were so formidable that their predictions were so accurate. If they said that there were iron mines below, there would definitely be iron mines below. Once they were done fighting Duoshire, even if they couldn't immediately subjugate Duoshire, they could still force them to give up their land. At that time, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo would be able to immediately say that there were no good mines in the land that Duoshire was occupying. Thus, the Great Tang didn't care about fighting a war of attrition with others. If anyone tried to fight a war of attrition with the Great Tang, they would end up dragging their own country down. The three of them calculated the cost and began to feel sorrow for Duoshire. If we were the Emperor of Duoshire, we would immediately withdraw all our people and give up a large portion of the land for the Great Tang to occupy. This would allow us to organize our people and continue to push in other directions. It's better than fighting a war of attrition with the Great Tang and then using this opportunity to attack them from other directions. Alas, their ambitions are too great, but they don't have the strength to support them. I estimate that in a few years, this religiously based country of Duoshire will be finished. Li Longji spoke as if he was thinking for the sake of others. From his words, it seemed that he was speaking with the pride of someone who could judge the country, not truly bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying the fate of mankind. Wang Ju and Gao Lishir nodded in agreement. The two of them also understood the final result. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's model was war, plunder, construction, development, technological improvement, and continuing the war. If their plans were truly too large, then under the protection of military force, they would cooperate with the other side, trade, scheme, and wear down the regime. In any case, no matter which model it was, they were all expanding outward. This was especially true for Xiao Bao's non-military methods under the protection of military force. He was clearly scheming against others, and while others might know that they were being schemed against, they couldn't refuse. It was like poison mixed with honey. As one ate, one would be poisoned, drinking poison to quench one's thirst. Cuckoo, do you and Xiao Bao have any other plans? Gao Lishir felt that the plan that the two of them came up with couldn't be so simple, so he asked. Even if she didn't, he felt that it was enough. He just felt a little lucky. As soon as he asked, Wang Wan nodded and replied, yes, war is not the goal. War is only a means. The goal is to improve the lives of the people. Otherwise, who would want to fight a war? Right now, Tang's development has reached a bottleneck. To be more precise, it's because Tang's civil technology has fallen behind, and the new technology has not been fully developed yet. Although Tang is also undergoing changes in production relations, the speed of change can't keep up with the speed of the people's pursuit of resources and culture. Therefore, conflicts are about to erupt. At this time, the first to erupt is definitely the issue of resources. Because our movie hasn't been produced yet, the propaganda and education can't keep up. However, the appearance of all kinds of resources allows the people to see a better life. At the same time, it also widens the gap between people. Our education, childbirth, medical care, and retirement can be free, and the people will have to pay less. However, this doesn't solve the problem. As the channels of information transmission become more perfect, the people understand more about the situation outside. The more one understood, the more one would naturally compare. With comparison, what followed would be pursuit. Pursuit was a better word than comparison. As such, money becomes more important, and other aspects will start to gradually give way. Fortunately, it won't be too serious. At least there is a good emperor, Xiao Bao and I, suppressing them from a very high moral point of view. However, some people are smart, and some are stupid. Naturally, their income will be different. There is a lack of production technology, and it can't be completely transformed into productivity. Therefore, the internal conflicts of the country will gradually intensify. Even if no one rebels, there will be hidden dangers. What should we do? It's war. When there is a war, the people will temporarily put aside their comparisons with the people around them and focus on the survival of the country. Even if they bully others, the people will take it seriously. At the same time, in the process of war, many industries will be affected. These industries will require more manpower, or more industrial workshops. The income of the people will increase, and the number of jobs will increase. When there are more people, there will naturally be people who can think of other ideas to increase productivity. Therefore, new production technology will appear. Not only can it be applied to the industry, but it can also be used in more industries. Then, doesn't this mean that the production technology will catch up with the people's demand for resources? After a series of tongue-twisting words, Wang Wan gasped for breath. It seemed that she was also very tired. After Li Longji and Gao Lishir heard this, they nodded vigorously. They had already heard Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan talk about some of the related matters. However, they didn't expect that the two of them didn't choose to start a war casually. They did so in order to prevent the people from being in a bad mood. After Wang Ju heard this, he was also shocked. After all, he didn't know much. He didn't expect that his grandson and granddaughter-in-law would want to coordinate the lives of the people in the country when other people didn't want to start a war because they were afraid of wasting money and manpower. They were too knowledgeable. Whether to fight or not, and when to fight, there were so many things to pay attention to. Cuckoo, according to what you said, as long as we continue to fight, we will never have to worry about the people in the country rebelling, right? Wang Ju asked. Wang Wan shook her head and said, we can't always carry out large-scale expeditions. We need to cooperate with Xiao Bao's economic plunder. From time to time, there will be a small-scale battle. It's easy to control, and we can always win. At the same time, the casualties must be very, very few. Otherwise, the families of the soldiers who died will gradually dislike the war. Also, every time we start a war, we have to find an excuse. It's an excuse that is specially made for the people in the country to see. We have to let them think that the Tang Empire is so powerful and so peace-loving, but there are still people who cause trouble, and we have to teach them a lesson. For example, we can't destroy Duoshi in just a few years or a dozen years. We can destroy their power and political system, but we can't kill everyone and occupy all the land at the same time. In the end, we will achieve our strategic goal and then let Duoshi split into many small countries. At this time, we will not attack them, but the countries around them, the countries with resources. How do we fight? Tell the people that while we were fighting against Duoshi, that country was not cooperating and kept trying to stab us in the back. There were several times when we almost lost many good men because of this. This is too big of a threat to our great Tang. Perhaps they will learn from Duoshi and come here to cause trouble. Do you want to fight and nip the danger in the bud? Ah. Wang Ju was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Yes, yes, we have to fight. If we don't fight, how will the resources come? If we don't fight, they will think that we are weak and will come back to kill more people of the Tang Empire. Good, I have also thought of a good idea. Let the people of the Tang Empire go to the countries we haven't attacked. They can travel, play, or buy some specialties there. Then, things will be easy. It is impossible for there to be no conflicts between people, especially between two different countries. As long as our people are wronged, we will have an excuse to go to war. What do you think? Grandfather is indeed amazing, Wang Wan said cooperatively. As they talked, it was time for dinner. The ship was still sailing, and they couldn't reach the island with the beach tonight. They had to wait until noon tomorrow. This was because the wind was good and the ship was fast. During dinner, a large group of people gathered together and there was no need to keep silent. Xiao Bei and the others chattered about the fish and what to do tomorrow. After eating a few mouthfuls, Li Longji stopped and said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, when we were discussing matters with the officials of the court, we discovered that the telegram is very useful and fast. It is so far away from the capital, but it takes less than an hour to send a message back and forth. To be precise, it takes slightly more than 3/4 of an hour. Compared to the previous 800 Li emergency report, it is dozens of times faster, perhaps even 100 times faster. Even Shuai-yun can't compare to this speed. During war, using telegrams to send a message back and forth takes at least 1/4 of an hour. This is the speed of an immortal. Li Longji sighed. He felt that this telegram conference was the most fun thing to do today. Zhang Xiaobao expressionlessly nodded, meaning that he was right, the speed of an immortal. Wang Wan held back her laughter and lowered her head to eat. Xiaobao, what do you think can compare to this speed? Li Longji asked again. However, when Zhang Xiaobao heard his tone, he understood what he meant. He was not asking him but asking a rhetorical question. What he meant was that there was nothing faster than this. As such, Zhang Xiaobao continued to nod. Perhaps there isn't any now. What he meant was that there might be in the future. Furthermore, he used an uncertain word to answer. However, Zhang Xiaobao was cursing in his heart. If this kind of telegram was really useful, why would he and Wang Wan still need to use a satellite phone back then? It actually took 3/4 of an hour to send a message back to the capital from here. If it were a real war back then, 3/4 of an hour would be enough for the other party to launch an air attack. Furthermore, there would be paratroopers landing. The surprise attack, rescue, revenge, and retreat would all be completed. Furthermore, the paratroopers would fly several hundred li away. There was no doubt that the other party could achieve this kind of speed. What will happen in the future? Li Longji noticed Zhang Xiaobao's perfunctory attitude and felt that he was being a little arrogant. As such, he asked humbly. In the future, there will be people speaking from here. When the people in the capital listen, they will feel that there is no delay in time. In fact, they will even be able to see the people in the capital from here. It will be like watching a movie. If our great Tang has a batch of geniuses, and Cuckoo, and I teach them the general theory, they will still be able to see it in their lifetime as long as they don't take any detours. However, at the same time, there will be a need for a line. Just like telegrams, if we don't use a line, then it will still be similar to telegrams. Every set distance, there will be a place to receive and transmit the message. As for a place that doesn't need to be changed between the line and the ground, but directly through another channel, it will probably be very difficult for them to survive until then. Zhang Xiaobao thought about it for a while, and then selectively said it. Sigh. Li Longji sighed. He really wanted to see more advanced technology, but he also knew that time waits for no one. If Xiaobao and Cuckoo were to research a certain technology on their own, they might be able to get it done very quickly at the beginning. However, when they needed other technologies to help them, it would slow down. At the same time, the two of them didn't have the time to research technology. There were more important things waiting for them. We don't expect to be able to see people anymore. We hope that when we are alive, we will be able to see the people of Great Tang. Every family will be able to use a tool that saves time compared to telegrams. Telegrams are fine too, but not telegrams are probably too difficult. Li Longji lowered his expectations and appeared very sad. It was as if he would lose his life tomorrow. As he spoke, other than Xiaobei, Zhang Xiaobao, and Wang Wan, the others also revealed sad expressions. Who didn't want to live a little longer and see more of the world? Xiaobao, is there no way to live forever? Wang Ju asked Zhang Xiaobao in a very low voice. Live forever. Perhaps there is. The development of science is always denial, not acknowledgement. Acknowledgement is temporary, while denial is eternal. However, denial is not the unknown, but something that is already known. It is still too early to talk about it, too early, too early. Zhang Xiaobao couldn't give a more definite answer because he himself didn't know what was going on. This was the development of science. The more one knew, the more one would realize that they were ignorant. Let's eat. Let's not talk about it anymore. Life and death are fated. Riches and honor are up to the heavens. Li Longji used this sentence to end the topic that made him feel depressed. It was better to live one day at a time. It was not worth it to live with worry and not be able to enjoy anything at the end of the day. The next afternoon, on an island that was 3 square kilometers in size, Li Longji and the others changed into their swimsuits and sunbathed on the beach. He finally truly felt the comfort of the beach. As for whether or not his skin would be exposed to the sun, it wasn't something he needed to consider. This was much better than staying in the artificial sea and beach when he was in the capital. Xiao Bei and the others cleverly asked someone to set up a shed for them. They went under the shed and stayed there. When they were in Jili province, they had been injured more than once. Although there were ways to prevent injuries, such as being exposed to the sun every day, like the fishermen by the sea, they would naturally get used to it. However, when they saw the fisherman's dark and rough skin, they decided to hide from the sun as much as possible before they developed sunscreen at home. Xiao Bao and Wang Wan also hid. They did not want their bodies to be in pain. If Li Longji was in pain, there was medicine. If they applied a cooling medicine, it might be able to relieve the pain. Empress Wang and Wu Huifei stayed by Li Longji's side. The two of them each had an umbrella on top of them. Beside them was a table with fruit and wine on it. The two of them were also afraid of being exposed to the sun. Li Longji stayed on the recliner for a while, then picked up his binoculars and looked at the sea. He planned to go swimming, but after changing his clothes, he didn't go into the water yet. He was worried that there would be sharks here. Although there was a boat docked at sea and it might serve as an early warning, he was still worried. After a while, Xiao Bei and the others went swimming. Li Longji finally mustered up his courage and waved at Zhang Xiaobao. "Xiaobao, I'll accompany you for a swim." Zhang Xiaobao was eating when he heard Li Longji's call. He felt helpless. He knew that Li Longji was afraid of sharks and was always worried about the dangers under the water. Seeing that he was being called over, no matter what the reason was, he had to go down. Zhang Xiaobao and Li Longji entered the water one after another. When they entered the water, there was a circle of people around them. Some of them were holding spears, while others were holding crossbows. The crossbow bolts were very thin, like chopsticks. The main purpose was to make Li Longji feel more comfortable and less worried. There were waves on the beach, but they weren't big. They rose and fell in waves, making people feel very comfortable in the water. Li Longji swam for a quarter of an hour, then suddenly stepped on the water and came to Zhang Xiaobao's side. He held Zhang Xiaobao's arm with one hand and gently moved the other hand in the water. He said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, you better think of a way. I think this place is not bad. It can be used as a tourist hotspot in the future. It can attract more rich people to spend their money here. I think it's cheap to spend 100 strings of coins here. Not only is the water good, but the scenery is also beautiful. The buoyancy is also not small, and there are small fish below. It's like a fairyland. What do you think?" Li Longji was full of confidence when he spoke. His voice was steady, and it didn't feel like it was difficult for ordinary people to speak while swimming. It seemed to be related to the fact that the buoyancy was not small. Zhang Xiaobao's body was currently shorter than Li Longji, and only the part above his collarbone was above the water. It couldn't be helped. As a part of the buoyancy, he naturally had to be pushed down. Hearing Li Longji's suggestion, Zhang Xiaobao thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, "The island is too small, and it's easy to disturb the rest of the people guarding the lighthouse. But we can change to another place, which is the end of the world. When your Majesty is tired of staying here, we can go to the end of the world." "Oh, that's fine. Are there sharks there?" Li Longji asked. "In theory, there are, but there aren't many. It's not like other places where there are more sharks." Zhang Xiaobao answered. He didn't understand what Li Longji meant. "Let me test you. Can you make it so that sharks can't get close? In a situation where you don't need a lot of people to protect you, you can't send a large number of people to surround the sea when other people go sightseeing, right?" When Li Longji talked about sharks, his eyes warily looked into the distance. It didn't matter if he could see them or not. In any case, it was for psychological comfort. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao understood. Li Longji wanted to find a way to prevent sharks from biting him so that he could swim to his heart's content. It was mainly because he was swimming with Empress Wang. Otherwise, it would be uncomfortable to have so many people watching them. In the end, he didn't say it directly. Instead, he asked in the name of thinking of a way for himself. Chapter 11:19. Facing Li Longji's expectant gaze, Zhang Xiaobao was very afraid that if he said no, Li Longji would put more weight on him, the person who provided the buoyancy. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaobao said to Li Longji, there is a way. However, when the time comes, not only will the sharks not be able to come over, but the other fish that are slightly bigger will also be unlucky and die. What's the way? Are you going to use cannons? Don't distinguish between each other. Li Longji asked. Just set up a few nets around the outside. When the time comes, not to mention sharks, other fish will also come over. Moreover, if they are not careful, they will hit the net and be entangled in it and die. Therefore, under normal circumstances, it is better not to use it if possible. After all, many fish will die, and they are very innocent. Zhang Xiaobao said the way. When he said it, he was still thinking about what people said about shark nets in the past. When he finished, he realized that people nowadays did not care about whether other fish would die or not. Their realm was not that high. Sure enough, when Li Longji heard that only nets would work, he immediately became happy and said, good idea. Let's do it this way. Arrange for people to find a suitable place to swim around the ends of the earth and then set up a few more layers of nets around the outside. Once I am done here, I will go and play immediately. You must do it well. After Li Longji gave the order, he was finally in a good mood. He raised his hand and gave up on Zhang Xiaobao, the one who provided the buoyancy, and swam towards the shore. Soon, he stepped on the sand and came to Empress Wang and Wu Huifei. He smiled at them and said, it won't take long. I will protect you and go into the water together. You don't need to worry about sharks anymore. Empress Wang and Wu Huifei looked at each other. At this moment, they had the same thought. His Majesty was really good at talking nonsense. Who was afraid of sharks? Although they thought so, they said at the same time, thank you, Your Majesty. It's nothing. When I was in the water just now, Xiaobao told me about a place with good scenery. He was worried that the tourists would be bitten by sharks, so he asked for my opinion. I thought of a good idea for him. Guess what it is? Actually, it was very simple. Sharks were also fish. What should he do with fish? Other fish can be caught, so can sharks. Other fish can be caught with a net, so can sharks. Since that's the case, why don't we set up a net around it? Li Longji was in a good mood, so he deliberately raised his voice. His purpose was to disgust Zhang Xiaobao. So what if I made your idea mine? Zhang Xiaobao raised his hand in the water and gave Li Longji a thumbs up. His meaning was, Your Majesty, you're really amazing. You're not just reversing black and white anymore. You've already reached the realm of deciding the universe with a single word. Li Longji would give Zhang Xiaobao a smile with many meanings, just like a smile of some sort. Wang Wan also heard Li Longji's words and couldn't help but laugh. She said to Xiao Bei, who was building the Great Wall on the beach, look at how smart your uncle Emperor is. Xiao Bei didn't pay attention to other people's matters. When he heard his sister's words, he raised his head and looked around blankly. After thinking for a while, he said, that's right. I'll go ask Uncle Emperor how to preserve the sand on the beach. When the tide rises, my Great Wall should be gone. As he spoke, Xiao Bei really did find Li Longji to ask for a solution. This time, Li Longji didn't need to ask Zhang Xiaobao. He said to Xiao Bei, it's very simple. You just need to get people to set up a wall around it, so it won't be washed away by the water. Right? Put your Great Wall inside. Remember, the wall has to be waterproof. Xiao Bei nodded his head, thank you, Uncle Emperor. That's a good idea. If I build a shed on top of it, I won't have to worry about it being washed away by the rain, right? Xiao Bei is so smart. Go ahead. Li Longji patted Xiao Bei's head and encouraged him. Xiao Bei pouted and came back. He said to the other children, actually, I thought of a better idea. We can bring the sand home and put it in the house. That way, we won't be afraid of the tide. Ha ha ha. While Li Longji's group was enjoying their leisurely days, some people were extremely anxious. It turned out that Takashita Junichiro was the only one who was anxious. He was the first to gather information. When he realized that things were going to be troublesome, he chased after Li Longji and the others. He met with Xiao Bei and reached an agreement. He was still in Japan and hadn't returned yet. However, he probably wasn't too happy about it. Other than him, there was also Duosher. The reason he gathered 2,000 people there was to find an excuse to talk. In the end, they didn't know that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't want to listen to their plan. Even if they weren't involved in this matter, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan still wanted to attack them. Since they were involved, there was no need to say anything. All kinds of excuses would be useless. Other than Duosher, there was also the original Tubo people who didn't agree to surrender and started to flee. They didn't need to worry about them. The moment they were captured, everything else was over. Tubo wouldn't worry about them being captured. After all, they were still wanted by Tubo. Tang would not blame Tubo for this. The other people who were worried were the small countries or tribes in the southwest. They received the news late. When they found out that their people and the people from other places joined forces and failed, they began to feel anxious. Initially, they thought there was no big problem. Fortunately, they received the news a little late. However, they still knew that the Emperor of Tang, Zhang Xiaobao, and Wang Wan were heading to Luzhou. Hence, they sent their men to the seaside. They boarded boats and hurried toward Luzhou at the fastest speed possible. At the same time, they brought along precious gifts in hopes of meeting the Emperor of Great Tang. Then, they would think of a way to absolve themselves of their responsibility and prevent the Great Tang from sending troops to attack them. The leader of this operation was someone who had been to Tang before. He was also the representative of one of the tribes. He could not care less about the other tribes. All he wanted was to remove his tribe from the blame. His name was Li Jianqing. Naturally, his surname was given to him. His original name was not important. What was important was that since he had a name given to him by the Emperor of Tang, the chances of them meeting would be higher. Perhaps the Emperor of Tang would forgive his tribe. With this thought in mind, Li Jianqing did not rest much along the way. He wanted to reach Luzhou as soon as possible. Otherwise, what if the Emperor of Tang returned to the capital? In the end, Li Longji was very fast. When he arrived at Luzhou, he did not return to the capital. Instead, he was on a ship that was heading to the ends of the earth. The net to trap the sharks was already set. Li Longji wanted to go and pluck a few coconuts himself and drink the water inside to see if it was as delicious as the legend said. When he was in the capital, he could drink and eat the coconut meat. However, the distance was too far. When the good stuff was shipped over, the taste would change. It was not as good as the local ones. If he had Shui Yun deliver the coconuts, he might be able to eat some fresh ones. However, no matter how much Li Longji wanted to eat, he could not bear to let Shui Yun do this. However, this time, he could finally taste it. Although he was anxious to stay on the boat, he did not order the fleet to speed up. It was not that he did not want to, but he could not. There were not many ships in the fleet. There were 2 gunboats, a troop transport ship, and a supply ship. There were 4 ships in total. However, there were many ships following behind the 4 ships. These ships were equipped with a telegraph system to prevent Li Longji from being unable to contact other places if he was too far away. Hence, they had to know where Li Longji was going to go next before they could make preparations. This was why Li Longji did not dare to rush them. He did not mind if they slowed down. It was better than losing contact with the royal court. What if something urgent happened? He was not anxious to stay on the boat. However, Li Jianqing was anxious. He hurried to Luzhou. The people of Luzhou did not do anything to him. They did not even treat him with hostility. They treated him normally. However, when he wanted to see the emperor, the people were powerless. The people from the Chamber of Commerce told him that the emperor had gone out. He might take a long trip before returning to the capital. Li Jianqing, naturally, had to ask about the emperor's general location. Usually, it was dangerous for him to ask about the emperor's whereabouts. He could easily be arrested. Was it his place to ask about the emperor's whereabouts? However, the people from the Chamber of Commerce were hinted by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan when they came over. Hence, they were easy to talk to. They told Li Jianqing that the emperor had gone out to sea with the young master and young madam. They were heading west, but they did not know where they were heading to. Li Jianqing was smart. When he heard that the emperor was heading west, he asked if the emperor had brought an army with him. However, the people from the Chamber of Commerce smiled and said, "His Majesty is going out with so many important people on board. How can he not have an army with him?" Not only did he have an army, but they were all elites with outstanding combat prowess. They were not ordinary people. Hence, the smart Li Jianqing made the same mistake as Takashita Junichiro. He thought the emperor was not going out to play. Instead, he thought the emperor was going to attack his own tribe. Of course, Takashita Junichiro was able to deduce that the great Tang was going to attack Japan because of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. However, what Li Jianqing thought of was something that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not consider. In their view, there was no need to send an army to scare those small factions in the southwest. Moreover, the goal was not to make them surrender, but to make use of their people. When the time came, they would just send someone to inform them that the emperor was very angry and put forward conditions that seemed to be beneficial to them. They would happily agree. How could Li Jianqing know that he would be treated differently? Seeing that the great Tang emperor had gone out, he was worried. Hence, he began to bribe the people from the Chamber of Commerce. He liked doing this. Initially, he was worried that the people from the Chamber of Commerce were from the Zhang family and the Wang family and would not accept his gift. He did not expect the other party to accept the gift so easily. He even opened the gift and looked at the large pearls and jade inside. He kept nodding his head, looking very happy. When Li Jianqing breathed a sigh of relief, another thought rose in his mind. He looked at the people from the Chamber of Commerce opposite him and wondered if he could find a breakthrough through them in the future. At first, he thought that the people from the Zhang family and the Wang family would not accept any bribes. After all, the main family was powerful. However, he guessed that they were far away. In Lu Zhou's opinion, the main family was in the capital and the northern part of Hebei province. Since he could bribe the people from the Chamber of Commerce, could he bribe the people from the Zhang family and the Wang family who were closer to him? This was the most profitable place. Although he was close to the Chamber of Commerce, his income was far less than Lu Zhou's. The same gift should be more valuable to the people from the Zhang family and the Wang family. Therefore, Li Jianqing asked someone to take out another gift and give it to the people from the Chamber of Commerce. Then, he asked the people from the Chamber of Commerce if they had any good ideas to catch up with the emperor. It would be best if they could slow down the emperor a little. The people from the Chamber of Commerce accepted the gift and helplessly told Li Jianqing that they had no way to stop the emperor. However, the madams of the Zhang family and the Wang family were in Luzhou. If they spoke, it was possible to ask the madams of the main family to cooperate with them. For example, they could ask the emperor to place somewhere for a few more days. After that, the people from the Chamber of Commerce looked at Li Jianqing and said that they were willing to help introduce the emperor. However, it was not easy. It was not easy to introduce an outsider to the madams of the main family. Li Jianqing understood as soon as he heard that. The other party still wanted something, so he had to ask someone to bring another gift and give it to the people from the Chamber of Commerce. He also told them that if they succeeded, they would be rewarded handsomely. When the people from the Chamber of Commerce came back an hour later, they told Li Jianqing that the madams of the main family would come out for a walk shortly after lunch. This was the best opportunity. Li Jianqing began to despise the Zhang family and the Wang family, who were worshipped like gods by the people of Great Tang. If it had been anyone else, they would have definitely been beaten to death. Everyone said that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were frightening, but they were only so-so. If they couldn't even teach a single servant, how could they hope to govern the entire Great Tang? Li Jianqing cursed in his heart and began to wait anxiously. He waited for noon to come. Then, when the madams of the Zhang family and the Wang family came out for a walk after lunch, he went up to them and took out more gifts, asking them to do him a small favor. When it was almost noon, the people from the Chamber of Commerce came back and gave Li Jianqing a lot of food. They said that with his status, he could go to Hai Yunjian restaurant and order whatever he wanted. It did not matter who ate, so there was no difference. They ordered a table of good food and wine. When he saw the food and wine, Li Jianqing was not in the mood to eat. He did not dare to drink, nor did he dare to eat. Instead, he went to take a bath and put on incense. He was afraid that his body would have a different smell and make the madams of the Zhang family and the Wang family feel disgusted. But when he saw the food and wine, he was even more relieved. At this rate, it would not be long before the Zhang family and the Wang family rotted from the roots. No matter how rich they were, they could not afford to squander like this. Noon slowly passed. Li Jianqing, who was anxiously waiting, finally received a signal from the people from the Chamber of Commerce. He went alone with many precious gifts and headed to the place where the madams of the Zhang family and the Wang family were going to stroll. He had to go there first so that he could wait for them to arrive. When he arrived, he found a gazebo. According to the people from the Chamber of Commerce, the two madams would be resting in the gazebo. But contrary to what Li Jianqing expected, there was already a person in the gazebo. Li Jianqing leaned over in surprise and took the initiative to ask, "May I ask who you are?" "This official is the provincial governor of Luzhou." "Who are you, and why are you here?" The person looked at Li Jianqing warily and asked. Chapter 11:20. After Su Mingyang asked the question, he stared at the person with a puzzled expression, wondering the purpose of the other party's visit. At the same time, he was very vigilant and faintly afraid. He was not afraid that the person would steal anything from him, but he was worried that his whereabouts would be exposed, which would attract people with ulterior motives. If that was the case, he would rather go back and continue to eat rice with salted vegetables than wait here and look for an opportunity. Li Jianqing was also puzzled. He came here to meet the madams of the Zhang family and the Wang family to discuss the matter over there, hoping to get a chance to repent. Why was there another person here? It was the provincial governor of this province. If it were the provincial governor of other places, he might be a little worried, but it was Luzhou. Luzhou had never had any power in the past few years, so there was no need to be afraid. Therefore, Li Jianqing puffed out his chest and said to Su Mingyang, "I'm the president of the Nanzhao office in the Great Tang Nation. I'm here to discuss national affairs. It's not convenient for me to tell you the details. It's best for you to go back and continue to recuperate, so as not to ruin the important matter." Su Mingyang was shocked at first, but then he was relieved. He was shocked because he thought that the people of the country who caused trouble in Great Tang had been arrested in the news he received 2 days ago. There were still people who did not give up and wanted to continue to assassinate the madams of the Zhang family and the Wang family. This was what he was afraid of just now. It was not easy for him to contact the people of the Chamber of Commerce. He even said a lot of good words to get a chance to meet the madams of the Zhang family and the Wang family. She wanted to say something soft and let her off. Otherwise, she would have to continue eating. She couldn't buy anything else except for salted vegetables. Ever since she went out to buy things twice, her method had been seen through. There were people watching every door in her residence. Every person who went out to buy things was followed all the way. When he said that he wanted to buy something, the person who followed him would immediately tell the identity of the person in the mansion to the seller. As a result, he could not eat the dishes cooked by others. He planned to wait for the emperor and then plead with him. Who would have thought that the emperor would go to sea and not return for a few days? He could not stand it anymore. Apart from the children in his family who could go out to buy candy, no one else could eat anything. It was precisely because there were children who were able to buy candy that they deduced that the Zhang family and Wang family were lenient and did not intend to exterminate them. Otherwise, why would their precious candy house sell candy to their own children? After racking his brains, he contacted the people from the Chamber of Commerce and said that he would wait here today. If someone came to harm the madams of the Zhang family and Wang family, the madams would naturally not be in any danger. No matter how powerful a person was, they would not be able to break through the defense line formed by the guards. However, he would definitely be crippled. Everyone would think that he was the one who leaked the news. At that time, he wouldn't be able to explain himself even if he had a mouth. Fortunately, the person who had come was from Nanzhao and had already stated his identity. There would probably be people who would specifically investigate. He seemed to be very familiar with this name. However, there was a slight difference. It was different from what he remembered. After thinking about it, Su Mingyang finally knew what the difference was. He asked with uncertainty, "You said your name is Li Jianqing. But why have I only heard of the name Zhang Jianqing? You came to the Great Tang before. Are you sure you're not a spy?" He only asked Li Jianqing about this matter and did not ask about the office. Now, the names were all messed up. There were all kinds of names that he had learned from the Zhang family and Wang family. For example, if a business had to be called a group, how could a person who sold breakfast in the county have a group? The name was impressive, but the problem was that his strength was not up to par. If he were to talk about Xiaobei and the other children, it was still acceptable to call his precious candy house a group. After all, they opened many shops. Sigh, people were really hard to understand. Su Mingyang shook his head helplessly, but he had no intention of leaving. He was not allowed to listen to what national affairs. Nanzhao could be considered a country. In the past, it was a very honest place, unlike other places. In the past, it was always flirting with Tubo. But now it had changed. They actually joined forces with other places and came to the Great Tang to cause trouble. Were the Zhang family and Wang family so easy to deal with? He was just disrespectful with his words, and as a result, he was facing the situation of starvation. You came to cause trouble, and now you dare to be so self-righteous. How could Li Jianqing know how much this provincial governor, who had no actual power, was thinking? Seeing that the other party had no intention of leaving and asked if he was a spy, he puffed out his chest and replied, "Zhang Jianqing is me, Li Jianqing is also me. Names are just names. I am still me. Is the surname Li not good? Today, I want to see the madams of the Zhang family and Wang family. Do you want to steal information? Don't set a trap for me. Why do you mention the surname Li? Is the surname Zhang not good? If you insist on changing it, I will steal information. I am an official of the imperial court. Who am I stealing information for? When you see people coming, stay 50 steps away from them. You are not allowed to come closer. Otherwise, I will arrest you on the spot." Su Mingyang was not fooled. The emperor's surname was Li. Who dared to say that it was not good? Li Jianqing glared at Su Mingyang but did not say anything else. He felt that the other party did not have any power and he could not use him. It was not worth it to waste time on the other party, let alone give him a gift. For a moment, the two of them fell silent at the same time. Both of them had thought of what was going on. The madams of the Zhang family and Wang family had probably arranged the time of the meeting at the same time. Who told the other party to be so heavy? Once he came out, he had to solve two problems at the same time. The two of them waited for a while. The sun seemed to be shining brighter. Although it could not shine on the pavilion, it was still stuffy and unbearable. Just as the two of them were thinking about whether or not they should find a place to drink some water, a group appeared on the main road that they had just passed through. Some of them were riding horses, some were running on the ground with weapons, and some were in charge of drying water on the road in front. There was no smoke or dust at all. At this time, apart from the madams of the Zhang family and the Wang family, there was no one else in Luzhou. Not to mention that they could not command the army. Even if they pretended to be dressed in the army's uniform, they would not dare to put on such a show. That would be a provocation to the Zhang family and the Wang family. Without the Zhang family and the Wang family, the local people would tear them apart. As expected, when the group got closer, the flags could be seen clearly. It was the group of the two madams. After a while, the people in front of them came to the pavilion and said to Su Mingyang and Li Jianqing, "Search them. When there is no danger, step back 20 steps and talk to the madams. Don't look up and don't take a step forward. Otherwise, you will be suspected of having the intention to harm the madams." As soon as the voice fell, a few people came over and began to search them. The two of them were prepared. They did not bring anything with them. They even took off all their decorations, afraid that they would be misunderstood. After they were searched and confirmed that there was no danger, the two of them retreated from the pavilion. As expected, they stood 20 steps away from the pavilion and basked in the warmth of the sunny afternoon. When everything was ready, the two madams of the Jiang Wang clan, with their big bellies, entered the pavilion with the help of the maidservants. However, they did not hide in the shade. Instead, they sat in a spot where the sun shone in slightly and covered their heads with a thin layer of gauze. It was sunbathing. A pregnant woman could not stay in a cold place for too long. Otherwise, she would get sick. Jiang Wang clan whispered a few words to Madame Wang. Madame Wang sat at the side and listened attentively. She could only watch the Jiang Wang clan deal with matters related to the country and learn from them. Jiang Wang clan turned around and looked at Su Mingyang. She asked softly, "Lord Su, why are you looking for me?" Su Mingyang watched as Jiang Wang clan's mouth moved. He tried to guess what the other party said. 20 steps was not far, but it was impossible to hear if they spoke in a low voice. Fortunately, he did not have to guess blindly. Someone passed the words to him and repeated what Jiang Wang clan said. Su Mingyang felt very sullen. The current situation was that he, a third-rank official, was not treated as a third-rank official. It was as if he was a seventh-rank official. Even a woman could step on his head. Dissatisfaction rose in his heart, but he tried to suppress it. He was afraid that someone would see through it. He put on a respectful expression and said loudly, "This official has a request." When Madam came, this official's words offended you. Now, I can't spend money to buy food. If you don't let this official go, this official's family will starve to death. This official also knows that this matter has nothing to do with Madam. It was the people who acted on their own initiative. Please help me say something. Sigh, this official really has no other choice. When Su Mingyang spoke, his face was red. Even his neck was red. Of course, it had nothing to do with the hot weather. It was because he was begging for help. Moreover, it was too embarrassing to lower his status. However, even if it was embarrassing, he had to say it loudly. It was not only for the Zhang clan and Wang clan to hear, but also for the people of Luzhou. Otherwise, even if he survived the current crisis, the people would still hate him after he left. The people's hearts were too powerful. He could not mobilize the army to help him. He did not have the authority. the only people he could order around were the yamen runners. However, he could not do that now. The yamen runners were recruited from the local area. Moreover, when he thought about it, it was not too embarrassing. Even if other people bowed to the madam of the Zhang clan and Wang clan, it was normal. After all, their son and daughter were powerful and influential. Zhang Wang clan did not know that Su Mingyang, the provincial governor of Luzhou, was almost starved to death by the people under his rule. It was hard to believe. Even the informant did not tell her clearly. He only said that Su Mingyang wanted to see him. It was not a big deal. He just wanted to see him. At this moment, both Zhang Wang clan members knew about it. They felt helpless and touched. As expected, Luzhou was their Luzhou. Their efforts in the past were not in vain. The people were always supporting them. I see. I'm sorry to have troubled Lord Su. When I return, I'll talk to the person in charge of Sea Cloud's sect. How could they treat an official of the imperial court like this? I'll ask them to prepare a special banquet for Lord Su as an apology. Since it was not a big deal, Zhang Wang clan did not plan to say much. She had no intention of continuing to be close to Su Mingyang. She did not expect him to be grateful. After she finished speaking, Zhang Wang clan looked at Li Jianqing again. She studied him carefully. In her mind, she was going over the things she had thought of earlier. She wanted to see if there was anything she had missed out. Her son and daughter-in-law wanted to temporarily let go of the power in the southwest. If that was the case, she had to be careful when she spoke. She could not let the other party think that it was impossible, but she could not let the other party feel too relaxed. After all, she had done something wrong. While she was thinking, Su Mingyang knew that it was time for him to leave. He immediately said something respectfully and left. As soon as he left, the guards who belonged to him came over. They looked very loyal and protected him. When he came here, he was alone. The guards would not follow him. He did not dare to bring his own family members with him. It was better for him to be humble. Now that he saw the guards appear again, he knew that they came with the madams of Zhang clan and Wang clan. Su Mingyang did not even feel angry. He sat back in the carriage that he came here personally. Without saying anything, he ordered the guards to go in the direction of the mansion. Li Jianqing lowered his head. He wanted to raise his head to look at the madams of Zhang clan and Wang clan. However, he was worried that if he raised his head, he would not be able to lower it anymore. Or rather, his head would fall to the ground and he would never need to raise it again. Yes, that was very likely. Therefore, he could only tilt his head slightly to the side and look at them from the corner of his eyes. However, he could not see anything clearly. It was just a blurry image. He only knew the general location. He waited for Zhang Wang clan to ask him. As he waited, he felt that time passed very slowly. It was only a few seconds, but it seemed like he had waited for a long time. He was anxious and worried that he would not be able to achieve his goal. Li Jianqing. From Nanzhao. What is it? When I was in Hangzhou, I heard a lot about you. Finally, Zhang Wangshe spoke. As soon as she spoke, she had the intention of condemning him. Li Jianqing directly knelt down. The guards who were staring at him were shocked. They thought that he was going to do something. Replying to Madam, my tribe did not intend to offend the great Tang. Instead, there were various people who acted on their own initiative and were deceived. They came to the Great Tang and colluded with people from Japan, Duoshi, and other places to harm the Great Tang. At this time, my lord has already learned of this and will severely punish them. This lowly one has come this time to ask for punishment. Li Jianqing did not dare to say that he was not guilty. Instead, he explained what he had done. When Zhang Wang clan heard this, she did not immediately say anything. Instead, she stretched her hand to the side. Immediately, a maid beside her brought over warm water. After drinking 2 mouthfuls of water, Jiang Wang clan said to the sweating Li Jianqing, they did not intend to hurt the Tang Empire, but they have already caused the Tang Empire to suffer heavy losses. Besides direct economic losses, they have also caused the Tang Empire to lose many lives. They have also disrupted many of our arrangements, making it impossible for us to make timely adjustments. Logically speaking, we should have sent soldiers, but His Majesty was soft-hearted. My son also felt that Nanzhao was not easy, so this matter was delayed. You do not need to worry too much right now. As for how to deal with this matter, you just need to wait patiently. Jiang Wang clan deliberately said this. She already knew why Li Jianqing had come. Her son and daughter-in-law had accompanied the emperor to play, but they had been misunderstood. They did not intend to send soldiers to the southwest, and they certainly did not intend to scare them now. However, the emperor's every move affected the hearts of many people. As expected, when Li Jianqing heard Jiang Wang clan's words, he was even more skeptical. He believed that they were delaying and deceiving him. Then, they would not agree to anything and would only let him know when someone really went to fight. He wanted to wait, but did he dare to continue waiting? If he waited, he would probably receive news of the country's destruction. Although he was anxious, Li Jianqing did not dare to say that they had sent soldiers. He had no evidence. Since they had said that they were going out to play, he could only hint at them indirectly. After thinking hard, Li Jianqing carefully said, "Many thanks for Madam's information, but this lowly one is unable to calm down and is panicking." On the way here, my lord repeatedly told this lowly one that this lowly one must not forget to tell the people of the Great Tang that we, Nanzhao, will do our utmost to compensate the Great Tang. If we hurt the common people and need to use blood and human heads as consolation, my lord's head can be offered at any time. There is no need for the Great Tang to send soldiers, and it will be even more costly and costly. This lowly one does not dare to forget. Li Jianqing's meaning was very clear. He meant to say, don't hit me. I'm already willing to let you kill me, so what's the point? In any case, I'm just lying down and waiting to be slaughtered, so please be merciful. Jiang Wang clan yawned and thought about it again. She felt that she should give Li Jianqing some hope. Otherwise, the plans of her son and daughter-in-law would be easily disrupted. If the Great Tang had other ideas, it would be troublesome if it was always trembling and could not cooperate so well. She then said to Li Jianqing, I already know about this matter. How about this, I'll lend you a telegram. You can go and contact His Majesty. At the same time, rest more and wait for the future. Many thanks, madam. This lowly one is very grateful. Many thanks, madam. Li Jianqing began to kowtow and thank her. He was afraid that he would not even have a chance. Now, he was a little relieved. Go and talk to the provincial governor. The provincial governor will arrange for you. You can stay in the residence for the next few days. Think of a way to contact your side so that the other tribes will not be too worried. Jiang Wang clan wanted to lean back, but immediately, someone blocked in front of her to block the sun. This was considered an audience. The reason why she did not use her identity to send the telegram was because she did not want a woman to be involved in politics at this time. Li Jianqing also knew this reason, but he did not agree. There was no need to worry about the madams of the Zhang clan and Wang clan. He thanked her again and got up to chase after Su Mingyang. But at this time, Jiang Wang clan suddenly spoke again. Logically speaking, we should kill a few more people to appease the public. But us two sisters are pregnant. It is really for the sake of the child. Yes, it must be a blessing from the heavens. Li Jianqing hurriedly said. He already knew what to do. After compensating for the loss of the Tang Empire, they would have to take out more things to give the two pregnant women. The value of the things could not be lower. Perhaps they would have to take out a few years of the clan's savings. Thinking about how to give out the things, he walked around the outside and looked in the direction of the state capital. He found that Su Mingyang's group had become a black dot. He sighed helplessly and chased after them. If he knew it would be like this, he would not have let Su Mingyang leave first. He was clearly tormenting him. Sigh, tormenting him is better than not giving him a chance to torment himself. After Li Jianqing left, Zhang Wang clan revealed a smile. She said to Wang Shi, "Sister, that's good. When the child is born, there will be a lot of toys." I still remember that Xiao Bei used pearls to hit the marble floor like a rubber ball. It was so fun. Sister, you're right. We need to save some extra money for our children. Wang Shi paused for a moment and immediately followed up. She did not expect that her in-law would learn from Xiao Bao and start to calculate other people's money. Who would believe her if she told others? Li Jianqing found Su Mingyang. Soon, he contacted Li Longji in the name of the provincial governor. When he contacted him, Li Longji was swimming with his 2 women. He kept playing in the water as if he had never seen water before. The people around him all stayed far away. In order to not let Li Longji drown, they even sent people to spread sand under the area where he was swimming. Unless he put his head in the water himself, otherwise, when he stood up straight, the water would only reach Wu Huifei's neck. She was the shortest person. When the telegram arrived, Zhang Xiaobao took it to Li Longji and ruined his happy mood. "What made you come in such a hurry?" Li Longji asked unhappily. He had already seen the paper in Zhang Xiaobao's hand. Needless to say, it was a telegram. Zhang Xiaobao had already strolled over. When he heard Li Longji's words, he knew that he was having a good time and had disturbed him. But, to what extent could he do? Could it be that Li Longji dared to have sex in broad daylight? What a joke! Zhang Xiaobao cursed inwardly. He shook the paper in his hand and said to Li Longji, "Your Majesty, Luzhou sent a report saying that a man named Li Jianqing from Nanzhou has arrived in Luzhou. However, when he heard that we were here, he thought that we were secretly sending troops to attack Nanzhou. Hence, he looked for my mother and asked her to plead for mercy. He's currently in the mansion, worried. Why did you come to me for such a small matter? Didn't you and Cuckoo already make arrangements? Why bother me?" Li Longji was surprised to hear that Li Jianqing was here. He remembered that Li Jianqing's surname was Zhang when he first arrived. Hence, he came to deal with Li Jianqing. However, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo had already made the decision. Zhang Xiaobao was not anxious, nor was he angry. He acted as though he already knew what was going on. He said, "You're right, Your Majesty. Cuckoo and I have already discussed this. Hence, I wanted to speak to you about it." "Speak, speak. I'll listen and see if you can tell me anything. What I mean is that if there's anything you need to do in the future, just do it. There's no need to talk to me about it, especially under such circumstances." "Understand." Li Longji sighed and walked out of the water. He knew that things would not be simple. Otherwise, the 2 of them would have made arrangements immediately. Zhang Xiaobao waited for Li Longji to come up. He hastily brought a bucket of fresh water to Li Longji so that he could rinse himself. This was to prevent the seawater from drying up and the salt from damaging his skin. "It's like this, Your Majesty. The result of my discussion with Cuckoo is that Your Majesty will personally issue an edict and order the leaders of the Southwest Zhao to personally come here and ask for forgiveness. Then, you can talk to them about cooperating with them. That is, helping them develop. Anyway, this place isn't too far from there, and you'll arrive in a few days. It just so happens that you can also play some other things there and walk around more. If you want to come back again in the future, who knows when it will be." Zhang Xiaobao waited for Li Longji to finish rinsing himself. As he spoke, he passed a towel to Li Longji. Li Longji took the towel and paused. "Not too far. It'll take at least a month to come here from Nanzhou, right? Can we play for that long? Why are you tormenting them? Just tell them that you're scheming against them. Oh, I mean cooperating with them. The sooner we cooperate, the sooner we'll have more resources to use. Besides, it's not certain if they'll dare to come. They'll have to be worried that they won't be able to return alive. Do you think they'll be able to live if they don't come? Their life or death doesn't depend on where they are. It depends on whether we want to kill them or not. A month is a month. It's not that long anyway. Cuckoo and I aren't in a hurry. Your Majesty, you don't have anything else to do in the capital, right? Zhang Xiaobao continued to persuade Li Longji. Li Longji, indeed, wanted to play more. However, he had a feeling that Zhang Xiaobao's motives were not as simple as they seemed. After mulling over it for a moment, realization dawned on him. Oh. I get it now. You want to stay here until your younger brothers and sisters are born. If I'm not here, you're worried that I'll have to look for you on my way back. You're worried that I'll ask you to go back and discuss it with me. So, you want me to stay here so that you won't have to worry about me, right? Not at all. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head vigorously. He firmly denied Li Longji's words. This subject is wholeheartedly serving the country. How can I not know my priorities? Besides, this subject is not a doctor. Even if there's a need for surgery, this subject can't personally perform it. Hence, this subject has never considered my own interests. This subject's loyalty, all right. You don't have to continue. I'm getting goosebumps from listening to you. If your words came from Xiao Bei and the others, I might be able to believe them. As for you, you know what I mean. Give me 2 more reasons. I'll listen to them and stay. Otherwise, I'll leave immediately and take you with me. Li Longji did not wait for Zhang Xiaobao to finish his mushy words. He hastily interrupted him and took the piece of paper from Zhang Xiaobao's hand. Without looking at the contents, he folded the paper twice and fanned it like a small fan. When Zhang Xiaobao saw that Li Longji did not believe him, he had no choice but to explain, this subject wants them to come over. When they come, they can't cross mountains like the special forces. At the very least, the roads have to be repaired. Even if they're close to the sea, they can't possibly arrange for their accommodation to be near the sea. If they repair the roads, it'll save us a lot of trouble. When they see you, you can tell them the benefits and the importance of transportation. When they return, they'll carefully repair the roads. Even if it takes a long time, it won't be a waste of our time. Isn't that a good thing? That's it. Li Longji asked again. He did not believe that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's plan would be so simple. In addition, you can put on a show for the Japanese to make them feel that the pressure is great. This isn't something that can be resolved with a simple compensation. You can have the Japanese send their own ministers over to ask for punishment, just like what happened in the Southwest. With the people in the Southwest serving as an example, and you not doing anything to them, instead giving them benefits, the Japanese will be much more at ease after hearing this news. I can also speak to them indirectly and ask them to send someone over. When the time comes, the matter with my mother will be more or less resolved. Zhang Xiaobao passed another cup of wine to Li Longji as he explained his other objectives. Li Longji narrowed his eyes and thought hard. What did he mean by having the Japanese come over? Did he really not punish them for their crimes? And give them benefits? That didn't seem right. Back then, they had agreed to give the Japanese a serious blow, not use a soft knife to stab them like they did in the Southwest. As he pondered what benefits the Japanese would bring to the great Tang, Li Longji stared at Zhang Xiaobao's face as if he wanted to see the answer from Zhang Xiaobao's face. At this time, Wu Huifei had also finished showering and came over to listen. When she heard this, she clapped her hands and looked at Zhang Xiaobao and praised, "Xiaobao is so smart. Indeed, If we want the Japanese to come over without worry, it has to be someone designated by us. As for how they'll be treated once they arrive in the Great Tang, isn't it still up to your Majesty to decide? We agreed that they would ask for punishment, and the people from the southwest would be sent back safely. Does Japan have to do the same? Li Longji felt that he had become stupid, so he could only ask Wu Huifei, beloved consort, do you know what's going on? Wu Huifei smiled and said, last night, Your Majesty said to this concubine that not everyone in Japan is so obedient to our Great Tang. Even if they're captured this time, some of them will think of ways to prevent our people from going over and taking advantage of us. They'll find all sorts of reasons to delay our arrangements in Japan, and it won't be that easy for our people to move around in Japan. Last night, Your Majesty said more than once that those who are hostile to our Great Tang should come to the Great Tang and take drastic measures against the Japanese. By the time they return, our arrangements will have been made, and they'll be powerless to reverse the situation. We can even keep them in the Great Tang for a year. The rest of them will be much easier to deal with. Isn't that right, big sister? Wu Huifei asked Empress Wang, who had also come over. Empress Wang Weiwei was taken aback, and then she nodded. Yes, Your Majesty has already thought of this. Right now, we're testing Xiao Bao. When Zhang Xiaobao heard this, he didn't need to think too much to understand. Li Longji didn't say anything at all. Wu Huifei had just thought of it, but she gave the credit to Li Longji. It wasn't surprising that Wu Huifei could think of this. She was of that bloodline and was very proficient in scheming. Zhang Xiaobao showed a look of admiration and said to Li Longji, Your Majesty is still the best. It can be said that you're far-sighted. This subject really didn't think of keeping the Japanese in the Great Tang. I just thought that if they came, we'd have to spend some money and increase the Great Tang's income. Now that Your Majesty has said it, this subject is suddenly enlightened. Your Majesty is indeed extraordinary. This subject has learned a lot. Li Longji sighed helplessly. He really didn't know what to do with Zhang Xiaobao. When other subjects said these words, he could feel that at least there was a trace of sincerity in their words. But when these words came out of Zhang Xiaobao's mouth, he felt like they were mocking him. You didn't think of it. You didn't think of it, so now you're spouting nonsense. This is too much of a coincidence. Okay, Xiaobao, don't continue to belittle us, or else we will punish you. Look at that exaggerated expression of yours. It's too fake. I don't know how so many people were fooled when you opened a braised food store in Hangzhou. This expression of yours doesn't qualify at all. Li Longji waved his hand and interrupted Zhang Xiaobao's disgusting words. At the same time, he also mocked Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao readily agreed. Yes, this subject isn't pretending, but that's because this subject isn't pretending. Everything I say comes from the bottom of my heart. Your Majesty, please test me again. Okay, I'll test you. Tell me, what other reason do you have for having all the people from the southwest come here? We already have a plan in mind. We just want to see if you can think of it. Since Zhang Xiaobao had already said so, Li Longji might as well hit the snake with the pole. It didn't matter how thick-skinned he was. Zhang Xiaobao cooperated and pretended to be deep in thought. After a while, when Li Longji felt that his skin was about to be burnt, he finally said, This subject isn't sure. It's just a guess. It's like this. In the past, the people of the Six Zhao in the south were always flirting with Tubo. Now that we're playing with Duoshe and training the troops, it's likely that there will be times when we'll shift our strategy and avoid the enemy's limelight to reduce casualties and try not to meet force with force. So, if some of them feel that an opportunity has come and want to calmly arrange things and play some small tricks, it won't be good. If we call them over now, they won't have time to make any arrangements. At the same time, once they leave their own places, their local people will become active. We'll immediately send people to contact them and foster and divide them. At the same time, it's also an opportunity to win over the local people. Once benefits are given, because they're not in the local area, the people won't think that they're getting benefits because of their relationship. This will reduce their trust in them and affect their status as spiritual leaders. This subject can only think of this at the moment. I don't know if it's right or wrong. Please enlighten me, Your Majesty. Li Longji understood. It turned out that even in such a situation, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan still maintained the necessary caution, not giving the other side any opportunities so that their plan could be carried out smoothly. Yes, very correct. This is what we thought. However, there are still some shortcomings. Think carefully again. What other aspects are there? If we don't plan more, wouldn't it be a waste of our time? Li Longji felt that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan shouldn't have only done this. There must be more, but he couldn't think of anything, so he continued to ask questions. Zhang Xiaobao and Wei Wei opened their mouths and frowned slightly. Your Majesty, there's more. No more, right? This subject really can't think of anything else. There is. This emperor's plans are flawless, strategizing and deciding victory from 1,000 li away. How could there not be? If there isn't, why would I ask you? Li Longji said very roguishly. Ah. There really is. All right, let me think about it. Your Majesty, your consideration is really too thorough. Your Majesty, it's beyond the reach of ordinary people. I'll think about it. Zhang Xiaobao said helplessly. He looked like he was thinking about something very hard. After thinking for a while, he finally said, This subject has thought of something else. This subject hopes that Your Majesty can point it out. That is, the 6 Xiao were originally not a harmonious group, each with their own interests. Thus, when providing them with assistance, we should do our best to minimize the conflicts and secret struggles between them. This should allow them to focus their energy on the happiness of the people of the world, and not on scheming and plotting against one another. Otherwise, many places would be owned by several tribes, and in the future, the products produced might have to go through other tribes in order to be sent to the Great Tang as quickly as possible. Call them over in advance and give them a heads up. At that time, they will naturally listen to Your Majesty's words and not do anything else to delay others. Isn't that right? After saying all this in one breath, Zhang Xiaobao felt that his throat was uncomfortable, so he poured himself a cup of wine and began to sip it. Li Longji nodded. Yes, very correct. You've finally guessed a little of our thoughts. Not bad. Continue. This subject truly cannot think of anything else. Your Majesty, why don't this subject go back and ask Cuckoo and see if Cuckoo can cooperate with this subject and guess Your Majesty's plans? There is no need to guess all of them. Even 10 or 20% will be enough for this subject to use for a long time. Zhang Xiaobao himself couldn't think of anything else, so he could only find an excuse to leave. He was afraid that Li Longji wouldn't stop asking. Coming up with a plan was already very tiring, and explaining it to Li Longji would be even more tiring. Moreover, Li Longji didn't need to know too much. He just needed to keep up with his train of thought. Li Longji clinked his cup with Zhang Xiaobao's and downed the wine in one gulp. Since that's the case, you should go back and discuss it with Cuckoo. After you've finished your discussion and guessed our intentions, you can come back. We can give you a reminder. Besides the things you've guessed, there are at least 3 other uses. You must think carefully. There are 3 uses, not 1 less. If you can't think of all 3, don't come looking for us. If we tell you the answer directly, it will be detrimental to your growth. Come, let's continue swimming. Li Longji turned around and walked back into the water. Empress Wang and Wu Huifei naturally followed behind him. Zhang Xiaobao pursed his lips. Seriously, all I did was disturb you. Is there a need for you to think of 3 more ways to get back at me? You clearly don't want me to disturb you again. Swim, swim, swim. Try your best to interact with your 2 women and start a fire. I'll put laxatives in your food tonight. Let's see what you can do then. Humph. Zhang Xiaobao's mood improved after he was done with all Q. He finished the wine in his cup and walked toward Wang Wan in a relaxed manner. He wanted to tell her about Li Longji's shamelessness and treat it as a form of entertainment in his spare time. While Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were in charge of Li Longji entertainment, they sent the decision back to Lu Zhou and asked Li Jianqing to make the decision. They believed that Li Jianqing was capable of handling this matter well. The tone of the message was very firm. It meant that if the people who were called did not show up, they did not need to show up. When the time came, the emperor would personally visit. When Li Jianqing received the news, he felt relieved. Then, he felt anxious again. He did not know what the emperor of Great Tang, Zhang Xiaobao, and Wang Wan were thinking. If they were planning to lure the people here and cut off their heads, it would be troublesome. At that time, the clan would definitely be in chaos. If it was only the death of a clan leader, it wouldn't be a big deal. Chaos would only be within the clan. As long as an external enemy appeared, such as a few other clans joining forces to annex the clan would immediately unite. What he was worried about was that if all the leaders died, the tribes would fall into chaos. Then, there would be continuous annexations and battles in their original territories. However, he had no choice but to come. After all, the people who were sent to cause trouble in Great Tang were caught and their plan failed. Since they had done something wrong, they had to do as they were told. Otherwise, Great Tang's army would arrive soon. Unfortunately, if the people who went to cause trouble were not caught, not only would the invincible status of the Wang and Zhang Xiaobao families in the hearts of the people of Great Tang be shaken, even if Great Tang knew who was the culprit, it would not be able to organize an army immediately. If the people who went to cause trouble were to carry out the plan, it would still cause great damage to Great Tang. Li Jianqing considered the gains and losses and calculated the various consequences. He could not calm down. He ordered his men to rest and return early the next morning. At the same time, he was thinking about who to ask for help. While he was feeling sad, Su Mingyang, who was also helping him receive and send telegrams, ordered a lot of food and wine from Hai Yunjian. This time, they did not have to worry about Hai Yunjian's attitude. Since the madam of the main family had spoken, they did not dare to starve themselves. The food and wine were soon delivered. Su Mingyang invited Li Jianqing to eat with him. To be precise, he planned to drink with him. Today, he could finally let go of one of his worries. As for the rest of the family, they would eat the apology banquet prepared by the Zhang Xiaobao clan. Li Jianqing really did not have any other place to eat. Since he was in contact with Su Mingyang, he felt that they were in the same boat. After happily agreeing to the invitation to drink with him, he drank 3 cups of wine in a row. Then, he had a flash of inspiration and asked Su Mingyang, "Brother Su, I want to ask you something. I wonder if you can tell me. This is very important to Nanzhao. In the future, we will definitely repay you. We will not let you down. We will get more than the people of the Chamber of Commerce from the Zhang Xiaobao family." Li Jianqing thought that since the people of the Chamber of Commerce had received the money, Su Mingyang should be easy to talk to. Moreover, he did not want to inquire about any confidential matters. Who would have thought that after he said these words and told Su Mingyang the tempting conditions, Su Mingyang did not show a happy expression. Instead, he was very vigilant. He lowered his voice and said to Li Jianqing, "I don't dare to accept anything from you. Otherwise, once it is discovered, I still have something to do with it. It is very likely that the things I receive will become my death warrant. It is not easy for you to save up these things. It is better to save them for critical situations. I am not short of money. I appreciate your kindness, but I must warn you, the people of the Chamber of Commerce are not people you can bribe with small gifts. They are all inner court members of the Zhang Xiaobao family. Can't be bribed. If someone has already taken benefits from me and helped me complete the task, Brother Su, do you think it is possible? Li Jianqing thought of the bribery before. It was very successful. How could he say that it was useless? Su Mingyang heard Li Jianqing's certainty and shook his head with a smile. Brother Li, you have been fooled. Even if they accept the things you give them, they have to file a record with their main family. They can't keep it and not report it. Otherwise, how many people of the Zhang Xiaobao family have been bribed? Can our great Tang be as stable as it is now? In fact, even if you don't give the people of the Chamber of Commerce any benefits, as long as you tell them your purpose, they will arrange for you to meet with the madams of the two families. That is why they dare to accept the money. If you really give me something and I take it, I also have to give an explanation to the Zhang Xiaobao family. In particular, not only can I not use the things myself, I can't even sell them. I need to wait for His Majesty to come back from his trip and give an explanation to Xiao Bei and the others in the group. Otherwise, not to mention my official position, I will not even be able to keep my life. Chapter 11:21. Su Mingyang's words made Li Jianqing feel a trace of fear. He asked with certainty, is that true? He was still thinking that the inner court of the Zhang family and the Wang family was only a so-so. They would help with something just because they were given something. It was not like the rumors said that they were stubborn. He thought that as long as they were willing to spend money, there was nothing that could not be done through the people of the Zhang family and the Wang family. Why did the meaning change when it came from Su Mingyang's mouth? Su Mingyang did not even need to ask what Li Jianqing was thinking after he gave the gift. He had already guessed the judgment in Li Jianqing's mind. He shook his head helplessly again and said, Brother Li, I'm telling the truth. I can guess that the gift you gave to the people of the Chamber of Commerce is worth hundreds of strings of coins or even thousands of strings of coins. Am I right? Li Jianqing nodded. Then, do you know how much the person who took your money from the Chamber of Commerce is worth? Let me tell you, it's at least 10,000 strings of coins. Moreover, it's the kind of person who doesn't have much power. If the person took your money and immediately did the thing for you, then his net worth is more than 50,000 strings of coins. Do you think they would care about a little gift from you? There are two more important points. First, once they are found out, not only will they be kicked out of the main family and become free, but they may even be executed by the Zhang family and the Wang family. They still have relatives, and they are all under the protection of the Zhang family and the Wang family. Second, they have their own pride and glory. In their opinion, being able to become the inner court of the Zhang family and the Wang family is like renting a grave and smoking smoke. Not everyone can be the inner court of the Zhang family and the Wang family, and they have to go through layers of selection and continuous tests. Let me tell you this. The few men who followed the madams of the two families today are the inner court. They are the servants of the two families, but they are different from the servants of other families. They are much stronger than me, the provincial governor. Now that I've become the provincial governor, I don't care about Lu Zhou anymore. Even if I do, the Zhang family and Wang family won't care. I've been controlling Lu Zhou's affairs all this while, but I've suddenly stopped. Well, then, any one of the men we see will take over my work in a very short time, as short as an hour or two, and nothing else will be delayed. This is the foundation. But they would rather be in the inner courtyard of the Zhang family and Wang family than change positions with me. This is because they can continue to learn from us, and their children in the future will also receive a good education. They actually look down on officials like us who are not outstanding. As Su Mingyang spoke, he drank with all his might, as if he wanted to use the wine to suppress the stuffiness in his heart and get drunk to solve his 1,000 worries. Li Jianqing put down his chopsticks and asked in surprise, Really? Are the rumors true? What rumor? Let's drink. Su Mingyang raised his wine cup. It's said that Tang has two systems of officials and the military. One is in use, and the other is in the Zhang family and Wang family. The original system can be replaced at any time. Therefore, there is no need to worry that the officials will collectively quit, and there is no need to worry that there is no official to take over when something happens. Li Jianqing told him the rumor he heard. Although it's not entirely true, it's not far from it. If all the officials in Tang quit at the same time, the Zhang family and Wang family are still not strong enough to support them. However, if 60% of the officials quit at the same time, His Majesty will directly kill them, and then ask Xiao Bao and Cuckoo for manpower to fill the vacated positions and support the administration. They don't need to arrange the same number of people for every position. They have people who can do the work of several people. In fact, there are also many idle people in the government. Because of this, many officials in Tang who know the situation now don't dare to threaten the imperial court with their local affairs. It's the same in the military. The only thing I don't know is if the people who can participate in the court session quit at the same time, will the Zhang family and Wang family be able to replace them? After all, there are still many situations where experience is needed. Such a thing has never happened, so I don't know. Just tell me, how can such people be bribed by you? Their pride is in their bones. As for me, I want to accept some bribes, but I don't dare to. Besides, how much can you give me? If I work honestly for a year, I won't get less money. This is the highest salary that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo proposed to His Majesty. If an official did a good job, when he finished his position, he would get a sum of money calculated according to how much tax he raised and how the local people lived. It's a shocking amount of money. But at the same time, if he made a mistake, and he did it knowingly, he would get a good punishment. A few days ago, His Majesty issued a decree saying that if an official deliberately cheated and destroyed the local people to raise tax, even if he was promoted, in a few years, if there were problems in his original place, he would be in trouble. Let's stop talking. Let's drink. When winter comes, I'll leave Luzhou. Although Luzhou is good, it's too suffocating. The people don't treat me as an official at all. When Su Mingyang drank, he obviously became more talkative. Moreover, the frequency of drinking began to increase. It seemed that the wine had no alcohol content. There were complaints, helplessness, and a hint of awe in his voice. Li Jianqing drank a lot as well, and he was a little confused. Suddenly, he remembered that he should not let Su Mingyang get drunk. He still had some things to ask, and he seemed to be in a good state now. Therefore, he did not care if Su Mingyang thought he was dirty. He used his chopsticks to give Su Mingyang a few dishes and said, "Eat the dishes and drink slowly. Otherwise, you can't continue to drink when you are drunk. Brother Su, do you know that the emperor of your country is here? Did he tell you what he wants from me? I'm worried now, and I can't calm down. I'm worried that the emperor will be angry and send a mighty army. If that happens, the people will have no way to make a living. Eat, you eat too. Let me tell you, you are not afraid of His Majesty being angry. What I'm afraid of is that if Cuckoo is angry, His Majesty will be angry. If he wants to beat someone, he will have to discuss it with Cuckoo and Xiao Bao. If they agree, he will beat them. If they don't agree, His Majesty will have to listen to them. After all, they have a bigger plan, and they can't destroy it casually. Cuckoo is different. If she wants to beat someone, Xiao Bao will find a way to support her. Of course, she will not beat them casually. Are you worried that they will beat you? Don't worry, I'm telling you, they won't beat you. Your country is not that important. Moreover, if they really want to fight, Luzhou will not be like this now. The provisions have not been gathered yet. How can they fight? If they want to fight you, they will not only need the navy to help them transport the troops, but also an army that is specially adapted to mountain warfare. Although the protection team of the Zhang family and the Wang family can start a war directly, it is not to that extent yet. The protection team is not easy to fight. If they really want to fight you, they will have to transfer the troops again. There has been no transfer of troops recently. Don't be fooled by the fact that the Tang Empire takes turns to guard various places. They are preparing to fight Duoshi. A few days ago, when I was waiting for His Majesty's news at the place where the telegram is sent and received, I received news that Duoshi had gathered 2,000 troops. My Tang Empire's troops have probably set off for a few days now. The next day after receiving the news, they must be ready to go. Think about it, will the Great Tang fight on two sides? If it is really a two-sided war, it will be against Japan. It has nothing to do with you. Believe me, especially when the madams of the Zhang family and the Wang family are still waiting in Luzhou to give birth to a child. Even if Xiao Bao and Cuckoo want to fight you, they will not come over themselves. It is not good to kill too many people. Besides, they have Xiao Bei and the others. Have you ever seen anyone take care of children in a war? Listen to me. His Majesty has sent back an order. Do what he wants you to do. Don't take any chances. Go back and call your leader of the South Zhao over. As for the other people of the 5 Zhao, if they don't come, they will be in trouble. Drink. Su Mingyang raised his cup again. The wine in the cup had spilled out uncontrollably, but he still tried to send it to his mouth. Li Jianqing really did not know so many things. Seeing Su Mingyang drunk like this, he was afraid that he would be drunk soon and could not ask anything. He quickly stopped the wine that was going to be sent to his mouth and asked, "Brother Su, how do you know so much? Don't they avoid you when the imperial court is fighting?" "Avoid me? Avoid me for what? I didn't betray the interests of the Tang Empire. I offended the Zhang family and the Wang family with my words, but I didn't do anything else. So what if I saw the information? I can't spread it out. If I want to spread it, at least I have to use a telegram, right? Once it is spread, I will be arrested first. Then it's really over. No one can save me. Look, I offended them. I just have to admit my mistake and give in. Everything will be fine and I can eat. The one who's in a bit of trouble is Xiao Bei. When they come back, I have to apologize to Xiao Bei and the others in private. Children need to be coaxed, unlike adults who beat around the bush when talking. But I am not very afraid. It's just that in the past, I always felt embarrassed. Besides, when the telegram was sent and received, I was there to listen to the news. I didn't deliberately inquire about the secret. Also, I can't participate in the decision-making, so I don't know the details. Now I know that the Tang Empire wants to fight Duoshi, and Duoshi himself knows. As for how to fight, I don't know. After all, I am a third-rank official. A third-rank official can participate in the decision-making of the imperial court. I guess it's because I didn't ask. If I asked, I would ask His Majesty, Xiao Bao, and Cuckoo. They can also tell me some things. I am not stupid. Others may be jealous of people who offend them because of some personal matters, but the Zhang family and Wang family will not kill people. They always give people a chance, and it's fine as long as they grasp it. But if what I do is to harm the Tang Empire, it's over. They will kill people. They are wholeheartedly for the public. Speaking of which, I am not as good as them. Drink, why are you shaking? Drink, don't shake, you are making me dizzy. One of Su Mingyang's eyes couldn't open, and the other was squinting. His body kept swaying, but he didn't see any double images. It was very difficult to see double images with one eye. If that's the case, I will listen to you and go back quickly. Li Jianqing stopped drinking, put down the wine cup, and asked again. Go back, you must go back, the sooner the better. You can't delay. Go back tomorrow, right? I will send you back. Let's drink, haha, the wine of Hai Yunjian, good, drink, drink. As Su Mingyang spoke, he slid under the table. Li Jianqing hurriedly helped him up and dragged him to the mat at the side. He called out twice, but the response was to continue drinking. He helplessly shook his head, let out a long breath, tidied his clothes, and walked out of the door. He told the people outside that he was leaving, and that he would let Su Mingyang know when he woke up. He said that there was no need to send him off, and that he would leave immediately today. Thus, Li Jianqing left the Wang residence. As the wind blew, he was also confused. He unsteadily gathered his subordinates. He did not care about the change in the order of leaving tomorrow and leaving today. Because his subordinates were not used to the situation, he threw all the things he had prepared to bribe the people of the Chamber of Commerce, and had them pass them to the madams of the Zhang family and Wang family. Then, he gathered his subordinates, prepared food for the journey, and hurriedly left. 5 days after Li Jianqing left, he encountered Li Longji's group on the road. However, he was not in the mood to stop and see the Emperor of Great Tang. He directly greeted the people in the group who came to investigate and continued to rush home at the fastest speed. A few days later, Li Longji, who had not had enough fun, decided to return. It seemed that he could not have enough fun at the seaside during this season. However, he could not delay any longer. He still had not visited the 100,000 mountains. He could visit Luzhou at the seaside in the future, or he could take a stroll on the way back. There were many sceneries in the 100,000 mountains that he had not seen, especially the unique flora and fauna. Seeing them in the capital was not as good as seeing them in person. Xiao Bao, come to me. I have something to ask you. On the way back, Li Longji still liked to sit on the deck at the bow of the ship, enjoying the sea breeze and watching the undulating waves. However, it was drizzling today. He asked someone to set up the shelter and sat down below while he ate spicy soup. It was all seafood. While he was eating, he saw Zhang Xiaobao coming out to check the various spots. Hence, he beckoned him over. A slightly stronger gust of wind swept over with the rain. Zhang Xiaobao shuddered. He rubbed his arms together and walked under the shelter. He sat opposite Li Longji and picked up a piece of squid that Li Longji had boiled for him. He brushed a layer of chili sauce on it and took a bite. The steam from the squid felt good. He looked at Li Longji and waited for him to speak. Li Longji had no choice but to put 2 more skewers of squid into the pot. He looked at Zhang Xiaobao and asked, Xiaobao, what if this thing grows up? Will it capsize the ship? Zhang Xiaobao looked at Li Longji in confusion. He was puzzled. Why was Li Longji suddenly asking about this? However, he nodded and said, it said that there are some big ones that can capsize the ship. With our current ship, we can't deal with them at all. However, I've never seen one before. In that case, do you think we can train more sea creatures like how we train dogs and eagles? For example, sharks. For example, we can raise more octopuses like the ones we're eating now. When the time comes, we can use them in naval battles. Li Longji gestured as he asked excitedly. Ah! Zhang Xiaobao was rendered speechless. He did not expect Li Longji to have such foresight. He continued to nod. We can raise more sea creatures, but it's best if we raise dolphins. Dolphins are obedient, but they can't be used in naval battles. When Your Majesty mentioned it, I thought of something else. It's military dogs that can be used to bombard the enemy's important places. Unfortunately, the enemy doesn't have tanks. It's a waste to use dogs to bombard the enemy's fortifications. 2 days ago, I heard that something had arrived at Luzhou. I think it's my hand-guided tractor. When we return, I'll show it to Your Majesty. It's fun. It feels good to sit on it. Chapter 11:22. Li Longji's group finally returned to Lu Zhou's harbor. This time, there was no welcoming party at the harbor. However, it seemed very busy. People were constantly moving goods onto the ships, and from time to time, people were leaving with goods that were transported from other places. It was a bustling scene. Su Mingyang was the only one who came to welcome them. He did not even bring a page boy or a yamen runner with him because everyone in the mansion was busy. This year, it suddenly rained in Luzhou. It had been raining for 5 consecutive days, and the water level of the 2 main rivers was gradually rising. Those who were free were busy keeping an eye on the river embankment. As for the sea embankment, they did not pay much attention to it. They had never heard of a heavy rain causing the water level to rise unless it was an earthquake or a typhoon. It was raining today as well. The rain was not light, and it smashed onto the concrete floor of the harbor like beans. Water droplets splashed everywhere, and the air was filled with mist. On the way back, they were very worried about a storm. In the end, the old men said it did not look like it. Hence, they carefully sailed along the shore, avoiding the reefs, and returned in the rain. Su Mingyang was already wearing a straw raincoat and a bamboo hat. He did not bring an umbrella with him as it did not seem to be useful in this weather. When he saw the emperor's group arriving at the harbor, Su Mingyang hastily walked over. His main purpose was not to look for the emperor, but to talk to Xiao Bei and the others. As long as they spoke, he would feel relieved. He did not believe that the emperor did not know that he had gone to meet the emperor's mother. Now, he wanted to confirm if the emperor still hated him. As for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he did not think that they would hold a grudge against him. He had already expressed his attitude and apologized. Based on the 2 of them, they would always leave a way out for others. He did not continue to oppose them. Moreover, he had arrived just in time, so there should not be any major problems. Sure enough, when Su Mingyang went up to greet them, he spoke to the emperor. When he looked at Xiao Bei, who was also wearing a special straw raincoat, Xiao Bei glared at him and snorted, "You're smart." These 4 words were like the sound of nature to Su Mingyang's ears. After greeting Li Longji, they didn't dare to continue following behind him. Instead, they went to a tea stall at the docks and asked for a pot of tea. After gulping down 2 mouthfuls of tea, they heaved a long sigh of relief and felt completely relieved. "I'm still the smart one. I know when to advance and when to retreat. I'm more than twice as smart as the Ning family. A real man knows when to yield and when not to lose face." "You didn't lose face in the slightest. You schemed against them once, and you actually used your intelligence to reconcile with them." Su Mingyang held a bean in his hand and whispered to himself, praising himself. "I don't feel comfortable letting him go just like that," Lil Bei said to Li Longji and the others as they sat in the car. She pouted, looking very dissatisfied, but there was nothing she could do. Her brother and sister had already said it was okay, so she had to listen to them. Hearing Xiao Bei's complaint, Li Longji chuckled and said, "Could it be that you want to kill everyone who offends your family? Or even a search and seizure? If that was really the case, then if someone deliberately offended you today and you killed them, then when you killed too many of them, someone might offend you unintentionally. When that time comes, other people will already know your way of doing things and will think that you still want to kill them. So, before you say anything, they will help you deal with them first. When that time comes, do you want to deal with the people who help you? If you really deal with them, they will think that you are temperamental and hard to talk to. If you don't deal with them, they will think that you are conniving. When you kill too many people and someone accidentally blocks your car one day, you might not care anymore and just kill them. Habits are slowly formed, and they will become more and more serious. As time goes on, you will get lost in them. When that happens, it will be time for your brother or sister to personally deal with you. I didn't say that I was going to kill them. Can't I let them eat salted vegetables for a few more days? They already bought their own rice and noodles. Even if they don't have salted vegetables, can't they go to the beach to cook salt and catch some fish to make salted fish? Salted fish can be eaten with rice and noodles. It tastes pretty good, but my brother won't let me eat too much. It's addictive. Xiao Bei found excuses for herself. In fact, she really couldn't bear to kill them. It wasn't that she was soft-hearted, but because she had an unborn child in her mother's womb. It wasn't good to kill too many people. Li Longji chuckled. Now, you can let them eat salted vegetables for a few more days. They won't dare to disagree. If you don't believe me, you can try. It's not fun if I don't try. If the opponent doesn't resist, what's the point of bullying them? It's not like it's for the country's benefit. There's no point in bullying them to death. I'm going back to sleep. Sleeping on a rainy day is the most comfortable. I don't want to get up once I lie down. Xiao Bei felt sleepy as she spoke. She yawned and narrowed her eyes, looking like she could fall asleep at any moment. Looking at Xiao Bei's appearance, Li Longji seemed to be infected. He also fell into a trance. He was sleepy, and the sound of the rain outside was like a lullaby. A cold wind blew in from the half-opened window, making him shiver. He suddenly remembered what he had been thinking about along the way. He stared at Zhang Xiaobao and said, "Where's your tractor?" The hand-guided tractor. Li Longji actually did not know what a hand-guided tractor was, but he could guess that it was something that the Ministry of Works had developed from the diesel engine. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. He had spent a lot of money, and now, it was finally time to reap the rewards. What exactly was a hand-guided tractor? Why was it called a tractor? Could it be because of its sound? Ever since Zhang Xiaobao mentioned it, Li Longji had been thinking about it. He hoped that the Ministry of Works tractors could be used in the military and the people's livelihood. But now that he had disembarked from the ship, he was still sitting in the carriage. He did not see what the tractor looked like, which made him angry. Zhang Xiaobao also narrowed his eyes and leaned against the wall of the carriage to rest. He was actually more anxious than Li Longji. Li Longji just wanted to see something new, but Zhang Xiaobao knew what the tractor's appearance meant. This was the progress of an era. Even though it could not be mass-produced now, it provided a series of theories and practical data for scientific research. Even if it broke down after a few days, it was still a huge gain. In any case, the thing was there. If there was steel, they could just throw it in. No matter how much money they spent, it was worth it. One day, they would be able to create something better. The only pity was that the gasoline engine had been produced first. But because it was not good in a certain aspect, the diesel engine had been produced first. This made him speechless. If only there were more advanced smelting and forging technology. This thing was much more convenient than the steam engine. It burned for a long time with the same volume of fuel as coal. It was also small in size, and the speed at which it provided power was much faster. The pollution it caused. Putting the pollution aside, would the Environmental Protection Organization be able to pursue it to Great Tang? Their heads would be chopped off. Xiao Bao, we are asking you a question. Li Longji saw Zhang Xiaobao leaning against the wall and telling Wei Wei not to speak. He glared at him and asked another question. Ah. Tractor. All right, let's wait until we get back. There are too many people now, and it would not be good if a spy saw it. Your Majesty, let me introduce the hand-guided tractor to you. First, you need to know what a tractor is. The so-called engine refers to the diesel engine. As for dragging, it is naturally like a carriage. Dragging, pulling, how does it drag? Zhang Xiaobao explained to Li Longji in a daze. But before he could finish his words, Li Longji interjected, I don't want to hear it. I want to see how you procrastinate. I've seen it with my own eyes, so I'll naturally know. The more you speak now, the more anticipation I feel. You should sleep. Thank you, Your Majesty. Zhang Xiaobao leaned his head against the wall of the carriage. Li Longji sighed. He had asked for nothing. The carriage swayed as it moved forward. Just as Li Longji was about to fall asleep, they arrived at their destination. It was very uncomfortable. Uncle Emperor, do you feel very uncomfortable? When you want to sleep but can't? Xiao Bei looked at Li Longji sympathetically. Uncomfortable? Have you had such an experience before? Not letting you sleep? Li Longji rubbed his eyes and asked. Yes. I was about to sleep, but suddenly, delicious food was delivered. Should I sleep or not? This is a problem. Let's get off the carriage and look at the tractor. Xiao Bei said what he had experienced and jumped off the carriage. How fortunate. I can choose between eating and sleeping. Sometimes, even if I don't want to eat, I can't sleep in peace. Let's see how much the tractor can drag. Li Longji sighed and also got off the carriage. The rain didn't stop, and it didn't seem like it was going to let up. It was still pouring down, but Zhang Xiaobao couldn't care less. He took off his shirt and went to the place where the tractor was. There were people guarding the tractor. There was even a shelter on top of the tractor. It was like a treasure. Zhang Xiaobao also treated the diesel tractor as a treasure. He stretched out his hand and gently stroked the head of the tractor. His movements were very gentle, as if he was afraid that he would damage the diesel engine. Li Longji and the others also saw the tractor. To them, this tractor was something they had never seen before. They looked at it curiously. This tractor had 3 wheels. It looked better than the wheels of a carriage. In front of the tractor was a big rectangular head. The most eye-catching part of the head was the eye. Then, there were 2 bicycle handlebars connected from the bottom of the tractor. They looked like they were connected to the wheels. They should be used to adjust the direction of the tractor. At the back of the tractor was a metal bucket. It was fixed to the 2 wheels at the back. The saddle was very high. If a person sat on it, they would feel like they were looking down from above. Other than that, there was nothing special. Oh, there was also a large chimney. There was also a hat on top of the chimney to block the rain. This thing is the walking tractor that the Ministry of Works spent countless amounts of money and effort to develop. The highly skilled people in the Ministry of Works have spent countless amounts of money and energy to develop. It is clearly another type of bicycle. I finally know what a hand-guided tractor is. A hand-guided tractor is a handlebar that is connected to both sides of the tractor. Is the string connected to the handlebars of the tractor? A tractor is a tractor with something loaded at the back. Is this tractor worth nearly 10 million strings of coins? Li Longji roughly sized up the tractor and shook his head. He said to Zhang Xiaobao, who was still touching it. Zhang Xiaobao stopped and brought over a wet towel. He wrung the water and wiped his hands. He replied, Your Majesty is wise. It is indeed this tractor. Good. This tractor shall be this tractor. Let me use it. I will see if it is worth 10 million strings of coins. Li Longji was slightly disappointed. The hand-guided tractor's appearance was not very good. It was not as elegant as a sedan. Zhang Xiaobao took a deep breath and stretched out his hand. The person next to him was stunned for a moment. Then, he reacted and handed over a curved metal rod. It was actually the starting handle. Zhang Xiaobao received it and was about to start it when Wang Wan walked over worriedly. She was afraid that Zhang Xiaobao would not start the engine and instead break his arm. It looked a little scary, especially when it had not been scientifically proven. Xiaobao, do you know how to drive? Wang Wan asked worriedly. She wanted to say drive a tractor, but she also wanted to say ride a tractor. In the end, she chose to say drive. Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand confidently and said, No problem. Didn't the letter say that our hand-guided tractor is very powerful? It only needs 2 gears. 1 front gear and 1 reverse gear. The rest of the time, it uses a stepless speed change and a manual brake system. There are even shock-absorbing springs under the seats. Not to mention anything else, look at its chimney. Did you notice? It is completely different from the cars you used to sit in. Your car is 1 meter deep. Can it cross? This tractor is fine. Do you understand? What nonsense. Just because the chimney goes up, you think it can be used as a submarine. What's with the manual brake system? Just say that the manual brake is not enough. 2 gears, front and back, stepless speed change. Because it is too difficult to put more gears, we directly use the accelerator to control it. If there is more fuel, it will go faster. If there is less fuel, it will slow down. If there is no fuel, it will stop, right? Wang Wan was really worried about letting Zhang Xiaobao drive such an advanced thing personally. What if it suddenly exploded? Other people's explosions were just cracks or burnt parts. This tractor could easily escalate to the level of explosion. Yes, yes, yes. We are still in the early stages of entrepreneurship, so we can only deal with it like this. However, it will not affect our testing and future development. Trust me, there will be a steering wheel, and there will be a car air conditioner. Now, we can also make a better shape for the exhaust pipe in winter and walk next to the driver's seat. It will become a heating system, but it cannot be too waterproof. Just watch me. Zhang Xiaobao said as he inserted the rocker handle into the tractor. He waved to the person beside him and asked him to press the oil supply system. It is the thing that looks like a manual brake. Wang Wan took a few steps back and sneered. You think waterproof depends on how tall the exhaust pipe is? If that is the case, any tractor factory can build a submarine. Tractor factories can build tanks. When I am done with the tests, it is just a tank. When the time comes, we can just put a layer of metal on the outside. Can we change the exterior and make a beautiful cover? For example, a Mercedes-Benz. Who cares what is inside, right? Help me open the decompression valve. I was wondering why I could not shake it. Zhang Xiaobao tried to shake it with all his might and realized that he could not shake it with all his might. Then, he remembered that there is still one thing he did not touch. If he can manually increase the pressure to the point where the diesel can burn, he might become a god. The person beside him wanted to laugh but did not dare to laugh. He helped to open the decompression valve. Zhang Xiaobao started to shake the tractor faster and faster. After shaking it to a certain extent, he suddenly pulled out the handle. The diesel engine finally started. It sounded like a continuous drum beat in the rain. Billowing black smoke came out of the tractor. Success. It was too easy. In the past, when he started his own car, it was not so easy. He still had to open the door, get in the car, and close the door. Under everyone's gaze, Zhang Xiaobao turned over and got into the tractor. With one hand on the handle, he released the clutch and stepped on the accelerator. Then, everyone saw the hand-guided tractor chirping cheerfully as it moved forward. Fortunately, the condition of the road was not bad. It was a cement field used for drying grains. This was a big field. Now that it was sealed, outsiders were not allowed to enter. Zhang Xiaobao could use all his strength to speed up the tractor. 30 kilometers per hour was too easy for him to reach. Even if it was a truck full of people, it would not be a problem. Li Longji looked at Zhang Xiaobao driving the tractor in circles around the field. He was puzzled. Didn't Xiaobao say that there was a shock absorber? Why was the tractor still shaking up and down? The smoke is too thick. It will smell when the wind is against us. What is the reason? Li Longji turned his head and asked Wang Wan. It is because of the oil. We have a different type of diesel here. Moreover, the refined diesel seems to be different every time. We need to see what the crude oil is like. It is not a big problem. Now, we need to see how long the diesel engine can last. Wang Wan felt helpless about the development of technology. Li Longji nodded in understanding and said, "It's fine. If you really can't handle it, wear a mask. Wear a few layers, or a gas mask with charcoal inside. It should be able to last for a long time without fainting." Zhang Xiaobao did not care about the smoke. It could be seen, but it was uncomfortable to breathe in. In the past, there were many smokes that could not be seen. In fact, it was more harmful. The Chinese people's bodies were very tough. They could eat, drink, use, and breathe in poisonous things. They could still achieve the dream of a strong country. Along with the sound of the tractor, Xiaobao drove around the crowd twice before stopping. He said to the crowd, "Come on up, let's go for a spin. I'll show you what speed is." Li Longji was not a coward. He held the edge of the back of the tractor and jumped in. He stood behind Zhang Xiaobao and held the railing that was specially placed there. He looked into the distance, as if he was ready to fly. Xiao Bei and the others also climbed into the tractor one after another. They each found a good posture and position. Some were squatting, some were standing, and some were sitting as they waited for the ride. Zhang Xiaobao started again and led everyone around the grain sunning field. It had to be said that the effect was not bad. Other than Wang Wan, the others felt very comfortable, fresh, and excited. For a moment, they felt that the bumpiness was not as big as before. It was much less than riding a horse. After one round, Zhang Xiaobao pressed the accelerator to the limit. The speed of the tractor suddenly increased. On the flat concrete ground, it made the people in the back of the tractor feel as if they were riding a horse. The raindrops fell on their faces. It was as if they were facing an army of thousands. "How is it? Is it fast? Does it feel good? Isn't it much better than a normal horse carriage?" As Zhang Xiaobao drove the tractor, he kept turning his head to look behind. He also shouted loudly to suppress the sound of the engine. Li Longji did not know if it was because of the smoke or the rain, but he felt as if he was riding a cloud. When he heard Zhang Xiaobao shouting, he also shouted. "It's so fast. Awesome. It's only a little slower than a horse sprinting. But when a horse is tired, it has to stop to eat grass. This thing is good. It only uses that diesel. It has a lot of strength too. It can still run so fast while carrying so many people. If it's equipped, it will be invincible on flat terrain." "Xiaobao, why are you always biased? If you are more upright, I will be scared. Why do you need such a long handle? A bicycle is also shorter. Let the people from the Ministry of Works think of a solution. They are not doing their best." Li Longji thought of the war chariots used in war. Chariots were good, but they needed horses to pull them. How much protection did the horses need to be able to block the enemy's attack? Compared to the tractor, the chariot was much worse. In the future, they could really make a chariot and add layers of armor. They don't even need to put any soldiers in the chariot. They only need a driver. They can put long swords around the chariot and charge forward. The enemies will fall one by one. Flesh and blood will not be able to stop the chariot. When they thought of this, they wanted to high-five each other, but they were afraid of being jolted off the chariot. Zhang Xiaobao kept making the chariot deviate because he kept turning back. He had given up looking at other people's expressions. Zhang Xiaobao steadied the handle and shouted, "The people from the Ministry of Works are too stupid. They can't do a good job in the steering system. They should have fixed the rearview mirror for me. So stupid." Zhang Xiaobao stopped the chariot and wiped the rain off his face. He said to everyone, "Let's go back first. Take a shower and change our clothes. When the weather clears up, we will run a few more laps. I will get someone to install a shed on the chariot." Li Longji also climbed out of the chariot and stood on the firm ground. He realized that his legs were a little weak. Xiao Bei and the rest of the children were jumping up and down. Their eyes were shining, and it was obvious that they did not have enough fun. "Brother, can you remove the chariot at the back and change it to a house? It will be fun inside. After a few jolts, I will fall asleep." Xiao Bei thought of the house she had in the beginning. At that time, she was pulled by a horse. Now that there was a tractor, she could just put the house up. When the time came, she could travel very far in one breath. Zhang Xiaobao waved his arms and said, "Sure, when the shock absorber technology improves a little more, I'll make a house for you. The front of the car should also be changed to 2 wheels, or else it'll be easy to overturn. The horse is not tired, but the driver is. My arms are sore. Can't the handlebars be shorter? I've already said so." When Li Longji looked at the tractor again, his gaze was different from before. He finally realized the great use of this thing. The simplest use was to transport goods. Zhang Xiaobao gave it some thought and nodded. "Yes, you can use the steering wheel without the handlebars. However, you need 2 wheels in front. The structure isn't difficult. You don't have to tell me about the structure. I don't want to learn it. I know that it may seem simple, but it won't be easy to grasp the theory behind it. It'll be best if the weather clears up tomorrow. We'll try again." Li Longji circled the tractor twice. Then, he waved his hand and walked toward his home. He looked up at the sky and grumbled inwardly. The main reason was that Lu Zhou's roads were too good. The roads were wide and flat. Some were made of cement, some were made of crushed stones, and some were made of pure sand. If it was a sunny day, Lu Zhou would be able to take a good look around on the tractor. It was much faster than a carriage. Moreover, there was no need to stop occasionally to let the horse rest when it was moving at high speed. This thing did not seem to know the concept of fatigue. After the excitement subsided, the group of people went back to bathe and sleep. When it was midnight, they woke up to eat. "Xiao Bao, I've seen it. It's not bad. Although we've invested quite a bit of money, I know that it's only because we've spent a lot of money on research and experiments. When the technology gradually improves, the Ministry of Works won't need to invest more money in this area. We can even start to earn money. 1 year. Can you do it in 1 year?" Li Longji was still thinking about the diesel engine when he ate. He had just taken a sip of his soup when he made a request to Zhang Xiaobao. In his opinion, since the engine was produced, with Zhang Xiaobao's ability to make money, he would be able to break even in no time. Then, he would be able to generate profits. Zhang Xiaobao put down his chopsticks. After giving it some thought, he shook his head. "I can't do it. This thing won't be able to generate profits in 5 years. It's not that it's impossible. I'll take it out and make a beautiful box. I'll put people in it and build a better road. For example, from the capital to Luoyang, I'll board a boat when I cross the river. I'll collect money from the rich and take 20 people with me. The trip will cost 100 strings of coins, and the round trip will cost me 4,000 strings of coins. However, I can't do that. Every time a diesel engine is produced by hand, research needs to be done. There will be lathes, boats, lifting equipment, and other things. Also, it doesn't mean that there won't be any more investments after the diesel engine is produced. This is the first-generation diesel engine, just like the steam engine. In the future, there won't be many developments in the steam engine, especially for small boats. But the diesel engine won't do. It needs to be updated generation after generation. Don't think that there are only 2 types of diesel engines in the future. The technology needs to be researched, and it's not that simple. We still need to invest more. The diesel engine has just been produced, and it will generate profits in a year. To be honest, I don't even dare to think about this. After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, he took a bite of his mantou and did not say anything else. He really admired Li Longji for having such thoughts. Li Longji frowned and sighed. Are you worried that the diesel engines produced now will always have problems? Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. Why is that? Every year, we spend a lot of money on the Ministry of Works. Some of the officials in the imperial court are always complaining. It's not good. If we keep suppressing them, they won't have the mood to do anything else. Li Longji felt that the Ministry of Works was a bottomless pit. There were many things that needed to be researched, but they cannot be converted into money in a short period of time. What if they only research on one aspect? After researching on one aspect, they can start to research on the next when they can make money. Wang Wan seemed to have guessed Li Longji's thoughts. She stopped eating and said, Your Majesty, we really need time to settle down. There are many technologies that cannot be researched by just anyone. They need to be researched as a whole. For example, the people in charge of the diesel engine research cannot do it. They also need to follow up on smelting, forging, and other aspects. Furthermore, even if they can produce a lot of diesel engines now, they cannot use them to make money. Who can we earn money from? Earn money from the imperial court. Earn money from the military. At most, we can only earn money from these two aspects. We cannot earn money from the rich. When the military is equipped with more equipment, including small boats, land transportation, and cannons, we will need to wait until the second generation. Only after researching on the second, third, or fourth generation can we bring out the first generation to use on the people's livelihood. We need to have some trump cards. Once we use it on the people's livelihood, others will know. I know that you want to use it as a machine for farming, water utilization, electricity generation, transportation, and so on. It does have these uses, but we need to wait. Li Longji had thought of this problem even without Wang Wan saying it. No matter what technology it was, as long as it was produced, its first application would be in the military. However, there was indeed pressure in the imperial court. Not everyone was so smart. Some people knew what was going on, but they could come up with a different theory that sounded convincing. Thinking about how some people were targeting the Zhang family and Wang family, Li Longji felt vexed. He said to Zhang Xiaobao, if the Ministry of Works uses the National Treasury's money for research, there will be officials who will be unhappy. Even if they use my own money, in their eyes, my money is Great Tang's money. They will always feel that we don't have enough money, even if our current income is a few dozen taels of decibels. After all, we also have other expenses. If we encounter some special situation and don't have enough money, they will panic. If we don't use the National Treasury's money and only use your family's money, they will object. The Ministry of Works is Great Tang's Ministry of Works. If we keep using your money, won't it become your Ministry of Works? If you directly donate it to the Imperial Court, the officials in the Imperial Court will redistribute your money. They are willing, but if you directly put your money into the Ministry of Works, that won't do. Sigh, I can't do anything about the issue of status. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Li Longji and realized that Li Longji did have a helpless expression. However, he felt that Li Longji wasn't as helpless as he said. It seemed like he had some ulterior motive and wanted to use him as a scapegoat to kill his enemies. This person was too unrighteous. He rushed forward when there was something good, but he insisted on letting him and Cuckoo deal with offending others. There were indeed officials in the imperial court who were against the Zhang family, but the ratio didn't exceed those who supported the Zhang family. Who would dare to stop the research of the Ministry of Works? If there was one, they would kill one. If there were two, they would kill a pair. There were indeed people in the imperial court who didn't allow the Zhang family to spend money. However, that was in the beginning. Later on, didn't they set up a company together? Furthermore, they had invested a lot of money. After the company was set up, the money had to be spent by the Ministry of Works. At the same time, oh, I get it now. Li Longji must have seen the results, so he wanted to take them out first to shut the mouths of those who opposed him. He wanted to let them see hope and at the same time, prove how prescient Li Longji was. However, he and Cuckoo had objected to taking out the diesel engine. If that was the case, wouldn't it mean that Li Longji's opinion was wrong? So that was the case. He thought that it was something big. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaobao's eyes turned. He smiled and said to Li Longji, "Your Majesty, I just remembered that our investment group needs some results to boost the confidence of the people, right?" "Oh. There's such a thing. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten." "Yes, how do we boost the confidence?" "Xiao Bao, do you have a good idea?" Li Longji suddenly understood. At the same time, he was very satisfied and pushed the matter to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao pouted. He was almost speechless. "Li Longji, can't you just say it directly? Why do you have to beat around the bush?" Sigh. "Your Majesty, this matter is simple. If we want them to earn money, it won't be possible in a short period of time. However, if we want them to enjoy it, it won't be a problem. To be honest, the wind turbine in their house and the hydropower station by the river are too lousy. Not only do those things always have problems when they are used, but the wind and water are also very convenient. The electricity generated is very small and can't be considered stable. Many people use it to show others that they have it in their house to show their status. However, now that we have a decent diesel engine, we can ask the Ministry of Works to build a few more and send electricity to their house. They can use it however they want. It's just a waste of diesel. If they were to count the cost of the diesel fuel as part of the group's profits, they would be able to use the electricity whenever they wanted. Once the electricity was used, they would not be able to keep it. It would be a waste if they did not use it. If there is excess electricity, we can use a wire to give to the rich. The profits will be used to maintain the generators. This way, they will be overjoyed. The company will give them some electrical appliances like electric furnaces. This is not a problem. We can try all kinds of materials to see which is more heat resistant and has higher resistance. They can use electric furnaces to cook, and the food should be very fragrant. At least, those who invite guests to their house will feel that the food is very fragrant. These electrical appliances will also be considered as part of the company's profits, and I believe they will be willing. What do you think? Zhang Xiaobao suggested as he looked at Li Longji, waiting for his decision. Good. It's good to be able to generate electricity. I agree. When we return to Beijing, the Ministry of Works should be able to produce a lot of diesel engines. I will show them how good this thing is. Li Longji praised. He had finally achieved his goal. Wang Wan, who was beside him, added. Also, we can build a few more tractors and cover the diesel engines in front. No one can see what is inside, and we will not have a bucket at the back. We can just use a shiny metal sheet to pick them up in the morning and at night. We can arrange according to the routes and let them enjoy riding on horseback. The bumpy ride is also a form of enjoyment. At least, others will not be able to ride on the bumpy ride. But this way, people from other places will know about Great Tang's new products. Hence, the speed of the tractors must be slow. Even if they know about it, they can still hide some of their strength. This is the best solution. When Wang Wan said that they can let others see the diesel engines, Li Longji hesitated. Let's put aside the tractors for now. We will see what they think. If they are satisfied with the electricity, we will not let them see the tractors. Based on what you all said, we can save money by not letting them see the tractors. Can we stop them from talking? No. Not only that, I think the diesel engines will break down very quickly. After all, they are being used 24 hours a day. Just the wastage alone is not a small sum. Zhang Xiaobao poured a bucket of cold water on Li Longji. This time, Li Longji hesitated again. After thinking for a while, he said, since that is the case, let's consider other methods. Xiaobao, you are smart. Think of a few more ideas. It is not worth it to waste the diesel engine manufacturing materials for them. Your Majesty, don't worry. It's worth it, very worth it. In fact, even if we don't generate electricity for them, the diesel engine has to be used in other places and not left idle. The purpose of the work is to see the extent of the diesel engine's wear and tear, so that we can determine where the material needs to be improved. Using the diesel engines on them is killing two birds with one stone. Now, it is decided. Not only the diesel engines, but also the wastage of the wires and transformers. To be honest, when we use electricity now, the voltage is not stable. We use the electricity directly on the electrical appliances, so the light bulbs will always break down. We cannot continue to do this in the future. Now, let's treat it as giving them some benefits during the experiment. Who asked them to spend money? Yes, we can also use the diesel engines to make popcorn. The other type of popcorn is a long stick. Basically, any kind of rice will do. If we really sell it, we will not be able to sell it for much money. But we will not sell it and give it to the people who invested the money. Tang Dynasty only has one batch of popcorn, and other places will not be able to eat it. They will not be able to measure the value of the popcorn directly. As long as it is not too overboard, we can just give them whatever they want. If their families want to earn more, they can sell the popcorn, and the money will belong to them. But there is a limit to the amount we can give them. If they want more, they will have to spend their own money. We will give them a price that is more suitable for the cost. Ha! Zhang Xiaobao finished and laughed. If they do as he said, the Ministry of Works can put the experiment in a way that will make them unable to refute. Good. Li Longji continued to praise without holding back. Xiaobao, get someone to make the popcorn first. I will personally name it and set the cost. Good people, we are all good people. We will sell it at the cost. Li Longji narrowed his eyes. He knew that Zhang Xiaobao was lying about the cost. Anyway, the popcorn was in the Ministry of Works, and they can't just casually go over to check the cost. At the same time, the most important thing is that they want to live a better life. Seeing that they can't take out the money they invested and can't even get dividends, they can only do business. This way, when they are free, they will not spend their time finding fault with the Zhang family and Wang family. Alright. Since Your Majesty has agreed, I'll get someone to make a machine that can make popcorn when we return. It's not difficult. We'll use a diesel engine. One is for crushing, and the other is for heating. Speaking of popcorn, it's delicious. Children will definitely use that stick as a weapon to compare it. At the mention of popcorn, Zhang Xiaobao was reminded of the past. Back then, the lives of the common people were relatively good. However, not only was popcorn not eliminated, but it was even more popular. It was cheap and tasted good. The matter was settled during mealtime. The next day, the sky finally cleared up. The common people who were looking at the riverside in relief. They did not have to waste any more time. Li Longji sat on the tractor driven by Zhang Xiaobao again. In the beginning, they drove the tractor around the grain-sunning field. However, they felt that the place was too small. After discussing it with Zhang Xiaobao, they sent soldiers to keep an eye on the people who came from other places. They avoided them and drove the tractor deeper into Luzhou. The sound of the tractor rang throughout the entire journey. When the common people of Luzhou saw this, they were only curious. However, they did not ask about it. After all, they were familiar with Luzhou's situation. There were many things that they were curious about. Every time they tested the weapons, they would be curious. However, they had developed the habit of keeping it a secret. They would not tell outsiders. Even if they were from Great Tang, as long as they did not belong to Luzhou, they would not tell them anything related to intelligence. Jiang Wang clan's duo saw the tractor as well. Initially, they wanted to give it a try. However, they found the ride was very bumpy. Moreover, the sound was uncomfortable, so they gave up. Moreover, they did not allow Zhang Xiaobao to drive the tractor closer to Luzhou. They did not want to hurt the child in her womb. For the next few days, Li Longji would go out and ride the tractor every day. After 6 days, Li Longji lost the novelty of riding the tractor because he could not drive it himself. After sitting for a long time, he found that he would get carsick. Hence, he suggested riding the tractor for the last time in the next few days. After that, he would not ride it for the time being. The last time Li Longji would ride the tractor was when he asked Zhang Xiaobao to bring a group of people to the foot of the 100,000 mountains to take a look. He wanted to leave the tractor at the foot of the 100,000 mountains for the time being. There were many man-made roads in the 100,000 mountains. Although they were not wide or flat, it was not a problem for people to walk on them. Even if the terrain was dangerous, there were various safeguards. Li Longji's purpose in entering the tractor was to shoot at the prey. He no longer used a bow and arrow. Instead, he used a rifle. Although he did not usually use rifles, he was better than most soldiers who had undergone shooting training. His hands were steady, and his eyes were accurate. When Zhang Xiaobao saw Li Longji killing the 2 rabbits with a single shot, he could not help but feel impressed. The 2 rabbits were not standing still. Instead, they were moving without any pattern. In the end, Li Longji found an opportunity and fired. The 2 rabbits were killed at the same time. Zhang Xiaobao sighed inwardly. This was an awesome person. He did not lose his reputation at all. Wang Wan had said before about Li Longji's talent. No matter how muddle-headed he was in the later stages, he was still very impressive in the early stages. He learned things quickly, and he was very good at them. At the same time, he was able to govern the country and scheme against the various prime ministers. No one could be the left prime minister for too long until he became arrogant. After that, the great Tang started to go downhill. Chapter 11:23. Li Longji did not know what would have happened to him if he had not met Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. What would have happened to Tang dynasty? He also did not know what Zhang Xiaobao thought of him. At this moment, he was competing with others in spear techniques. There was Gao Lishir, Wang Ju, and Luzhou's provincial governor, Su Mingyang. As for Empress Wang and Wu Huifei, they stayed at home to accompany Jiang Wang clan. They did not want to waste time, especially when they were going into the mountains. If there were too many people, they would not be able to hunt. The entire mountain was filled with people, especially many maids and eunuchs. The group was too big. If there were too few people, it would be inconvenient for them. They had to control their bathing and other things. Hence, they decided to stay. This was especially true for Wu Huifei. She did not like to fight personally. Now that she was in Luzhou, she could go to the Chamber of Commerce every day to observe and learn. She wanted to see if she could catch up with other people's thinking. She could even find loopholes in their thinking and help to fill in the gaps. It was a very fulfilling thing for her. Empress Wang liked martial arts. She was born in such a family. Under the circumstances that she did not want to go into the mountains with others, she would take a gun every day and go to the dock to practice target shooting. She would shoot at the targets on a small boat that was prepared for her in the water. Empress Wang found that the moving targets she used to shoot at in the palace could not be compared to the moving targets that moved up and down in the waves. There was almost no pattern to it. Seeing the small boat being pushed up by the waves and then falling, when he opened fire, he found that he missed because before the small boat could fall, the hidden force in the waves changed its position, or it was immediately pushed up again. This made her feel that she should take advantage of this time to practice her spear techniques. When she returned to the palace, she could show off her skills to the palace maids who did not follow her. Without them, Li Longji's group had an easier time in the mountains. Empress Wang and Wu Huifei did not come, but Pan and her sister came with Little Bei. They could not shoot yet, so they could only watch anxiously as others shot. From time to time, they would point at certain animals and shout at the adults who were hiding and preparing to launch a sneak attack. In the end, before the adults could react, the animals they pointed at first became alert and then ran away. The two of them had done such a thing countless times, but they still enjoyed it. To them, it didn't matter if they hit animals or not. As long as there were more people and it was lively, it was enough. Especially when they could follow Xiao Bei and the others, they could listen to stories before going to bed at night. Xiao Bei had just discovered a deer and was preparing to shoot when she got closer. Her gun's recoil was small, and the power was also small, so she had to get closer. In the end, just as they were about to reach the shooting position, Pan cheered the deer on, causing it to take large strides and run. Little Yuan, don't you think we should talk to Big Brother and Big Sister and ask them to give us a few rifles? Our shitty handguns are too close, and Pan and the others want to help so much, so we can't hit them. Sigh. Today was probably the day with the least harvest. It had been a few days already. The 11 of us can't even compare to one of them after a day of fighting. That hateful Su Mingyang can actually shoot more than us. Outrageous. After Xiao Bei saw that they couldn't catch up to the deer, she complained to Little Yuan. Of course, she didn't say that Pan and the others were bad. They were still children, so they couldn't treat them as burdens. If there was no more prey, they could think of a way, but they couldn't hurt the hearts of children. Little Yuan hesitated for a moment and said, I think Big Brother and Big Sister can't agree. The recoil of the rifle is strong, and it can easily hurt us. It's better to continue shooting with the handguns. If it really doesn't work, we can go to a place with water and wait. Animals need to drink water after all. It's all the tourists' fault. I heard from Big Brother and Big Sister that the animals in the mountains didn't know how to be afraid when they saw people, and they didn't run. In the end, because of the tourists hunting, they made the animals smart. They ran away as fast as they could when the wind blew and the grass blew. Sigh. Thinking of this matter, Little Yuan was indeed helpless, but she also understood. Guns were not allowed in other places, no matter how rich you were. In the entire Tang dynasty, other than the soldiers who specialized in training guns, only the 100,000 Mountains tourist area to the north of Luzhou could use guns. The tourists needed to rent a gun first. According to the gun, the cost was different. Handguns were cheap, rifles were expensive, and machine guns. There were no machine guns, but there were several kinds of rifles and handguns. They could choose their guns according to their height, body coordination, and habits in their daily life. Of course, the bullets were the same. It was impossible to make many kinds of bullets. That would be very disadvantageous to the army. Then, those people could play with guns. As long as they had money, and they didn't hold a gun alone, and there was someone watching over them, they could play with guns as they pleased. Bullets were not very expensive as well. Usually, it cost 3 rounds. How many people who could travel to the 100,000 mountains north of Luzhou would care about this little bit of money? Although the cost of bullets was very low, 60 to 70 rounds of bullets could be made with a typical amount of money. The result was that the animals, who were supposed to be slightly closer to humans, became smarter. It was no longer like the beginning, when you held a knife, the animals would look at you blankly, just like many animals in the Commander-in-Chief's mansion in Bohai Sea. Xiao Bei also sighed and said, "There are many animals in the 100,000 mountains. With the people here now, it's impossible to kill all of them. It doesn't even have much of an impact. After all, everyone is here to play. There are many bullets, but more people can't catch any prey. More importantly, if they catch too much prey, they need to spend more money to buy the prey back. It sounds unreasonable, but people still come. Little Yuan, let's give it a try. We're not as young as we were a few years ago. We don't lack any nutrition, and we can play all kinds of games to train our bodies. We're bigger than ordinary children of the same age. Tell big brother and big sister to let us try shooting a few rifles. If it's possible, ask for a few. We'll take turns to shoot and take a break after 2 or 3 shots. It's better than not being able to hit anything now. It's a pity that our marksmanship isn't good enough. That Su Mingyang is too hateful. Yesterday, he actually managed to stun a wild boar. Wild boar, big guy. With his marksmanship, how could he possibly shoot a bullet into the wild boar's eye? It's too unreasonable. After Xiao Bei's persuasion, the 11 children decided to change their guns. They headed toward Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were accompanying Li Longji. The two of them basically did not shoot easily. Their guns and bullets were specially made for sniping. They did not shoot to protect Li Longji. If they hit a few wild boars and then the wild boars found their location and rushed over, the two of them would be responsible for taking down the wild boars on the road. Otherwise, they would have to use the machine gun. The sound of the machine gun was annoying. Look around for me and see if you can find a tiger. Shui Yun and the rest are too lazy. After they came over, they ran to the trees to rest. They didn't work and specifically waited for us to catch prey to feed them. If they don't have the ability, I won't say anything. But their family is in the 100,000 mountains. How can they catch food to eat? After Li Longji shot another rabbit, he decided not to shoot any more rabbits when he saw one in the future. There was no sense of accomplishment. He complained that Shui Yun's family did not help him find powerful prey. Yesterday's harvest was quite good, but it was not as impressive as when Su Mingyang hunted a wild boar. An excellent hunter can find and kill powerful wild beasts even without the help of any assistance and without a sword, spear, and bow. Zhang Xiaobao climbed on a relatively high terrain and aimed his gun in several directions. He heard Li Longji's voice. It sounded like he was talking to himself, but it also sounded like he was talking to Li Longji. Li Longji coughed. But I don't have time to contact the tracking system. It's already very good that I'm able to practice my spear technique to this extent. At the very least, I'm better than Wang Qing. Li Longji wanted to say that he was better than Su Mingyang because Su Mingyang had never touched a gun before. Although he was a third-grade high official, he was a civil official. Whether it was before or after he came to Luzhou, he had never touched a real gun. Su Mingyang's shooting was indeed inaccurate, but he wasn't stupid. His luck was good. Yesterday, he had shot a wild boar, and the day before that, he had killed a python. The python was originally coiled on a tree, but he had aimed at a fox about 20 meters away from the tree. He was about 100 meters away from the fox. When he suddenly fired, the python was unlucky. Its head was smashed, and it fell from the tree. Since it was his trophy, could he have been any further away? For the past 2 days, he was the one who had the best kills. The main problem was that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not take the initiative to attack. They were responsible for the losses. Hence, Li Longji could not say that Zhang Xiaobao was not good enough. He could only say that Wang Ju, who had not fired a gun many times, only had a chance to touch a gun after Zhang Xiaobao and the others arrived in Hangzhou. Let's go somewhere else. I think the animals nearby heard the gunshots and ran away in fear. This time, we're not allowed to fire when we're traveling. We'll talk about it when we reach the next place. Li Longji had no choice but to pull the safety pin. He put the gun behind him and headed to another place. The place he was referring to was a house specially built for people who came here to have fun. If the people who came here to have fun and spend money were unlucky and did not kill anything, they could enter the house specially prepared for them to eat the food left behind by others. They did not need to follow the rules. After eating, they had to replenish the food. They only needed to spend money. Naturally, there would be others who would help to replenish the food in the house. Master Su, I don't know if you can kill a powerful guy today. It would be better if it was a bear or a tiger. Wang Ju followed the group and said to Su Mingyang, who was also carrying a gun, with jealousy. Su Mingyang smiled embarrassedly. I'll try my best. I was lucky yesterday and the day before yesterday. Anyway, these few days have been good. I don't think I can do it today, but I don't expect to. It's best if I can kill something. Even if I can't, I won't starve. After saying this, Su Mingyang still had a trace of pride. He did not need to kill anything today to eat. His harvest the day before yesterday and yesterday had already given him the qualifications to eat here for half a month. This was the rule set by Li Longji when they came. Lord Su, you should shoot as many as you can. If you shoot more, not only will you be able to eat, but you will also be rewarded. I'm impressed. I can't do it. Although I touched the gun a few days earlier than you and practiced on the boat, I'm not as accurate as you. Wang Ju emphasized again. What he meant was that if Su Mingyang decided which animal to shoot, he would definitely not be able to hit it. He guaranteed that he would miss. He had touched a gun before Su Mingyang, so how could his marksmanship not be as good as Su Mingyang's? Su Mingyang did not say anything this time. He just smiled. He admitted that his marksmanship was not good. What was good was luck. He was always able to find a dead mouse. However, he also liked guns very much. In the past, he only knew that some of the Tang army could use guns, which were more powerful than crossbows. It was a pity that he had never touched a gun before. He could not even see one. This time, the emperor allowed him to come, and he finally got to try it. It was really addicting. At such a long distance, he did not need to use too much strength. He only needed to hook his finger to kill the other side. There was nothing more addictive than this. If he could stay a few more days, he would definitely be able to practice his marksmanship. Even if it was a little worse than the emperor, it would still be better than other people. The only pity was that he did not see Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's marksmanship. It was said that the two of them were the ones who could be called accurate. They basically shot wherever they pointed. However, since entering the mountains, the two of them had only fired a few times. Moreover, they were not shooting at animals. They just randomly shot at a place. Of course, they did not admit that they were randomly shooting. Instead, they said that the places where they shot were all places where there might be an ambush. When the bullets hit, they would know if there was anyone hiding there. How was that possible? If someone was hiding and you hit them, if someone was really hit in the head, they would die. There would not be any other movements. How could you tell if there was someone or not? Until now, they had not found anyone lying in ambush. In fact, if it was him, he could also do this. If there was really someone there, they would be scared out of their wits. Could it be that the two of them were not as powerful as others said, and their marksmanship was just mediocre? While Su Mingyang was silently cursing, Xiao Bei and the group of children ran over under the protection of the guards. Once they arrived at their destination, Xiao Bei made his request while following the team in another direction. Hearing that Xiao Bei and the group of children wanted to play with rifles, Su Mingyang shook his head. He felt that it was absolutely impossible. When he was shooting, he felt that his shoulder was very uncomfortable. How could the children bear it? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not think like Su Mingyang. The two of them looked at the rifles in other people's hands, then looked at their younger brothers and sisters. They looked at each other and Zhang Xiaobao opened his mouth. You can try, but after shooting once, you have to let me check if you are injured. If you are really injured, don't shoot. If you are not injured, I will allow you to change guns. That's great, Su Mingyang. If we change guns, do you dare to compete with us? Xiao Bei cheered happily and turned his head to Su Mingyang to ask for a competition. Chapter 11:24. Xiao Bei's form of address made Su Mingyang frown slightly. It was very impolite to call others by their surname and first name. If it was an ordinary person living at the bottom of the society, it would still be okay, but they were all officials and literati. Yes, you are literate, so you are considered literati for the time being. As if he didn't see Su Mingyang's unhappy expression, Xiao Bei still asked happily, do you want to compete? There can be a prize. If you win, we will give you 1% of this year's Baby Candy House's net profit, okay? Su Mingyang was unhappy just now, but now his eyes widened. How much would 1% of Baby Candy House's annual income be? How many baby candy houses in the Tang Empire? More than 4,000. It wasn't difficult for each branch to earn 20 or 30 strings of coins a day. Even if it was 20 strings of coins, it would be more than 30 million strings of coins a year. After deducting the cost of candy and pastries, as well as the one-time investment of various equipment, and deducting the share given to others, and deducting the dam fund for the Tang Empire's children, there would be at least 5 or 6 million strings of coins left, right? Damn, I only heard that Xiao Bei's group of children worked with various rich people in the Tang Empire to do business, but I didn't calculate how much money they could earn in a year. They actually made so much money. Yes, they didn't pay taxes. As for the money given to the children, they were willing, and no one forced them. Su Mingyang thought very unreasonably. He didn't consider that if Xiao Bei's group of children didn't take out the money and didn't have any support for the place, no matter how much Li Longji doted on them, it would be impossible to give them tax exemption. The tax exemption would never be more than what the candy house paid. Su Mingyang was thinking about 1% at the moment, which was at least 50,000 strings of coins. 50,000, he wouldn't be able to earn that much even if he became an official until he died. Damn businessmen, damn officials and businessmen as one, they should be confiscated. Okay, I'll play a game with you and see who's the best. Su Mingyang, who couldn't resist the temptation, finally agreed shamelessly. He didn't forget to secretly look at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, afraid that they would object. Really? Xiao Bei asked again happily. Really? Su Mingyang didn't want anything for money. Okay, let me ask first, do you have money? Xiao Bei looked up and asked. Su Mingyang was stunned. What money? Wager, we'll take out 1% of the net profit. What will you take out? Xiao Bei asked with a puzzled look on his face. It was as if he was saying, you're so stupid. It's such a simple logic. Naturally, both parties have to offer a stake. Don't tell me you want to gain something without risking anything. Ha ha ha. Li Longji laughed heartily. Wang Wan pursed her lips. Zhang Xiaobao looked down at his feet. Gao Lisher also chuckled and instantly put on a straight face. He said to Su Mingyang, Governor Su, do you think Xiao Bei and the others are fools? I wouldn't dare. I wasn't thinking about the prize just now. I was just thinking about playing with Xiao Bei and the others. Yes, playing. Su Mingyang broke out in a cold sweat. His whole body felt much cooler, and the stuffy heat in the forest was immediately reduced. He had indeed forgotten about the fact that the stakes were equal. He had only thought about the 50,000 strings of cash. The main reason was because of jealousy. When he thought about how a group of children could earn so much money in a year, his heart felt unbalanced. Why could they do it? Didn't they have a good brother and sister? He definitely wouldn't take the initiative to think about how the good brother and sister came about. He also wouldn't consider what the starting point of the group of children was and how much effort they had put in. Do you remember now? Wang Chu asked coldly. A provincial governor who was almost 40 years old actually didn't care about his face for a bit of money. Do you think you can fool my grandson and granddaughter? Your IQ is really too low. Su Mingyang's face suddenly turned red. He nodded shyly. I remember now. I don't have the money to gamble, so I might as well not ask for a stake and just shoot a few shots. It's my fault. He once again displayed his ability to be flexible. I'll apologize, okay? In any case, you don't have any evidence to prove what I was thinking. Xiao Bei sighed regretfully. She thought that Su Mingyang would take out the money and win it. She was still very confident in her team. Although Su Mingyang was an adult, he hadn't been holding a gun for long. We are children, but we have practiced many times. Although it's a small gun and isn't very powerful, we still need to consider the wind direction and recoil when practicing. Especially Xiao Nan, he is the most accurate. On a 50-meter target, every shot has 10 points. On a 100-meter target, every shot has hit the target. The main reason is that the bullets are not powerful, so they will drift after hitting that distance. If it was a 30-meter shooting duel, Su Mingyang would be beaten into a beehive. Talent, this is talent. Who told you to not develop your talent when you were young? Xiao Bei, who found that she couldn't make much money, rolled her eyes. She pulled the other children together and began to mutter. Pan Er also squeezed in and called out. It seemed that she wanted to help but couldn't think of a good idea, so she was anxious. Li Longji and the others didn't rush them, especially Li Longji. He really wanted to see what kind of bad idea the little brats came up with. He understood the abilities of the little brats very well. They were different from ordinary children. Of course, their education methods were also different. Take his own daughter, Pan Er, for example. Along the way, he saw that when Pan Er saw others boiling water, she always wanted to reach out and try. If he were to teach her, he would definitely tell Pan not to reach out. The water was hot and could burn. If Pan still didn't understand, he would say it over and over again until she remembered. However, Xiaobao boiled a pot of water. Using a thermometer, when the temperature reached 70 degrees, he prepared a basin of cold water mixed with vinegar. He had Pan Er and the equally curious Jun Er put their hands into the 70 degrees water. When Pan Er and Jun Er cried out because they were scalded, he immediately put their hands into another basin. Then, he said that the water would burn people when it was heated to a certain point. Furthermore, he took out water of various temperatures under 70 degrees for the two to try. He didn't get tired of it. In the end, after trying for an hour, Pan Er and Jun actually understood that when they put their hands into the hot water and then into the cold water, they would feel that the cold water was even colder. They couldn't help but be impressed. Who in a normal family would specially boil water of various temperatures for their children to try for such a thing? However, Xiao Bao was able to do it. He even said with conviction that this was called direct experience. It was the fastest way for a person to accept and understand experience. Indirect experience was a bit lacking. So, when the conditions were right, they had to give their children as many opportunities to gain direct experience as possible. The prerequisite was that there was no danger. It was likely that Xiao Bei and the others had received a lot of direct experience education. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so smart. The group of children didn't know what the adults were thinking. After muttering for a while, they still let Xiao Bei handle the external matters. How about this, Su Mingyang. We're talking about money. We're all officials of the same court. Money is just a worldly possession. How about we use other things as wagers? Xiao Bei said to Su Mingyang with the appearance of an adult. Su Mingyang was almost driven crazy by Xiao Bei's words. This was what a child would say. Since they could say something like an adult, how could they not know that directly calling someone by their name was rude? It seems that the children were still worried. That's fine. Whatever you say, it's what it is. As long as I can do it, Su Mingyang said magnanimously. Now that there were other people present, he had to put on an act. I'm an adult. I won't argue with you children. I'm competing with you and shooting to play with you. I don't have any other thoughts. On. Since Su Qing said so, this one will vouch for you. Li Longji and Wei Wei nodded. They gave Su Mingyang face and admitted that he wasn't doing it for Xiao Bei and the others' money. Xiao Bei raised his head and asked, really? Su Mingyang trembled. He was already afraid that Xiao Bei would ask these two words. Now, he really wanted to ask first. What was the bet? But he was afraid that if he asked, the emperor and others would look down on him, so he could only nod and say, really? Well, I'll believe you this time. In fact, it's very simple. We won't gamble with money. As I said just now, it's not good to talk about money, and we won't gamble with things. Things are bought with money. You can rest assured. We won't say that whoever loses will resign. This position is given by Uncle Emperor. It's solemn, sacred, and can't be blasphemed, right? Xiao Bei's mouth became nimble again. Su Mingyang nodded, but he secretly cursed. You still know what's solemn and sacred? Uncle Emperor, these 4 words go against what you said. If you want to resign, I won't agree. If I resign, I won't have an official position. After you resign, you might turn around and get another official position. I'm not that close to your Uncle Emperor. Xiao Bei did not consider what Su Mingyang was thinking. He continued to say, Su Mingyang, we won't be able to leave Luzhou for the time being. You haven't completed your year yet. There are still a few more months to go. You can only return after spring next year. So, we're relatively free and have nothing to do. Of course, compared to you, we're slightly busier. We have to study, teach Pan, and listen to stories. As for eating and sleeping, there's not much difference, right? Hurry up and tell me what's the bet. I'm still worried. How can you say you're relatively free? You're a child, so you're naturally free. I'm the provincial governor of a province, and my day. Yes, I'm also relatively free. I don't have any real power as the provincial governor. The people don't need me to take charge. They just need me to be obedient. Su Mingyang thought about it and nodded again. You admit it, don't you? I'll say our bet. If you win, we'll cook for you for 2 months. The food we cook is something ordinary people can't even dream of eating. For 2 months, we're not afraid of hard work, but we can only cook 1 meal a day. If you lose, you'll work for 2 months at the docks with the people of Luzhou. No matter what the work is, you'll do it. You only need to cook 1 meal. As a local official, you should share the joys and sorrows of the people. What do you think? Xiao Bei told him the bet they had discussed. When Su Mingyang heard this, he was a little hesitant. He quickly glanced around and saw the emperor looking at him. He thought that even if he lost, he would work with the people at the docks for the emperor. Moreover, it was only for 1 meal. It did not matter. It was not shameful. If he won, he would not eat the food cooked by Xiao Bei and the others. He would have to show generosity and treat it as coaxing the children to leave a good impression on the emperor. So, he said, okay, I agree. Ha! Xiao Bei cheered. He turned to his brother and sister and said, "Actually, we've always wanted to cook for you, but we don't know how to." "Great, now that we've lost, we'll use Su Mingyang as a test subject. For 2 months, we'll cook the same meal for him every day. I believe he'll be able to master it." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had a blissful expression on their faces when they heard this. Su Mingyang was dumbfounded. "Ha ha ha, Xiaobei, there's still your uncle emperor." Li Longji chuckled as he reminded. "That's right. There's still Uncle Emperor. When we're done with our training, we'll cook for you. Su Mingyang, you have to practice seriously and win against us. Otherwise, we won't have the chance to cook for you." After promising Li Longji, Xiao Bei encouraged Su Mingyang again. Su Mingyang finally admitted that children were not ordinary when it came to scheming. 9 long guns were sent over. Xiao Bei gave one to each of the 9 people. Before the competition started, they each found a few targets that were far away and near to them to test the guns. After firing a few shots and familiarizing himself with the guns in his hands, Xiao Bei rubbed his shoulders and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Brother, it hurts a little. It feels like my bones are falling apart." Zhang Xiaobao squeezed Xiao Bei's shoulders and arms. He asked again and ordered someone to bring over 9 things that were torn from the bedding and tied them to his brother and sister. He said, "Now you can shoot a few more times. Rub it with medicinal wine before going to bed at night. You'll be fine after a few days of familiarizing yourself with it. Can we always use rifles in the future? We'll also carry pistols, but we'll have to change them to stronger ones." Xiao Bei asked expectantly. "Okay." Zhang Xiaobao nodded and agreed. "But you'll need to make a new one for you. The rifles have to be folded and shock absorbers have to be added." Xiao Bei cheered and ran to find Su Mingyang for the competition. Zhang Xiaobao rubbed his arms and turned to Wang Wan and said, "Shooting a few less times a day is not bad for health." Wang Wan said, "But you can't let them wear cotton wool on their shoulders. It will affect their accuracy. If they lose, do you really have to cook for Su Mingyang for 2 months? It's okay. When they encounter prey, the 9 of them will shoot together. Even if they can't hit the head, they can still hit the body. Su Mingyang's marksmanship is even worse. If he can get lucky with 1 shot, can he get lucky with every shot? When he loses, let him work at the dock for 2 months. Just treat it as helping him to train his body." Zhang Xiaobao said indifferently. "What's the use of doing such a small amount of work for 2 months a day? Xiao Bei and the others are really too much." After muttering and muttering, it turned out to be this bet. "I thought I could torment Su Mingyang." Wang Wan was not satisfied with the bet. Her younger brother and sister had to cook for 2 months. Compared to Su Mingyang, who only worked for a little bit every day for 2 months, it was not equal. It was a loss. Zhang Xiaobao didn't think it was so simple. He said, "Don't worry. When Su Mingyang loses, we'll know what Xiao Bei and the others are planning. Su Mingyang probably won't be able to recover. Even if he wins, it will be the same. Xiao Bei and the others must have a deep meaning. Just wait and see." "Why do I feel like you've guessed it?" Wang Wan asked suspiciously. "There's no such thing." Zhang Xiaobao denied. Now that there was a competition with bets, everyone in the team felt that it was a little more fun. As they continued to walk in the mountains, Xiao Bei's group of 9 spread out with their guns. Pan, and Wang Wan had no choice but to go to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and let them take care of them. When Su Mingyang saw Xiao Bei and the other 9 people take out binoculars, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. He had to look at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao didn't make things difficult for him and also gave him a pair of binoculars. As for whether he was proficient in using it or not, he didn't care. Su Mingyang's luck was good. As soon as he took the binoculars, he found a pheasant. The feathers on its tail were colorful and very beautiful, but he didn't know what species it was. He put down the binoculars and looked at the place where he found the pheasant. It was about 200 steps away. It was hiding in the grass. The distance was a little far. He held a gun and approached the pheasant. He didn't notice that Zhang Chang was following behind him. When they were about 100 steps away, Su Mingyang stopped. According to the method he learned 2 days ago, he lay down, raised his gun, and aimed. Just as he was aiming at the pheasant, he suddenly heard a loud bang next to his ear. He was so scared that he pulled the trigger as well. The result was needless to say. He didn't know where the bullet flew, but the pheasant also flew. It missed, Zhang Chang said regretfully. Su Mingyang was angry. He wasted a bullet for nothing. Each person only had 10 bullets, and now there were only 9 left. He sighed and asked Zhang Chang discontentedly, "Why are you following me? Why didn't you shoot earlier or later? Why did you have to wait until I was ready to shoot? You wasted one of my bullets." I didn't follow you. I also saw the pheasant. I didn't use your bullets. I didn't ask you to shoot with me. You really can't blame me if you can't hit it. I'll stay away from you. Zhang Chang was also very unhappy. He said this and turned to leave. At this time, there were a few more gunshots, followed by Xiaobei's cheers. When Su Mingyang returned to the team, he saw something that looked like a deer being carried over. When it came close, he saw it clearly. It was a musk deer, which was also a musk deer. He had lost the first round. He was angry, but he had nowhere to vent. He had to continue looking for his own prey. As a result, when he saw another pheasant, the same thing happened again. But this time it was Zhang Fang. After scaring away the pheasant, she muttered and turned to leave. Another gunshot came from Xiaobei's side. After a while, Su Mingyang went back to take a look. A leopard was unlucky enough to be shot. He was surprised and blamed everything on the child's ignorance. With 8 bullets left, he became vigilant. When he encountered a lone wolf, he carefully moved over. He looked back from time to time. When he didn't find anyone following him, he was relieved and quietly aimed. Who knew that when he was about to shoot again, there were 2 consecutive gunshots. The wolf in front of the muzzle was gone. Fortunately, he also didn't fire the bullet. Su Mingyang looked back angrily, but he didn't see anyone. He thought about it again and found that the gunshots just now didn't come from beside him. He shook his head helplessly and muttered, "Do I need to run further away? They obviously specially arranged people to target me. If I lose, I have to work at the dock." Chapter 11:25. Su Mingyang, who was moving forward, was not stupid enough to leave the group. He knew the situation in the 100,000 Mountains very well. He had been here twice in the name of traveling. This was the advantage of being the provincial governor. He had nothing to do usually. No matter where he wanted to go, as long as he was not too far away from Luzhou, no one would object. He wanted to go to the 100,000 Mountains to play and have others by his side to protect him. Therefore, he had also seen some of the situations in the 100,000 Mountains. Usually, it was okay, but occasionally, there were dangers, especially when they left the main road. There were all kinds of poisonous insects, snakes, and other animals that specialized in eating meat. The danger was not small. Usually, people who came to travel had to move forward according to the requirements of the people they were protecting. They were not allowed to leave the group casually. He did not think that all the animals in the 100,000 Mountains would obediently worship the emperor like the people. Therefore, even if he walked in front, he was still under the protection of the large group. However, there was a difference between the front and the emperor. There were relatively fewer guards, so there were fewer animals that were scared away. Some animals even saw that there were fewer people in front and wanted to ambush or something. This was his opportunity. There were only 8 bullets left. No matter what, he had to kill a few more prey. As for whether Xiaobei and the others would let others kill the prey, Su Mingyang was not worried at all. No matter how much the emperor liked Xiaobei and the others, it was impossible for him to be biased in this regard. Even Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were the same. Winning or losing was not important to their younger siblings. It was just cooking, not to mention practicing. How could a group of children make delicious food? Of course, even if it was not delicious, he was willing to eat it. He did not want to go to the docks to do heavy work with the people of Luzhou. It was not only embarrassing, but how could he carry a more than 100 kilogram sack? Was there a more than 100 kilogram sack at the docks? Probably not. It was at least 200 kilograms. The people who worked there were all very strong. With the idea of not doing heavy work, Su Mingyang became serious. He held the binoculars to look for prey. From time to time, he stopped to aim, but he did not shoot easily. Only when he felt confident, he pulled the trigger. After 2 hours, Su Mingyang finally finished firing the remaining 8 bullets. However, the result was not very ideal. He only managed to catch 4 prey, 2 chickens, a rabbit, and a snake. The last snake was really stupid. He knew very well that he had aimed at a bear, but in the end, he had killed the snake in the grass beside it. If it weren't for the fact that someone who specialized in scouting had picked it up for him, he would have thought that the shot had missed. Apart from the fact that he was able to hunt the prey, there were 2 points. One was that Su Mingyang now knew that he couldn't just aim and shoot the prey. He dared to bet that if he was given another 10 bullets, he would definitely be able to shoot better than now. This was because he had discovered a little trick, which was to control his breathing. When he was gasping for breath, it was best not to shoot. Even if he was lying on the ground, it would affect the accuracy of the gun. The second was that he knew that the bear could run so fast. When he didn't hit the bear with his shot, the bear turned and ran, not giving him a chance to shoot again. It seemed that in the blink of an eye, the bear had entered the woods and could no longer be found. The gunshots elsewhere also stopped. Su Mingyang didn't know how many shots Xiaobei's 9 children had fired, and he didn't have the energy to count. Even if he wanted to, he couldn't. This was because not only was there the sound of gunshots, but there was also the echo of gunshots in the mountains. Who knew how many people fired at the same time? The sound of gunshots rang in his ears endlessly. Putting away the gun, Su Mingyang asked someone to help bring the 4 prey to the middle of the team. He was very satisfied with his performance today. Usually, there was no limit to the number of bullets, and it was impossible for him to hunt more than 3 prey a day. Today, he was able to perform exceptionally well under pressure. But when he returned to Li Longji's side, he was dumbfounded. In front of him were a few small piles of prey. There weren't any big guys, only a bear. Looking at the wounds on the bear, he knew that the bear had suffered a lot of blows. It was bloody, and it was all wounds. It was definitely not caused by a single shot. Beside the bear, there were 6 other animals, a total of 7. There was no need to guess. Su Mingyang already knew that this pile of animals belonged to the person who had the most injuries out of the 9 children. However, he was very confused. There were a total of 7 animals that belonged to one person, but not every animal had only 1 wound on its body. Especially that bear, there was almost no wound on its head, and there was no bleeding at the heart. So, how did it get killed? Looking at the bleeding points in other places, he could guess. If he didn't guess wrong, it was definitely tortured to death by a single shot, or it bled to death. Ha, Su Mingyang, you only got 4 small things. Whether it is the number or the weight, you lost. When you go back, you have to work at the dock. What a pity, we wanted to cook for you for 2 months, but you didn't give us the chance. It really made us speechless. Seeing Su Mingyang come back, Xiao Bei immediately ran forward, looked at the four prey, shook his head, and said with a regretful look. Su Mingyang's face became very ugly. First, he looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, and then looked at the emperor. He found that these people didn't have any other expressions. He knew that Xiao Bei and the other 9 people didn't have any other help. But he was still very dissatisfied and said, "Why are there so many bullet holes on the bear's body?" "Because there were so many bullets that hit it, do you still need to ask?" Xiao Bei said confidently. "So many bullets hit it, can it be considered a person's prey?" "You might as well say that it was 9 people combined. Compared to me, I definitely won't win." Su Mingyang really didn't want to work at the dock. Shameful, it was really too shameful. If he really went, it would definitely be known by others in the future. How could he raise his head in front of others? A dignified third-rank provincial governor actually did such a lowly job. Others might not say anything to him in front of him, but behind his back, they would probably give him the nickname of living provincial governor. It would damage the prestige of an official, and was not something a gentleman would do. Xiao Bei didn't know what Su Mingyang was thinking. When he heard the question, he asked, "Let me ask you, Su Mingyang. Out of the 9 of us, 8 of us gave you a punch, and the last one hit you in the head with a brick. Who do you think killed them?" "Naturally, it was with a brick." Su Mingyang answered without thinking. "Yes, there are 9 of us. That's how it is when we use guns to shoot a bear. 8 of us didn't kill the bear, and the last one killed the bear. Naturally, the credit goes to the last person." Xiao Bei followed Su Mingyang's words. "You just said it was with a punch." Su Mingyang reminded. "All right, I'll say it again. There were 9 of us, and 8 of us hit your arm with a brick. In the end, 1 of us hit your head. Who killed you?" Xiao Bei continued to play along with Su Mingyang's words. Li Longji and the others couldn't help but laugh. To Xiao Bei, Li Longji was all too clear. If she had to quote classics or something, she could only look for Xiao Yuan. But if it was a normal conversation, she felt that she could come up with a lot of fallacies. Especially when she was talking to you, she looked very serious. If you really thought that she didn't know anything and wanted to explain it to her clearly, she would definitely become more and more confused. Su Mingyang was a little confused at this moment. He raised his hand to rub his temples and said to Xiao Bei, "That's not what I mean. What I mean is, look, there are 9 of you, and others helped to shoot. Even if the last shot was fired by the most important person among you, don't you think it's unfair to me?" "Ah. You're saying it's fair." "Fair, why is it fair? What is fair? What is fair? Is it even?" When Xiao Bei heard this, she also asked in confusion. She tried her best to tiptoe and gestured with her hand above her head. She really wanted to reach Su Mingyang's head, but even if she raised her arm, she couldn't reach Su Mingyang's head. She just tilted her head back and forth to level it. Su Mingyang was stunned and immediately became speechless. He understood what Xiao Bei was trying to say. She was saying, "If you want to talk about fairness with us, how old are you and how old are we? I'm not even as tall as you when I raise my arm, and you want to talk about fairness with us like this?" For a moment, Su Mingyang felt very embarrassed, but he still couldn't bring himself to admit defeat and work at the docks, so he asked, "When you were on the battlefield, did the enemy not hit you because you were young?" "No, then let me ask you. When you were on the battlefield, did you not shoot because you were alone and the other party was 9 people?" Xiao Bei stared and asked. "Ha ha ha." Li Longji laughed even more heartily. He didn't care who won or lost. He came out to play for fun, and now he felt that it was very interesting. Su Mingyang's expression became even uglier. "I don't believe that any of you can shoot so accurately. Every shot was at a critical moment and at a critical position. For example, this bear. How can you be sure that it was killed by the person who killed the other 6 prey? Can you be sure that it was him or her who aimed that shot intentionally? No, we can't compare to you. We're not like the snake you killed in the end. It was hiding in the grass, but in the end, its head was still smashed by you. Admirable, truly admirable. You scared away the bear beside you. I'm guessing that the bear will be scared and tell its descendants that there was a person with very accurate marksmanship. Thankfully, that person didn't aim at me, or there wouldn't be any of you. Back then, I came out to hunt with Brother Snake. In the end, Brother Snake wanted to trick me by making me stand at a conspicuous spot. In the end, that person saw through Brother Snake's trick. He wanted to eat the snake's gallbladder, so he pretended to aim at me, but he actually shot Brother Snake unexpectedly. Brother Snake sacrificed himself just like that. I'm dying of laughter. As Xiao Bei spoke to Su Mingyang, she held her stomach and laughed. When the surrounding people heard Xiao Bei's words, whether they were guards or waiters, they couldn't help but laugh. Li Longji even pinched his own thigh. He was laughing so hard that his stomach hurt. Su Mingyang was completely dumbfounded. He didn't expect Xiao Bei to be so eloquent. After pondering for a moment, he finally gave up on finding excuses. He gritted his teeth and said in a huff, "All right, I'll consider it your win. Isn't it just 2 months of work? 1 meal at a time. If I do it, I can get closer to the people. All right, I guess you're right. Go back to work. I'll give you the bullets and you can continue to shoot. But we won't compete unless you can take out other stakes. The prey you've hunted now is yours. You have something to eat again. Congratulations." Xiao Bei said to Su Mingyang in a very magnanimous manner. She couldn't continue shooting today. Her arms still hurt. She would probably have to get her brother and sister to rub it with medicinal wine tonight. She could only try using a rifle the next day. For children, there was no such thing as an adult. If they exercised too much today, their muscles wouldn't be able to adapt and wouldn't be able to recover for a few days. Usually, they would be fine after a good night's sleep. Su Mingyang suppressed his gloomy thoughts and asked for a lot of bullets. He continued to accompany Li Longji and the others as they moved forward to look for prey. While walking, he didn't forget to take this opportunity to get closer to the emperor and talk to Li Longji. "Your Majesty, this subject discovered a secret when I was fighting with Patrol Inspector Zhang and the others." Su Mingyang wasn't in a hurry to look for animals to shoot. Seeing the emperor looking around with binoculars, he said. In fact, Li Longji didn't have to hunt prey. He was looking at the terrain here and wondering if there was a place that could be used if there was a war. If he could pull a few troops over and have a confrontation exercise here, what kind of harvest could he get? Hearing Su Mingyang's words, he observed and asked, "What secret? Tell me." Replying to Your Majesty, this subject discovered that when shooting, it's best to hold your breath and then shoot. If you shoot, the gun will be very stable and won't deviate too much, unless there's an accidental situation. Su Mingyang replied. When he said that the gun wouldn't deviate too much, he would feel embarrassed if there was an accidental situation. Clearly, the snake that scared the bear away was one of his masterpieces. Li Longji didn't speak directly. After looking around again, he said, "This is the conclusion you came to. Do you know what are the 2 main points that we have to remember when we Great Tang riflemen are training?" This subject doesn't know, Su Mingyang replied. At the same time, he had a vague idea in his mind. Sure enough, Li Longji said to him, "One of the points is that you must control your breathing before you fire the gun. The second point is to try your best to make the shot unintentional. That is to say, your subconscious mind controls your body to fire the gun in that instant instead of you deliberately pulling the trigger with all your might. This is especially true for snipers, as they have reached a level where they can fire at will. That is, there will be a moment when your body doesn't know whether to fire the gun or not, and the bullet will just fly out. Ah. How is that possible? Isn't that like telling a story? Su Mingyang couldn't help but ask in astonishment. How is that not possible? You know how to walk, right? Don't tell me that every time you take a step, you have to think about which leg to take first, how to take that step, how much strength to use, and put your mind on that leg. You can reach this level after countless training. It's like how you walk. When you shoot a certain number of times, it's just like how you walk. When you move forward, you don't raise your leg to raise it, but to go somewhere. It's the same with firing a gun. You don't have to pull the trigger to move, but to hit someone. Your skills are still far from that. Work hard and take advantage of the opportunity to come here with me, Li Longji said to Su Mingyang. Then, he shook his head regretfully. It seemed that he wasn't understood by others. He continued to use the binoculars to look for targets. Su Mingyang stopped. Wei Wei followed behind and pondered over the emperor's words. Gao Lisher also slowed down slightly. He said to Su Mingyang, "That's how Lil and Nan fired the gun earlier. She took only a short time to aim. When she actually fired the gun, it was completed in an instant." Xiao Bao and Cuckoo also fired the gun almost instantly. It's like how you write when you're not deliberately practicing calligraphy. If you want to write every stroke well, it won't be as comfortable as writing when you're not paying attention. Of course, no matter how you write, your handwriting won't look good. I've seen your handwriting before. Yes, I'll work hard to practice calligraphy in the future. Su Mingyang agreed gloomily. It was one thing that he couldn't win against others in terms of shooting, but now, it was related to calligraphy. Who could he complain to? Li Longji and the others stayed in the 100,000 Mountains for half a month before they returned to the construction site of Lu Zhou's railroad. They finally got to see how the railroad was built. On the flat land, the construction workers were all from Great Tang. They helped to carry the railroad tracks and the sleepers. They were very careful and did not ask for speed. They were all recruited from places around Lu Zhou. They were paid, and their meals were not bad. There were 4 shifts in total. Each shift worked for 6 hours. After that, they could rest. However, they could do other manual labor. Moreover, because the beach was humid, they could drink some wine. When they encountered mountains or slopes, they would be replaced by people from other places. There were people from Xinyuan Island and Kunlun slaves. These people worked in 3 shifts. They were not as tired as Zhang Xiaobao said. It was not that they did not want to, but they could not. If they really did that, they would work for 8 to 18 hours a day. It was fine in the first few hours, but in the end, they would be exhausted. If that was the case, it would be better to let them rest. They would work for 8 hours and then sleep. After 4 hours of sleep, they would wake up and work for another 4 hours. They would eat and continue to sleep to ensure that they had stamina. However, when they worked, they had to be fast. Those who were slow would be whipped. Moreover, because they had to rest for a long time, their meals were not good. There was no meat at all. The only meat was when they were cooking. When they were stewing in a big pot, they would sprinkle a spoonful of oil on it when it was almost done. There was a lot of oil in the bowl, and no matter who scooped it, there would be oil in the bowl. However, the dishes were not greasy. Under normal circumstances, the oil was used to keep the dishes warm so that the heat would not dissipate so quickly. The staple food was not very good. It was not comparable to the people of Great Tang. They ate rice, white flour, millet, sorghum, and the like. Generally, they ate highland barley, which was usually used to feed the animals. If there was something good, it would be the salted vegetables. They tasted good and were salty enough. Not only was there a lot of salted vegetables near the beach, but it was the same on other roads as well. They were afraid that the people who worked would not eat enough salt and would be exhausted. Even so, the people who worked felt that the food was good. This was because they could not see what the people of Great Tang ate when they worked. The captives who were captured on Xinyuan Island felt that the food in Great Tang was very good. At the very least, there was a wide variety of dishes. Moreover, the taste was more than twice as good as what they used to eat. When they were on the island, it was not easy for them. They were also very tired. Moreover, they had to hunt for long periods of time. Their meals were usually eaten or cooked in stone pots. How could it compare to the food they ate now? There were many good seasonings in the dishes, and the chef was skilled as well. The food tasted delicious. If there was a flaw, it would be that there was no meat. It was not that there was no meat at all. Since the people of Luzhou lived near the beach, the least valuable food was fish. Every 2 or 3 days, fish would be cooked for them. They were much better off compared to the people in some places in Great Tang. Su Mingyang was also inspecting the food. When he saw how happy the slaves were during the meal, he had a sad expression on his face. He said to Li Longji, "Your Majesty, I've realized that ignorance is a kind of happiness sometimes. They're content with food like this. How pitiful." Li Longji looked at Su Mingyang in surprise. He nodded and said, "It's because they're not from Great Tang." "Don't you think so, Little Bei?" Li Longji asked Little Bei and the others. He wanted them to talk about the pride that Great Tang should have. Who knew that before Xiao Bei could reply, Little Hai would speak up. Yes, ignorance is a kind of happiness. However, when you think that others are ignorant and have a bad life, and you think that you know more and have a good life, it's sad. You think you have a good life, but don't you know that there are others who have a better life than you? Those who are willing to be ordinary are actually enjoying the results of those who are willing to work hard. Life is not about how you want to be ordinary because your food, clothes, and necessities are all provided by others. Hence, the true enjoyment of life is how much you can provide for others. Those who live in seclusion are the most hateful people. They don't even have the courage to stand up, unless they can refine their own things, get their own food, salt, and clothes. That way, they won't be a burden to others. Otherwise, their so-called leisurely life is built on the hard work of others. I hate people like that the most. They always have to do something, even if it's to go out and teach. Yes, my big brother Little Hai is right. Don't trample on the hard work of others and then say that you're noble. Look at me, I'm also working hard, even though I'm still young. Little Bei immediately supported Little Hai. Su Mingyang was stunned. He had never thought that Little Hai would be able to say such philosophical words. Regardless of whether these words were right or not, at the very least, these words should not have come from the mouth of a child. Suddenly, he looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were standing not far away. What he meant was, how many things did these two teach their younger siblings, and how to make them understand? Li Longji smiled and said, "You don't have to look at Xiaobao and Cuckoo. They never directly teach these things, they only guide them. You don't have to be surprised if Little Hai can't say anything else. The two of them don't teach the same thing. Every child may understand what they say differently, but there's no right or wrong." Oh. Su Mingyang didn't quite believe him and replied. Little Bei immediately said, "Su Mingyang, did you forget something? You haven't gone to work at the docks yet. Do you want to wait for us to leave before you go? Or do you want to run away after you get there? We have a bet, you know. You have to pay back your debts." Su Mingyang's face turned red. He did have this thought, and he wanted to delay it for as long as possible. He didn't expect that just as he made up his mind, Xiao Bei would point it out. He thought that Xiao Bei would forget about it as he played. After all, when they were on the mountain, Little Bei and the others had never mentioned anything about him working at the docks again. He did not expect Little Bay to remember and mention it now. Tomorrow, I'll go tomorrow. Su Mingyang agreed. However, he felt sad inwardly. If this matter was exposed, many people would laugh at him in the future. Although he could make a name for himself, what was the use of a name? Lu Zhou was still the Lu Zhou of the Zhang family and the Wang family. Most importantly, a name was not necessarily a good name. He was the one who lost the bet. The people of Lu Zhou would definitely know that he was paying back his debt. If this were any other place, he would have shared the joys and sorrows of the people. He would have accepted it if the people said he was good. Oh, my life. If I see the Zhang family and the Wang family in the future, I'll have to stay as far away as possible. It's not worth it. It's a promise. You'll go tomorrow. Don't repeat the same thing over and over again, Little Bay said. After that, he no longer mentioned the matter. He followed Li Longji and slowly walked around the construction site. He looked at everyone working hard and hoped that the railway would be completed as soon as possible. That way, it would be much more convenient for him to travel to Lu Zhou from the capital in the future. He did not need to take a boat. How could a boat be faster than a train? Early the next morning, Su Mingyang did as he said. He woke up and ran to the docks. He planned to work for a while before he went to accompany the emperor. However, when he got to work, he was dumbfounded. He had agreed to work for a meal. Normally, he would just have a meal. However, when he arrived at the docks, someone was already cooking for him. It seemed like they did not intend to bully him at all. At the docks, he was responsible for recording the goods going to and from his place. After recording for about 15 minutes, he wanted to leave. However, someone stopped him. The person who stopped him was from the Chamber of Commerce. Provincial Governor Su, do you need to excuse yourself? The person from the Chamber of Commerce asked. Excuse myself. It's not convenient for me. I'm going back. I've already recorded a lot. Su Mingyang thought to himself, I'm working. Are you going to keep an eye on me? The other party nodded, oh, you want to go back. But it's not time for a meal yet. Do you want to renege on your bet? How is it not time yet? Isn't 15 minutes enough for a meal? Hurry up and eat. It's enough. Su Mingyang glared at the other party. In fact, he did feel that the time was shorter, but he had a reason. He ate so fast. There were people who ate faster than him. He didn't even mention it. Lord Su, could it be that you eat raw rice at home and don't need to cook? Think about it, isn't that the case? Normally, when I eat, I have to cook. A meal needs to be cooked for a while before it can be eaten. If you really only eat raw food and finish it in a quarter of an hour, then you can leave now. I'll immediately report to Xiao Bei and the rest of the girls. When the time comes, I don't know if someone is watching you eat in your residence. However, I still advise you to continue to stay there. It's already good that I didn't ask you to carry anything. The person from the Chamber of Commerce had no intention of backing down. He questioned Su Mingyang rudely. Su Mingyang glared at him again. You didn't say that it was going to be a meal like this. Speak honestly. Who would say that a meal includes eating when talking to others? But you didn't say it. Since you didn't say it, why should we follow what you said? Xiao Bei said that if they lose, they will cook a meal for you every day. You can eat it when the time comes. Based on this, the bet should be the same. When they said it, they would cook a meal for you to eat. If you lose, why did you omit the cooking? If you think that we are too slow, I will go find Xiao Bei and the others and let them cook for you. We will see how much time it takes. We can even give you the time to eat. After all, we said that we would cook. What do you think? The person from the Chamber of Commerce pointed at the person cooking. The threat in his words was very clear. Su Mingyang didn't expect the other party to be so shameless. However, after thinking about it carefully, the other party's words were reasonable. That's right. Since they said that Xiao Bei and the others would cook a meal, then his meal should naturally be the time to cook a meal. However, it shouldn't be like this. The time to eat a meal could be long or short. Cooking a meal was even more so. Especially if Xiao Bei and the others were to cook, wouldn't they need to prepare for half a day just to prepare the ingredients? By the time they finished cooking, the sun would have turned into the sunset. If they were really forced to come over and cook a meal, wouldn't they need to rest for a day and a night? Wouldn't he need to sleep? Su Mingyang turned his head to look at the person cooking. He was finally afraid and didn't want Xiao Bei and the others to set a time. He asked, "What are they making?" In reply to Lord Su, "They are making something very nutritious for you. It's turtle soup for you. Just wait, it won't take long before you can eat it." The person from the Chamber of Commerce spoke as if he was concerned about Su Mingyang. He then gestured for Su Mingyang to sit back down and continue working. Su Mingyang's vision suddenly turned black. Looking at the stall and the slow fire below, a single turtle soup would take an entire day to cook. Su Mingyang returned to his seat and took down 2 notes. He couldn't help but ask, "Why is it this dish? Can't I change it? Could it be that you want to eat Buddha jumps over the wall?" "Oh, that's between the clouds and the water's signature dish. I'll change it for you tomorrow." The person from the Chamber of Commerce replied smoothly. No, I don't want Buddha jumps over the wall. You will need 3 to 5 days to prepare for Buddha jumps over the wall. By then, I will be buried in a hole and won't be able to jump over the wall." Su Mingyang shook his head vigorously. He had eaten it before and also heard the steps of Buddha jumps over the wall from the waiter. He couldn't wait. The person from the Chamber of Commerce asked again, "How about bear paw?" "Bear paw takes even longer to prepare. I'll take this turtle soup. I want to nourish myself. Can you put an umbrella on top of it? You don't have sour plum soup, but you should have cold water, right?" Su Mingyang finally accepted his fate at this moment. He felt that he should have thought about it. The idea that Xiao Bei and the other 9 children came up with when they gathered together was definitely not that simple. No matter if he won or lost, his days wouldn't be easy. It was a pity that he was cheated by others. He had delayed working at the docks for a single meal. 2 months. He didn't need to make anything else. The turtle soup would take at least 4 hours, right? Unless he used other methods to cook the turtle first, but the nourishing aspect was lacking. It was best to simmer it slowly. At noon, just as Su Mingyang thought, the turtle soup was not ready yet. He discussed with the people from the Chamber of Commerce to give him some lunch first. It was not counted as a meal and he had to continue working. Only then did the people from the Chamber of Commerce agree. In the end, he ate lunch at the docks. It didn't mean that he had to eat outside. There was a cafeteria at the docks. After receiving a tray, he could go in and choose the dishes. There were many types of dishes, more than 30. There was a combination of meat and vegetables. He could eat whatever he wanted, but there was a limit to the amount. There was enough staple food and egg soup. Su Mingyang admitted that the cafeteria at the docks was not bad. Not only was it free, but there were so many dishes. Not all construction sites would prepare more than 30 dishes for you. In other places in the Great Tang, food was also provided, but there were only a few kinds of food, and they had to eat it over and over again every day because it was cheap. Moreover, when it was time to change shifts, those who changed shifts would be given a cup of white wine. There were probably very few construction sites in the Great Tang that could provide such food. But it was good. What was his identity? He was a provincial governor. How could he eat with other people at the bottom? Listening to their messy words, when had he ever suffered like this? Except for the 2 days before when no one gave him food. Depressed, Su Mingyang didn't have much appetite. He ordered a vegetable dish with cucumber and scooped some soup. He found that the egg in the soup was too fragmented. He complained and poured it into half a bowl of rice. He hurriedly finished it with the rice and ran out to work under the umbrella. It was not until evening that he ate the boiled turtle. It tasted good, but he would rather not eat it. He only begged that he didn't need to come tomorrow. Su Mingyang took a free car back to his residence. He was not in the mood to see the emperor. He directly asked someone to boil a pool of water and soaked in it. He also asked 2 people to massage him. He groaned and went to sleep after washing. The next morning, he got up early and counted the days. Today was the school break. He called his youngest son, who was born by his concubine, over. He was 8 years old, about the same age as Xiao Bei and the others. He gave his son a glorious and difficult task. He sent his son out to the amusement park to find Xiao Bei and the others to play. The other children were also on break today. He estimated that Xiao Bei and the others would be able to play with others at the amusement park. Su Mingyang told his family that they would send him sour plum soup at the dock at noon. Otherwise, he would die of heat. He rode a horse and rushed to the dock at the fastest speed. He estimated that he would not be able to come back for another day. The Zhang family and Wang family were too wicked. They would definitely not let him go. Sure enough, when he arrived at the dock, he saw someone cooking soup. He didn't even need to ask what soup it was. It was guaranteed that it would be cooked for a day. Cooking something can be fast and slow sometimes. Even if you put some lamb chops in it, you can't say anything about it for a day. The longer it was cooked, the more delicious it would be. At the same time, the amusement park was also like what he thought. When the children were on break, they all ran to the amusement park to play. He didn't know what was so fun about it. Every time they were on break, they would play, and they didn't get tired of playing. Xiao Bei and the other 11 children also came to the amusement park by car. They didn't want to play any entertainment. They just wanted to have children to play with. Su Mingyang's youngest son had been waiting for a long time. His surname was also Su, and his name was Su Wan. He was far from the age of having a nickname. When the time came, he would give him a nickname that was opposite to Wan. Otherwise, the word Wan would not sound good. When he saw Xiao Bei and the others, Su Wan came over and accompanied them according to his father's instructions. He didn't speak. No matter what Xiao Bei and the others played, he would protect them. For example, when they were on the slide, or when he was thirsty, he thought that Xiao Bei was also thirsty, so he ran to get water and bring it to them. At first, Xiao Bei and the others didn't notice. They thought that it was just an ordinary child who was willing to play with them. There were other children around, chattering happily and playing with them. But after a long time, Xiao Bei and the others finally realized that something was wrong. When other children came to play, other than talking, they also played by themselves. Why didn't this one play by himself and insist on accompanying him? He said that he wasn't thirsty, but he actually brought water 3 times in a row. Why couldn't he drink it if he was thirsty? Stop, you. What are you doing? Xiao Bei stopped Su Wan, who was about to run to the place where water was provided. I'm drinking water, Su Wan answered. Don't give it to us. Drink your own. We'll drink it when we're thirsty, Xiao Bei reminded him. Su Wan shook his head. No, my father said that I must serve you well. Otherwise, I will be punished when I go back. Your father is. What's your name? Xiao Bei asked again. Su Wan answered. Xiao Bei and the others suddenly understood. Xiao Bei said, You're Su Mingyang's son, right? You can play by yourself. Don't worry about us. Don't worry, your father won't dare to punish you when you go back. If he does, he won't go home tomorrow night and will continue to work at the dock. Seriously, he brought his son here. That's too disgusting. Isn't it just 2 months of work? This is called joining the masses. What a good opportunity. Soo-won shook his head. No, my father said that I can play with you. It suits your status. Other children can't. Why can't other children? What are our status? Status. We're third-rank officials. Based on our status, you can do it. It's more appropriate for your father to come over and play with us. Our status now is that of children. Why can't other children? According to what you said, we don't have anyone to play with. Don't pester us. Just tell your father that we want to play by ourselves. Xiao Bei was most disgusted by mentioning their status for no reason. They didn't have many people to play with. If they mentioned their status, wouldn't they interact with other children in the future? Then can you ask my father to finish his work earlier? When my father came home yesterday, he was exhausted. He really can't bear the hardship. Also, my father said that he already knows what to do. Just give him a chance. Soo-won said according to his father's instructions. Xiao Bei shook his head. No, a bet is a bet. You can't do it after just one day. Other people don't say that they can't survive. How tired can it be to record things at the dock? If you say no, it means no. If you continue to pester us, we won't play anymore. We'll go back and teach your father a lesson. If you don't believe me, you can try. I'm so angry that I sold my son. Xiao Bei actually knew what Soo-won meant. It wasn't that Su Mingyang knew what to do, but that he knew that he was wrong and was begging for mercy. But it was absolutely impossible. Work had to be done, and it had to be done for 2 months. It wasn't to punish Su Mingyang, but to gradually change his mentality when he was working. He always thought that as an official, he shouldn't have too much contact with the people. He should be high and mighty. Soo-won was frightened when he heard Xiao Bei's words. He nodded and ran to the dock with his head down. He had to report to his father in case he was punished at night. Chapter 11:26. Seeing Soo-won run away, Xiao Yuan pondered for a moment and said, "Why don't we go to the dock and help out? Let Su Mingyang see if he's that precious. If we can do it, why can't he? We have nothing to do anyway." Xiao Bei and the others looked at each other and found that no one objected. Even Pan and her brother kept nodding. They probably didn't know where they were going and what they were going to do. They probably didn't care what their brothers and sisters did. As long as they could bring them along, it would be fun. Anyway, there was nothing they could help with. Their mission was to play. The more fun they had, the better. Hence, the 11 of them set off toward the dock under the protection of the guards. The children who were still playing in the amusement park looked disappointed. They also wanted to follow, but the dock had a rule that children were not allowed to get close. It was too dangerous. Xiao Bei and the others were naturally not allowed to go. They also wouldn't cause any trouble at the dock. They naturally had someone to protect them, so there was no need for extra manpower at the dock. The dock wasn't very far from the amusement park. After traveling for less than half an hour by car, the group arrived. From afar, they saw Su Mingyang keeping count. Xiao Bei found someone from the Chamber of Commerce and asked. Su Mingyang was in charge of keeping count for 2 groups of people. One group had 6 people, and 2 groups had 12 people. Su Mingyang had to keep count of how much work each person carried. Lu Zhou had never been idle at the docks. He was always busy. Moreover, he worked 24 hours a day, day or night. The person in charge of keeping count didn't look at how much work each person did and then pay according to the amount. Instead, he watched the people working and didn't allow them to carry too much at a time. They also didn't allow them to carry too many things at a time. They had to be within a suitable range. Every person usually had a hospital here to check their body and test their physique. Those who weren't sick and had a good physique were marked next to the person in charge of keeping count. This group of people could work more than others, so they could earn more money. As for those with a normal physique, they were not allowed to work too hard. Otherwise, they would be tired and have problems. The monthly salary was definitely enough for their family to live a good life. However, if they were left alone, they wouldn't work more for the money. Because the dock was managed by the Chamber of Commerce, they would consciously work more to repay the Zhang family and Wang family. Therefore, the Chamber of Commerce had no choice but to arrange for someone to record the news. It was a waste of manpower, but it had to be done. Zhang Liuzi, it's time. You're not allowed to do it anymore. Go down and rest. Although Su Mingyang was not satisfied with his current job, he was still quite dedicated. He stared at a person named Zhang Liuzi and shouted, "I'm still short of 2 trips." Zhang Liuzi swung his arms and shouted. A supervisor came over and kicked him. "I said you're here, so you're here. Get lost. If you don't leave, I'll punish you. Rest for a while and drink some water. Come back in half an hour. Otherwise, I'll punish you." Zhang Liuzi had no choice but to grumble resentfully. She walked over to the shed that was specially used for them to rest. She scooped up half a ladle of water mixed with salt, sweet and sour, and gulped it down. Then, she took a wet towel and wiped the sweat on her upper body. She found a stool to lie down and closed her eyes to rest. Xiao Bei and the others knew at a glance that this was a mountain person. The original mountain people, after coming down from the mountain, basically all changed their surname to Zhang or Wang, not to mention those who didn't have a surname. In the various rest areas, from time to time, there would be people going back to drink water and rest. From time to time, there would be people getting up and continuing to work. No one was lazy, and no one was dawdling and not doing things properly. When Xiao Bei and the others arrived, the people at the dock immediately looked over. However, no one approached Xiao Bei and the others to speak. One reason was because they were afraid of wasting time, and the other was because they were worried about the safety of Xiao Bei and the others. If too many people came over, it would be easy for something to happen. Therefore, they did not allow others to come over. Su Mingyang turned his head and saw Xiao Bei and the others. His face suddenly became gloomy. He said in dissatisfaction, "You're here to laugh at me, right? Laugh as hard as you can. What's there to laugh about? We saw your son, a very cute child. He's still on his way here and will probably be here in a while. Those 2 are under your care, right? Look, they were carrying 2 bags just now, and now they're carrying 3. I'm talking about you. You still dare to run? Do you want to vomit blood from exhaustion? Put them down. If you get sick from exhaustion, our family still has to treat you. Do you think that medical equipment and medicine are free?" Xiao Bei said a few words to Su Mingyang, then pointed at the 2 people carrying the bags and shouted. The overseer immediately ran over and reprimanded them. The 2 people repeatedly said good things and finally carried the 3 bags over. They smiled in satisfaction, as if it was a kind of happiness to be able to do more work when no one was paying attention. "Are they always like this?" Xiao Bei asked a steward from the Chamber of Commerce. The steward quickly replied, "Yes, if we're not careful, they'll steal and do more work. If they carry the bags, it's not good to let them throw one down. The things inside are easy to break. It's like fighting all day long, so we have to watch them closely." As a result, the people recording the items and the overseer keep repeating the same thing with them. It's considered a fun thing to do at the docks. In fact, it's fine to carry more occasionally, but if we don't do anything, they'll carry more in the future. It's really troublesome to worry about them. A few days ago, 2 people carried more than 1 bag, and as a result, they strained their muscles and are still lying down. This shows that there are still loopholes in your supervision. You have to think of something. We'll think about it and let you know when the time comes. When Xiao Bei heard that someone was tired, he frowned and said to the steward, "Yes, yes, please take care of it." The steward could only agree and did not dare to refute. This was how the rules of the Zhang family and the Wang family were. If there was a problem with the rules, it would not be a coincidence. There would only be things that were not done properly. There was no need to explain. If they had the time to explain, they should think about how to perfect the rules. As expected, Xiao Bei and the others gathered together to discuss. When they saw people coming and going at the docks, they realized that those who wanted to do more work would usually unload the items from the ship and put them there. Originally, 2 people would carry 4 bags, 1 in front and 1 behind. However, the person in front would carry 3 bags and leave. Naturally, there would be more work. The person who delivered the goods from the ship had no choice. He would give 2 bags, but the other 2 bags would have to be given to the person behind immediately. Otherwise, it would be a waste of time. With this, a loophole appeared. The 9 children muttered to themselves for a while before they finally came up with a solution. Xiao Bei sighed and said, "When other places look for people to do work, the overseer is afraid that someone will slack off, and the person who takes notes is paid for recording the items. Lu Zhou is the opposite. What's there to be embarrassed about working with someone like this?" Su Mingyang, who was taking notes, turned his head abruptly. Xiao Bei was clearly talking about him. He glanced at Xiao Bei before he continued to stare at the 2 groups of people he was in charge of. He was also cursing endlessly in his heart. Xiao Bei ignored Su Mingyang's gaze and said to the steward, "Do you see the bags of goods?" "I see them. Some of them are cloth bags, some are gunny sacks, and they're divided according to the different items. There are also baskets. We have a standard here that varies according to the size and weight of the items. That's why it's easier to keep track of how much work each person can carry." "Don't tell me you want to change the standard." The steward did not understand what was going on. He thought the little ancestors had randomly come up with an impractical idea. Xiao Bei rolled his eyes at the steward. "What's the point of changing the standard? I don't think changing the standard will solve the current problem. Do you see the people moving in a certain order? That way, they'll be more efficient. Put a few beams above the place where you're going. If a person carrying 2 bags wants to carry 3, he'll have to go over the beam to carry the 3rd bag. If he wants to go over, he'll have to squat. Put a few more beams on the beam. I don't believe he'll be able to keep squatting. Even if you put more beams on the beam, do you think he'll be able to walk while squatting? If he collapses from exhaustion after a few tries, he won't do that anymore. Ha! Put up beams. But their heights are different." The steward's eyes lit up. Then, he thought of another problem. "Can't you group them according to their approximate height?" Xiao Bei asked. "Yes, that's a good idea." The steward felt that it was a good idea and agreed. Xiao Bei continued to say, "Also, don't you think the pier looks uncomfortable? Don't you think you can make the pier slanted all the way to the carriages transporting the goods over there? Then, you can slide the things that aren't afraid of falling down. You can use metal plates or cement. If it's cement, you can use a big pulley with wheels underneath. Now, you can just make a place to slow down the carriage. Are you stupid? The Ministry of Works has already designed big tools for you. Why can't you think of small tools for yourself? You're so rigid. Have you become stupid after staying in one place for so long?" Yes, we've become stupid. Yes, we can design it. There are many things that don't need people to carry far away. If we want to put the carriage closer, the horses or mules won't be easy to handle. They're always messy and unhygienic. I'll go find someone else to think about it and make it. The steward didn't dare to refute. He couldn't refute. The little ancestor was right. He really hadn't thought about it. It was easy to make a place to slow down the carriage. He just had to make a bend, or add some sand or slope underneath. If the design was good enough, he could even slide onto the carriage. It was just making the area below lower. Go, go, go. Find 7 spots for us. 2 of us will go out to play with Pan, and the others. The others can help record things together. Xiao Bei waved his hand and ordered. The steward immediately went to make the arrangements. Su Mingyang, who had been listening at the side, was surprised. He found that the 2 methods were very simple, but the effect was very good. Why didn't he think of it? Su Mingyang, do you think you're stupid? You've been in Luzhou for so long, and you're always trying to find loopholes in the original rules to show off your ability. However, the opportunity is right in front of you. You've been to the docks a lot, right? In the end, you've accomplished nothing. Tell me, what's the point of being the provincial governor? We're just asking you to do some work, but you feel wronged and degraded, don't you? If you don't want to work hard, all right, learn from us. If you want to be a mind worker who governs the people, a mind worker who governs the people, a mind worker who governs the people, it's not impossible. But you have to work hard for once. You have to show your ability to work hard. In the end, you can't work mentally, but you don't want to work physically. We let you be the provincial governor, do you know what you're doing? It's called a corpse eating a vegetable position. We hate people like you the most. You're clearly not capable, but you still want to put on airs. It wasn't easy to find a suitable position for you, and you're still complaining. People can't be so shameless. Alright, your son is here, so I'll give you some face. I'll go do my work. Panda, let's go. I'll take you to do the most noble thing. Xiao Bei reprimanded Su Mingyang, causing him to stare blankly. Then, he pulled Pan away. Su Mingyang looked at the group of children and guards leaving. He suddenly came to his senses. He only came to his senses when his son, Su Wan, came over and spoke. He happened to hear his son say that Xiao Bei said no, and that he wasn't allowed to punish her at night. He immediately glared at his son. How old are you, child? You can't do anything well. Look at Xiao Bei and the others. They're almost the same as you. Which one of them isn't better than you? I can't see what you're capable of. All you know is to play and eat. Su Wan felt wronged. What did this have to do with him? Isn't Xiao Bei beside you now? If it was possible, didn't she agree to it? Then why are you throwing a tantrum at me? Neither of us succeeded. Why are you still in a daze? Think about it more. You're the same person, so how can you be worse than others? Su Mingyang continued lecturing his son. Su Wan didn't dare to resist. He only lowered his head and muttered, Zhang Zhong isn't much worse than you. Why is it that the Ministry of Works wrote a letter? Hey! You still dare to talk back? I'll teach you a lesson. When Su Mingyang heard this, he became even angrier. Although Zhang Zhong's rank wasn't much worse than his, and was slightly higher than his, he was a capital official, and he was a local official. Even if Zhang Zhong was a 5th-rank capital official, he was still better than him, a 3rd-rank local official. He was already full of anger. His son actually dared to lecture him. He raised his hand and was about to hit him. Su Wan jumped in fright. He turned around and ran. As he ran, he shouted, Father, Xiao Bei said you're not allowed to hit me. I went to play. I didn't get to play just now. You're pissing me off. When you came home at night, Xiao Bei said I'm not allowed to hit you. You think I just don't have the time. You only know how to play. When Su Mingyang shouted at his son, he was just about to say a few tough words, when he felt Xiao Bei's gaze on him. He immediately changed his words. He was afraid of being remembered by Xiao Bei. When that time came, he didn't know what kind of fierce revenge he would have to endure. Who knew that even so, Xiao Bei still had no intention of letting him go. He shouted in his direction, "You only know how to complain about children. You compare children to others. Children are not allowed to compare their own elders to other people's elders. Only incompetent people scold children. Be good. Let's not learn from him in the future, okay?" Xiao Bei didn't forget to use Su Mingyang as a negative example. Pan nodded obediently. She made a face at Su Mingyang and waved her fist. She shouted at him very seriously, "Incompetent, incompetent.